On the first day of retirement, a man was brought back home by a policewoman, and unexpectedly, this encounter led him to become the husband of the policewoman. If it were someone else who encountered this stroke of luck, they would definitely be excited and unable to sleep all night. However, I am different from others. Not only do I have to be scared and trembling all the time, but I also have to pretend to catch criminals in front of my wife every day. This is because my wife is after the strongest member of the top killer organization, codenamed K, and my true identity is the top member of this killer organization with the codename K. The reason for all this started 3 months ago when I took on my last assassination mission. After completing the mission, I wanted to leave the organization and retire, but the boss did not agree at all. Instead, he, along with my disciple and the world's top 8 fighters, surrounded and killed me. However, they did not completely kill me but rather let me come back to life. The reason for my rebirth is the Dragon King ring that I wear, also known as the Zodiac ring. There are a total of 12 rings in the world, and anyone who obtains this ring possesses extremely powerful abilities. After being reborn, my consciousness was in a semi-comatose state for a while. Gu Fiwen, who had just finished work, happened to run into me and took me to the hospital. A day later, I slowly opened my eyes in the hospital room and the first person I saw was Gu Fiwen. Her dazzling eyes and well-fitted professional attire highlighted her competence and charm, making it hard for me not to notice. She placed the food she was carrying on the table and said, "Hello, I'm Gu Fiwen." I was initially stunned, but then a thought popped into my mind, and I blurted out, "Thank you, my wife. When I get better, I'll cook you a big meal." Gu Fiwen was a little flustered all of a sudden. "What are you shouting about? Who is your wife?" I waved my hand. "Of course I was talking about you. Why are you here if you're not my wife?" In fact, all of this was just a joke to tease her, because I needed an identity to break away from the organization, and Gu Fiwen could help me with that. There was a hint of confusion in Gu Fiwen's cold eyes. "You little rascal, did you lose your memory from hitting your head?" I nodded, then shook my head, pretending that I didn't remember anything, but I remembered that my name seemed to be Hechuan, and the pendant on my neck was engraved with the name Hechuan. Gu Fiwen shook her head, somewhat helpless. "Listen carefully, I am not your wife. I found you crawling out of the river, and then I took you to the hospital," I firmly stated. "Then why are you so good to me, always by my side, buying me food? You are my wife." Gu Fiwen felt speechless, but politeness made her put on a slight smile. "Hechuan, since you're fine, you can leave the hospital. You don't need to repay the medical expenses. Goodbye." After a while, the doctor found Gu Fiwen. He may have suffered a head injury, causing confusion in his consciousness. "You better not upset him, otherwise he might really be stimulated and not remember anything from before." Until Gu Fiwen's disappearing figure, a hint of a smile flashed in my eyes. "It's getting more and more interesting." Inside the police station, Gu Fiwen was looking at the case files on the table in distress, when a police officer came in excitedly and said, "Fiwen, someone is here to see you outside." Just as everyone was puzzled, I walked in from outside and called out "wife," instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the police station. A female officer asked with a smile, "When did Sister Fiwen get married? You didn't even inform us." Gu Fiwen's head exploded in an instant, and she hurriedly pulled me outside. Gu Fiwen was a little angry. She had kindly saved someone, but why was she still being blamed? After being scolded by Gu Fiwen, I felt a little flustered. My expression suddenly became pitiful. I forgot everything and decided to sleep under the bridge since I had no money, no food to eat, and nowhere to stay. When Gu Fiwen heard Hechuan say this, she softened a bit. Yes, he was just a person who had lost his memory. Where would he go? Gu Fiwen quickly spoke up. "Wait for me here after I finish work." I suppressed a smile at the corner of my mouth. I knew my wife wouldn't abandon me. Gu Fiwen ignored me and went straight back to the police station to investigate my identity. However, the results surprised her greatly because there was no one named Hechuan in the entire city. After work, Gu Fiwen took me directly to the central street of Linhai and without saying a word, she arranged a room for me to stay in. I blurted out a line from the CEO's quote, "Woman, you are the only one who has rejected me. You have successfully caught my attention." Gu Fiwen was exhausted. When she finally returned home, the phone rang again. "Fiwen, a case has occurred. The location is South Suburb Park, where a female body was found." As Gu Fiwen drove towards the crime scene, she asked about the profession of the deceased and if there were any enemies to investigate. The voice on the phone said that the deceased was a policewoman who had no personal relationships and would come to this park to jog every night. Gu Fiwen frowned tightly, arrived in front of the public toilet, and instantly a strong smell of blood wafted over. As she approached, she saw a female body lying on the ground, with multiple knife wounds on her body and her neck severed by a knife. Gu Fiwen suddenly seemed to see something. Inside the toilet, there seemed to be something clamped on the door handle. Taking a closer look, it was a pitch-black playing card with a golden font engraved with the letter L. Gu Fiwen's face instantly turned pale because she knew what this font meant. The world's largest assassin organization, gathering countless high-intelligence twisted assassins. This character represents the code name of each assassin, and each assassin will have their own unique way of killing. Gu Fiwen clenched her fists tightly, suppressing her inner impulse, and it appeared again. But this time it was not the assassination organization's surveillance, and she didn't know who this L was. The code K is a dangerous synonym worldwide, and his way of killing is to issue a death notice and accurately kill on that day. However, unlike K, he disdains killing small fry. He hunts down only those evil people involved in major cases, some of whom are arms dealers or drug trafficking group leaders. In any case, those who die at his hands may not necessarily be bad people, but they are definitely not good people. With a sneeze, lying on the bed, I sneezed. I don't know who was thinking of me. Then I took the elevator out of the hotel. Anyway, I'm bored and have nothing to do, so I'm ready to go out for a walk. As I walked, I arrived at the crime scene of Gu Fiwen. I became interested and gradually approached. Gu Fiwen looked around at the scattered clues, her eyes fixed on the position of the body, lost in thought. This case is definitely a big challenge for her. Wow, so bloody. Honey, let me tell you, the killer is either a man or a woman. Gu Fiwen was startled, turned around, and saw me smiling. Gu Fiwen was suddenly furious, grabbed me and dragged me out. Gu Fiwen roared in anger, scaring the surrounding officers into silence. Who let him in? A forensic officer nodded and said it was your husband, so I let him in. Gu Fiwen gnashed her teeth in anger and shouted at me, I'll slap you to death and kick you out. I shuddered and tried to calm her down, thinking maybe I could help. Gu Fiwen snorted coldly and asked, He Chuan, do you know where you are? Now you're also a suspect? I waved my hand and chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. At least this person has been dead for 3 hours. Didn't you just take me back to my room an hour ago? Gu Fiwen fell silent for a moment, seeming to remember. But this is not a place you can come to. Gu Fiwen gave the order, and several police officers immediately dragged me outside. I anxiously shouted that the killer was Zhuoli, around 175 centimeters tall, possibly suffering from a serious mental illness, or could be someone familiar because the victim had struggled violently before the fatal blow to the neck, indicating a lack of trust in the killer, making it highly likely to be a case of incitement to murder by someone familiar. Gu Fiwen frowned tightly and immediately reached out to stop. Gu Fiwen was somewhat surprised. You just took a glance and knew so much. I touched my hair. Handsome in just one word. Brother only says it once. Gu Fiwen snorted coldly, staring at me with a dead look in her eyes. Don't show off here. Take me to the police station first. In the interrogation room of the police station, the two of us facing each other, I chuckled while holding the instant noodles in my arms and slurping them. This instant noodles are really delicious. Gu Fiwen frowned inside. He Chuan, what are you up to? I'm really busy and don't have time to deal with you. Hearing this, he immediately put down the instant noodles in his hand and said seriously, Wife, I can really help you. Gu Fiwen couldn't help but laugh at this. Don't think that just by saying a few words, you can really help me. I shook my head, held up 2 fingers, and said, Give me 2 days. If I can't solve this case, I will definitely leave your side. If I do solve it, you can't leave me again. Gu Fiwen slammed the table, looking like there was no room for negotiation. This is an official matter for them. How can outsiders intervene? Just as they were talking, a middle-aged man in a police uniform walked in with a solemn expression. Gu Fiwen hurriedly stood up to give up her seat. Bureau Zhong. Bureau Zhong nodded, extending his hand to Tsurukawa. Hello little brother. My name is Zhang Yin. I'm interested in your profiling. It's similar to what we've been investigating. Tsurukawa held Zhang Yin's hand and nodded. Yeah well, I'm just guessing. Zhang Yin laughed out loud. You can tell so much just by looking at it. Little brother, you are not ordinary. I also heard that you and Xiao Gu are boyfriend and girlfriend? No. Gu Fei hurriedly denied, giving Huchuan a hard stare. Tsurukawa was a bit innocent, and feigned an aggrieved grimace. Zhang Yin took the scene all in. Ha ha, it's understandable for a young couple to have a disagreement. Gu Fiwen was speechless. Why didn't anyone listen to her explanation? It just so happens that we also confirmed that since little brother has the ability, then it should be displayed properly. So, we also have to ask little brother for more guidance. Zhang Yin laughed. Huchuan heard. This is to give self a guarantee. Haha, the director has said Gu Fei evening naturally cannot refuse. Tsurukawa burst out laughing. Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve the case as soon as possible. Zhang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Gu Fei was angry, but there was nothing she could do. Come with me. Meeting. Inside the police station office, 4 people were gathered around. 3 men and 1 woman. Gu Fiwen walked in with Huchuan and tapped the table. Meeting everyone. Several people hurriedly turned to look at Gufei late but froze when they saw their friend's curious Tsurukawa. Gufei pointed to Tsurukawa introducing. Tsurukawa, our helper this time. Tsurukawa, let me introduce you. This is the forensic scientist within our group. Song-zae, very impressive. At the head of the group, a boy who wasn't too old and had a handsome appearance waved his hand. Hello, my name is Song-zae. I'll tell you quietly, I'm the descendant of Song-ci. Tsurukawa instantly lit up. Well, really? Fake. Gufei directly poured a pot of cold water. Xiao Zhao, the only little girl in our group. Red guessed. The technician. The cute little girl hand and hawed we've met before. Tsurukawa nodded. This is Enlai. Firearms expert. Martial arts instructor. Ex-military. His name is Zhong Ming. In charge of profiling. Psychology expert. Gufei looked at Huchuan. This is the entirety of our group. How is it? Anything you want to say? Tsurukawa hastily applauded. Awesome. My name is Tsurukawa. I'm a person. I don't have much skill. I just know a billion points of everything. So please take care of me. Gufei late smiled. Well, long story short, several people immediately sat down, and Gufei came to the screen to drop a pile of clues on the table. The deceased is called Hao Lan, 24 years old, is a civilian police. Preliminary investigation. The suspect is locked in these people. Li King, 25 years old, boyfriend of the deceased. Wang Lu, a friend of the deceased, is said to have had a violent argument with the deceased that night. Hao Hong, sister of the deceased. The others, the deceased didn't have much contact with. Huchuan and I go to Li Jing and Hao Hong's place, and Lai and Zhong Ming go to Wang Lu and Hao Lan's house. Song will examine the corpse. Start moving. As soon as Gufei gave the order, instantly the surrounding area began to move. Gufei directly took Huchuan and drove on the road. Huchuan, I don't care what you're up to. This is a dangerous matter. It's not as simple as you think. After this case is over, don't get involved again. Gufei spoke in a serious tone while driving. Tsurukawa smiled a little embarrassed. You're concerned about me? I'm serious with you. I'll help you investigate the people in your family. And in the meantime, just stay in the hotel honestly. Phew, the car whizzed by. Downstairs in the Clear City neighborhood, the two went straight up to the second floor and knocked on the door. Creak, the door was opened. And a lean and drenched in mourning man opened the door to the room. Gufei evening held up the police card and spoke. Li Jing is at Haicheng City Public Security Bureau. Li Jing was slightly stunned, then reacted immediately. Oh, come in. After the door was opened, the two men walked in and instantly the smell of alcohol rushed in. Li Jing scratched his head. I'm sorry, because I'm so sad. So, Gufei nodded. My condolences. Can I borrow the restroom? I'm in an internal emergency. Tsurukawa spoke up with some embarrassment. Li Spotted nodded. Be my guest. Tsurukawa rushed into the restroom. Gufei, on the other hand, was chatting with Li Jing in the living room. Mr. Li, let me ask, where were you at the time of the crime? Who did you see? Any alibi? Li points and nods. I was working overtime at the time of the crime, and anyone who was working overtime at the company can testify to that. Good. Then how is your usual relationship with Hao Lan? Gufei late asked. Li Jing froze slightly, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. We are very close, we love each other, and we're already about to get engaged. Gufei late keenly noticed this but didn't say anything, just smiled. Geez, it's comfortable. Tsurukawa laughed as he walked out. Mr. Li, may I ask what your position is? Tsurukawa spoke. Oh, I'm a doctor at Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Li Jing replied. Tsurukawa nodded. Well, in that case, it seems like Mr. Li is not suspected. So let's go. Huchuan made a look towards Gufei. The latter immediately understood. In that case, Mr. Li, we'll take our leave. Gufei said. Li Jing nodded at once. Please make sure you find out the murderer of Hao Lan. Gufei nodded. Don't worry. Please trust us. The two just came out. Gufei couldn't wait to ask. What did you find out? Tsurukawa smiled mysteriously. This then. Cheated. Gufei's face changed. Really? How did you see it? Tsurukawa laughed softly twice. All the toiletries in the bathroom were in two sets, along with some feminine cosmetics, and they were all worn the same, which means there's a female who lives here permanently. But it could be Hao Lan's. Aren't they very affectionate? So could it be that they are living together? Gufei said. Tsurukawa shook his head nonetheless. The southern suburb park is more than 10 kilometers away from here. Would you run for exercise to a park that is more than 10 kilometers away? So, this is more than cheating. Gufei nodded with a frown. It makes sense. But he has an alibi. Tsurukawa pulled a card out of his coat pocket. A business card for Li Jing. Do you remember what I said before? Just because he has an alibi doesn't mean it doesn't have anything to do with him. Come on, let's go to the hospital and check on the mentally ill. Sarukawa laughed as he headed out. The case is 30% solved. The two wasted no time and drove straight to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Hello, police? Please help me investigate the flow of patients in and out of the hospital interior. Gu Fei asked at the front desk as she pulled out her credentials. A small guardian of the earth nodded at the sight. You want to investigate that day? February 15th. That's yesterday, Gu Fei said. The little protector of the earth immediately set about investigating. There were no patients out on February 15th. Oh no. There was one patient, Lin Yun, who went out privately on February 15th and didn't return until this morning. Gu Fei and Huchuan exchanged glances, and it seemed that there really was. We want to see him, Gu Fei said. Hey, no see. Huchuan immediately took Gu Fei's hand and walked out. Gu Feiyan was a bit anxious. What are you doing? He is most likely the murderer. Sarukawa spread his hands somewhat helplessly. Come on. Do we have proof? What if we meet him without proof and spook him? Gu Feiyan was silent for a while. So what now? You go and investigate who Li Jing's lover is. Sarukawa spoke. Gu Fei late nodded. Then you that? Hey, I'm going to bed. I'm so sleepy. I haven't slept all night. Sarukawa said while walking toward the outside. Could not help but murmur, let me this killer as a police officer to investigate the case. Reverse the Big Dipper. Gu Fei is also helpless. She is also sleepy, but the case hasn't settled yet. Until it was dark again, the group returned to the office, all of them yawning. Sarukawa was sleeping soundly with two chairs lined up. Non-evening sister? We went to find her sister. Just kept crying, and didn't ask anything. There is no clue at all. Do you think it could be a random murder? The one called Wang Lu was away on a business trip and wasn't in Haicheng at all, Xiao Zhao said. Gu Feiyan shook her head somewhat worriedly and looked at the sleeping Hichuan. Alright, everyone is tired. Go back and rest first. Come early tomorrow and have a meeting, Gu Fei said. The crowd nodded and all left. Gu Feiyan shook Hichuan awake. Where are you going? Back to the hotel? Sarukawa was confused. Can't we go home? Gu Fei frowned. That's my house. Sarukawa waved his hand. Forget it then. I'll stay here. Bye. Gu Feiyan snorted coldly, ignoring Huchuan, and walked out on her own. Sarukawa's eyes lit up and he immediately went to the monitoring room. There are still police officers on duty inside. Comrade, give me the February 15th. Li Jing neighborhood entrance monitoring. Sarukawa said. The officer immediately tuned in. Hurry. Faster. Keep speeding up. Sarukawa said while scrutinizing the surveillance. The screen images rapidly play. Dazzling. People cannot see clearly. Stop. Rewind 5 minutes. The woman in the upper right corner. Zoom in. Sarukawa said. The police zoomed in. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw the girl's face. Found it. How Hong? Bang. Sarukawa directly pushed open the door of the autopsy room. How is it? Contemporary Song Ci. Did you find anything? In the autopsy room, Song Zhe was sitting around eating as the body lay naked on the counter. Hey, I like it when you talk. Song then hemmed and hawed and held out the autopsy report to Sarukawa. Haolan's neck was slashed first. The wound was very deep, basically dying very quickly. But the murderer seemed to hate her as much as he did, and stabbed her 7 more times towards her body after she died. But then, the 7 stabs weren't not stabbing key areas, suggesting that the killer was unprofessional. A first-time murderer, a murder of passion. Sarukawa looked at the case report and nodded. Well, it's not bad. What the hell can't be seen? But I probably know who the murderer is. There's no evidence. Song Zhe's eyes lit up. Really? That's what you know? Sarukawa nodded. It's simple to know who the murderer is. It's just that. I'm more interested in knowing how they're related to each other and how they can be connected. Wait a minute. Them? You mean the murderer wasn't alone? Song asked. Sarukawa nodded. Yeah. Do you think a mentally ill person could have specifically chosen an unmonitored road to strike with precision? Someone must have abetted it. That's why I kind of can't associate them with it. Song then nodded. Mentally ill. Police? Doctors? Can't be reached indeed. Sarukawa rubbed the corners of his eyes. Psychopath. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. I think I know. Songze looked at Sarukawa. What do you know? The corners of Sarukawa's mouth curled into a smile. The card. I probably know how the modus operandi works. Sarukawa put down the autopsy report and hugged Songze, then ran out in a hurry. Song then face confused. What is it? Panic. Hey, boring. Or with the corpse to stay a piece of comfortable. Sarukawa didn't go back to the hotel and took a taxi directly to the middle of the mental hospital. Taking the police officer's license that he had secretly touched Songze, he came straight in. Police. I want to see Lin Yun. Click, into the hospital room. The lights in the room were off and it was pitch black as a figure was tied up against the bed. Long hair covered his face so that he could not see his features, and his hospital gown was in tatters. Sarukawa closed the door directly and sat in front of Lin Yun in the dark. Lin Yun. Hello, I'm a police officer and I'm here to arrest you, Sarukawa said bluntly. Lin Yun's eyes on the hospital bed suddenly fluttered for a moment, followed by raising his head, his face expressionless. February 15th. I escaped and killed Howlan. I killed Howlan. In a public restroom in South Suburban Park. Sarukawa smiled. I know all. What you have to say. I know all. The next day, the crowd returned to the office to discuss the case. Sarukawa that? Gu Fei asked. Songzae shook his head. Last night he said something about probably knowing the modus operandi. So he ran out in a hurry and never came back. Gu Fei's heart thumped. It wouldn't have gone to the murderer since. Go to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital. Hurry. Gu Feiyan grabbed the door and got into the car and sped in the direction of the mental hospital. When I got to the hospital, I learned that Sarukawa hadn't come back since he left last night. In the hospital room, Lin Yun also disappeared. Suffered. Gu Feiyan secretly gritted her teeth. Something had happened. Search the entire city. Huchuan is in danger. Gu Fei finished speaking and drove herself towards Li Jing's house. Gu Feiyan knocked on Li Jing's front door in a panic. The latter opened the door with a confused-faced Sarukawa. Did Sarukawa come to your place? Li Jing shook his head. Officer Crane? No. What happened? Gu Fei panted and shook her head. He was taken away by Lin Yun. Li Jing's face rubbed a moment to become pale, but also some unnatural is well, that to hurry to find Lin Yun is very dangerous. Gu Fei nodded and twisted her head to leave. Li Jing's fingers were trembling a little, and after seeing Gu Feiyan drive away, he hurriedly put on his clothes and left himself. The car slowly drove out of the neighborhood. Li Jing did not see. In the back of the road, 2 cars hidden on the side of the road. Li Jing has gone out. Follow him, Gu Feiyan said with a cold face. The 2 cars immediately caught up. Xiao Zhao looked at the gloomy Gu Fei with a flustered face. Sister Fei, don't be angry. Huchuan also just wants to solve the case earlier. Humph, putting yourself in danger to solve the case. Stupid, don't let me find him if you can, or I'll beat him to death with a beating, Gu Feiyan roared. Scaring little summoner. Half an hour ago, Sarukawa sent a message telling them to go to Li Jing and give him the story of their disappearance and then follow him. The crowd was relieved to see the message. The car traveled until it left the city and came to an abandoned factory. Li Jing's car in front of him stopped, and the crowd immediately stopped as well. Walked to keep up. The factory was dark, full of rusty iron tools and dilapidated. Li Jing cautiously looked around to check if there was anyone. The surroundings were quiet. Li Jing went straight up to the second floor and pushed open a large iron door. Creak, the door was pushed open and the sun shone in. Sarukawa is tied to a chair and blindfolded. Lin Yun lowered his head and sat aside. Li Jing went up and gave Lin Yun a mouthful. Roaring, who told you to kidnap a cop? Lin Yun was dumbfounded and handed over the card in his hand. On the pitch-black card, an L was written in gold script. He said he's an L. He's the one who brought me here. Li Jing instantly froze and his face paled. Oh, Mr. Li, how are you? Sarukawa shook his head, shaking the blindfold down, smiling at Li Jing. You, how did you know about L? A slight look of panic appeared on Li Jing's face. Sorry, I impersonated L just to lure you here. Oh, Sarukawa winked. Besides, Lin Yun has already explained everything. That. Li Jing was instantly furious and kicked Lin Yun over. Immediately afterward, he copied the stick on the ground and swung it at Lin Yun. You're a fucking asshole. You're killing us. I told you to kill. I didn't tell you to say everything. Bang, bang, bang. The sticks kept smashing into Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun tightly covered his head. I didn't say anything. I only said that what you asked me to say before was that I killed someone. Li Jing suddenly froze and turned around in a panic to look at Sarukawa. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed, and the next second the rope was untied. Sarukawa twisted his wrists and stood up. Admit it to yourself. You lied to me. Li Jing's eyes were filled with anger. Who made you so stupid? There was no evidence. Now that you're talking in person, it's a good thing. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. Come back to the police station with me. Beautiful thought, kid. Now that you know, you'll die too. A cruel color emerged on Li Jing's face, directly copied the stick and rushed over. Sarukawa looked disdainfully at Li Jing's hideous eyes and moved his wrist. It's been a long time since I've done anything, so let's try what level you're at. Bang! Just as Sarukawa had finished speaking, there was a burst of fire from the doorway, and a bullet hit Li Jing's shoulder with precision. Ah! Li Jing cried out in pain and answered to the bottom. Several people instantly rushed up to hold Li Jing and Lin Yun down on the ground. Sarukawa froze slightly, and immediately afterward, he immediately put on an innocent and weak look. Hey, there you are, wife. Pa Gu Fei rushed up gasping for air and slapped hard on Huchuan's face. Sigma degree. Sarukawa immediately felt his face burning. The people present were all startled, not daring to utter a single breath. Sarukawa, are you a child? Who gave you permission to meet the suspect in private? Do you know how dangerous it is? If we hadn't gotten there, you would have been there. Gu Feiyan was panting and her head was covered in sweat from the shock she had just experienced. She just happened to see the scene where Li Jing raised his stick and swung it at Tsurukawa, and without even thinking about it, she directly pulled out her pistol and fired, which saved Tsurukawa. Tsurukawa covered his cheeks in some panic. "I want to solve the case early." Gu Fian instantly became furious when she saw Huchuan talking back, and as soon as she grabbed Huchuan's ears, she headed out. "Ouch! Ouch, wife! Wrong! Spare me! Carry it all the way to the car and throw it into the passenger side." Huchuan rubbed his ears in a burst of fear. "Mama!" The angry Gu Fian was too scary. The top assassin, K, didn't even dare to fart. "Tsurukawa, I'm telling you, putting yourself in danger is the most foolish behavior. If you are looking for death, stay away from me. Don't let me know." Gu Fei roared up towards Huchuan. Huchuan shivered and hastily pulled Gu Fian's hand. "It's really wrong. I won't dare next time. This murderer was caught. It's okay. Don't be angry." Gu Fian snorted coldly and shook off Huchuan's hand as the car sped away. Inside the office, there was silence. Gu Fian's face was gloomy to the extreme, and several people looked at each other not daring to say a word. Xiao Zhao touched Tsurukawa's hand. "You messed. You go." Tsurukawa gulped and shook his head. "I'm scared." "What are you afraid of? It's not your wife. Go ahead." Xiao Zhao pushed Huchuan towards Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei slammed the table. Several people instantly stood upright in fear. "What are you waiting for? Go to the interrogation." "You don't need me to say these things," Gu Fian yelled. The crowd rushed to the interrogation room in a hurry. "You're coming with me." Gu Fian pointed at Huchuan. The latter immediately nodded. "Aha." Huchuan followed Gu Fian to the interrogation room. Splat! Gu Fian threw something on the table. "Li Jing, right? Explain." "Account for what? I'm just learning about my patient's condition and where to go to save Mr. Tsurukawa." Li Jing smiled slightly. "And I'm going to sue you for the damage you did to me." There was some smugness on Li Jing's face. "You don't have to do this. Did you kill Haolan?" Gu Fian's eyes were sharp and cold. Li Jing waved his hand. "Evidence that? I want proof. Why would I kill my girlfriend?" Gu Fian was a bit angry and was about to speak but was stopped by Huchuan. Tsurukawa smiled slightly. "Mr. Li Jing, let's not talk about the factory for now. Let me tell you a story. It tells the story of a scumbag cheating on his wife." Li Jing's face changed. Gu Fian's headset instantly heard Zhong Ming's voice. "He's nervous. Huchuan is right. Keep talking." Tsurukawa smiled slightly. "Said it is this scum is a soft rice king. Not only eat soft rice, but also with their own sister-in-law got into it. Then his girlfriend found out and threatened to sue him. So wouldn't that make him unable to have a soft meal? So he gave up his own girlfriend and continued to plan to screw his sister-in-law. This person is a family. What can we do about getting married in the future?" So a plan surfaced. "Don't say it." Li Jing covered his head. Tsurukawa smiled. "This scumbag is a doctor who has a lot of mentally ill people on his hands. I told you to stop talking." Li Jing suddenly became agitated and struggled to rush up. "Sit still for me," Gu Fei roared. Tsurukawa snapped and pressed the information in his hand on the table. "This contains every transfer record Haolan gave you in the past 3 years, and the security footage of Haolan living with you. At the same time, Lin Yun, the patient, has a great tendency to hate the police. His family members had been arrested for crimes when he was a child, and he has hated the police ever since. You took advantage of this, and a plan came to mind, because you knew Haolan's habits. So before February 15th you kept on instilling Lin Yun with your own thoughts, telling him how bad the police were, how bad Haolan was, and finally on the day of February 15th you put Lin Yun in the middle of a park in the southern suburb in the name of being on duty." Li Jing laughed. "What a wonderful story. I still say that the evidence that the hospital is more than 20 kilometers away from South Suburban Park. I had been at the hospital that day. How did I get there?" Tsurukawa pulled the information out of his hand with a slight smile. "Yes, you are always in the park. But Haolan is not." Li Jing's face changed. Gu Fian was also a bit puzzled. What did this have to do with Haolan? Tsurukawa frowned because Haolan couldn't have imagined any more that Haolan was one of the murderers. Snap it! Tsurukawa threw a photo in front of Li Jing. "Mr. Li, this is the site of Haolan female soil going to your house on the 15th of February. You should be able to see clearly what is put on it." Li Jing was so nervous that he was picking his fingers. Gu Fian took the photo out and looked at it. And on the photo, Haolan seemed to be holding a black object in her hand. "This is the car recorder of your car, which recorded the entire content of Haolan female soil to send Lin Yun to the southern suburb of the park. There is even Haolan teach Lin Yun how to kill. After killing, how to run the entire content." Tsurukawa snorted coldly. Haolan could not have imagined that she was killed by her own boyfriend and her own sister. Haolan took these things as to go to your home to burn. But Haolan, in order to constrain you, secretly self-prepared a copy, and now it is placed under the bed of her home. Very coincidentally, was found out by us, and now she is next door, has all said. Bang! Li Jing gritted his teeth and slammed the table shut. This stupid woman. Sarukawa grinned, pulling out the recorder behind him and placing it on the table. Mr. Li Jing, this is before in the factory inside our conversation. The reason why I do not take out is to give you a chance, now, the opportunity to grasp in your hands if not to say. Sarukawa spoke half-heartedly, but the threat was clear. Li Jing instantly broke down and covered his head and sobbed. I said all. Huchuan raised an eyebrow at Gu Fei, his face full of smugness. After sobbing, Li Jing organized his emotions. Hao Lan and I have a long-standing grudge. She found out about Hao Hong and I, and threatened to sue us and make us lose our reputation, so that the family property is all hers, and Hao Hong and I have nothing. So we started to kill. I did keep instilling emotions with Lin Yun until February 15th. On the day of February 15th, I released Lin Yun and asked Hao Hong to send him to the South Suburban Park, because I knew Hao Lan's habits and where she would go running every day. So, after killing the man, Hao Hong sent Lin Yun over and I was teaching him to confess. This way Hao Hong and I will be able to clear the air. The person was killed by Lin Yun. No one will think it was us. And that's all that happened. Sarukawa nodded. So, where is L? L taught you guys this strategy, right? Li Jing's face changed. I don't know. The person was killed by Lin Yun. We were the instigators. We don't know anything. L. He's lying, Jiang Min said over the headset. Sarukawa smiled. Well then, in that case, let's go catch Hao Hong. Li Jing froze. What do you mean? The two men gathered their things and stood up. Sarukawa suddenly revealed a smiling face. Oh, there is no car recorder video. Hao Hong did destroy it. I just lied to you. Li Jing instantly froze up, followed by a feeling of great anger. Copy your mom. You lied to me again. I'll kill you. Li Jing struggled to get up from his chair, but the handcuffs locked him firmly in place. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed slightly. Who made you so stupid? The two men turned and walked out, leaving Li Jing alone in the room roaring. Inside the office, a cheer went up from the crowd. Sarukawa, it's possible. It's still you. Really 2 days to break it. Xiao Zhao patted Sarukawa's shoulder. Sarukawa laughed softly twice. And thank you all for your cooperation. Andre was also giddy. Not bad, kid. I like you a lot. Goofy and also relaxed as she watched the crowd, not realizing that Huchuan was really good. And in just a few words, he was able to figure out the case. Huchuan, when did you figure all this out? Gu Fei asked. Huchuan smiled. The day you guys went back. I went to check the security camera and saw Hao Hong take the car recorder to Li Jing's house and it was all connected. Sarukawa still hid some of it because he knew L's modus operandi, and he knew that even though it looked like Lin Yun was being used as a knife, all three of them were actually L's knives. What L is best at is laying out a kill. Everyone can be his knife. Gu Feiyan smiled and sighed. Well, congratulations. You won. Tonight, go to the barbecue. My treat. Yay. Yeah. Inside a barbecue restaurant, the crowd was giddy and kept eating and drinking. Gu Feiyan cleared her throat and spoke. Ahem. All be quiet for a moment and listen to me. The crowd froze down for a moment. Gu Fei late mysteriously smiled and showed the content on the cell phone. Haicheng Public Security Bureau officially announced that the invitation to Comrade Huchuan for Haicheng Criminal Investigation Consultant. Everyone applaud. Oh, good. The crowd applauded for a moment. Sarukawa also froze slightly. Counselor? Little Call nodded. That's right. That means you can work with us from now on. We are a team. Just as a few people were talking, at the doorway a large beautiful woman walked in. The woman was stunningly beautiful and sweet, carrying a cake in her hand. Well, Sister He-yun, you're here. Gu Feiyan hurriedly picked up the cake. Let me introduce you all. This is my friend, He-yun. Her family has a flower store and a cake store. He-yun smiled and waved her hand. Looking sweet. Everyone eat. I'll leave you alone. Gu Feiyan hurriedly took He-yun's hand together. He-yun shook her head. No. You guys eat first. I'm still busy at the store. I'll come back to play with you then. After sending He-yun away, Gu Feiyan placed the cake on the table and opened it up with a small white crane looking cute on top. Ahem. I don't know your birthday. I think you shouldn't know it yourself. So in the future, just today, which is also the time you joined our team, let's consider it your birthday. Gu Feiyan smiled and pushed the cake towards Huchuan. Sarukawa glanced up at the crowd, his originally beaming face somehow falling a little silent. The heart also cannot help but have a bitter. This warm and friendly situation, is the self cheated, self really qualified to accept? Song Zhe patted Sarukawa. What are you thinking about that? Make a wish. Huchuan lightly laughed twice, just which inevitably has some bitter flavor. Self is just playing around. How do these people take it seriously that? Sarukawa closed his eyes. I hope you all have a safe life. I guess. Few the candles were blown out. The crowd cheered and divided up the cake. After 3 rounds of wine, the faces of all the people were stained with some redness, and one of them was on the verge of having a good time. Gu Fei suddenly realized that Huchuan seemed to have disappeared. Looking around he found the balcony and Sarukawa was alone looking into the distance. Gu Fei walked over slowly. Hey, what's doing that? Skipping drinks isn't it? Huchuan glanced at Gu Fei and smiled faintly. Thank you. Gu Fei blushed and waved her hand. There's no need to thank me. From now on we're on the same team. Sarukawa's heart was a little stuffy and his thoughts were a little confused. Self seemed to have done something wrong. Gu Fei thought that Huchuan was thinking about Self's identity, and immediately took some pity on the teenager in front of her. Don't worry. I'll help you find your family, and in the meantime, stay here in peace. Sarukawa nodded. Why do you want to catch Ko? Gu Fei froze. How did you know? Sarukawa pointed in the direction of the crowd. Gu Fei instantly became a bit exasperated. This group of people, big mouths. This is a grudge between me and K. I must catch this criminal myself. Bring him to justice. Just don't ask. A hint of disdain flashed in Sarukawa's eyes. The one who could catch him hadn't been born yet. Gu Fei yawned and smiled. Go. Sarukawa froze. Where to? The corner of Gu Fei's mouth hooked up in a smile. You won. Of course I'll fulfill my promise. Come on. Let's go home. Sarukawa froze. Was this to take Self home? No. Don't need it. I can live in a hotel. At the critical time, Sarukawa suddenly wimped out. Finished? With a person who wants to catch himself every day. That is not finished. But Gu Fei seemed to bet on the general pouting upset a pull on Huchuan. No way. We've agreed. Without saying a word, he pulled Sarukawa outside. You guys eat. I'm taking Huchuan back, Gu Fei said and pulled Huchuan into the cab. And the two of them took off, leaving the crowd looking confused and blinking without knowing what to say. Sarukawa is still really non-evening sister husband? Star Lake Bay, the most expensive villa area in the entire sea city. Creak. Gu Fei pushed open the door. Come in. This is my home. Sarukawa all froze. The exquisite 3-story villa in front of him. Simple but revealing. Exquisite. Looks like it is worth a lot of money. Wife, you are so rich. Sarukawa froze a bit. Gu Fei waved her hand. It's my family that's rich, not me. The room is arranged for you on the 3rd floor. I'll live on the 2nd floor. And the 1st floor is the living room. So you can just wander around and familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll go buy you some daily necessities, Gu Fei said as she closed the door behind her and retraced her steps, leaving Sarukawa alone in the house. Sarukawa fell headfirst into the soft sofa, and suddenly had a smile of enjoyment on his face. He. This is also considered to be wrapped up. At the supermarket, Gu Fei pushed the car with a sad face. Toothbrush, cups, slippers, towels and clothes. What else? Suddenly Gu Fei walked to a place where her face flushed, quickly took down 2 things and stuffed them into the car, and immediately went to check out. The salesman checked out one by one and suddenly froze. Female soil. We buy 2 male soil underwear and get 1 free. Gu Fei swished her face all red. No need. Can't wear that much. The salesman nodded. Okay. Out of the supermarket. Gu Fei evening a burst of chagrin. Since why buy him these? He made himself look like his wife. I'm going to scold him when I get back. When they arrived home, Sarukawa was still cozy on the couch. Gu Fei threw a brainful of things on him. A little exasperated. You'll go shopping on your own from now on. Sarukawa froze and laughed softly twice. Thank you, wife. I'm warning you not to scream. I'm not your wife. And it's okay for you to live in my house. But don't tell anyone else, especially the people in the bureau, Gu Fei said with a threatening face. Sarukawa hastily nodded. Okay. I know, wife. Only then did Gu Fei nod in satisfaction. All right, go to sleep. There are still things that tomorrow. Sarukawa nodded as he hugged his stuff but suddenly turned around and said in a bitchy way, really not sleeping together? Get out. Gu Fei let out a roar, scaring Huchuan into running away. Seeing Huchuan's appearance, Gu Fei couldn't help but be amused. By the way, I have an old cell phone here. You use it first, and then I'll buy you a new one, Gu Fei said as she tossed her cell phone to Huchuan. Sarukawa subconsciously clamped 2 fingers together. Good hands, Gu Fei exclaimed. Instantly a sense of crisis surged to the heart. That, by chance, don't throw it around in the future. It's dangerous. I go to sleep. Sarukawa quickly disappeared, almost discovered. Suddenly in a daze he seemed to see a man standing in front of the forest bed. Sarukawa was startled and instantly came to his senses. What are you doing? What are you doing in my room? Gu Fei skimmed her mouth. Big brother, you're late on your first day of work. You're really something. Sarukawa looked at his bedside alarm clock. It was only 12 o'clock. Solely just swinging for the fences and laying back down on the bed. Come on. I'm just a consultant. It's not like I have to clock in and out of work like the rest of you. Gu Fei lifted the quilt and pulled Huchuan up. Don't come to this. From now on, if I go to work, you have to go too. Get up. We have a meeting today. Huchuan reluctantly gathered himself and followed Gu Fei in the car to the police station. As soon as he entered the door, He saw the crowd's faces cold and grim one after another. What's up nah? One by one. They're throwing off their faces. Sarukawa was a little amused at the sight of the crowd. Xiao Zhao shook his head. Let me tell you something. Lin Yun, Hao Hong, and Li Jing were assassinated yesterday during the transfer. What? Gu Fei exclaimed. Who did this? Xiao Zhao held out a photo to Gu Fei. On it was a bullet with a letter printed on it N. Gu Fei instantly frowned. N? The crowd nodded. All three were killed by bullets. And the bullets were extremely accurate. One shot killed them. It seems that they were afraid of them talking nonsense. Sarukawa is also a bit puzzled. Why? According to theory, the organization wouldn't come to China. So why did they all come in a flash? Knock. Knock. Knock was puzzling a few people. The door was knocked to go. The line of sight to see. At the door of a handsome man wearing a suit, yellow hair, smiling face, fluorescent, stood in the doorway. Nonetheless late. It's been a long time. Gu Fei froze and then rejoiced. Nanchang, why are you here? Gu Fei rushed over excitedly. It was a cause for gossip. Sarukawa's heart thumped. Ha, it seemed like something was different. And the crowd also put their eyes on Sarukawa. Nanchang laughed. I came to have something to do. And stopped by to see you. How is it? It's okay here. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Well, it's not bad. I'm the one who asked Nam Sung to come. Zhong Yan said as he walked in. There is something important to tell you. Nam Seong, sent to assist you. Zhong Yan nodded towards Nam Sung as he spoke. Nam Sung smiled. Hello everyone. I'm Nam Sung from the third branch of the International Secret Service. Just call me Nam Sung. The crowd froze. Interpol? The scene shifted and Nam Sung posted several separate letters on the board. Look everyone. Next, I'm going to introduce the organization that these letters represent, the heads. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow, a little puzzled. This person even knows the name of the organization. It looks not simple. Oh. Nanchang continued to introduce. The heads are the most mysterious and powerful killer organization we have encountered so far. They travel between countries to assassinate some important people. At the same time, in the heads, there are 12 killers. Their letters are N, L, G, H, T, M, A, R, E, together. That stands for nightmare. Every one of them, they have their own way of killing. Total perverts. Nanchang snorted coldly. That's not right. That's only 9. So there are still 3 that? Little Call asked. Nanchang nodded. There are 3 more. They are S, L and K. The 3 of them are special existences. They don't belong to the people above them. The 3 of them are alone. And they are even more dangerous than the 9 above them. Especially him. Nanchang pointed to K. This person, before killing someone, will send a death notice. At present, those who have been assassinated by him are some extremely important people, as well as some people who have countless sins in their hands. Among them, there are more than 30 leaders of the largest international drug trafficking gangs, as well as many leaders of countless assassin organizations, and various criminals. He seems to hate drug dealers very much, which means that a dealer may have done something to him to cause him to hate them so much. He's also the most feared opponent of our Interpol, also the most powerful person in the killer organization. Maybe, at this moment, he's hiding between us and we didn't even realize that. Haha. Nanchang made a joke, but it scared Sarukawa out of a cold sweat, and Self almost made a direct move. Anyway, we received a tip-off that this assassin organization has come to the territory of China, and at this time, they are hiding in Haichang. So the higher-ups have specially sent me here to assist Fein Yen and bring these criminals to justice. Gu Fei froze a bit. Assist me? Nanchang nodded. The above has decided to restore Gu Fei's status as a member of the third branch of the International Agent Group. Stay in Haichang and continue to carry out the mission. Gu Fei froze for a long time. The crowd was indeed surprised. Sister Fei, it's Interpol. Oh my god. Gu Fei instantly eyes slightly red. Really? Really? Namseong nodded. Really? Welcome back. Gu Fei instantly burst into tears. Everyone around them was happy for Gu Fei. Only Huchuan kept frowning tightly, his eyes fixed on the letters on the blackboard. Nanchang smiled. Everyone listen to me. Although their identities are not clear, they are very powerful. Nansei held up a ring he was carrying in his hand, and Sarukawa's vision froze. Nanchang smiled mysteriously. Everyone, the next thing to tell you is a new world. The 12 zodiac rings. Everyone who holds a zodiac ring will gain unimaginable abilities. These are terrifying, because, as far as we know, there are a total of 6 people in the heads who possess the zodiac rings. We're dealing with criminals with bizarre abilities. Most likely. Sarukawa frowned. Why would this person know so well? Why do you know? Sarukawa spoke out coldly. Nanchang froze. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to ask this question. Because someone from our organization has managed to go undercover and become a part of it. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. So that was it. Interesting. Nanchang smiled slightly. But it seems like we have their people in us too. When these words came out, the crowd instantly focused their eyes on Sarukawa. Sarukawa froze. Hey, what? Goofy and shook her head. Hachuan was rescued by me. It can't be someone from Heads. Are you guys stupid? How can there be such a coincidence? The crowd laughed and just joked. But Sarukawa's heart went straight to his head. In case Self was really exposed one day, he would still be dead. Even if the Dragon King ring could be reborn, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, it seems that the Dragon King ring can only be reborn once, because it's broken now. It's useless. Nanchang raised the ring in his hand. This one of mine is the sacred monkey ring. Its ability is very powerful. It can track anyone from thousands of miles away. As long as you put his stuff on it, you can sense where the other person is, but only for a day. The crowd was a little awestruck. So amazing, so powerful. Nanchang smiled. Everyone, the world is not as simple as you think. I'm here to tell you that this world, souls, magic, exist. All magical things will gradually emerge later. From now on, take care of each other. Together, catch the criminals, return world peace. For half a month in a row, there were no cases. In the Inyun flower store, Sarukawa was lying on his back in front of the window in boredom, confused, helpless, living like a bullied little girl. He sighed and was a bit speechless. I say, Crane Big Handsome, you've been running to me every day for the past half a month. Are you very idle? Do you have nothing to do at the police station? Sarukawa shook his head. You're still not happy about helping you work. I haven't asked you for your wages yet. Hyun was a bit speechless while cleaning. Why don't you find Goofy in to play? You have to come to me. Sarukawa bristled in displeasure. She doesn't have the time to care about me. She's been unusually happy with that nonsense this whole time. Hyun instantly laughed. Good. So someone was jealous and came to hide from me. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of jealousy am I? I have you, a beautiful woman, with me every day. I'm still happy. What kind of jealousy is that? Hachuan disdained. Self will not tell her. Just come to hide a little. These 2 days Gufei evening in Nanchang every day to discuss K things. Self in the side to listen to the panic. Hyun put down the broom in his hand and sat next to Hachuan and laughed. Hachuan, I'll tell you, this chasing a girl, you can't get away from her. Especially if it's a high-cooled girl like Goofian. You have to stick to her. You have to stick to her. So that once she gets used to your presence afterward, she panics when you suddenly disappear or go cold on her, you know? Sarukawa glanced at Hyun. So you know a lot about I'm super knowledgeable. Okay, go back. Don't stay on my side all the time. It's affecting the handsome boys coming to my store to hit on me. Hyun waved his hand and pushed Sarukawa out. Sarukawa spat out his tongue slightly. Be single for the rest of your life. After saying that, he quickly escaped. Hyun shook his head a bit helplessly. Little brat. Back at the police station, the two were still chatting in the office. And Sarukawa was annoyed to see it in his heart. And I don't know what there is to talk about. Songzae walked over and said, it looks like a really talented man and woman. TSK. The two looked at each other with some embarrassment as Sarukawa had anger in his eyes. Song then bitchily covered his mouth. Sorry. Slip of the tongue. Ya ha 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 ha, said the bitchy, whooshing away. Hachuan suddenly stifled a grunt and walked over to knock on the door. Gufei, come here. The eyes of the office crowd instantly lit up. Here it comes. The long-awaited episode is here. Eat melon family members. Goofian also froze and walked over wondering what's wrong. As soon as Hachuan pulled Goofian outside, the crowd immediately got down on the glass to check it out. Sarukawa wanted to say something and was a bit upset. Can you stop chatting with Nam Sung every day? Have you considered my feelings? What kind of relationship we have you forgotten? Goofian couldn't help but look around when she was spoken to, and only relaxed when she saw that no one was there. Sarukawa, you have a brain, no problem, right? Goofian nodded at Hachuan's head. Nam Sung and I are just normal friends. You're overthinking it. It seemed to realize that the self-same sentence was wrong. How it seemed to explain the feeling. Ugh, I'm just a normal friend with you too. What do you mean I forgot about our relationship? We don't have a relationship. Sarukawa instantly covered his face with an aggrieved look. Ooh, you scummy girl, how dare you say that now? Woo, put. Goofian almost spit out blood. The room lit up. It was time to eat the melon. OMG, change of heart. Girlfriend in broken him. TSK. What a great plot. Xiao Zhao marveled as he munched on his popcorn. I'm telling you, this Goofian is just greedy for freshness. Look, this quickly kicked Hachuan, right? Songzae heatedly laughed. I do think Goofian still likes Hachuan. Look at the last time. Hachuan was in danger. Goofian shot without saying a word. Anxious, this can't be faked. Zhong Ming opened his mouth and said, I think so. Andre nodded in agreement. Hey, look at that. how it's holding up. Am I right? Zhong Ming said excitedly. Outside the house, Gu Fian breathlessly held the aggrieved Huchuan in her arms. Huchuan, don't come this way. You're losing your memory. Not being stupid. I'm really not your wife. Sarukawa doesn't listen, just wants to stay in his arms and cry. Gu Fei was given a headache by the noise. Alright, I promise you, I won't talk to Nan Chang all the time anymore, okay? Sarukawa instantly turned sad to happy. Hey, I knew my wife was the best. Gu Fei laid helplessly sighed. Get along with most of the month. She is aware of Huchuan's temper, obviously so big people, but naive then. Self has to be coaxed, and Sarukawa seems to be interested in everything. In this half month alone, I've taken him to McGee's 7 times, went to the amusement park 8 times. That's all, and he said he didn't accompany him. Gu Fei is really speechless. The two had just returned to the house when Bureau Zhang walked in with a serious face. There's a case. Someone in the Huizhou neighborhood has reported a crime. Go! The crowd instantly became serious, and several vehicles instantly set off, traveling towards the Huizhou neighborhood. The Huichao neighborhood is a small, but not large, and is formerly old. It's usually older seniors who live there. There's no elevator and not much surveillance. As soon as several people walked into the building, a pungent odor of blood instantly spread over. It's very strong. The whole building spread all over. Sarukawa frowned and walked up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor has been cordoned off and several police officers are inside checking out the evidence. Once inside, several people were instantly stunned by the sight before them. The floor was full of broken body parts. Blood was all over the floor and walls. Countless pieces of broken flesh were splattered in all directions. And the entire room was filled with such a strong odor of blood that it was no longer possible to tell what was what part. The entrails were indistinguishable from where they were. The head was placed on the cabinet under the TV. The limbs had disappeared or had been cracked. And the whole house could be described as gruesome. And on the wall where the TV hung, a big R was written on it. Vomit. Instantly, Shozu couldn't hold on any longer and ran out to vomit. The crowd was also shocked by this tragic scene. This murderer's methods were too cruel. Sarukawa clenched his teeth. Seeing this scene, he knew who the murderer was. Still okay? Sarukawa asked, turning his head. Gu Fian's face was pale, but she still nodded stubbornly. Sarukawa took a deep breath and began to examine it gradually. The door locks weren't broken. It wasn't a break-in. The body was crushed. It wasn't a sharp object. It was caused by a blunt object smashing it. Zhong Ming, go question the surrounding tenants. Song Zai packs up the crushed body and performs an autopsy. Xiao Zhao, little call has run out and thrown up. Sarukawa sighed next. I need all of you to get out. Sarukawa's words made the crowd stare. What did they mean? Nam Sung was slightly stunned. You're going to do a case reenactment? Sarukawa nodded. It's dangerous to reenact cases. It's best if you don't stay inside. Nam Sung nodded. I'll cooperate with you. The house was completely cleared and the bodies were removed. But it was left as it was before. The two stood together looking around the living room with an uneaten takeout bag on the table. Ready? Sarukawa asked. Nam Sung nodded. Come on. Bang, the door slammed shut and the house went dark. Knock. Knock, there was a knock on the door. Take out. An outside shout came from outside. The dead man pushed the door open. Thank you. Just as he was about to close the door, the murderer broke in, kicked the dead man to the ground, swinging the sledgehammer in his hand. He struck the dead man with hammer after hammer. Bang bang bang, blood kept splattering in all directions. Minced flesh kept flying across the room. The killer struck hammer after hammer. And all that could be heard in the silent night air was the sound of the hammers hitting flesh. Sarukawa! Sarukawa, wake up! A cry of alarm came. Sarukawa awoke with a jolt, only to realize that the toy air hammer in his hand had been deformed. Nam Sung was beaten on the ground, in agony, and Self was pulled by the crowd. No, Sarukawa thought back carefully. Not right. If the murderer came in and did it, then how did this takeout get placed on the table? The crowd was stunned. In their perspective, just now Sarukawa opened the door and swung the hammer like a madman to beat Namseon dead. They were so scared that they pulled Sarukawa back in a hurry, afraid that something would happen. Nanchang waved his hand. The position of the deceased is also not right. The first blow should not have hit a fatal injury. The deceased still has the ability to move. But why are there no signs of struggle in the house? Everything is undamaged. Start over. Start over, the two said in unison. Gu Fian's brows were furrowed. No, the two would definitely be in danger if this went on. But the two men pushed the crowd away and started setting up again. Knock, 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 there was a knock on the door. Take out. Squeak, the dead man opens the door to his room and takes the takeout and thanks. Then closes the door. Taking a step over to the couch, he opened his takeout and ate. But soon I felt dizzy in my head. And within 2 steps of standing up, I fainted next to the TV. Click, the door lock opens automatically for some reason and a masked man walks in carrying a hammer. Bang, a hammer hit the dead man in the chest position. At once the dead man was awakened by the blow. A sharp pain from his chest caused him to struggle and crawl around. Bang, the next blow smashed into the dead man's leg, limbs, followed by smash after smash. Blood was splattered and gore was flying. Countless pieces of flesh were smashed into mud. I don't know how long it took to smash, but the murderer took a plastic bag and put something in it. Sarukawa woke up instantly. The crowd gathered around the house with worried faces. Times L. Nam-sung was on the ground with his eyes closed tightly. Unconscious. Help! Gu Fian exclaimed. And several people rushed in to carry Nanchang out. Sarukawa's eyes widened as he pressed down on Songzae quickly. Autopsy. The body should be missing some kind of organ. Go! Oh, good. Songzae immediately went back to the police station with the remaining corpse for the autopsy. Sarukawa's head exploded in pain, as if something had been missed. Gu Fian walked up with some concern. You can't use this method in the future. It's too dangerous. Sarukawa shook his head. It's still not right. If the deceased was awake, then why didn't the people around hear the deceased shouting? Why did the murderer take the dead man's entrails? And how did he open the door of the room? Nope, the reenactment failed. Sarukawa was a bit frustrated. Go ask. Ask around. I need to know more specific details. Huchuan looked at Gu Fian with some excitement. Gu Fei immediately nodded. Leave it to me. You go back and rest first. Listen to me. Sarukawa nodded. Good. Sarukawa's head didn't feel any better until the night was winding down. Knock. 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 Gu Fian knocked on the door of the room and asked in a soft voice. Huchuan. Feeling better? Sarukawa opened the door with a muffled grunt. Well, Nam-sung that? Gu Fei late shook her head. He's fine. You guys really scared me today. Do you know how scary you were at that time? What a way to go. Sarukawa took a seat at the table and explained case reenactment, which is to bring yourself completely into the character you're interpreting, and deeply experience what happened based on all the detailed clues in the house. Is dangerous, but it works. Gu Fian frowned. You can't use it in the future. As I said, the prerequisite for solving a case is in ensuring that you are not in danger. Okay, I get it. What about the results of the autopsy? Sarukawa asked. Gu Fian's face changed. As you said, the body is completely unpieced together, and his liver is gone. Sarukawa nodded as if he didn't seem surprised by all this. Investigate the deceased's usual diet. I see that he ate salads for takeaway and he shouldn't have been drinking alcohol. There should be no disease in the liver at all. Gu Fengyan froze. What you mean is, eat. The murderer must have taken a healthy liver in order to eat it, Sarukawa said with a sullen face. Hiss. Gu Fian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is too shocking. Is it a normal person? It wasn't unreasonable for Sarukawa to say that. He knew the man was a cannibalistic maniac, and only eats healthy offal. The crime was committed by brutally smashing people to death with a hammer, and then just ripping out the healthy guts. You need to be prepared, because this man will be committing another crime soon, Sarukawa said, looking at the food on the table and losing a bit of his appetite for a moment. Gu Fengyan likewise. She had been a police officer for a long time, but it was the first time she had encountered such a tragic case. So it seems that heads really don't have any so-called good guys. A bunch of perverts, Gu Fiye scolded. Sarukawa gulped. Not necessarily. That K isn't only killing bad guys. Gu Fengyan snorted coldly. Don't mention him to me. I hate him the most. If I were to meet him again, I will not. Click click. Gu Fiyan snapped the chopsticks in her hand. Huchuan shivered and looked at Gu Fiyan with some fear. Why didn't he remember what Self had done to Gu Fiyan? Times L. Is it Self forgotten? After all, the people that Self has killed seem to be too many, but they are all bad people. Should have nothing to do with Gu Fiyan. Then why do you hate Self so much? What did K do to you? Do you hate him so much? Sarukawa asked carefully. Gu Fei evening said, her face suddenly gloomy. Face also surfaced a touch of shame color. Back then in Japan, it was because of him I was removed from Interpol, and Gu Fiyan gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. He also molested me. My teacher also died because of him. I have to catch him. Sarukawa's heart thumped. Finished? Think about it. Huchuan looked at Gu Fei's face, gradually overlapping with the face he remembered from before. Only then Gu Fei was still very green. Sarukawa heart a burst of bitterness. Self. Then just mouth bitch hand bitch. This is still the bitter fruit he personally planted. But why did the teacher die because of him? This Sarukawa did not know. Sarukawa was drenched in cold sweat. This absolutely could not reveal his identity. Otherwise, Self will definitely be killed. But it was an accident at the time, and Self was careless. Definitely not on purpose. Because of hiding, breaking into a house. I didn't expect Gu Fiyan to be bathing in the room, and Self good dead sitting on the couch. Review up. Seems to say something else. Small boobs, small ass. Even when he went to grab the gun with Gu Fiyan, he accidentally touched something that should not be touched. Self left a sentence. That felt good in his hand. Before he left. Just. What Sarukawa did not expect is that the world is so big. Why so coincidentally met again? Sarukawa was about to vomit blood. What a sin. Sinful fate. Why is there such a coincidence? He only recalled it once Gufei said it. Hachuan looked at Gufei somewhat sheepishly, his forehead in a cold sweat. Gufei saw the situation, snorted a laugh. Why which you? A look of weakness. You are not K. Sarukawa hastily nodded and responded, well, that of course. This K really bold. Dare to molest my wife. Caught directly killed. The corner of Gufei's mouth smiled. Fuck you. Come on. Eat quickly. The next day, the two arrived at the police station early. Nam-sung still had gauze wrapped around his head and looked miserable. Sarukawa. You hit me pretty hard. You almost didn't kill me. Hachuan smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I'll let Gufei treat you to dinner later. Why not you please? Nam-sung wondered. I don't have any money. Sarukawa was a bit smug, invisibly revealing self-status. Alright, the meeting is over. Gufei opened her mouth and said, how's Songza? Song then shook his head. The deceased is called Liang Chang. The body is too mutilated. The fatal wounds need not be distinguished. Disappeared the liver. But there is drug residue inside the stomach cavity. It's triazolam. Sarukawa was puzzled. Triazolam? It's supposed to be a medical drug. This shouldn't be easy to get. Gufei Lake nodded. The murderer can skillfully cognize the internal organs and use drugs. Is it a doctor? Nanchang's face changed. Doctors don't use knives and use hammers? That's pretty sick. The heads are all perverts. Cough cough cough. Sarukawa coughed violently, accidentally getting scolded again. Where's Xiaozhao? How's it going over there? Xiaozhao shook his head. I checked the surveillance. The district is in disrepair. There is not much surveillance, and did not capture the murderer. And the elderly usually sleep early. Going up and down the stairs as well as the deceased's neighbors did not hear any other sounds. The knocking should be loud. Why can't I hear it? This is very strange. It should be able to be heard no matter what. Zhong Ming said strangely. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. Unless R has a ring. Sarukawa looked to Nansei. Do you think R will have a ring that blocks sound? Nanchang nodded. This is indeed possible. We only know that someone in the head has a ring, but we don't know what the ring is capable of. So, it's very possible. Sarukawa sighed. No clues. Not a trace of fingerprints left. Xiaozhao, go investigate the takeout order and see who delivered it. Call shook his head. The takeout wasn't even there. I finished my investigation. It was an imposter. Sarukawa nodded. That means the victim didn't order takeout. She was just surprised. So she opened the door to take a look, only to be killed. Suddenly Sarukawa seems to remember something. Wife. You say, the doctor is not very aware of the patient's physical condition? If the deceased had seen a doctor or had a physical examination, would the doctor know the physical condition? Gufei's eyes lit up. It makes sense. Hachuan, you're too smart. Put it this way, the murderer should be a doctor. The two were a little excited, but they didn't notice the sudden change in Nanchang's face next to them. You, what did you call her? Gufei instantly covered her face. It's not. You don't misunderstand. We're not in that kind of relationship. Sarukawa, however, was somewhat amused. With a provocative face, he looked at Nam-sung. Nanchang's face was a pale, and a burst of sour. Damn. Self has become a clown. Gufei stared hard at Hachuan. This matter is a long story. Anyway, let's solve the case first. Click. Seems to be the sound of something breaking. Oh, so it's Nanchang. The crowd rejected the state of having a melon and not eating the son of a bitch to eat it silently. Hachuan smiled and looked at Gufei and wife. Since you've been exposed, let's make it clear. You shut the fuck up. I'll clean you up when I get home. Gufei scolded with a scarlet face. But the next moment it suddenly felt wrong. Click. The already shattered Nanchang became even thinner. You are still living together. Gufei is about to collapse. The more she talked, the more confused she became. So much for simply just swinging for the fences and counting balls. Gufei clenched her teeth. Nanchang, thank you for taking care of me. Click. Nam-sung's whole body became gray and white. I know. I'm a clown. With a word Nam-sung stumbled away. Sarukawa covered his mouth and giggled. Haha, comfortable and unrestrained. Half a month of gloomy mood swept away. Gufei glared fiercely at Hachuan. You're satisfied? Sarukawa immediately nodded. Satisfied. Satisfied. Gufei Late coldly grunted. But it's good to talk about it before it's too late, so as not to get involved all the time. I don't like Nanchang, and I don't like you either. Gufei roared. Click. Another heartbreak. Sarukawa also turned gray. The corner of Gufei's mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Let you be pleased. Sarukawa stumbled out as well. The rest of the crowd silently gave a thumbs up. Bull. In just a few minutes, two men had their hearts broken completely and turned into clowns from then on. It also had to be Miss Gu. Two gray and white men sat together. looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, forlorn in more ways than they could count. She's your wife. Why are you still coming over? Nan Chang said breathlessly. My wife says she doesn't tea like you, and she doesn't tea like me. Sarukawa was equally breathless. Hey. Two sighs of despondency. The day passed quickly and there was no progress at all in the case. It was as if Nam Sung and Sarukawa had short-circuited their minds and were completely reduced to walking corpses. The police station didn't even look at Gu Fei late. I even took my own cab home at night. Completely ignored Gu Feiyan. Gu Feiyan also fell free, running around all day to collect evidence. The people are busy solving the case. Only Sarukawa and Namsun look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle every day. Pa Gu Fei kicked open the door to Huchwan's room. Sarukawa lay on his bed in a state of raw frustration. That's enough from you. Don't you hurry up and solve the case. Gu Feiyan was a bit angry. Sarukawa glanced lightly. Oh, I see. Gu Feiyan was a bit helpless. Are you going to keep spending time with me like this? Sarukawa waved his hand. What can I do? My wife doesn't like me. Gu Feiyan's teeth itched with anger. Are you young or not childish? Who let you say it on purpose? I'm just angry. As soon as Sarukawa heard this, a gleam radiated from his eyes and propped up his head. So what do you mean? No, I really don't like you. Plop. Sarukawa planted himself under the covers again. Gu Feiyan smiled helplessly. Come on. We've only known each other for less than a month. What makes you think I've fallen for you? Gu Fei evening. You are so cruel. But for you to be this counselor, Huchwan said angrily. You come less. I like. Is not a little frustration to swing rotten people. If you are serious about solving the case, maybe that day I will fall in love with you is not necessarily. Oh. Gu Fei late laughed and turned to leave. Sarukawa was suddenly energized. Are you serious? Say it again. Don't say good words twice. Gu Feiyan waved her hand and left. Hichuan immediately smiled with joy, lying on the bed in a flirtatious pose looking at the figure of Gu Feiyan's departure. Hichuan eyes flashed a flash of evil. He. Let you fall in love with me. At that time, if the identity is exposed, to see if you give up to catch me. He. The next day, Sarukawa arrives at the police station in high spirits and receives an invitation from Namseon. Let's go to autism together. Sarukawa waved his hand. Sorry, from now on, you're going to go off by yourself. My wife promised me a chance and you. No. Click. The originally grayish Namseon turned completely black and white. The whole person was extremely depressed and despondent, and was devastated. Covering his heart and staggering his body went to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. From start to finish, the clown was the only one. Nanchang completely realized that this is just a small love affair between two people, and the self is the biggest clown from the beginning to the end. The king of Gotham, tired, destroy. Nam Sung, blacked out. Sarukawa was amused. Ahem, wife, did the hospital check? Gu Feiyan nodded as she looked at the pile of information in her hand. Well, investigated all the hospitals Liang Chang has been to in the past 6 months. There are 17 of them. Gu Feiyan closed the information and frowned. Is this Liang Chang so afraid of death? Why did he go to so many hospitals? What's wrong with that? Sarukawa nodded. There's probably some kind of disease that he doesn't know about. Start with those full body checkups and give me a copy of all the doctors he's seen. Gu Fei nodded. I'll pass it to you on my cell phone. By the way, there seems to be progress on Song Zai's side. You go and take a look. Sarukawa smiled and nodded. Okay wife, I'll go then. Gu Feiyan frowned as she read the information and didn't pay attention to what Huchwan said and subconsciously responded. Well, go ahead. Nam Sung, who had just returned, heard the two address each other and silently went back to looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Sarukawa went straight to the autopsy room, where Song Zai was looking at the body with a sad face. What for? Sarukawa asked. Song then shook his head. No matter how you spell it, it doesn't seem right. It seems like something is wrong. Sarukawa was a bit mesmerized by the corpse, so he just put on his gloves. Let me try. Song Zai was a bit confused. You know how to do autopsies? Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. Try it. Sarukawa began to operate in earnest, and as time passed minute by minute, Song then went from being skeptical at the beginning to being shocked at the end. Then it turned into the assistant next to him looking at Sarukawa with an adoring face. After 2 hours, the two were relieved. A body was put together. Big brother, from now on, you're my big brother. You're too awesome. Song Zai excitedly looked at each one eyes as if they were in love. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed. It's okay. Your hands aren't raw, but it's not your fault because. The two men looked at the extra pile of body parts on the table. This isn't even a human body. There were simply 2 corpses in front of me. Song Zai's face changed drastically. This means 2 dead people. Why is there only 1 head at this scene? Sarukawa nodded. Both corpses are about the same height and weight and age. You keep spelling this one and I'll go talk to them. Sarukawa threw down his gloves and turned away. What? You said 2 dead people, 2 corpses. Gu Feiyan was shocked. Sarukawa nodded. It's like this. I have a guess. Could the deceased be twins? Because they were all about the same height and weight and age. Xiao Zhao, quickly check. Gu Fei frowned. Xiao Zhao immediately got busy from the computer. Non-evening sister. Computer is not logged in the dead have twins information, said Xiao Zhao. Surukawa frowned, feeling that his suspicions were right. Xiao Zhao, let me do it. Surukawa squeezed Xiao Zhao out of the way and kept tapping away at the computer. Xiao Zhao froze. You can do it too? Surukawa smiled slightly. Try it. After a while, Surukawa exclaimed, found it. The deceased is 22 years old. I hacked into the information of all the newborns in the hospital 22 years ago, and there are a total of 130 of twins. Among them, click. Surukawa investigated that picture information out. This one, Liang Chang, Liang Shan, twins, matches the age of the deceased too. Surukawa frowned. So, the dead were twins. Gu Feiyan nodded. Go check Liang Shan. Xiao Zhao immediately ran to the data room to retrieve information on Liang Shan. Gu Feiyan was a bit surprised. You're quite good. You know everything that even Xiao Zhao can handle? What else do you know? Surukawa instantly had a numbness behind his back. Had self been exposed? This is very simple. Well, ha ha ha, Xiao Zhao definitely will. She just didn't react for a while. Surukawa laughed heartily. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes, half convinced. She always felt that Huchuan seemed to be hiding something. I found it. Xiao Zhao hurried back and said, found it. Liang Shan male. He committed 2 robberies and murders when he was 18. He disappeared and was never caught. Surukawa nodded. I can probably connect the story. Liang Shan committed the case in order to avoid the investigation, and has been sharing an identity with Liang Shan ever since. Until today. Gu Feiyan nodded in agreement with Huchuan's speculation. Right. Then how did the murderer know? Surukawa's eyes lit up. The hospital. Only the hospital knows they're twins. The hospital again? All the clues point to the hospital. Gu Feiyan frowned. Excluding the hospitals with the minor checks, we ended up with 4. And we split up. Go check. Several people quickly left at Gu Feiyan's command. I've investigated the testimonies of the surrounding neighborhood, so take a look. Zheng Auntie, I saw Xiao Liang come back at about 6:30 yesterday. He was carrying a big box in his hand. We also broke the ice and said hello. After 2 he went home and never saw it again. Upstairs neighbor of the caller, I suddenly smelled a pungent odor of blood at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Very heavy, so I rushed out to check, and found that it was coming from the small beam home, so I rushed to the police for fear of accidents. I did not expect, out of such a thing. Sisterly, Xiao Liang is usually introverted, do not talk to people, in addition to work, is to go home, not even a girlfriend, we just his neighbors, but not very familiar. Surukawa looked at the message with some confusion. If we go by the statement, the time of death was between 6:30 and 12. Gu Feiyan knocked her head, feeling a bit of a headache. Why does it all seem wrong? It feels like something was left behind but we didn't find it. Surukawa threw the statement on the table. These are useless. Now there are just 2 clues. One is the hospital and the other is the takeout. Also, the body is not all the second body is missing a lot of things. Gu Feiyan raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. You mean you let the murderer pack it up and take it with him? Surukawa shook his head. I don't know. I'm going to case reenactment again. No way. It's too dangerous. Gu Feiyan immediately refused. Surukawa waved his hand. Then what to do? Now there is no clue at all. There are so many doctors in the hospital. How to investigate? There was a moment of silence from Gu Fei. Okay, you're coming with us. Now be precise to every second. Every single second. It all has to be completely accurate. Case reenactment is the way to go. Go get Nam Sung. Gu Feiyan sighed. Well, it seemed to be the only way to go, and self followed along to still protect them. The trio arrived at the murder scene at 6 p.m. It was already slightly dark, and the hallway that smelled like blood looked a little scary. The residents of the entire building moved out of fear, and the previously quiet neighborhood became desolate. For the last time, make sure you get 100% of the details right. Surukawa said. I'll play the murderer. You 2 play the dead. Surukawa spoke up. Gu Feiyan's face changed. I don't know how. I don't know what to do. It's okay, you just have to sit on the couch. Surukawa began to get into the swing of things after explaining himself. March 3 to 6:30 p.m. Liang Chan walked in from outside. Yo, Auntie Zhang, you look good today. Stop. Surukawa waved his hand to stop. It's not right. According to Auntie Zhang's statement, according to Auntie Li's statement, Liang Chang was cold and never talked to them. But why? On this particular day, he talked to Auntie Zhang? Nam Sung froze. This hinges on coincidence? Huchuan shook his head. Impossible. There is no such coincidence. People's character is generally unchanged. Unless that day was not Liang Chang. Surukawa's words startled the 2. Not Liang Chang? Surukawa nodded. If this murderer possesses a ring, that is disguise, that doesn't everything make sense? The 2 men blushed. it's still a real possibility. Sarukawa waved his hand. Let's assume it's the disguise. Let's start over. I'm the murderer. I'll come back as Liang Chang. Come on, let's start over. The sun was gradually setting as a young man carrying a large suitcase approached outside the neighborhood. Yo, Auntie Zhang. You've been good lately. Auntie Zhang smiled. Xiao Liang, where did you go with such a big box? Liang Chang laughed. Bought a box ready to put things in. With that, Liang Chang walked up the hallway. The key went into the lock and clicked and twisted. The door was open and in the house Liang Shan was still watching TV on the couch with a takeaway on the table. Brother, you're back? Liang Shan asked. Aha. Liang Chang lowered his voice in reply and placed the large box on the corner. What's it loaded with? So big. Liang Shan replied as he ate his takeout. It's fine. Go get me a glass of water. Liang Chang still suppressed his voice and replied. Liang Shan answered and got up to walk towards the kitchen. At which time Liang Chang put the triazolam that had been prepared long ago into the takeout. Liang Shan handed Liang Chang the cup of water and then ate by himself. But a second later, standing up, I felt dizzy. The whole person's eyes went black and he collapsed on the ground in an instant, before falling unconscious. Liang Shan saw the figure of Liang Chang holding a hammer. Bang! Ah dash! The three suddenly came to their senses. Without realizing it, they had already arrived at the scene of the crime. Nam Sung slumped to the ground in a depleted state. Sarukawa had a toy hammer in his grimacing hand. Gu Feinian sat on the sofa in a daze. A little confused. What exactly was the situation now? That's right, that's it. Sarukawa spoke up, pulling Nansei up from the ground. No. Then since the murderer pretended to be Liang Chang, then how did Liang Chang's body get in? Sarukawa pointed to the corner. The non-existent box. That big box. It's the one that holds the bodies. That means, Liang Chang didn't die at home. He was already killed outside. Then the murderer disguised himself as the deceased and went through this series of events to come here. Kill Liang Shan. The body was smashed. The entrails ripped out. And then parts of Liang Chang's body were mixed with Liang Shan's, which created the current murder scene. Gu Fei Evening nodded. Reasoning is completely correct. It is also completely reasonable. But, sound that? Why didn't the surrounding residents hear the sound? Disguise and mute can only satisfy one. Sarukawa cupped his chin. The sun had set and the house was dark. The three of them just sat and thought. Blankets? Futon? None of it's right. How in the world did you not make a sound and give it a smash like that? Sarukawa was a little confused. Suddenly Sarukawa stood up excitedly. I've got an idea. The two also immediately stood up, their eyes focused on Sarukawa. Sarukawa smiled slightly because, this is not the first scene at all. The two froze. What do you mean? Sarukawa was a bit agitated. I realized before that there was too much blood in the room. Splattered everywhere. Even with the most force it couldn't have been like that. So, our previous speculations were all wrong. Everything is wrong. Sarukawa took 2 deep breaths. Listen to me. I'll restore the modus operandi for you now. The murderer did change his appearance. However, not become Liang Chang, but Liang Shan. 2 brothers using one identity. One goes out for a day. And that day should just happen to be when Liang Shan goes out. The murderer killed Liang Shan outside, brought his shattered body here, and stunned Liang Chang in the same way. But he didn't do it here. The murderer took the mesmerized Liang Chang out, threw Liang Shan's crushed body on the ground. The body of Liang Chang was mutilated outside. Unlike that, the murderer brought back all of Liang Chang's body after it was shredded, mixed it with Liang Shan. Only the internal organs were put into the box and left the room. There's surveillance outside. There's no time either. So the place where the killer shredded Liang Chang's body is somewhere in the neighborhood. Go find it. Sarukawa went out first, and the 2 immediately followed. The 3 of them had been searching the neighborhood for quite some time, and although the place was small, there was an unusually large amount of weed. Suddenly Sarukawa seemed to see a place. An abandoned corner littered with weeds. A cramped power distribution room was there. There were some flies constantly flying around. The 3 men cautiously felt their way over. The door lock has been violently broken, Sarukawa said, pushing open the door to the power distribution room. Instantly a pungent corpse stench, mixed with the smell of blood, came over. The inside of the abandoned distribution room was littered with splattered blood and already some shredded tissue. This is where he shredded his body, Sarukawa said. Back to the house. Sarukawa spoke up. The 3 of them went back to the murder scene. Sarukawa clutches his head in confusion. Why did the murderer take the entrails? What does he want? Gu Fei was a bit puzzled. Didn't you say he was going to eat it? Sarukawa nodded. It's meant to be eaten. But what I'm saying is, what's the effect of eating it? Gu Feinian instantly had some wicked chills. I've never eaten it. How would I know? Sarukawa rubbed the corners of his eyes. Ears suddenly twitched. With his years of vigilance, a tiny footstep came from the hallway outside. Sarukawa sighed a bit. In the eyes of the murderer, what could he be doing eating these things? Is he doing it for healing? Or for sacrifice? Or simply for revenge? Gu Fian suddenly brightened up. She jumped up from the sofa. Didn't you say before that Liang Shan committed a robbery and murder? Could it be the family of the deceased? Nam Sung objected somewhat. I don't think so. If it's a family member, how can it take so many years to take revenge? Well, I think so. It's quite possible that it's for healing or sacrifice. Or maybe it's a hobby. The cold wind blew through, a bit chilly, and Gu Fei said while trying to walk to the door to close it behind her. I think that the murderer is the doctor. That direction is clear. Let's check in that direction. Sarukawa laughed. There are so many doctors in the hospital. Checking them one by one? Gu Fei looked to Huchuan and nodded. That also has to. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Sarukawa suddenly darting towards self. Before she could react to the speed, she was pulled into Crane's arms. It was followed by a loud bang from behind. There seemed to be the sound of something hitting the ground. When she subconsciously turned around, a dark-covered man held a sledgehammer in his hand in the doorway position. It had already smashed a crater where she had just been. Gu Fei was confused. What was going on? What's going on? Before he could react, the figure quickly disappeared running towards the stairs. Nam Sun yelled, "Hey! Who are you? Don't run!" he said and also instantly chased after him. Sarukawa held her tightly in his arms. Is everything alright? As soon as Gu Fian looked up she saw the urgency on Huchuan's face before she reacted. Oh, it's fine. Sarukawa stood up at once and opened the window with a crash. Let them come quickly. We reasoned right. That one is the murderer, said he. Jumped straight down the next second. Huchuan. Gu Fian was dying of fear. This was the 4th floor, but when she reached the window, she saw that Sarukawa had long since landed intact and was chasing after him toward the door. It was only then that Gu Fian sighed in relief and immediately called. Just as Gu Fian finished her phone call and chased her down, she suddenly collided with Huchuan at the door. Huchuan, is everything alright? Gu Fian said with concern. Sarukawa shook his head. It's fine. Let's get going. Gu Fian was a bit puzzled. Where to? Although puzzled, she still followed Huchuan outside. Have been walking for a long time. Huchuan are silent. Gu Fei late feel a little strange. Huchuan, Nanchang that? Sarukawa shook his head. I don't know. Let's go first. Don't ask. I think you'd better come back to the police station with me first. Click. Gu Fian grunted coldly, drawing her pitch-black pistol and aiming it at Sarukawa. Sarukawa froze and turned around. What are you doing? Gu Fian gave a cold snort and threw over a handcuff directly. Cuff yourself. Sarukawa was silent for a moment, picking up the handcuffs and cuffing himself. How did you recognize it? The corner of Gu Fian's mouth hooked into a smile. Huchuan's eyes are a sylvan color. You can change your appearance, but you can't change the color of your pupils. I'm charging you with home invasion and murder. Arrest you. Gu Fian snorted coldly, then wanted to come up and arrest the murderer. But suddenly a handkerchief covered Self's mouth. Secretly bad. The next second dizziness gradually came. Rubbish. Behind Gu Fian. At some point, a person who was tightly wrapped and wearing a mask unexpectedly appeared. Take it back. The two men just wanted to take Gu Fian away. Let go. Coldly, a voice came from behind him. The two followed the line of sight as Sarukawa stood behind them with a murderous glint in his eyes. The murderer was instantly a bit alarmed, and hurriedly took the pistol in Gu Fian's hand over. The next second Sarukawa was long before him. Click. 2 sounds. The pistol instantly turned into a pile of parts scattered all over the ground. Bang, a punch that sent the murderer straight out. The masked man instantly pulled out a white dagger and placed it against Gu Fian's neck. The threat obvious. Sarukawa frowned at that moment. It was too close for Self to kill. I'm afraid. Release her and I can spare you guys once. Sarukawa spoke coldly. The two murderers glanced at each other, and in the next second, they directly pushed Gu Fian and fled in a hurry. Huchuan didn't chase after him, and hurriedly came up to hold Gu Fian in his arms and patted his face. Hey, how's it going? Gu Fian was unconscious. Hey. Huchuan sighed and hugged Gu Fei in the direction of the car. Wait. Gu Fei instantly woke up, looking around in shock and bewilderment. Suddenly, I realized that something seemed to be wrong, and this seemed to be Self's house. Suddenly he felt something soft next to him and looked down to see that it was Sarukawa's head. Sarukawa, how did you fall asleep here? It was only then that Gu Fian reacted to the fact that Self had gone home at some point and was now lying in bed. Sarukawa opened his eyes in a daze. I say, Missy, it's late. What are you making a scene for? Gu Fian froze a bit and looked at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Aren't we at the murder scene? I've got the killer under control. He pretended to be you. Ha, it's more like they controlled you. Sarukawa said in a bad mood. I told you not to run around, but you can be mesmerized by them? Huchuan said this. Gu Fei late only remembered what happened, and immediately blushed a little. Sorry for dragging my feet. So you saved me? Sarukawa spread his hands obviously. And I'm tired of carrying you back. Gu Fei instantly felt somewhat grateful and moved. Thank you, Huchuan. Sarukawa smiled and waved his hand, bringing the pistol over to him. Keep it safe. This can't be lost. Okay, as long as it's okay, I'm going back to bed. I'm sleepy. Gu Fei late nodded. Looking at the back of Huchuan left the corners of the mouth do not know how is upward. Today's Huchuan. Extraordinarily handsome. Early the next morning, the group returned to the police station. One by one, they all moped around, not finding any clues at all. The hospitals have all been investigated as well and can't find anything. Sarukawa bounced in from outside yell. What's going on? Why are you all so sad? Nam Sung sighed a mouthful that ducked to the mouth. Flew. Did not catch. Sarukawa hemmed and hawed and pulled out a shiny ring from his pocket. Nanchang shivered and looked at his own fingers. Crap. When did you touch it? Sarukawa laughed. Last night. Ah. I fought with that murderer. Pulling off his hair. Didn't you say that this ring can be tracked? Let's go. Arrest someone. Gu Fian was also shocked. So everything was in Huchuan's grasp. Sarukawa waved his hand, tossing the ring to Namseong and Sung's police license in his arms. Crap, I thought I lost it. So you have it. The chief even scolded me for it. Sarukawa, you deserve to die. Songzae broke down and said. Sarukawa was a bit embarrassed. I borrowed it last time and forgot to return it to you. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but laugh. That's finding a god thief. Several police cars see traveling towards the direction of the First People's Hospital of Haicheng. Countless police officers flooded into the internal medicine clinic. We're looking for Dr. Zhao Li, Gu Fian asked. I'm sorry, Dr. Zhao Li didn't come to the hospital the day before yesterday and hasn't come until today, the receptionist said. Gu Feiyan instantly felt that something big was wrong. Zhao Li might have run away. Search the city. Over the next few days, the entire police force of Haicheng quickly mobilized to search for Zhao Li throughout the city. The people are also on edge. The entire sea city was shrouded in gloom. I say, why are you here again? He-yun was a bit speechless. Irritation surfaced on Sarukawa's face. Do you hate me a lot? He-yun shook his head. Hey, I didn't say that. I just thought. You're a big detective. Police counselor. Why are you running to my side for nothing? Huchuan was a little discouraged and bored. Lying on the table. Then where do I go? I'm only responsible for solving the case, but not responsible for arresting people. The murderer has been found. I have nothing to do. I'm bored at home. Gu Fian is very busy, and does not accompany me. He-yun smiled helplessly. You have to understand Fein Yen. She is very busy. When she is free she can naturally accompany you. Sarukawa leaned over the table a bit helplessly. When are you free? Line ha. You, don't be whining. Before no case. Non late to take you to the amusement park for many days. Still don't call to accompany you. I know her for so long. She has been so to you a person. You still resent up. Sarukawa was instantly interested and immediately came up. What do you mean? She likes me? He stroked his chin and thought, well, it's actually more like being raised as a son. Sarukawa blankly glanced at He-yun, unable to hide the breathlessness in his eyes. Ha ha ha, after all, who's a boyfriend or girlfriend and needs their wife to take them to an amusement park? He-yun couldn't help but laugh. He-chuan heatedly smiled. Sister He-yun, the moves you taught me last time were really useful. Why don't you teach me 2 more moves so that I can learn them? He-yun's eyes twinkled and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a bad smile. You really want to learn? Sarukawa immediately nodded expectantly. I'll tell you if you help me arrange all these flowers, He-yun said, pointing to the flowers. Okay, no problem. Huffing and puffing half a day's effort, only to tie these flowers. Tired and sweaty Huchuan is still excited. Now you can teach me. Sarukawa's eyes shone brightly. He-yun propped up her chin and smiled. Huchuan, let me ask you, do you really like Gu Fian? Huchuan was stunned. He didn't expect He-yun to ask this. He-yun smiled. From the first time I saw you, I realized that you hide it well and are on the defensive against everyone. So you don't even like Gu Fian, right? He-chuan looked at He-yun with some caution, not realizing that this woman was really not simple. He-yun waved his hand. I'm just a flower store owner, an ordinary person. I've just seen so many people that I don't have to be wary of me. So I don't have any tricks up my sleeve. Just be yourself. If Gu Fian likes someone, then he likes whatever he looks like. If he doesn't like it, no trick will work. Get it? In matters of affection, one must be sincere. Sarukawa was a little silent, and his heart was a little messy. Che, let me work for you for nothing. Stinky face. As he said this, he pushed the door open and left. Looking at Huchuan's departing figure, He-yun couldn't help but hook a smile at the corner of her mouth. Aya, cute little guy. I hope you and Gu Fian get along well. Having just returned to the police station, the crowd was a little busy. Where have you been? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. Flower store. Why? Gu Fian sighed. Zhao Li made his move. 100 Continents Gymnasium. 2 female corpses were found. Twins, missing kidneys. Sarukawa was stunned. Huh? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Gu Fian nodded, and the two of them drove over toward the Baijiu Stadium. The two victims, aged 12, twin sisters, were found dead in the gymnasium, in the women's changing room, a few moments ago, at 11 o'clock on March 7th. Sarukawa's eyes glazed over. Underage? He's an animal, he can even do this. The car flew by and soon arrived at the gym entrance. The two quickly sprinted to the changing room, which had been cordoned off by the police. The two female victims were dead in their chairs with their chests shaved all the way to their stomachs. The entrails were pulled all over the place and the kidneys disappeared. Same look. Another twin. The scene is sort of more complete than Liang Chang and Liang Shan, but it's still bloody. Sarukawa observed the details around him with a sullen face. No signs of struggle. Triazolam again. After the disorientation in the hands, Sarukawa looked at the scene in front of him with a frown on his face. Apart from the twins and the different viscera that disappeared, there must be other connections. Zhao shouldn't be randomly picking twins. There must be something we didn't realize. Gu Feiyan was somewhat unable to bear to see this scene and turned around to walk out. Two beautiful flower bones that had not yet bloomed were just snuffed out before the sun rose. The liver. Kidney. Sarukawa murmured in a low voice. Is it for alchemy? Sarukawa was a little strange. Why on earth? Why? Could it really be for some reason? Huchuan walked out to find Gu Fei. Gu Feiyan's eyes were red and her voice choked. And it was the first time Huchuan had seen Gu Feiyan like this. Fei late. Help me find someone who is well versed in Taoism law, and some strange tricks. I want to ask him something. Gu Feiyan nodded and hesitated slightly before looking at Sarukawa with an almost pleading gaze. Sarukawa, we need to catch him as soon as possible, otherwise more lives will be lost. Please. Gu Feiyan had already sobbed uncontrollably when she said this, and her tears continued to fall in big drops. Huchuan's mood was also incredibly heavy, and he could only hold Gu Feiyan gently in his arms. Leave it to me. I won't let him go. The two handed the crime scene over to the crowd and drove straight to Skyway Park. What did you bring me here for? Sarukawa wondered. Just follow me. Gu Feiyan pulled Huchuan while walking towards the inside. Soon, ahead of the location, a large group of old men set up a stall to tell fortunes. Sarukawa frowned. Will this work? Gu Feiyan scared her mouth. Of course these aren't. Come with me. The two headed straight in and were soon in a shady pavilion with an old man in sunglasses squatting inside. The old man was plainly dressed with sunglasses and a gourd around his waist. A fortune-telling stand was set up on the ground. Gu Feiyan seemed to respect this old man and hurriedly went forward to assist him. Pei Lao, how are you today? The old man who was addressed as Pei Lao laughed. It's you, little girl. What? Looking for my old man something? Sarukawa wandered over and glanced at the stall. Why don't you go outside and set up a stall? There's no one here. Pei Lao was slightly stunned. It's all pitfalls out there. Old man, I am the real deal. Where did you come from, little doll? Dare to talk to me like this? Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. What did I say? Gu Fei late patted Huchuan eyes, warning. Pei old man, you help us take a look at this chant? Gu Fei late took the photo of the deceased in her hand to Pei Lao. At the same time another pile of money was taken out of the bag. Sarukawa was instantly a bit offended. Isn't this a pitfall? Pei Lao's old mouth smiled as he heftily put the money away. Then I'll take a look. Look, he said, taking his sunglasses off to reveal his cloudy old eyes. Hey, you're not blind. Sarukawa was a little surprised. Pei Lao frowned a little unhappy. Not blind, cannot wear sunglasses? You, this little brat, cannot put a little respect. When I told my fortune, you were still a tadpole. Pei Lao pointed at Huchuan's nose and cursed. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth quirked. Gu Feiyan glared fiercely at Huchuan. Laughed. Pei Lao, you don't get along with him. He's childlike. Pei Lao coldly grunted as he looked at the photo in his hand. TSK, hissed. The more Pei Lao looked, the more he frowned. This murderer is sick. He took these entrails to eat. Not only these two, but also the heart, the lungs, the stomach, 5 in all. And they must be twins. They must be twins born on the 9th day of the 9th month. The conditions are harsh. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. This old thing had some skills. Gu Feiyan became anxious. Then what kind of disease does this murderer have? Hey, there is no need to say it. Must be a terminal disease. This method is evil. Cheat. The murderer does not know where to hear from. Cannot cure the disease. I advise you. First the twins born on Chongyang Day to protect. Not as soon as the murderer to do it again. Cackle. Pei Donglai said slowly. Gu Feiyan instantly became anxious. Huchuan, let's go. Let's first investigate the twins born on Chongyang Day. Gu Feiyan anxiously pulled Huchuan away. Pei Lao laughed and nodded the money in his hand. But I did not expect. Huchuan suddenly ran over and squatted down. He laughed. Old thing. I just gave you a fortune teller. I calculated that. You this stall today. Clatter, all at once. Sarukawa directly overturned all of Pei Lao's stalls. There's a bloodbath. Old man, go home now. Sarukawa laughed as he scattered. Angry Pei Lao roared. Crap, little brat, don't let me see you. The two went back and did a quick investigation, and found that Liang Shan and the two female victims were born on September 9th. That is to say, it's really as Pei Lao said. The murderer only picks the twins of pure young day to kill. Sarukawa nodded. For more than 20 years, Zhao Li has been working as a doctor in the hospital. I think he should have found 5 pairs of September 9th twins. Otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to get started. Go and mobilize all the information on all the twins born in Choli Hospital in the past 22 years. Sarukawa said. The crowd immediately began to get busy. Sarukawa had been sitting in his seat thinking, now completely led by his opponent. Found it! Xiao Zhao let out an exclamation. Several people rushed over. The first pair of twins, also known as Liang Shan. The second pair, today's deceased, Wen Xin. Wan. Third pair, male, 17 years old, Tong Zhua, Tong Yi. Fourth pair, male, 3 years old, Wei Jin, Wei On. Fifth pair, female, 20 years old, Yi Lu, Yi He. Goofy and nodded. Mobilize the information. Send people for all-round protection. Yes. Goofy and was then relieved that Zhao Li didn't have a chance to make a move. No, bring them to the police station. We can't let them leave until the murderer is caught, Sarukawa said with a sullen face. Goofy evening froze. We don't have this right. Have you forgotten Zhao Li's methods? If he changes his appearance again then? Sarukawa's words made the crowd stare. Yes, this was unthinkable after all. Had to be defended. Goofy and's eyes were firm for a moment. Take them to the police station. Take care of them. I'll take the blame if there's a problem. Go! The crowd was able to move quickly, and in just one afternoon, the crowd had secured the 3 remaining twins. Goofy also instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a few days loosened up a little. Come on, go home, Sarukawa shouted. Goofy nodded and unconsciously yawned. She was really tired these 2 days, not just physically. Shall I drive? Sarukawa said. Goofy and let out a light laugh. You still know how to drive that? With that, she threw the keys to Huchuan and walked herself to the passenger side. After getting into the car, Sarukawa was a bit proud not to brag to you. Driving skills? I'm a professional. Boom, there was a roar and the car stayed put. Why don't you leave? Sarukawa was a bit strange. Goofy and gulped and silently buckled her seatbelt tightly. You put it in gear. The car drove smoothly down the road. Goofy Nyan seemed really tired and slowly fell asleep. The light from the roadside shone on her delicate face, revealing a bit of cuteness. Huchuan looked at Goofei's face and unconsciously put on a smile. A very good girl. Young, beautiful, excellent. Thinking about it, Sarukawa's eyes are a little lost down. Self should not provoke her? It might not be good to lie to her like that. Sarukawa was a little distracted. Why was that? Maybe this whole thing was really self-indulgent. He didn't belong here, and he didn't deserve to have friends, and he didn't deserve to have such a life. Every day in the past, he was on edge, just as Heiyun said. Although now he lives a comfortable life, Sarukawa cannot change himself, and remains wary of everyone. In other words, Sarukawa never thought of the crowd as friends. It was just a tool to hide his identity. But today for some reason, Sarukawa always felt that Self had done too much. As he was thinking, a hand brushed the back of his hand. Thinking about what that? Goofei opened her mouth with her eyes closed. Awake? There's still a ways to go. You can sleep some more. Sarukawa spoke faintly. Goofei smiled. I don't want to sleep. I want to say thank you. Sarukawa froze a bit confused. Why? Goofei's vision looked into the distance. We've been together for almost a month. Thanks to you. Without you, it would have been difficult to carry out the work. Sarukawa snorted out a laugh. That's it? Then just take me to the playground a few more times. Goofei turned her head sight to Huchuan, but there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Sometimes, I really suspect that you were sent from heaven to save me. You're so smart and know so much, but you were picked up by me. Ha ha. At first, I felt that you are such a frivolous person, calling out wife when you see one, and pestering me all the time, but later, I realized that I seem to have invariably transformed my thoughts about you. Sarukawa immediately smiled playfully. So wife, do you like me? Aha. Goofy fell silent for a long time and sighed. Huchuan, you know what? I always feel that you have a sense of distance. This feeling hasn't been there for a day or two. It's always been there. It feels like you're so mysterious. And this distance makes me realize that it's like I'm not from the same world as you. Goofei's voice was sincere, not half false, while hiding great emotion. Sarukawa was a little flustered. Goofei evening smiled. Do not have to care. Maybe this is also your self-protection mechanism. Well, after all, you are a person with amnesia. But, you can try to believe me. After all, we are friends. Well, friends are all about trusting each other. Ever since the moment you protected me at Liang Cheng's house, that glance, your anxious expression, I knew that you were already someone I could always trust. Oh, Gu Fei smiled out of the corner of her eye, but those words seemed to stick into Sarukawa's heart like a needle. It was hard, and seemed to scold him. A touch of bitterness flowed out of the corner of Sarukawa's mouth. His heart filled with guilt for the girl in front of him. How sad it would be to know that Sarukawa had been cheating. Also at this moment, Hachuan's inner thoughts seemed to have changed. Gu Fei evening no longer seems to be a tool. Sarukawa understands that self cannot be like this. Self should leave, take the life that belongs to her and give it back. Along the way, the two were not talking. Hachuan drove seriously, and Gu Fei looked outside with her eyes. All the way to the house, the two weren't communicating, until a moment before entering the house. Gu Fei called out to Hachuan. Hachuan, actually, it's quite good to be like this all the time, isn't it? Gu Fei opened her mouth with a blush appearing on her face. Sarukawa froze. Pretty good. Gu Fei evening shook her lips a little twisted. Hachuan, I really have this feeling for the first time. I'm not sure if it's, give me a few days, okay? Let me ask myself. I will give you an answer. At the same time, also give myself an answer. After that, he quickly ran back into the house. A few question marks surfaced on Sarukawa's head. What do you mean? Hachuan was a bit puzzled, feeling that Gu Fei was a bit strange off. Not caring though, he closed the door and went back into the house. Looking around at the setup, Sarukawa sighed a mouthful. It's time to go. Die of laughter. People like me can also have friends. Really convinced. Sarukawa planted himself under the covers and swung for the fences. The next day, the whole police station was noisy. These three twins were not very happy with their families and thought it was just a waste of time. One has a lot of resentment. Hey, I'm not the one who said that. If you police officers don't go to catch the murderer, why are you imprisoning our children? A big mom said with a wrinkled face. Gu Fei tried to put on a smiling face and comforted. Big sister, calm down. This is also for the sake of your children's safety. When the lady heard that, she was instantly furious. You police are incompetent. You can't catch the murderer. And you still talk about protection. How can we trust you? We want to leave. Auntie pushed Gu Fei away with one hand. Gu Fei fell to the ground without paying attention and hit his head on the table so hard that he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Xiao Zhao's few people were stunned, and each of them stood in place, not daring to move. Click. Aw! Just in the exact instant, the older woman also let out a murderous scream. Gu Fei looked up as Hachuan held the older woman down with a tackle. What's wrong with you? You assaulted a police officer. Cuff me, Sarukawa bellowed. Frightened, Xiao Xiao and the others rushed over to escort the big mom into the interrogation room. Sarukawa stood up and pointed at the crowd in front of him. I told you that you were brought here to protect your lives. Don't be so fucking ungrateful. They're cops. I'm not. Touch us again, I'll kill you. Sarukawa roared up. Instantly the crowd was scared to the atmosphere. For the first time to see Sarukawa so angry. Hachuan coldly grunted as he helped Gu Fei up and brought her inside the office. Gu Fei covered her head and jumped a little inside. Is she standing up for herself? Hachuan, this is not good. Sarukawa cut out. What's wrong with assaulting a police officer? I'm not a police officer. I'm not under your control. I'm telling you, when dealing with someone like that, you have to be better than her. Hachuan took out an ice pack from the refrigerator and pressed it on Gu Fei's head. Is it broken? Gu Fei smiled sweetly. No. There's just a bag. It hurts. Hachuan suddenly froze, swallowed his saliva. Gu Fei's tone. How does it sound like pampering? Hachuan froze a bit and couldn't help but reach out and touch Gu Fei's forehead. Gu Fei instantly blushed. No fever. Ha, what's going on? Sarukawa wondered. Gu Fei instantly frowned as she slapped away Hachuan's hand. You're the one with a fever. Alright, down to business. What do you think? What will Zhao Li do next? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa thought seriously for a while. Two ways. Dog jumps over the wall and kills people indiscriminately. And hide. Gu Fei rubbed up. That won't do. What if he kills people indiscriminately? Sarukawa shook his head. Don't worry. If he wants to kill indiscriminately, the first person he'll kill will be you, or me. Gu Fei froze. Why? Because we ruined his plan. If he retaliated, certainly retaliated against us, so we do not need to take the initiative, waiting for him to send the door, of course, or to search the whole city. Oh, Gu Fei nodded. Good. I'll go down and make arrangements. For a few days in a row, there seemed to be no movement from Zhao Li. Wherever the three pairs of twins went, they were protected by police personnel, and Zhao Li couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to. Gu Fei evening hummed as she picked out dishes at the food market after work. Sarukawa went home first to get ready for shabu shabu today. After buying the ingredients, Gu Fei walked alone towards her home. The breeze on the road was not dry, cool and comfortable. Gu Fei looked at the ingredients in her hand, thought about the Hachuan at home, and couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. Self is really like a married woman now. with her husband waiting for dinner at home. The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more she felt unusually comfortable with her current life. While he was still fantasizing, a man wearing a cap and a mask walked up to him. As the two approached, the man suddenly moved closer to Gu Fei. Immediately after that, Gu Fei's complexion was stunned and her eyes became lax. The man grunted coldly and tried to walk away quickly, but I did not expect that the next second was Gu Fei's hand on the neck, directly a naked strangle. You, how are you not dead? I clearly stabbed you, the man said in horror. Gu Fei sneered, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. Caught you, Zhao Li. Instantly countless police officers came out from all directions, directly holding Zhao Li down on the ground. Sarukawa came out from the side. Is everything okay? Gu Fei smiled heatedly. Of course it's fine. Let's go. Go interrogate him first, and then go home. Shabu shabu. In the interrogation room, the two men sit in front. XL. The man in front of him also revealed his appearance. A face without an ounce of fat, as if it were just a skin wrapped around bones. It was so thin and frail that it looked as if it could wither away at any moment. Gu Fei dropped a copy of the DNA test report. The hair that Huchuan took off the murderer's body that day was the same as yours. Zhao Li, you're the murderer. Give an explanation. Zhao Li laughed coldly, sounding creepy. I'm a dying man. What do I have to answer for? Whatever you guys want. Sarukawa raised his eyes. Zhao Li, right. 4 consecutive years to win the first prize of medical synthesis. 7 consecutive years to be recognized as doing excellent doctors. The head of internal medicine. The youngest head of internal medicine. You're very good. When Sarukawa finished speaking, Zhao Li's body trembled. You're young and have a great future ahead of you. Why did you take this step? Sarukawa asked. Oh, what's the use? I saved so many people, but there is no way to save myself. Every day work so busy. Until now there is no deposit at all. My wife left me. My children need money. But Zhao Li looked at his own body. Terminal cancer. There is no cure. What else can I think of? Sarukawa nodded sullenly. Where is R? Did he give you the idea? Zhao Li nodded yes. After being busy for half a day, I realized that I'm suffering from another disease. Zhao Li smiled to himself. Suffering from the disease called hope. There is no rule for this disease. It infinitely amplifies my desires, causing me to become like this. Zhao Li suddenly laughed maniacally when he put that method in front of me. This disease appeared, and I kept admonishing myself. How can I prey on life with these hands of mine that save lives? Zhao Li trembled as he looked at his own hands. But this disease has been constantly eating away at my mind, step by step turning me into such a murderous demon. Oh, I really deserve to die. The two men listened heavily. Sarukawa stood up. Hope is only exists in the human most desperate when the last touch of light. It is not a disease. Is salvation lead you to become like this? Is not it? Is ours guidance? Is you do not accept the self-destiny of the idea? You are not willing. Once someone casually a guide, you will not hesitate to rush. Even if it becomes a dehumanized devil, also do not hesitate to do so. In the final analysis, good and evil are a matter of thought. And the last disease you suffer from is not hope, but the loss of the last vestige of humanity, which I call greed. Sarukawa walked out. Gu Fei looked at Huchuan's back for a long time. Zhao Li's tears continued to flow down horizontally, smashing his own hands in indignation. I explain all. Zhao Li all explained clearly. The 2 pairs of twins were killed by him, in order to take the 5 viscera boiled medicine. It's a total disgrace. Although the case was solved, they are seen to have disappeared again, as if it had never come. And the ring on Zhao Li's hand had also disappeared. There was silence in the office. The case was solved, but no one was happy about it. Couldn't talk about it. Don't know if it's the sadness of this society or the sadness of human beings. Alright. It's always a good thing when a case is solved. Tonight's celebration dinner is on me. Nanchang spoke up. Excuse me. Sarukawa waved his hand. Instead of pulling Gu Fei, he left on his own. Gu Fei was a bit puzzled. You're not going home? Sarukawa shook his head. The crowd was a little confused as to where else Sarukawa would go if he didn't go home. Sister Fei, go after him. He definitely has a problem. Xiao Zhao hurriedly pushed Gu Fei out. Gu Fei pretended to look like she was being forced, but her body was still honest. Inside the Sonic Florist, Sarukawa sits in front of the window with a heavy heart, as if something is wrong but he doesn't know how to say it. Hiyun brought 2 cups of coffee and put them in front of Sarukawa to sit with him. I mean, are you really going to plan on leaving? Hiyun asked. Sarukawa nodded. That's something I've been thinking about for a long time now. I think I don't fit in here. So where do you fit in? It's so hard to have a bunch of good friends. You're giving up? Hiyun smiled and looked at Sarukawa. Boom, flakes of light rain fell outside, interspersed with a bit of thunder. Huchuan sighed a mouthful. Gu Fei is a very kind girl. I can't do this to her anymore. It's not fair. Then state it. What's wrong with that? I think that little girl should like you. Why don't you say it? Hyun was a little confused. Sarukawa let out a bitter laugh. You were the first to quit the organization. Tell me, aren't people like us in danger at all times? Hyun was shocked. The smile also stiffened on his face but then sighed. Don't call me T anymore. T's dead. I'm just the owner of this flower store now. I know what you mean. You're afraid of bringing danger to them, aren't you? Sarukawa nodded. If the organization knows that I'm not dead, then I will be greeted with endless assassinations. Don't you think it's dangerous? Hyun let out a laugh. But you're dead. In the eyes of the organization, K is dead. Sarukawa fell silent. Hyun patted Sarukawa's shoulder. Come on. When did King of Assassins become so indecisive? That's not like you. Sarukawa shook his head a little helplessly. The corners of his mouth smiled out. I don't know what's going on. This isn't like me. Hyun sighed. Do you really have to go? Sarukawa nodded firmly. Aha, to go. Hyun nodded. Then you'd better talk to Gufian. Hyun said this and ran away. Hachwon froze. Instinctively looked toward the door position. Gufian's head was wet by the fine rain. The whole person breathing heavily, a face of confusion to look at Hachwon. Seeing that Sarukawa was watching, she tried to squeeze out a smile as she walked up. To go? Gufian asked as she sat next to Hachwon. Hachwon didn't dare to look Gufei late in the eyes, could only nod in a deep voice. The two fell silent for a moment. Gufian laughed dryly twice. Half jokingly, ha ha, it's because there's too many things to do living with me, isn't it? You dislike me. Hachwon's eyes looked toward Gufei, and his heart was somehow touched in the softest place. Gufei evening. There is no unending feast under the sky, always pestering you. Like this is not a thing. Sarukawa smiled. Gufian's eyes slowly reddened a bit. It's okay, I have money. I can afford you. Where do you think you can go as a person with amnesia? It's very dangerous out there. Go anywhere. Gufian hadn't finished speaking. Hachwon grabbed the words. To places I haven't been before. Sarukawa smiled. The two were silent again. Outside, the small rain continued to patter. Pedestrians hurried by. Life is different. Everyone has a different life. Berry. It seemed to be the sound of rain hitting the window and the sound of tears dripping down the table. Don't go. Gufian murmured softly with her head down. Sarukawa didn't hear what's wrong. Gufian burst into tears. Tears kept flowing out, dead, pulling the corner of Hachwon's coat. Please. Don't go, okay? Gufian could no longer control her own emotions. Her tears flowed out, and her voice became choked. She, who was usually high and strong, was actually crying like an abandoned little girl at this moment. The sadness of the impending parting filled her entire body and mind. Hachwon's nose couldn't help but sour when he saw Gufian like this. Why? I don't seem to have a reason to stay here anymore. Just do it for me. Don't you like me? Stay. Okay. Gufian wiped her tears as she sobbed. Hachwon took 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Gufian, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Fian. It's always been me who lied to you. I didn't actually reach that level with you. It's me who's been harassing you. I'm really sorry. I don't mind. I've known for a long time, although you keep calling me wife on your lips. But, you're still very defensive. I know all that, but can it stay like this? I am very willing. Why do you want to go? Obviously you are not relatives. To go there? The more Gufian spoke, the more tears she had. How could she wipe them away? The tears were about to drown her. She was about to break. Sarukawa sighed. He didn't know what to do. Let me tell you, nonetheless, late. In fact, Sarukawa has offended a lot of people outside. Many people are looking for him to take revenge. So it's dangerous for him to be around you guys. He is worried about this. Hyun couldn't stand to watch and walked out and said. Gufian froze and then shook her head. I'm a cop. I'm not afraid. We'll bear the burden together if there are difficulties. Gufian's eyes lit up again. Do you owe a lot of money? I do. I can help you. Hyun covered her face speechlessly. She didn't expect it. Gufian was even a love brain. Sarukawa also cried and laughed a little. No money is owed. So I don't need you to give it to me. Gufian seemed to understand and nodded. Hachwon. Don't go. I'm not afraid. There are difficulties. We can face them together. Avoidance is not a solution. Trust me. Okay? Hachwon met the flickering light of hope in Gufian's eyes, and self suddenly felt as if he were an animal. Why did he coax a girl? Sarukawa hesitated a little. Gufian took Hachwon's hand tightly and promised solemnly. I swear, from now on, no matter what difficulties I encounter, I won't be afraid, and I will face them together with you. Does it have to be so formal? And how does? Sound like a wedding word? Sarukawa sighed. Well, then, I'm not leaving. Gufian leisurely hummed a song as she watered the flowers in her office, in a very happy mood. Behind them, the crowd gathered around and couldn't keep their eyes off Gufian's back for a long time. Something's not right. This week has been very wrong. Song then spoke up. Aha. Several people agreed. When have you guys ever seen Gufian smile so much? So what the hell is this about? Zhongming was a bit confused. Xiao Zhao pulled a few people over. What else could it be? Nothing more than falling in love. SS. A few people were a little surprised when Little Call said that. With whom? The 10,000-year-old iron tree has blossomed? Song Zhe was a bit disbelieving. Xiao Zhao waved his hand. Who else can I talk to? Huchuan. You see the attitude of non-evening sister to Huchuan these days. And the mood these days, needless to say. But didn't Fei Lian raise Tsurukawa as his son? And Lai said a little strangely. Screw you, how can that be? I can guarantee that the two are definitely in a situation. Xiao Zhao swore with conviction. You who? All there? Tsurukawa walked in from outside. Gu Fian saw Huchuan and immediately smiled and fluoresced and walked up to bring the cup of water that had been prepared long ago to Huchuan. How is it? Is it hot outside? Tsurukawa obediently took the glass of water and waved his hand, just posting a publicity announcement. It's not hot. Gu Fian took out a tissue to help Huchuan wipe his sweat. With some heartache on his face from time to time, the eyes of the crowd behind him glowed to themselves at this look. I told you, those two are definitely in love. Xiao Zhao was a little excited, as if the CP that self-knocked up had become a reality. How does it feel that only Fian has changed a bit? Huchuan is still the same as before. Song then hemmed and hawed and laughed. I didn't realize that non-late is still a love brain. Hey, Huchuan, let's go to the movies after work today. I seem to have been watching for a long time. Gu Fei said as she sat next to Huchuan. Yeah, what do you want to see? I'd like to see your gate, going or not. Gu Fei was a bit expectant. Yeah, go watch. Just as the two were still chatting, knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door and Zhang Bei walked in from outside. Traveling on business. Gu Fian, get ready. Gu Fei was stunned. When? Now. Duro Zhong nodded. Now go back and pack. The flight is at 12 o'clock at night. Gu Fian instantly frowned. It was not easy to be free and still want to watch a movie with Huchuan. And then this happened. I don't want to go. Can we let them go? Gu Fei asked tentatively. Duro Zhong was stunned and then said with some doubt. Yo, the sun has come out of the west? Usually you are not the most active at work? What happened this time? Gu Feiyan hemmed and hawed. Just this once. Just once. Duro Zhong nodded. Alright. Then Song Zhe go with each one. Wait. Gu Feiyan instantly got up and snatched the information over with one hand. For the sake of my work, I'm obligated. I'll go. The crowd behind us is speechless. Is this for work? None of us wanted to reveal it. Duro Zhong couldn't figure out what Gu Fian was up to. Alright. You go with Huchuan. The location Japan. Where there is someone to receive you. To Japan? What case? Tsurukawa wondered. Duro Zhong waved his hand. It should be quite complicated. You guys will know in the past. Wow. At 3 o'clock. The plane landed on time at Osaka International Airport in Japan. The two carried suitcases, trench coats on their bodies and sunglasses so dark they glowed. Handsome and dashing. Shit, man nah, didn't I say someone was coming to pick me up? An hour later, Huchuan stood with Gu Fian at the airport entrance cursing. The wind at night is a little bleak. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Suddenly a short, but explosively cute girl padded over in the distance, shouting as she ran. Gradually, he ran up to the two men. The scene of the waves made the two men look away for a moment. Gu Fei evening subconsciously looked at the self. Cannot be compared. I'm late. The girl gasped as she spoke. Tsurukawa was a bit speechless. Little sister, do you know what time it is? Tsurukawa said breathlessly. Gu Fei and that girl both froze. You still speak Japanese? Gu Feiyan was surprised. Tsurukawa nodded a little. That girl bowed in a hurry. Excuse me, because there is a case. Private name front is Tsukimi-san and Akio Disu. Private Kotaku Ashimasu. My name is Tsukimi Setsuki Sakura. Please take care of me. Tsurukawa nodded. Private name front is Tsurukawa Disu. Her daughter's name front is Jifuan Disu. Private Tachi. My name is Tsurukawa. Her name is Gu Fei. Please take us to the hotel. Tsurukawa spoke up. Gu Fei was beside her with a confused face. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a thing. Tsukimazuriaki Sakura immediately reacted and hurriedly handed over 2 pairs of headphones with both hands. Gu Fei received it and brought it on. Tsukimi Ryaki Sakura asked expectantly, can I hear you now? Gu Fei immediately nodded. It's okay. Autumn Sakura smiled sweetly. Her delicate doll-like face was adorable. Then I'll take you two to the hotel now. The car drove slowly on the road. Huchuan was a little sleepy, but Gu Fian was in high spirits. Tsurukawa, let's finish the case and not rush back, okay? I want to play here for a few days. Tsurukawa yawned and nodded. Yeah, no problem. Akizakura immediately raised her hand and smiled. I can be your guide. The cherry blossoms of the Meguro River are very beautiful at this time of year. Gu Fei laughed. Good. Then many thanks to Autumn Cherry. Chio Sakura's face suddenly changed. Looking at Gu Fian somewhat warily, Gu Feiyan froze. Did self say something wrong? Ha ha ha. Tsurukawa couldn't help but laugh from the sidelines. No name, There are only two ways you can call her by her first name in Japan. One is if you're especially close, and the other is, you're going to beat her up. Gu Fei instantly blushed profusely and made a joke. I'm sorry Tsukimori, I didn't mean that. Sorry. Gu Fei hurriedly apologized. Autumn Sakura giggled. It's okay. I like it when Afternoon Sauce calls me by my first name. So we're considered very good friends now. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Yes, we are very good friends. Sarukawa shook his head helplessly, unable to understand the relationship of the girls. Only met for less than an hour and become very good friends. It seems that this Akasakura is also a chesty guy. Sarukawa's sight couldn't help but glance at it. TSK, that's awesome, is that true? Soon the car arrived at the hotel. Akasakura gave the room card to the two of them and bowed. Then I'll come pick up Fei Nianju and Sarukawa-kun tomorrow. So both of you have an early night. Bye. After sending off Autumn Sakura, the two also grabbed into the hotel to wash up and sleep. Sleepy all. Knock. Knock. Sarukawa was just getting ready for bed when there was a knock on the door. Hachuan opened the door. Outside Gu Feian stood outside in her pajamas with an expectant face. What are you doing? Aren't you sleepy? Sarukawa wondered. Gu Fei shook her head. I can't sleep. Let's chat. Bang. Sarukawa shut the door mercilessly. At 10 o'clock on the first day, the sound of another slamming door came from outside. Sarukawa opened the door with a sleepy face, and outside the door was the exquisitely made-up Gu Feian and Sho Sakura. Come on. It's early. Hey. Aren't you guys sleepy? Sarukawa was really speechless. Akasakura spat out her tongue. Sarukawa-kun, we need to hurry up and get to the police station. Oh, don't go back to sleep. Sarukawa sighed. Traveling on business is still so tiring. All along the way, Sarukawa was a bit beat up and kept yawning. Gu Fei looked on in amusement. It didn't take long to get to the police station. There was a row of Japanese police standing at the entrance, and just as the two men got out of the car, a group of policemen swarmed up and kept shaking hands with the two men. Hello both of you. I am the Japanese police chief, Nomura Ryoma. On behalf of the Osaka Police Department in Japan, I welcome you both. Sarukawa and Gu Feian were confused by the enthusiasm of the Japanese police. How big a case must this be? How big a case must this be? The crowd brought the two men right in. Suddenly, he realized that there seemed to be two other people in the police department, only that the attitude of these two people was a bit different, not paying much attention to the two, but instead looking carefully at the case in hand. Nomura Ryozan hurriedly introduced himself. This is Miyamura Chihaya, our best detective in Osaka. This is Koizumi Jutsu, also a very good detective. Both were asked by us to help out. Sarukawa looked at the two men. One was very young, probably only 18 or 19 years old, like a high school student. The looks were also very handsome. Koizumi Jutsu was a little older, looking in his 30s, like an older man. I don't think the Chinese people can solve the Japanese case. After all, Chinese people still don't understand Japan. Miyamura Shifuyu opened his mouth. His tone had some targeting. Gu Feian couldn't understand what was being said, but looking at Miyamura Shifuyu, it seemed like he wasn't treating them well. Sarukawa smiled and replied in Japanese, I count as understanding, because my forefathers have already helped me to teach the Japanese a lesson. After all, my forefathers had personally driven the Japanese back. How can I not count as understanding that? Also let me know, the Japanese is probably some. A contemptuous smile hung at the corner of Sarukawa's mouth halfway through his sentence. Sarukawa's words made the Japanese in the room blush, wanting to find a crack in the ground. Miyamura Shifuyu's face also suddenly became ashamed. Sarukawa looked at Tsukimi Ryaki. Sakura smiled and said, for the Japanese who respect history and are friendly, I think I can probably be friends as well. And for those who are not, I'm sorry, he doesn't even have the strength to make me look good. Gu Feian couldn't help but ask quietly when she saw that the crowd was silent, what did you say? Why are they all silent? Sarukawa smiled, the ancestors gave me the backbone to kill their prestige and let them know that they are now begging us for a favor. Just give me some peace. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Alright, I don't want to talk to you guys about this nonsense. Tell us about the case. Autumn Sakura immediately brought the information over and introduced it. It's like this. On the 20th of March, the chairman of the Osaka Akutagawa Group, Akutagawa Jingjae, received a threatening letter, and at the same time, the big miss of the Akutagawa Group, Akutagawa Yukari, was kidnapped. The letter said that he had 3 days to come up with 300 million yen, or he would tear up the ticket. On March 23, the Takashita Group's eldest daughter, Takashita Tinya, was kidnapped. The family was similarly threatened with a letter. The two syndicates are in a supreme position, and at the same time they are the financial backers behind Interpol. So Interpol is taking it very seriously. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Oh, so it's the capital side. No wonder. Sarukawa had a bit of a headache. Got an eyebrow? Any idea who did it? Akazura nodded now. All the clues point to a special organization, the Black Wind Group. Sarukawa was a bit surprised to hear this name. This organization is familiar to him. Sarukawa couldn't help a smile from curling up at the corner of his mouth. The Black Wind Group is a very powerful assassin organization in Japan. But, the former patriarch of the Black Wind Group, Ichiro Kirakawa, died under Sarukawa. That's what happened when he killed Kirakawa Ichiro to escape and break into Gufian's room. Sarukawa couldn't help but smile. It was quite a bond. Funny how the shy little cop who was there at the beginning can't recognize Self when he's standing next to him. What are you laughing at? Gufiye was puzzled. It's okay, since you know it's the Black Wind Group. Go and arrest them. Why are you looking for us? Sarukawa spoke up. Autumn Sakura shook her head. It's not that simple because just 2 days ago, Akutagawa Kajikai was killed. The murderer is nowhere to be found until now. There are still 3 days left. If they can't be found, Akutagawa Yukari will be killed. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. You mean that the one who killed Akutagawa Kajikai is also related to the Black Wind Group? The only way to find out which of them is connected is to solve this case? Akisakura nodded as expected of Sarukawa-kun. So smart. Oh, so it is still to solve the murder case. Well, it is not too late. Go and take a look. Wait, Nomura Ryozan stopped the crowd. This case is absolutely confidential, and the police department will not give you any convenience because it concerns multiple camps. So, everything that follows is all up to you. The police department is not involved. Sarukawa was stunned. What? Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to get into the crime scene like that? It won't help at all? Nomura Ryozan nodded. That's right. Sarukawa had a headache. This is simply a pit. Then this way the Japanese police are clearing the air. Whatever happens has nothing to do with them at all. Miyamura Chihaya laughed. Hey, how about a race? Let's see who solves the murder case first. Sarukawa looked at Miyamura Chihaya and laughed softly twice. Well, in that case, I'll play with you. And when the time comes, don't cry if you lose. Exiting the police station, Sarukawa had a headache. Abroad, how do you check yourself in a shitty place where people don't live and don't know each other well? Gufian felt a little funny when she saw Sarukawa's headache. Alright, don't force yourself. The Japanese police have already dumped the pot on us. We are representing China and Interpol. Their calculations are really good. Miyamura Chihaya walked over and handed Sarukawa a business card. This has my contact information on it. So to be fair, feel free to call anytime you need my help. After saying that, he left on his own. Gufian laughed. This Miyamura Chiyu is really strange. Just now he was so malicious towards us. But now he's different. Just as the two were talking, a car stops beside them. Akisakura poked her head out. Afternoon sauce. Sarukawa-kun, I'll assist you. The car whizzed by and the trio headed towards the Akutagawa group, gradually beginning their tour of Japan. This one is better than the case. It's so hard. The trio had just arrived at the group's downstairs and wanted to go in, but they were directly stopped by the security guards at the entrance. I'm sorry, sir, but you're not allowed in here without an appointment. The three of them are in a tizzy. Is this directed at me? Sarukawa couldn't help but let out a question. Quick! The nearest flight, back to China, Sarukawa shouted up. And that's a hell of a case to crack. What to break? The three of them wandered aimlessly through the streets, unable to find their destination or know how they should break. But it's too humiliating to just go back in the dust. Just as the three were walking, a large group of black-clad people suddenly surged ahead. Nura to capture Mayoro. That's them. Catch them. The leader of the group shouted. And instantly countless people rushed towards them. The three men shivered. Startled. This. What's the situation? Gufian said in horror. Run! Sarukawa shouted. The three of them quickly ran backwards in a hurry. Aha! Crap! Damn it! I'll never come to Japan again, Sarukawa cursed as he ran, with countless people chasing after them behind him. Sarukawa-kun, I can't run anymore. Akisakura was running at the same time. His chest fluctuated tremendously, and Sarukawa gulped. It was indeed quite heavy. Sarukawa gritted his teeth and braked directly. You guys run first. I'll stop them. Gu Feinian shook her head. It's too dangerous. Gu, cut the crap. I'll distract them. Meet at the hotel. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the two away. The two had no choice but to leave first. Sarukawa stood still waiting for the group to come and was relieved to see the direction the two had left. When Sarukawa turned around, he had long since changed his eyes. The corners of his mouth quirked into a slight smile. It's been a while since I've done anything to move my hands. 10 minutes later. Ouch. It hurts like hell. Times. At the bottom lay a dense mass of black-clad men. Sarukawa stood on the ground wringing his wrists. It didn't feel good. Who can still get up? The crowd on the ground wailed and wailed, and not a single one got up. Sarukawa snorted coldly and tried to turn away. Stay, please stay. The man in charge stood up and said, We are asking for your excellency's help, not to embarrass your excellency. Sarukawa froze a bit confused. Ask me for a favor? The man nodded. Hahi. Yes. Sarukawa frowned not sooner. In the middle of a Japanese-style tea house, Sarukawa came to a room surrounded by people. Opening the door, a cold-faced man sat inside. The man had a knife at his waist, his hair tied back, and a hint of feminine air in his handsome face. Welcome, Your Excellency. The man spoke. Sarukawa froze. You know Chinese? The man smiled and nodded, pouring Sarukawa a cup of tea. Sarukawa sat straight down. Sorry, we Chinese don't have a tradition of kneeling. The man waved his hand to signal that there was nothing wrong. I am Kasuga Megatron, second-generation leader of the Black Wind Group. Sarukawa's body paused a bit. Surprised it's you? Kasuga Megatron nodded. The reason for inviting Your Excellency here is to make it clear that the Akutagawa Group incident was not our doing and has nothing to do with my Black Wind Group. Sarukawa was a bit silent. He felt that the Black Wind Group shouldn't be so boring, and this incident might not really be their doing. Tell me what for? Sarukawa asked. Kasuga Megatron smiled weakly, but the next second wowed out. The whole person flew over and hugged Sarukawa directly. Sarukawa-san, you have to save us. Damn it. Which one of you bastards framed us for the Black Wind Group? Now Interpol, the group's bodyguards, and various forces are all looking for us. We can't take it. Oh, they're too much of a bully too. Sarukawa a cold chill afoot to kick Kasuga Mega Ryu away. Talk, just talk. Don't get so close. Kasuga Megatron cried and wiped his tears. I know your information and I know that you're a very powerful detective. So, please must help me. Kasuga Megatron snapped his 5 bodies and showed great sincerity. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth twitched. A little speechless. A killer organization. To ask someone to help them return their innocence. Who is this looking for reason to go? In order to repay Your Excellency, I, the Black Wind Group, am willing to give Your Excellency any help you need. Please. Kasuga Megatron opened his mouth with tears in his eyes. Well. Sarukawa responded. Wonderful. Please be sure to let me entertain His Excellency, said Kasuga Megatron as he was about to pounce again. Poppy. Sarukawa lands a straight leg kick hitting the door and even knocking it down. Kasuga Megatron, who was lying on the ground, gave a thumbs up. Your Excellency's foot is powerful. Awesome. Back at the hotel, Goofy and stayed with Autumn Cherry in her own room. Sarukawa almost died of shock when he opened the door. The 2 girls saw Sarukawa come back and rushed forward to check up worriedly. It's okay. It's okay. Is everything okay, Sarukawa-kun? Hey, checking is checking. What's the point of stripping your clothes? Sarukawa hurriedly pushed away the 2 female hooligans to protect himself. It's okay. Those people are from the Black Wind Group. This incident wasn't done by the Black Wind Group. Goofy and put her heart down only when she saw that Huchuan was fine. So that means the only lead is now broken too? What should we do? Sarukawa held up his cheeks with a worried expression. Now I just want to go into the crime scene to see. I don't know anything. How can I solve the case? The 3 were also speechless for a while. Sarukawa looked at the card in his hand. Is going to make this call? Sarukawa shook his head and dropped the card. In fact, it was too easy for him to enter the scene of the crime, the first place in this building. He could shop like he was shopping, but how to bring these 2 girls behind him in as well? That was a problem. Akizakura sighed. Alright, Sarukawa-kun, leave this matter to me. The 2 froze, their eyes looking towards Autumn Sakura. What's your best idea? Autumn Sakura patted her chest and assured. Today you 2 have a good rest. I promise. Early tomorrow morning, the 2 of you will be able to enter the scene of the crime. Autumn Sakura finished bouncing away, leaving the 2 men wide-eyed. So, this girl has an unusual status? Do all of you Onii-chan like being cops? Sarukawa couldn't help but spit it out. It was pretty funny. Goofy sighed and came closer to Huchuan. Really not hurt? Let me take a look. Oh oi, AI. Starting to move your hands again. Aren't you, Goofy? You're getting bolder and bolder. The 2 bickered and the time passed quickly. In the room, the 2 men didn't want to move after eating. One laying on the couch and the other on the bed to start fattening up. Have I gained weight recently? Goofy asked. There was a moment of silence from Sarukawa. The death question, which he chose not to answer. Goofy couldn't help but mutter when she saw Huchuan's silence. Definitely think I'm fat. Goofy sighed. She had known Huchuan for a long time, but the 2 of them still hadn't made their feelings known. Goofy late has probably already recognized the self-'s heart. Just, not very good to say it. And I don't know what Huchuan is thinking. As soon as a person was full, they began to think wildly, and Goofy thought of Autumn Cherry's pair of ferocious weapons again. Couldn't help but look down at the self. TSK, what do you eat to grow that big? Early the next morning, a brand new Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the hotel. A black-clothed bodyguard rushed over to open the car door, and Autumn Sakura, who was wearing a beautiful dress, got down from the car and looked at the 2 of them with a fluorescent smile. I've got tuxedos for you guys. Go change into them and let's go to the group. Gu Fei and Huchuan looked at each other and gulped. Still really missy. What the hell? Why are you dressed like that? Sarukawa said a little strangely. Akizakura winked because the Akutagawa group is having a party today. So you can go in dressed like this, then you can sneak in. Ha. Still have to sneak. The two of them walked out after changing their clothes, and Akazura's eyes instantly lit up. Sarukawa was dressed in a white high-fashion suit, and his delicate and handsome appearance was extraordinary. Gu Fei evening in a light blue dress more elegant and cold temperament. Gu Fei was already very beautiful, and this outfit could only be considered the icing on the cake. But Sarukawa is different. He never dresses up and wears casual clothes. Now a hairstyle a suit or wear simply handsome. Gu Fei late eyes are glued to the body of Huchuan. Really is a person rely on clothing. Sarukawa was a bit shy at the stare. What? Doesn't it look good? Gu Fei blushed and quickly shook her head. It looks good. I'll definitely go back and make a few more for you. Alright, let's get going. The three of them were not in a hurry and took a car directly to the Mustang group. Pull out the invitation to come in smoothly. All the way up to the 17th floor. The door opened. There are many people in the banquet hall. All of them are the mainstay of Japan. High-class people. Every one of them is talking and swimming. The trio attracted the attention of everyone present as soon as they appeared. And with the trio's looks, it was hard not to. Huchuan, aren't we a bit too high profile? Gu Fei asked somewhat unnaturally. It seems like there are some. The party was in order. Akizakura pulled Sarukawa aside. The scene of the crime was on the 19th floor. Akutagawa Kajikai died in his private office, which was unlocked from the inside and had only one window, so there was no chance of a crime being committed. Sarukawa nodded. It's still a secret room. It seems quite challenging. Well, you guys continue. I'll go up and take a look. Sarukawa said as he touched out silently. The people there, even Gu Feiyan, didn't realize that Huchuan had disappeared, and at this time, Gu Feiyan had already surrounded a lot of men around her, and was being enthusiastically introduced. Gu Feiyan had an embarrassed look on her face. I can't understand what you guys are saying. I can't understand. Nonetheless, the guys kept rambling on endlessly. Sarukawa followed the fire escape all the way to the 19th floor, which had been cordoned off and no one was here. Sarukawa blended in easily. As soon as he opened the door to his office, a pungent odor came through. The white body trace line on the desk exists. There was a streak of blood on the table that went all the way underneath it. The bleeding was high, probably from a single cut to the neck. But Sarukawa immediately realized that something was wrong. If the neck was cut, it should be a spatter mark. But except for the table and the floor, the rest of the place was clean. There was no trace of blood at all. That means that Akutagawa Kajikawa might have died long before he was slashed in the throat. Come out. Don't hide. Sarukawa said in a cold voice. Creak. The cabinet next to it was surprisingly opened. And Miyamura Shifuyu slowly stepped out of it. You found it too? Sarukawa nodded. Can we go to the autopsy? Miyamura Chihaya sighed. I wouldn't be here if I could do an autopsy. The people of the Akutagawa group refused to do one. Sarukawa laughed. Refusing to do an autopsy. 100% problematic. I went to meet the people from the Black Wind group. They didn't do it. Which means that this murderer is the same as the one who kidnapped Akutagawa Sydney. And it's an insider from the Akutagawa group. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. It's the same as my speculation. I didn't realize that you, a Chinese, had some level. Sarukawa cut out, not bothering to show off his tongue with this oni. Will the pushback site? Sarukawa asked. That's for sure. Deducing the scene is the most basic operation of a detective. The corner of Miyamura Chihaya's mouth curled into a smile. Come on. The two men immediately crouched down and scanned the entire live session. Unable to miss a single detail. There are minor scratches on the doorknob. Probably fishing line. Sarukawa said. There's a streak of water all the way down the door. Chihaya Miyamura was not to be outdone. The two men swept from the room with unseen eyes. It seemed as if every detail of the case was magnified at the moment. Magnified again. A separate circular mark on the wooden table suggests that the deceased was probably in the habit of drinking tea or coffee, and there was a hint of a strange odor in the teacup. Faded by too much time, but most likely sleeping pills. Sarukawa said, looking at the table. There's a special knock mark on the table. I think it should be the watch the deceased was wearing on his wrist, probably left by the knock at the moment he drank the sleeping pill. The murderer wasn't after money, he simply wanted the life of Akutagawa Kajikai. The two of them leaned together, the scene constantly coming back to them in their minds. I know. They both spoke at the same time, smiling at each other again. You first. Chihaya Miyamura raised her hand. Sarukawa cleared his throat. The killer took the drugged coffee, walked in. Akutagawa Kajikai drank it and fell asleep. The killer did it then escaped. Miyamura Shifuyu's eyes flickered. Then why is the blood different? Sarukawa laughed because the coffee is not only placed with sleeping pills there is also a poison. Akutagawa Kajikai died in his sleep from the poison, so there is no sign of a struggle. Tsurukawa looked at the house. There are pillows on the couch with the futon. Akutagawa Kajikai should be in the habit of taking naps so no one is disturbing them for a while. The murderer didn't rush to do anything after he poisoned Akutagawa Kajikai. He also went to prepare to make a secret room. Miyamura Chihaya smiled a little excitedly and looked at Tsurukawa. That's right. Just as I thought. Tsurukawa waved his hand. Tell me about the secret room then. Small point. Miyamura Chihaya said and went to the door. This one locks the door in a circle. Normal fishing line won't lock it. Just make it look like a handle out of ice. Fasten and handle to it. With one end of the fishing line tied to the handle and the other passed along the bottom to close the door. With a firm pull, the fishing line will penetrate the ice handle. But since the handle will condense quickly, it won't fall off and will lock the door with the force. The murderer took the fishing line away, and as the ice handle slowly melted over time, it left such a long trail of water. And this secret room is complete. Tsurukawa clapped, not realizing that this Oni was somewhat interesting and not that stupid. Okay, so that's as far as the house can extrapolate right now, and there's only one way to find out more, and corroborate our suspicions. Next, autopsy. Autopsy, the two said in unison. The two had just returned to the banquet when Hachuan saw Gufian surrounded by so many people, hurriedly walked over and pulled Gufian Gomen Nasai. Korea is a private girlfriend Disu, sorry, this is my girlfriend. Saying that, he pulled Gufian away quickly. Gufian couldn't understand what Hachuan was saying, but seeing the reactions of these people she could guess a general idea, and suddenly a small leap of joy ran through her heart, and her face hung scarlet. Did you go to the crime scene? Gu Fei asked. Tsurukawa nodded. Very strange case. There's a situation within their group. These are probably done by someone within their group. I need an autopsy, but their group won't allow it. What should I do? Tsurukawa was a bit annoyed. Go in quietly, Gu Fei said. Anyway, it's not in the country, and since the Japanese police don't care about anything, why should we care about that? What to do? Gu Fei nodded and said. Tsurukawa smiled. Makes sense. So tonight. He. The two men smiled at each other. The party continued into the afternoon. It was only when the two got back to the hotel that they collapsed on the bed. So tired of dealing with all these people. Everyone comes up and asks for identification. Akizakura smiled and looked at the two. Tough job you two. Did Tsurukawa-kun find anything? Tsurukawa nodded. The murderer is within the Akutagawa group. Most likely someone close to Akutagawa Kajikai. I'm going to the autopsy tonight. Tsurukawa spoke. Akizakura blushed. Tsurukawa-kun. Corpses are not allowed inside the hospital morgue. Tsurukawa stared at Akizakura's serious expression, a bit speechless. Can't you accommodate at all? Autumn Sakura shook her head. I can't help it. The two of them, Hachuan and Gufian, hemmed and hawed and gradually stood up and walked towards Autumn Sakura. Autumn Sakura gulped and leaned close to the wall. What are you doing? Tsurukawa snorted coldly. What for? Oh, of course. Yeah, no. As night fell, the two men held their police cards in their hands, but the photographs had been taken down. Walking towards the hospital. Times. Autumn Sakura was wrapped up tightly in the covers and kept squirming on the bed. Jingle bells. Just as the two were trying to get into the hospital, the Tsurukawa phone rang. Hey, Tsurukawa. Koizumi Jutsu is dead. It was Miyamura Shifuyu's voice on the cell phone. Tsurukawa froze. What? How did you die? He was hit by a car last night. But can you believe it? It was done by that murderer. It's terrorizing us. Tsurukawa frowned. This murderer was a bit too arrogant. So you're going to keep investigating? Chihaya Miyamura said our duel can be cancelled. Tsurukawa looked up at the hospital sign. The so-called detective. Even if there is a lot of danger ahead, he can't stop searching for the truth. Can he? Tsurukawa asked rhetorically. Miyamura Shifuyu's laughter immediately came out from the cell phone. Right. Half an hour later. See you at Osaka Hospital. Half an hour later. Miyamura Shifuyu, dressed in black, came over. The three of them went in together towards the hospital. There were only two doctors on duty at the entrance to the hospital, and no one else to guard it. We want to see the body. Tsurukawa pulled out his police license and said in Japanese. The little earth protector nodded. That's the one at the far end. The three men quickly went inside and closed the door. Honey, you watch our back, Tsurukawa said, going in quickly with Shifuyu Miyamura. At the doorway Gufian froze. A smile surfaced on his face. He called me wife. Hey. He. The two men quickly found the body of Kajikawa Kajikai and pulled it out onto the counter. The pale body had not the slightest trace of blood, and the neck had been slashed open with a knife, the wound skinning the flesh, and the cut was deep. The two men took a deep breath and began the autopsy. Tsurukawa gently opened the dead man's mouth and carefully came up to sniff it. Bitter almonds. Potassium cyanide. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. The victim's fingernails are worn and his face is grim. Consistent with the phenomenon of struggling before poisoning, the victim died before killing. Miyamura Chihaya rubbed her chin and wondered. But what's the point? It's already poisoned. So why do you need to add another cut? Sarukawa looked closely at the wound area. Look up. This wound is a strange shape. Hey. The surface of the wound was irregularly shaped, and although deep, it appeared to have been caused by 2 cuts. Miyamura Chihaya also looked carefully. I know. Sarukawa laughed as he pulled Chihaya Miyamura over to stand behind him. The two of them pressed together. You watch, huh? Sarukawa scratched his arm against Chihaya Miyamura's neck. Miyamura Chihaya's eyes lit up. Oh, so that's it. The dead man's wound was cut in a downward direction. If it was a man, there should not be much difference in height, so the wound could only have been facing upwards, and the man's force was sufficiently strong that he did not need to make 2 cuts. Tell me about your profiling, Sarukawa asked. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. Female, around 25 years old, around 160 in height, right-handed as her preferred hand, familiar with the building's environment and close to Akutagawa Kajikai, well-educated with some medical knowledge. Sarukawa nodded. This way. Want to find the murderer is not difficult. Just, no evidence. Gu Fian ran over in a panic, and saw the posture of the 2 people froze, somewhat ambiguous. What are you doing? Sarukawa hurriedly pushed away. Air test. Forget it. Come on people, what to do? Gu Fian was a bit flustered. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya exchanged glances, directly rushed over to Sarukawa as he carried Gu Fian onto the mortuary table and covered it with a white cloth. Put back the body of Akutagawa Kajikawa. The 2 of them hurriedly took out their white coats from the side and stood in the way, pretending as if they were examining the body. Creak, the door was pushed open and a man and a woman at the head walked in. Seeing the 2 froze but didn't care, thinking it was a doctor doing an autopsy. The woman's appearance was exquisite, and her temperament was also very good, only that there was some indifference between her eyebrows. Take Mustang's body away. The woman snapped. A few bodyguards behind her carried the body out. Then leave. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya leaned against the dais and watched the woman leave, and the 2 of them smiled. Isn't she? Sarukawa asked. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. It fits perfectly. What identity? Sarukawa asked. Miyamura Chihaya scat her mouth. A 60-year-old man's little dainty wife. To use your Chinese verse, is a pear blossom pressing down on a begonia. The 2 men smiled at each other. Gu Fiye lifted the white cloth and gasped. Why do I have to pretend to be a corpse? Hachuan smiled and pinched Gu Fiye's cheek. Because you're pretty. With that, he walked out with Shifuyu Miyamura. Gu Fiyan froze, a blush appearing on her face. Really? But then on second thought, what does that have to do with being a corpse? Sarukawa, you liar. When I left the hospital, it was late and a little cold outside. I suggest that we can stay together in the meantime. Because, well, they're definitely going to do it to us. Sarukawa nodded. Okay, to your house. The 3 men walked toward the distance and seemed as if they had forgotten something. In the center of Osaka, in a mansion of unparalleled splendor, vertical rows of servants stood next to each other. A brightly lit, gilded hall with woolen carpets wherever your feet tread. The table was fully set with silver cutlery, and the solid wood furniture revealed an exotic aroma. Luxurious. The only way to describe it is luxurious. The table was set with a myriad of delicacies in a row. Sashimi, everything. Gu Fiyan and Hachuan both stayed dumbfounded. Why do rich people either like to be detectives or police officers? Miyamura Shifuyu waved her hand. No need to be polite. Feel free to enjoy. Sarukawa picked up his chopsticks and put them down again, looking at the pile of sashimi on the table. Can you take some human food? It's all raw and uneatable. Sarukawa was a little upset. Miyamura Shifuyu blushed. Hey, you're too ungrateful. I've taken out the best to entertain you. You might as well get 2 plates of dumplings, Sarukawa added. Miyamura Chihaya bristled. No taste. Get him something cooked. After dinner, the 3 of them sat in the lobby a little bored. That's the end of the case. No evidence to arrest anyone. It's a bottleneck. There's nothing you can do about it, even though you know the killer is that one. Hey, wait. Do you think we should find Akutagawa Sydney first? Gu Fei said. The 2 froze. Where to look? Not a clue. Check. We can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. Our main mission is still to find Akutagawa Sydney's. Gu Fian looked at her cell phone. There are 2 days left. The kidnappers are going to tear the ticket. There was a moment of silence from the 3. Even if they knew. Hey, we can follow it. Miyamura Shifuyu suddenly came to her senses. As long as we follow that woman, even if we tear the ticket, we'll know where it is. Papa Sarukawa applauded. Little brains can do that. Miyamura Shifuyu was a bit pleased. Yes. Then let's do it. I think the 3 of us will split up to keep an eye on her. I'll keep an eye on her home, and Gu Fian will keep an eye on the company. Sarukawa stares daily. How about that? Sarukawa was a bit speechless. Why do I have the biggest workload? Because, the idea I came up with. Gufei evening is a girl. You can do more. Miyamura Chihaya heatedly laughed. Sarukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. Over the next 2 days, the three of them began to take turns staking out the woman, keeping track of her, but the woman seemed so normal. There's nothing strange about it. It's been 3 in 1. Until this evening, Chihaya Miyamura went out and didn't come back for a long time. Where's the man? Tracking. Tracking to where? Gufei Nian was a bit strange. Sarukawa was still huffing and puffing. He was tired from yesterday and had followed him for a long time until evening. Gufei didn't have the heart to disturb him and went out to look for Miyamura Chihaya on her own. Until after 12 o'clock at night, Sarukawa woke up quietly, and there was no one else in the entire mansion except the servants. Neither one has returned. I don't know where they've gone. Sarukawa sat on the sofa a little speechless. Tracking can still lose self? What are these two up to? They're not going to get caught in the crossfire. A few blankets were scattered across the floor in a dimly lit room in an unoccupied rotting building outside the wilderness. On top of the blankets sat 4 people. Miyamura Shifuyu, Gufei, Akutagawa Yukari and Takashita Tilt. There was a moment of silence as the 4 men looked at each other being pent up. It's really been a 1-2 punch. Don't worry, both of you. Hachuan will come to our rescue. Gufei opened her mouth to comfort. The 2 girls were both excellent looking and cute. Because they had been imprisoned for a few days they were a bit dirty, blocking their delicate and cute looks. Sister, you said it 7 or 8 times already. Who the hell is this Tsurukawa? Akutagawa Yukari Nono opened her mouth. She'd been tied up for days, and there hadn't been anyone to rescue him at all. Sydney Akutagawa sighed. I'll just wait for my dad to come up with the money. Your father is dead. Shifuyu Miyamura spoke directly. The girl froze instantly, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Gufei instantly kicked Miyamura Chiyu. Can you? No. No way. Akutagawa Yukari's face instantly paled. Whoa, woo, how could my dad be dead? It can't be. Woo. There was an instant bawling sound in the darkened room. Or your stepmother killed her, Chihaya Miyamura said. Whoa. I hate you. Sydney Akutagawa howled. Gufei glared fiercely at Miyamura Chihaya, who was a bit vain anyway. Sooner or later, we'll have to know. Maybe. We'll meet with his father in a while. Creak, the door was pushed open and a group of black-clad men walked in. A female at the head of the group slowly walked in and looked at the few people with cold eyes. Akutagawa Yukari suddenly looked agitated and struggled to rush up. You vicious woman, why did you do this? But the next second it was kicked back again. The woman wiped her glasses, then a sinister smile hung at the corner of her mouth. You say that? That huge asset? Of course it belongs to us. Miyamura Shifuyu's eyebrows twitched. We, yell. It looks like there's more than one person. Oh. Is this man in front of me also in an organization? Sydney Akutagawa looked at the woman with anger in her eyes. The woman grinned. Don't worry. Once the 2 days are up and the asset transfer is successful, I'll send you to meet your father. And you guys. With that the woman backed out, clanging the door back shut. Sydney Akutagawa couldn't help but sob. Gufei touched his head to comfort up. Don't be afraid. Hachuan may come to save us. Another unknown amount of time passed. The clunk. Door was opened again. Not the same. This time only one person. A young man wearing sunglasses and a bodyguard outfit just like the one he had just worn. With an open smile on his lips. Gufei instantly froze. The man came forward and sked, lifting Gufei's face with his hand. Little girl. Quite pretty. Do you want to play with your brother? The corner of Gufei's mouth hooked up a smile in a light tone and said, yes, just, it's a bit inconvenient here. Right. Why don't you take me out and go home to play? The man nodded. Well, it really isn't as good. Bang, a super rocket headbutt straight from Sydney Mustang, instantly crashing into the young man's stomach. Put. The young man came close to spitting out a mouthful of old blood, as if struck by a heavy blow. Miyamura Shifuyu looked at this scene with shock and poof. Ha, laughed out loud with abandon. Mustache Sydney stubbornly raised her face. Don't move, non-evening sister. Bastard, come at me if you dare. Gufei instantly cried and looked at the man with a heartbroken expression. Hachuan, are you alright? The corner of Tsurukawa's mouth floated up a touch of blood. The whole person kneeled on the ground, painfully covering his stomach. I am really convinced. The scene shifted to Hachuan sitting on the ground with his stomach covered, and Gufei was rubbing Hachuan's stomach with a heartbroken look on her face. Yukari Akutagawa frantically bowed beside her and apologized. This girl has so much force. It's the first time I've been hit so hard in years. Tsurukawa lamented. Who made what you guys just said so misleading? Takashita leaned in to add. Gufei cried and laughed. We were just joking around. Who knew that Akutagawa? She took it seriously. Alright, don't say anything more. Let's go. Gufei helped Hachuan up, and the few people walked outside together. Out for a split second a few people froze. Outside lay a group of black-clothed men strewn about. Each one fainted on the ground. Goofy and looked at Hachuan in shock. This. You hit? Sarukawa hastily touched his head and hammed and hawed and laughed, pretending to be nonchalant. I drugged them in their takeout. Well, I have no hands. How can I beat it? Goofy and nodded with some surprise at his words, worthy of being Hachuan. So smart. Goofy and looked behind her triumphantly at the two people I told you. Hachuan will definitely come to save us. The smug look was as if she was showing off her own husband. Akutagawa Yukari's eyes took on admiration when she looked at Sarukawa as well. Amazing. Only Chihaya Miyamura narrowed her eyes in skepticism, as there was no sign of any takeout there at all. Several people hurriedly left the place and first returned to Miyamura Shifuyu's home to rest up for the time being. The two girls had changed into clean clothes and were gulping down their food, and it looked like these two were having a bad time. Sarukawa sat bored and looked at his cell phone as if he was sending a message. Sydney Akutagawa swallowed the food in her mouth. Sarukawa-kun, can I pay you to be my housekeeper? I need you badly. Sarukawa laughed softly, still not looking up. Oh yeah, so how much can you pay me? Gufei instantly became vigilant. Her sharp gaze fixed dead center on Yukari Mustang. 2 million yen a month. How about that? Akutagawa Yukari said. Sarukawa looked at his phone and nodded. Well, it looks like a lot. Gufei instantly sweated. I offer $4 million. Takashita leaned and spoke coldly. If it's not enough, I can add more. Gufian immediately looked between the two men, full of anxiety. I'll give $5 million. Hachuan glanced at Gufian speechlessly and reached out to rub Gufian's head. Are you stupid? Just kidding. I'm not going anywhere. Gufian immediately felt a sweetness in her heart. Then, this is what you said. The corners of his mouth couldn't suppress the upstage. Sydney Akutagawa sighed pity. Dun and Miyamura Shifuyu ran over in horror. You guys, come check it out. Several people immediately came to the TV. The TV is showing the three most wanted criminals, and it says that they are the real culprits who kidnapped Yukari Akutagawa and Takashita Tilt. Photos of the three were hung up. Can't stand it. Wife, pack up, go back to your country, Sarukawa yelled. Miyamura Chihaya immediately hugged Sarukawa's thigh. Don't. What am I going to do if you leave? I don't want to be in prison for the rest of my life. Fuck you. Sarukawa kicked Miyamura Chihaya away. I'll go back and beat Jonyin to death. Go out on a few errands. Pure torture. Miyamura Chihaya sank her face. No need to think. It must be that woman's doing. What the hell is she up to? Are the Japanese police a bunch of assholes? Sarukawa waved his hand. I don't know what you guys are up to, but I'm going back to my country. I really can't take it anymore. Gufian hurriedly pacified Hachuan. Don't get excited. We are now wanted and can't go back. Sarukawa was a little annoyed that the Japanese police had begged them to come, and now they were wanted criminals. No, we seem to have gotten it wrong from the start. Sarukawa sat on the sofa and thought seriously. What was this person's original purpose? Is she only after the life of Akutagawa Kajikai? Sarukawa had a bit of a headache for a while. Sarukawa. She said earlier in the day that it looked like she was transferring some assets or something. Gufei said. Sarukawa froze. Brain instantly a flash of light. You. Why did not say earlier? Sarukawa got anxious. It's over. It's over. The crowd was confused by Sarukawa's reaction, not knowing what was going on. As soon as Sarukawa anxiously pulled Miyamura Chihaya outside, the three girls were about to follow when Sarukawa scolded them. Stay here. Gu Feinian shivered, not knowing why Hichuan was angry. Sarukawa glanced at the three and left with Chihaya Miyamura. In the car, Miyamura Shifuyu looked at Sarukawa suspiciously and asked, What's wrong with you? Sarukawa sked. You don't see it here? Miyamura Shifuyu's eyes stared carefully, recalling Sarukawa's question just now, and suddenly a light flashed in his head. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Sarukawa nodded. That woman wants to transfer her assets. It would have to be inside the Akutagawa group. After transferring the assets, her purpose would be discovered and it would be very obvious who the murderer is, so she would definitely run. But there are countless powerful people partying inside the group right now. Those can be walking gold. You think that woman can't be impressed? Miyamura Chihaya's brow furrowed. Oh no, what should we do? Beep beep beep. Sarukawa picks up the phone. Sarukawa, you've gone too far. I won't forgive you. The sound of Akizakura's roaring voice came from the phone. Akizakura, listen to me. Get the police to the Akutagawa group building immediately now. There's danger there. Hurry. Sarukawa couldn't explain it to her in time, so he had to order it offline. Akizakura heard Sarukawa's urgency and also panicked a bit. Oh, okay. Hanging up the phone, the car went straight inside the Mustang group building. The two men got out of the car in a hurry. Sure enough, at the entrance of the group, originally two security personnel had been shot and died tragically inside. The two men were instantly alert and quietly felt their way in. On each floor there were black-clad men armed with firearms. It's bad. It looks like is under control, Sarukawa said as he looked at the situation in front of him. Let's go. There's surveillance in the elevator. Let's take the fire escape. Miyamura Shifuyu waved her hand. and the two of them headed up the stairs. Boss, two people appeared. Someone in the surveillance room said. The woman from before nodded, let them in. The two men who were struggling to climb the stairs at this point didn't realize they had been spotted. The more Gu Fei and the two girls sat down, the more uneasy they became. No, we can't, Sydney Akutagawa spoke up. We're going to the group, Sydney Akutagawa spoke up. Gu Fengyan was a bit hesitant but Hichuan won't let me go out. Yukari Akutagawa sked just think how happy Tsurukawa would have been if you had completed the mission. At that time, he must think you're the best. Gu Feiyan was a bit hesitant, but at the same time she was a bit worried about Hichuan's safety. Alright, let's go. Panting, the two men felt their way upstairs and quietly pushed a little gap along the ventilation ducts. It was seen that, inside the large lobby, all the people were all escorted by several black-clothed men with loaded guns, all of them looking terrified and trembling with fear. Hey, what to do now? Chihaya Miyamura asked. Tsurukawa looked in the direction of the surroundings. You watch here and listen to what they say. I'm going to take down the surveillance room, otherwise it's too inconvenient for us to move. Miyamura. Chihaya nodded. Then be careful. Tsurukawa immediately touched out. He had seen the map before coming up and knew where the location of the surveillance room was. Now that the entire building is under control, all in black, it's not a good time to move at all. Beep beep beep, countless police cars surrounded the place downstairs, and Akazura scrambled out of the car to make a call. Tsurukawa, we're here, how's the situation? Tsurukawa spoke. The situation is not optimistic. They are all on the 17th floor. The house about 7 armed personnel. How many in the building do not know. The scene is controlled. You do not act rashly. Akazakura immediately reported the situation to Nomura Ryozan behind her. Nomura Ryozan immediately started working on the setup. Tsurukawa twisted his head to see a man in black smoking there in the corner, thought better of it and touched it slowly. You, who are you? The man in black was shocked. Tsurukawa waved his hand. Delivery. Bang, a punch directly on the face of the man in black. The man in black fainted on the spot. Tsurukawa dragged the man into the building, changed into his clothes, and strutted inside. Follow the elevator straight down to the 4th floor, where the entire building is monitored. Inside, 3 men in black stood with guns. Clicked. Tsurukawa directly to the handgun on the egg directly walked in. The guards explain. I'm here to change the guard, said Tsurukawa. The 3 of them stared at each other in disbelief. Powered. Tsurukawa froze. Matu matu. Ah! The 3 men howled in pain and twisted up on the ground, bleeding from bullets in their arms and legs. SHHHH. Tsurukawa signaled for silence. Then fucked them unconscious one by one. Within the surveillance, not only the 17th floor, probably more than 20 people in black. Wait a minute. Hichuan's eyes stared. He saw Gu Fei in the surveillance, Sydney Akutagawa, and Takeshita Tilt. Tsurukawa was instantly flustered, immediately rushed out to run wildly in the direction of the 3, but it seemed to be too late. When Tsurukawa arrived, there were only shoes scattered on the floor. Ouch! Tsurukawa sighed. Tick-tock. Suddenly the sound of a broadcast came from overhead. That detective boy. Your people are already on the 17th floor. Please come immediately. Oh. It was the woman's voice on the broadcast. Tsurukawa sighed a little, threw down the gun in his hand, and went straight to the 17th floor, while pushing the door straight open. So many sightings inside. Gu Fei, Akutagawa, Yukari and Takeshita Tilt were tied together. Gu Fei felt a sudden pang of shame. If it wasn't for her, Hichuan wouldn't have come. Didn't I tell you not to come? No injuries. Crane was a little helpless. The woman next to me came up with a smile on her face. You're very good. If it wasn't for them, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to catch you. Tsurukawa nodded. May I ask your name? The woman smiled. My name is Yoko Namiki. Nice to meet you, said extending a hand. Tsurukawa smiled and didn't hold it well. I'm here too, so tell me what you want. Yoko Namiki didn't say anything. She just slowly walked behind Tsurukawa and pointed at these people. Look at them. They represent the highest echelons of Japan. Yet they socialize themselves to enjoy themselves and can't do anything of substance at all. So, if I were to give them all their money and hold all their power in my hands, wouldn't Japan become a more peaceful place? Tsurukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. What the hell are you going to say? The organization behind me is called Dawn. Dawn is the future of this world. How about it? Want to join us? Nanaki. Yoko's eyes lit up, looking at Tsurukawa with admiration. Tsurukawa rubbed the corners of his eyes. Sorry, I'm not joining anyone. Bang. Tsurukawa let out a muffled grunt. The bullet pierced his arm. Yoko Nomiki's eyes were filled with disdain as white smoke rose from the gun in her hand. Tic-tac-toe. Blood kept dripping on the ground. Don't! Gu Fengyan watched in horror as the scene struggled and tried to rush over. Tsurukawa covered his wound, eyes still sharp as he looked at Yoko Nomiki. Yoko Nomiki crouched down and reached down to lift Tsurukawa's chin and smiled. Not everyone deserves to enter the Dawn. I'm giving you a chance. Sarukawa forced a smile. I don't. Panamiki Yoko slapped Sarukawa's face with murderous intent in her eyes. I gave you a chance. Bang! A kick kicked Sarukawa aside to look at the group coldly. Now, each of you will be given 1 hour to transfer your assets to this account. Yoko Namiki gave Sarukawa a cold look. Mikasa, this one's for you to play with. With that, Yoko Namiki walked out. Hachuan struggled to come and lie down next to Gufei. Gufei Nian's tears kept dripping down on Hechuan's face. I'm sorry. Hechuan, I really deserve to die. I'm sorry. Hachuan shook his head and buried his face in Gufei's thigh. Gufei stared. Sarukawa lifted his face and smiled. Hurry up. The next second, a big man full of muscles behind him walked over and directly dragged Gufei aside. The big man smiled and rubbed his fists. Kid, the last guy. He only lasted 5 minutes. I wonder how much you can last. Sarukawa braced himself and stood up, looking around. There were 4 other armed officers in the room, all looking over with anticipation. Sarukawa smiled. I don't need 5 minutes. A minute. The big man froze. A murderous intent surfaced in Sarukawa's eyes. 1 minute. Kill you. The big man instantly became furious. Swinging his fist, he rushed forward. Sarukawa dodged the punch with a slight side of his head, and followed it up by sticking directly to the big man's body. Ka-chow. Ah! The big man screamed miserably and immediately stepped backward, covering his hands in agony. One of his hands was twisted and deformed. It drooped feebly. A few others were startled by the scene and immediately held their guns ready to fire. Sarukawa instantly came to the big man, locking his hands around his throat. Don't move! Fire 1 shot and I'll slit his throat. Sarukawa's hand made a forceful move. That big man instantly fainted a bit and couldn't breathe. The 4 immediately dared not act rashly. Go to hell! A furious shout. Gu Feiyan flew up and kicked a flying kick on a person. Well, the man was kicked straight out. Gu Fei immediately picked up the firearm with a roll. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Killed 3 people instantly. Rocket headbutt. Wasabi Yukari let out a furious cry, instantly knocking a black-clothed man out of the air. It turned out that Hachuan had just buried his face in Gu Feiyan's leg to spit out the blade hidden in his mouth. Gu Fei immediately moved slowly to cut the rope away. Seeing that the scene was under control, Sarukawa put his heart down and clicked with a force in his hand. The big man instantly fell to the ground with his pupils lax. Sarukawa similarly fell to the ground, the pain coming from his arm continuing. Blood also continued to flow. Hachuan sat paralyzed on the ground, and Gu Feiyan immediately rushed over to him. Tears fell in big drops. I'm sorry. Really sorry. Hachuan smiled and reached out to wipe Gu Feiyan's tears. Tears are useless. Go home and take good care of me now. Gu Fei nodded with a sob. Alright, go close the door and call Akizakura. Tell them to organize an extermination. Sarukawa took a deep breath after tossing his cell phone to Yukari Akutagawa and looked at the wound on his arm. It was deep and bleeding profusely. Listen and close your eyes. Don't look, Sarukawa said. The next second he thrust 2 fingers hard into the bullet hole. Put. Blood gradually soared out, and Hechuana's forehead was in a cold sweat, and his face became extremely pale. Dang it! With a crash, Sarukawa snapped the bullet out with a stiff finger. Rip! With a tear tearing off his clothes and tying them around his shoulders to stop the bleeding. Finishing this before he was able to catch his breath and lay down on the ground for a short rest. Boy, you're awesome. Can you get us out of here quickly? An older woman said in Japanese. What's your hurry? Wait for the police to come. Not hurry up to die. Do not see all injured. To go you go. Gu Feiyan pointed at the mom and cursed. It was the first time that Hachuan had seen Gu Feiyan like this and couldn't help but snort a laugh. You're still laughing. Does it hurt? Gu Feiyan said in pain. Sarukawa shook his head. This small injury. It's fine. Just as the two were chatting, Akutagawa Yukari hurried over to Sarukawa. It's not good. Miyamura Chihaya, he said. There's a bomb inside the building. Sarukawa scuffed up and sat up. What? Sydney Akutagawa nodded seriously. Sarukawa was a bit silent. If the bomb exploded, the whole building might collapse. Even the people in the neighborhood would be implicated. This can't go on like this. Hachuan walked over and picked up a gun and threw another one to Gu Fei. Looking to Sydney, Mustang, you take them and run away. I'll stop them with Fei Nian. As if determined. Several people nodded. Instantly, he opened the door and stormed out. Hurry! Akutagawa Yukari shouted. And these people instantly rushed out to frantically run for their lives. The 2 men cautiously looked around the corridor, but somehow didn't spot a single black man. Night. Go to the surveillance room, Sarukawa said. The 2 came back inside the surveillance room. Still couldn't see anyone from the surveillance. Sarukawa dialed Chihaya Miyamura's number. Where's the bomb? Miyamura Chihaya on the other side of the phone. Side a little. The bomb is on the 1st floor. If it explodes, the whole building won't be saved. I'm disassembling it. Not sure if there's any more. Be careful. They might all be gathered on the roof. Sarukawa answered and hung up. The 2 men slowly felt their way over to the roof of the building. All the way up to the 19th floor, the long-disappeared man in black appeared. But, all dead people. There were so many already dead black people lying around the entire building. It looks like it was killed by someone. Did they kill each other on their own? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. It was a knife that cut his neck. It should have been a martial arts knife. There could be others inside this building. The two of them slowly groped their way to the front of Akutagawa Kajikai's office. Vaguely, I heard what sounded like a sizzling noise inside. Before the two could get inside, rumble, a room directly behind them exploded. The strong shockwave blew the two people directly out. Fragments of the walls around them were splattered in flames. Boom, another explosion. Fireworks filled the air. The two were groggy in the head. Is everything okay? Sarukawa shouted. Gu Feiyan struggled to get up from the ground. It's fine. The two helped each other up, only to see Yoko Namiki in the house running out of it clutching a computer and rushing to the roof. Go! Sarukawa shouted. And the two of them rushed after Yoko Namiki. But when they reached the end of the corridor, the two men just went up, and there were three black-clad men standing above them who directly swept up with their guns. The two men rushed back as bullets continued to pass in front of them. Bared a muffled grunt. The gunfire stopped. Sarukawa probed. The man in black was lying on the ground with his neck bleeding continuously, and a man in a martial arts soil robe with a martial arts soil sword in his hand was standing there. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile upon seeing Sarukawa. Kasuga Megatron. Senpai, Sarukawa-kun, I'm coming to save you. Sarukawa was a bit surprised. Awesome. The three of them immediately went up the stairs. On the roof, the helicopter whirred. Yoko Nanaki waited with an anxious face for the helicopter to land. Namiki, Yoko, don't you run away. The three came up panting. Two guns were aimed at Yoko Namiki. Yoko Minami closed her eyes tightly with a face full of anger. Bastard! Just by you guys, you can't even catch me. Gu Fei didn't say anything, just silently walked towards Nanaki. Yoko. Sarukawa froze. What are you doing? Hey! Gu Feiyan came directly in front of Nanmu. Yoko reached out and snapped a heavy slap directly on Nanmu Yoko's face. This is to return it to you for Huchuan, Gu Fei said angrily. Huchuan froze at once, followed by a helpless smile, since he didn't even take it seriously. This girl was so serious. You seek death. Nanmu Yoko was instantly furious. A slap was thrown at Gu Fei. Bang, a gunshot rang out and Sarukawa accurately hit Yoko Namiki in the shoulder. Yoko Namiki screamed in misery instantly. Put up less resistance. Gird your loins. Sarukawa blushed a little when he opened his mouth to utter those words. Before the light to hear others said to him, or the first time from the self-mouth, this feeling is still a little cool. Dreaming, dawn, forever and ever. The corners of Yoko Namiki's mouth curled into a smile. The words were roared out in a maniacal manner. The next second she pulled out a remote control from behind her and pressed it directly. Boom boom, a few people only felt that their feet were trembling chaotically. The sound of explosions continued to emanate from all parts of the building. A missile came out of nowhere and blasted directly into the helicopter. Bang, instantly exploded away. Yoko Namiki looked at the scene in horror. What's going on? Who is it? Bang, another gunshot rang out, and a bullet from nowhere went straight through Yoko Namiki's head. The three looked at the scene in horror, not understanding what was happening. Only Tsurukawa realized that Yoko Minamiki had been abandoned by her organization. Boom, the whole building is still exploding and in jeopardy. The trio tried to push out, but the stairs were blocked by debris from the explosion. The three were trapped on top of the roof. Finished. We cannot escape. Gu Fei Evening collapsed and said, out of an errand to give you a whole death. Kasuga Megatron sat down cross-legged and laid his sword across his lap. What are you doing? Tsurukawa queried. Kasuga Megatron faced Tsurukawa and smiled. Even if I die, I want an honorable death. I plan to commit harakiri. Gu Feiyan also sat down paralyzed, tears dripping down again. Huchuan, we're going to die. Tsurukawa sat down along the wall. The walls around him were falling off and the whole building was shaking as if it was going to collapse in the next second. Gu Fei sobbed and jumped into Huchuan's arms. Tsurukawa, I'm afraid I don't have a chance. In fact, I still have something I want to say to you, Gu Feiyan said seriously. Gu Feiyan took a deep breath and looked solemnly at Huchuan. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the sky. Hey, Tsurukawa, no injuries on the helicopter. Akazura beckoned her hand to look at the three with an excited face. Tsurukawa suddenly brightened up. No, get down here. Okay, going down immediately. Autumn Sakura immediately beckoned, and the helicopter slowly stayed above the roof. 1 week later, inside the hospital, Tsurukawa unwrapped his bandages. His wounds almost recovered. The hearts of the people behind them hanging in the air were released. The case is sort of over in Dawn as an organization is exposed to everyone for the first time. Kasuga Megatron got off the plane that day and disappeared in front of the crowd, not knowing where he went. Tsurukawa wouldn't have asked. After all, it was also an organization that was not to be seen. Sydney Akutagawa inherited the Akutagawa Kajikai group and is now busy dealing with the aftermath. Geez, it's okay. Tsurukawa stretched his back. This trip to Japan. Almost died here. Dawn's plan kind of fell through. I don't know what other moves will be made in the future. But it's probably nothing to do with Tsurukawa. Okay, next, enjoy the ride. Autumn Sakura said I'll organize for you the most fun places in Japan. Over the next 2 days, a few people pretty much wandered around some of the sites. Cherry blossoms of Meguro River bloom on both sides of the river, colorful and unearthly in beauty, with cherry pink blossoms blooming all over the place. There was a beautiful color in the air. Nagoya's Wagyu beef cuisine blossoms in the mouth. And Osu Kananji Temple carries even more of Japan's temple culture. Akiba-en's electrical commercial district is the birthplace of Japanese anime culture and is filled with stores selling anime video game and handmade goods. The Tokyo Tower, a combination of modernity and romance, was built on the model of the Eiffel Tower in Paris. There's also Asia's first Disneyland. In fact, Huchuan thought it was just like that, but because Gu Fian was very interested. Although it was not the first time he came, it was the first time he was so specialized in touring. The smile on his face hasn't gone down in days. Inside the hotel at night, Tsurukawa, let's go to a hot spring tomorrow. Gu Fei looked at the guide in her hand with an excited face and said. Tsurukawa was a bit raw, having overdosed on exercise in the past 2 days. I say Missy, what's so good about a bathhouse? Big deal. When we get home, in the bathtub, I'll boil a lot of hot water for you, and you can soak whenever you want. Gu Fian beamed a bit unconvincingly and held her cell phone up. It's not the same. I especially want to experience it. Oops. Go 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 go. Gu Fei began to pamper herself by pulling on Huchuan's sleeve. Accompany me. I want to play. Okay, go 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 go. Huchuan was a bit helpless. Recently Gu Fian was getting more and more fond of pampering. She was simply a different person from when he first met her. But it did work and it did hold him. Yeah, Gu Fei instantly beamed with joy and took her phone to search. Silver Mountain Hot Springs, Gu Fei exclaimed. Yikes, are you guys going to the hot springs? The door was opened and Autumn Sakura walked in from outside. There's also Chihaya Miyamura and Yukari Akutagawa, who I haven't seen in a while. Gu Fei evening suddenly felt bad. We are not sure. Before Gu Fian could finish speaking, Huchuan said, yes, we are going. Autumn Sakura's eyes instantly lit up. Too good, let's go together. Chihaya Miyamura smiled back and nodded. Ginzan Onsen is quite nice, but there's no snow right now. My suggestion would be Kusatsu Onsen. It's nice there too. Gu Fian instantly twisted her head around and cried and mourned. People obviously wanted 2 people to go. These people are adding to the chaos. Yeah, let's go together then, Tsurukawa said. A few people simply packed up and traveled towards Gunma Prefecture. After traveling for 4 hours, we finally arrived at Gunma Prefecture. There are only 3 rooms left? Autumn Sakura wondered. The clerk nodded yes. There are only 3 right now. Autumn Sakura spread her hands. 3 rooms. 1 for 2 people. How do you split it? Tsurukawa looked up. It's just me and Shifuyu chanting. Nonetheless, night alone in a room chanting. Akazura nodded yes. No. Gu Fei suddenly became agitated. A roar froze several people. Gu Fei instantly felt a little embarrassed. I'm scared. Tsurukawa cried a little. So you live with Akazakura? Gu Fian clutched the corner of her coat. Some twisted face, also some scarlet eye. Am not used to living with girls. A few people in the room were a bit speechless. Not used to being with girls? So you're staying with Tsurukawa? Akutagawa Sydney had long since seen Gu Fian's thoughts and asked with a smile. Gu Fian suddenly blushed, but pretended not to care. That. Well, that's what you guys said. I can't do anything about it. Tsurukawa wanted to say something else, but Sydney had long since pulled Akizakura away with a smile on her face. Looks like we're the ones being the light bulb. The 2 sisters laughed and left. Miyamura Chihaya patted Tsurukawa's shoulder and shook his head. TSK, then gave a thumbs up towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately felt a burst of shame and could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. Huchuan looked at the room cards in his hand and glanced helplessly at Gu Fei. And can't figure out what you're thinking. Back inside the room, the 2 briefly packed up their things. The room was furnished with 2 tatami mats, very close together, almost next to each other. Tsurukawa is a bit strange. Why do you think the Japanese don't sleep in beds? Have to sleep on the floor? Gu Feiyan shook her head. I don't know. Maybe the floor is more comfortable? Changing clothes became a problem again. There appeared to be no cover inside the house. The 2 of them got up wide-eyed and stared at each other. Gu Fian blushed even more and looked at Huchuan somewhat sheepishly. Huchuan looked at Gu Fian and couldn't help but gulp. I'll go out. You change first. With that, he walked out. Gu Fei instantly breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but cheer herself up. Gu Fei, it's okay. There's still plenty of time at night. Go for it. Change your clothes and come into the lobby. The 3 sisters were dressed in bathing suits. The 3 of them were lovely and pure. And Gu Fian was even more beautiful and moving, with a great sense of something else. Bye-bye. See you in an hour. Autumn Sakura pulled Gu Fian towards the female bath. The two men walked towards the male bath and each began to enjoy the hot springs. The stream of water in the warm pool constantly wafted a steaming mist. It's so cozy. Autumn Sakura sighed a little. The three girls soaked in the pool, relaxing all over. A white piece of Duong Big Two clusters reflected in the water. Gu Fian and Mustang Sydney both looked dumbfounded, their eyes staring straight up and unable to hide their eyes. Autumn Sakura blushed a little. What's wrong? Gu Fian gulped. What did you eat? How did it grow so big? Akasakura scratched her head a little embarrassed. I don't know. Maybe all the nutrition went up here causing it not to grow. It usually still bothers me that even proper underwear has to be customized and it's heavy. Gu Fei and Sydney looked on with some envy. The two men looked at each other and still couldn't help but extend their demonic hands. An hour later several people came into the room comfortably, each face flushed slightly lazily on the floor. It's so comfortable. Gu Fei said. Should I order something to eat? Shifuyu Miyamara said, going out to order something. All through the evening, several people were doubly bored. There wasn't much to play with and after chatting for a while they each went to their rooms. The remaining two people looked at each other face to face, and the atmosphere was somehow a little awkward. Sleep. Sleep. Sarukawa said and laid himself down and closed his eyes. Gu Fian pursed her lips and didn't say anything, turning the lights off and plunging the room into darkness. There was a silence, and after an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei could no longer hold back this atmosphere. Huchuan, are you asleep? Gu Fian turned to face Huchuan, quietly looking at Huchuan's sleeping eyes in the darkness of the night, and felt a burst of satisfaction in her heart. Seeing that Huchuan didn't say anything, Gu Fian thought that Huchuan had fallen asleep. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he quietly slipped his hand under the covers of Sarukawa to hold his hand. Sarukawa's hand was warm for a moment, his palms sweaty. Gu Fei evening froze, tight face burst red. You didn't fall asleep, did you? Sarukawa nodded in the darkness. Just woke up. Gu Fian instantly felt a little shy, having been discovered since she secretly touched her hand. But in the next second Gu Fian took a deep breath and didn't feel shy anymore. Since she was discovered, she touched it openly and honestly. Huchuan, I'm very happy now. Since I've known you, every day I've lived is very satisfying. That. He. Gu Fei said with a smile. Sarukawa froze slightly but still didn't open his eyes, just faced the ceiling and closed his eyes. Yeah, well, I thank you too, Sarukawa said. Gu Fian was instantly a bit unhappy. You're being a bit distant with this sentence. What, thanks or no thanks? I don't like it. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Huchuan's mouth. Fei Nian, can you promise me one thing? Gu Fian immediately nodded. You say, as long as you say it, I'll agree. Good. Then can I beg you, don't ever fall for me. Sarukawa's voice was flat, but it contained seriousness. Gu Feiyan froze for a moment, not understanding what Self had heard. Why? But this isn't what you've been doing all along? Gu Fei Evening said in disbelief. It was my problem before. I was too offensive. I apologize. I think we should keep a little distance in the future. It was as if there was the sound of something breaking in the darkness. Gu Fei Late drew his hand back and laughed harshly. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly like you that? I just think of you as a friend. On his lips, the crystallized tears at the corners of his eyes kept slipping down. Go to sleep. It's getting late. Gu Fei Late gave a laugh and turned around. Silence fell within the room again, and Huchuan looked slightly sideways at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's back was turned to him, but it was obvious to see that her body was trembling, and there was the sound of sobbing that was strongly suppressed. Sarukawa felt a pang of remorse in his heart, but words spoken were like water thrown out. He didn't want to do this either, but he just said it early that he couldn't let Gu Fian fall that deep. How sad it would be to know his true identity later. The night was silent until dawn. Huchuan opened his eyes. There was no one next to him. Gu Fian didn't know where he had gone, and the pillow he had slept on was clearly a trail of tears. Sarukawa's side stretched and stood up, heading outside. Outside the lobby, Gu Fei sat on the sofa with slightly red and swollen eyes. When he saw Sarukawa come out, he instinctively wanted to come over, but on second thought, he sat back and twisted his face to ignore Sarukawa. Yo, all there? Sarukawa greeted. A few eyes glanced at Sarukawa humphing and ignoring Sarukawa. Sarukawa is a bit speechless. What's wrong with him? Why are they all so cold to themselves? Kind of hungry. Got anything to eat? Sarukawa asked. Gu Fei Late was a little hesitant, panicked and glanced at Autumn Cherry there. I'll go get it for you. But before she could get up, she was pushed back by Autumn Sakura. No, you can't go buy it yourself if you're hungry. You only know how to use other people. Sarukawa even more somewhat innocent, since it is to ask a well, non-night you eat? Gu Fian just wanted to speak was given a hard glare by Chio Cherry. and was so scared that she immediately didn't dare to speak. Sarukawa shrugged a little breathlessly and ran off to eat. Gu Feiyan got a little flustered. Autumn Sakura. This isn't good. Sarukawa. He'll ignore me. Chio Sakura slapped Gu Feiyan. I say, why do you have to rush up and coax him? Listen to me, just ignore him. Gu Feiyan hesitated, always feeling that this does not work. I do not. Let me not take care of Hachuan. It is more difficult than dying. Autumn Sakura and Sydney covered their heads speechlessly. Do you want to be so in love? Listen to me. You have to show your attitude. You have to show him that you're not the only one. You watch. As long as you hold out for 2 days, I guarantee that Sarukawa will definitely approach you of his own accord. Sydney patted her chest and swore. Gu Feiyan cried out, is it reliable? Absolutely. Akazura nodded. Hey Gu, what's so good about this crappy hot spring? I really can't figure it out. It was at this moment that a few people walked in from outside. One of them even cursed and said it's just a broken hot spring. What's there to soak in? The crowd behind him looked unhappy but didn't say anything. Who is this person? So unqualified. Miyamura Shifuyu frowned. Brat, who are you talking about? The man seemed to have heard and immediately rushed over. Miyamura Chihaya looked around. It seems like you're the only one who's so unqualified. You seek death. The man was furious and wanted to rush up, but was pulled back by the crowd behind him. Kids don't get on his bad side. Get going. With that, he pulled the man inside. Sarukawa walked in with food in his mouth. What the hell? Who are these guys? Miyamura Chihaya shook her head. Tourists. I guess. I don't know. Pretty unqualified anyway. Hachuan didn't say anything, and came to Gu Feiyan's side to hand over what was in his hand. Nu-ah. It's quite tasty. Have some? Gu Fei looked blankly at Sarukawa's side. Autumn Sakura pinched her without a trace. I am not hungry, Gu Fei said with a sullen face, turned around and stood up to go back to her room. Sarukawa's outstretched hand froze in midair. What is she doing? Several people present did not say anything. There is a look of you guess yourself. Hachuan sank his face as he threw the food down and chased Gu Fei to the room. Seeing Sarukawa chasing after him, Akasakura showed a bit of smugness. See, someone is in a hurry. Sarukawa chased him all the way to the room. No name. What do you mean? What's going on? Sarukawa inquired. Gu Fei's eyes took on a trace of aggression but still forcefully said, I didn't do anything. I'm fine. Then why are you ignoring me? Sarukawa wondered. When Gu Fei heard Hachuan say this, her anger instantly rose. I'm ignoring you? Didn't you say we should keep our distance? Sarukawa was a little flustered and hastily denied it. Not. I mean, even if you keep a distance, you can't not say a word. I'm just talking about behavior and demeanor. Enough, Gu Feiyan yelled, standing up with red eyes. Hachuan, what the hell do you want? Obviously. You were the first one to pester me before. Now you're the one who said to keep your distance. I've listened to you and you're still not satisfied. What do you want me to do? Make me disappear before your eyes? Gu Feiyan said, all the grievances in her heart in her head, and tears spread in her eyes. No, I didn't mean that. Sarukawa hurriedly explained, I was the one who pestered you before. But, I don't want to hear it from you. I hate you the most, Gu Fei yelled, snatching out the door with red eyes, leaving Sarukawa alone in the room in a daze. Until the evening, Hachuan didn't come out of the door of his room, and Gu Feiyan didn't come back. The three sat in the lobby in a bit of a panic. That's a hell of a fight. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Sydney said. Autumn Sakura shook her head. No, it won't. The two of them will have a fight to calm down and be fine the next day. Alright, go to bed early guys. Until nightfall. Sarukawa couldn't sit still any longer and pushed open the door to his room. How late is it? As he said that, he got dressed and went out to look for it. It was still a bit cool outside at this time of day, and as the cold wind blew away, Sarukawa couldn't help but shiver. It had been a long walk before I saw a small figure at a roadside stop sign. The little girl hugged her legs lying on the recliner, curled up, out too anxious. What things did not take? Go back also cannot wipe the face. So just in the chair to make up for the night. The cold wind blew a shiver through Gu Feinan. Hachuan sighed a bit helplessly and slowly walked over to drape the clothes over Gu Fei. Gu Fei froze, and when she looked up, she saw Hachuan's glum and gentle eyes. Gu Feiyan froze and hurriedly sat up and tightened the clothes on her body. How did you come? Hachuan's eyes were on Gu Fei's feet. The white feet were stained with a lot of dirt and there were some minor cuts. Silly or not, even if you come out, you have to wear shoes, Sarukawa said with a stern face. Gu Fei buried her head in her lap and didn't say anything. Hachuan came to crouch in front of Gu Feiyan. Come up. Gu Feiyan was a little hesitant, but she still hurriedly climbed up. The steps were given, and she didn't hurry down. Hachuan carried Gu Feiyan on his back towards the hot spring hotel. In the future, even if you have a fight, you're not allowed to go out. Got it? Hachuan said in a deep voice. Behind her back, Gu Fei buried her head in the shoulder of Hachuan's neck with a glutinism. Back in the room, Hachuan called a basin of water and gently helped Gu Feiyan wipe her feet. Gu Fian reflexively wanted to draw back but was tightly pulled by Huchuan. Don't move. The wound may leave a scar if not treated properly. Gu Fian's face blushed with shame. It was the first time she was held by someone else's feet. It was too shameful. It's dirty. I'll just help myself, Gu Fei said with a suppressed voice. Sarukawa glanced at it without saying anything, instead wiping it carefully. Gu Fian looked down at the serious Huchuan. Her heart thumped, and her heart, which had been sulking, was not aggrieved at all at this moment. In its place, it is full of happiness. Hey, what are you smiling about? You're not going to have your heart blossom just because I just did a little bit of this little thing. Sarukawa couldn't help but spit out. Gu Fei late froze, pulling over the pillow to bury herself in it, not wanting to face Huchuan. Huchuan shook his head. Miss Gu, I think this relationship brain of yours needs to be cured. You'll be cheated like this, you know. Gu Fian stuck out her face and spat out her tongue slightly. Slightly, except for you. No one else can fool me. Sarukawa sighed helplessly, because he knew that Self was afraid, that he had also moved his feelings, and never thought that Self would actually like someone else. Looking at this silly girl in front of him, Huchuan, from the bottom of his heart, did not want to be lying to her, but he did not dare to expose his own identity. Because Gu Fei said that her teacher died because of Self, this Huchuan had to figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he'll never be able to face Gu Fei with his true identity. Give me some time. Non-late. Give me some time, Sarukawa muttered. Gu Fei evening was a little stunned. What? Mean? There was a sudden scream from outside. Sarukawa subconsciously glanced at the alarm clock. 2:20. Stay, don't go out. I'll go take a look. Huchuan rubbed Gu Fei's head and walked out. After a lot of people had gathered in the direction of the male hot spring in the hotel, these people kept looking inside. Chihaya Miyamura is among them. Sarukawa walked up and tapped Chihaya Miyamura on the shoulder. What happened? Miyamura Shifuya's face changed when she saw Sarukawa coming. Dead man. That unqualified man during the day died in the hot spring. Sarukawa was shocked and hastily lifted the crowd, only to see a naked man floating on the surface of the water in the midst of the steaming hot springs, already dead. And this man, the man with no qualities during the day. Autumn Sakura immediately rushed over as well and took out her police badge. Police, no one is allowed to leave this hotel now. The crowd got a little disgruntled for a moment. Quiet. My name is Miyamura Chihaya. It's Osaka's #1 detective. Don't worry everyone. As long as the murderer is still here on the road, I'll catch him out, Chihaya Miyamura said. All around the room began to talk. He's the famous detective? He's so young. Miyamura Chihaya looked at Sarukawa smugly. My visibility is still very impressive. Sarukawa cut the crap. Go ask for an alibi and I'll do the autopsy. Sarukawa came into the room. A little serious. There are dead people out there. Don't you dare believe it. Gu Fian immediately froze. Ah, what? Sarukawa nodded. That's right. Stay honest. It looks like we're going to be forced to work overtime as our tour of Japan comes to an end for now. I'll go with you, Gu Fei said as she put on her shoes. Don't. The bodies are dead in a lesser state. You'd better not go, Sarukawa said. Gu Fian suddenly became serious. Her eyes said seriously. Huchuan, I am a police officer. The duty of a police officer is to catch the criminals and return justice to the dead. You can't back down just because of some minor setbacks. It won't work. Gu Fei rambled while putting her shoes on. Ahem. Let's go. Go check out the crime scene. The scene was under control. And inside the hall, Miyamura Shifuya was asking what was going on as she and the two girls took control of the situation. Sarukawa ignored them and walked into the middle of the crime scene on his own. The body has been brought up and placed on the shore. The body was a pale color. The skin on the body had been soaked with a slight looseness, and there were rib indentations and light red bleeding spots on the surface, dilated pupils, hemorrhaging of the mucous membranes, and a large amount of light red foam in the mouth are consistent with drowning. Gu Fian looked at the scene with some doubt. The body has no signs of struggle and no other external injuries. It looks like it was really drowned. A big living person can drown himself in the hot spring? Gu Fian was a bit skeptical. Sarukawa didn't say anything. He just broke open the mouth of the deceased and sniffed carefully the smell of alcohol. It looks like he drank a lot of alcohol. Gu Fian's eyes lit up. Drinking alcohol and taking a bath may induce a rupture of the cerebral blood vessels, hence ischemia and hypoxia. Is it because of this? Note, Sarukawa said as he examined it. You see, although this person has the smell of alcohol on his breath, the odor is only emanating from his mouth. It's very faint and almost disappeared by the hot spring water. This means that the wine was confined to the mouth, so that the deceased was already in shock or dead when he drank, and was no longer capable of swallowing. Gu Fei instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. That means, the person who fed him alcohol is the murderer? Sarukawa nodded. It looks like the murderer was trying to disguise the victim as if he was drunk and entered the hot spring and drowned. The bodies can only be seen here on the surface. There's no way out. Go ask them, Huchuan said, walking out with Gu Fian. Outside, Miyamura Chihaya looked sadly at the notes in her hand. Sarukawa came over and tapped the deceased died around 1 o'clock. Any clues? Miyamura Shifuyu froze. Are you sure? Sarukawa nodded. You still don't believe in my level of autopsy? It really is that point in time. Miyamura Chihaya laughed bitterly. That would be difficult to do. This point in time, all present, all have an alibi. In addition to you and Gu Fei late, and me. Sarukawa patted Miyamura Shifuyu's shoulder. Sorry. I went to look for Nani night around 1 o'clock. Both of us weren't at the hotel. And you're the only one who doesn't have an alibi. Shit, no way. Chihaya Miyamura panicked. Come on, cut the crap. Doesn't he have friends during the day? Call them over for a statement. Sarukawa waved his hand, and several people temporarily vacated a room to use as an interrogation room. Inside the room, Sarukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu sat up there quietly watching the 5 people below. 5 people, 2 men and 3 women. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves and your relationship to the deceased. The 5 people looked horrified. You looked at me. I looked at you. And for a while they didn't know who to speak first. I'll go first, a bearded man said. My name is Ichiro Kitamura. The deceased was my debtor, and at the same time, several of us were friends. Ichiro Kitamura introduced himself, and several others nodded in agreement. The deceased's name is Yamashita Janael. We came with him, and a few of us all got together for a drink last night. But Janael Yamashita had 1 beer, and at about 12:30, Janael Yamashita said he was going to the hot springs and told us to drink it, and we ignored him until we found the body. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. So did anything unpleasant happen while you were drinking last night? A few people suddenly got a little flustered when they heard Sarukawa ask this, but no one said anything. Sarukawa laughed softly next. My name is Sekiyama Lienjuan. The deceased was my friend, and I am also the owner of this hot spring inn. Sarukawa was a bit surprised. So you're the boss? Sekisen Renjin smiled and nodded. Next, my name is Reika Haru, and I'm the deceased's secretary. He was my boss, the first girl said. Sarukawa nodded, constantly writing something in his handbook. My name is Ano Yasuna, and the deceased was my friend. That's all. My name is Yugong Xin. The deceased was my husband, the last girl said. Sarukawa was slightly stunned. Your husband? Then aren't you sad that he died? How come it feels like you are somewhat indifferent? Amamiya Xin shuddered and instinctively looked towards Kitamura Ichiro, which Sarukawa keenly caught. Sarukawa let out a laugh. Amamiya, I was just asking off the top of my head. No need to be concerned. Well guys, next please wait in the lobby. No entry to the crime scene is allowed, as well as return to your rooms. Next, please understand that we will be searching your house for all useful clues. Sarukawa nodded and walked out with Chihaya Miyamura. That Amamiya Xin is not right with Kitamura Ichiro, Miyamura Shifuyu said. Sarukawa nodded. Could it be a love killing? Chihaya Miyamura wondered. I don't know. Let's go to the dead man's room first. Maybe there's something we can find. Gufian and the others? Sarukawa wondered. Oh, they're going to interrogate the others, and the 2 of us will be mainly responsible for this side. Sarukawa stretched a bit helplessly. Let's go. Come out to play but also overtime. Really convinced. The 2 came into the dead man's room, a sort of VLP private room on the 2nd floor above. It's kind of luxurious inside. The room somehow smelled really weird. Miyamura Shifuya checked the trash can with a sudden look of disgust. It's this. Sarukawa looked over to see 2 used doll burp bags sitting in the trash can. With whom? Sarukawa wondered. Other than his wife, who else could it be? I'm getting more and more skeptical that it's a love murder. Ichiro Kitamura's eyes were clearly not right when he looked at Xin Yugong. Sarukawa agrees with that, but there has to be proof. You can't condemn someone just because of a look. The open drawer also held a couple of file folders with what appeared to be items written on them. It seems to have been signed. Sarukawa, look at this, Miyamura Shifuyu shouted with a quick wave. Sarukawa came over and looked at the plan. A plan for the demolition of an onsen ryokan? This inn is going to be demolished? Miyamura Shifuyu nodded. It looks like there is a killing opportunity. Oh, it seems that this group of friends, every one of them is hiding very deeply. Maybe, every one of them has a killing opportunity. That. Sarukawa nodded. The only people related to the deceased are these other people. All of them are tourists with no interactions. Let them go. Focus on investigating these 5 people. Shifuyu nodded in approval. Hey, Sarukawa, I have a plan. How about it? Want to give it a try? Sarukawa looked at Shifuyu suspiciously. What are you doing? Ha. Fraudulent confession. Pop in the lobby. Shifuyu startled the crowd with a slap on the table. Amamiya, your relationship with Mr. Kitamura isn't that simple, is it? You should have heard of my name as well. No hidden matters can escape my eyes. Tell me. Don't be hiding. Amamiya Xin instantly pinched the corner of her coat nervously, a look of panic appearing on her face. I I'm in an ex-girlfriend/girlfriend relationship with Kitamura Ichiro, Amamiya Xin said through clenched teeth. Shifuyu and Sarukawa looked at each other and smiled. Yeah, well, tell us about your relationship, Shifuyu said. A touch of bitterness flashed in Amamiya Xin's eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. I fell in love with Ichiro Kitamura when I was in college, and at that time Janjichi Yamashita was also pursuing me, but I didn't agree. It had been so many years until later. I had reached the point where Ichiro Kitamura and I were talking about marriage, but something went wrong at this point in time. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Kitamura Ichiro's eyes. Amamiya Xin continued. Kitamura Ichiro's company is in an economic crisis and has no choice but to turn to Yamashita Janael. Then Janael Yamashita bought his company and he owed a ton of money. Amamiya Xin looked at Kitamura Ichiro and said, and then later I went to plead for leniency to let him have a few days. But this beast, even. Amamiya Xin covered her face and cried bitterly as she said this. Ichiro Kitamura clenched his fists with veins rippling, forcing down the anger in his heart. Amamiya Xin constantly sobbing up later. There is no way. Kitamura Ichiro company crisis is so deep. Yamashita Zhongi opened conditions, as long as I marry him, to help Kitamura Ichiro to solve this problem. So I can only. Bang! Kitamura Ichiro instantly stood up in a violent rage later. I realized that all of this was the work of Yamashita Janael, including the problems with my company. Everything was his doing. I couldn't wait to kill him right away. Ichiro Kitamura roared like a raging lion. So you killed him? Sarukawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Kitamura Ichiro froze, then regained his senses. I was useless. I was trying to kill him, but I didn't have time to do it. He was already dead. It really wasn't me. Sarukawa nodded. Kitamura Ichiro rushed over and hugged Amamiya Xin. I'm sorry. I was too cowardly. That's why the incident developed into this. It's all my fault, Kitamura Ichiro said, smacking himself madly. Amamiya Xin quickly pulled back. Ichiro, it's not your fault. Everything is Yamashita's fault. It's good that he died. Sarukawa didn't hold back a chuckle, feeling funny as hell just watching some people fake it. Then, Mr. Sekiyama, you that? Sarukawa said as he threw that information in front of him. The information shows that you have mortgaged this hot spring hotel to Janael Yamashita and that it will be demolished soon. Sekiyama Lianjuan's face changed. He didn't expect Sarukawa to even discover this. That's right. This hot spring inn is mortgaged to Mr. Yamashita, and I invited Mr. Yamashita here today to ask him to forgive me for a while. Besides, there's no way I'd kill someone at a hot spring hotel. So even if the mortgage is cancelled, who'd dare come to a hotel where someone has died after that? Sarukawa nodded. There was nothing wrong with the comment. It even dispelled Sarukawa's suspicions. Kitamura Ichiro was a bit flustered. That way we're not suspected, right? Then I can take Amamiya Xin back to live a good life. Sarukawa gave Kitamura Ichiro a somewhat helpless look. Sir, I advise you not to talk to me in a hypocritical manner, or else, I'll really get angry. And if I get angry, all those dirty things you've done will come out. Kitamura Ichiro's face changed. He did not expect Sarukawa to be so faceless. What did you say? I can't understand. Ichiro Kitamura's eyes are a little averted but his mouth is still hard. Sarukawa laughed and clapped his hands. Wife. Coming. Goofy and aggressively walked out from inside, slapping a file bag on the table, angrily looking at Kitamura Ichiro. You're such an animal. So disgusting. Kitamura Ichiro was scolded and stood up sharply. What did you say that? Hachuan immediately pulled Goofy in to prevent being bitten by the dog. Don't be in a hurry. Let's take our time. This is the file bag found under Mr. Yamashita Janael's bed. It's something he always carries with him wherever he goes, and there are a lot of secrets in it, Sarukawa said as he took out a pitch-black recorder from his file pocket. Immediately after placing it on the table and pressing play, after a momentary bared sound, Ichiro Kitamura and Janjichi Yamashita's voices rang out from inside. Mr. Yamashita, as long as you help me get through this, I'll do whatever you want me to do, Kitamura Ichiro said. Humph, with goods like you, what makes you able to give Gong Yu Xin happiness? This was Yamashita Zhongi's voice. Mr. Yamashita is right, so I'm willing to give her up. Tomorrow, I'll have her here tomorrow. At that time, whatever Mr. Yamashita, Kitamura Ichiro said. The recording is played. Kitamura Ichiro, face instantly pale, immediately explained this. Is not. You listen to my explanation. Amamiya Xin covered her mouth full of disbelief what she heard. Kitamura Ichiro took hold of Amamiya Xin's hand. Listen to me. It's not what you think. Amamiya Xin fiercely smacked Kitamura Ichiro's face. A look of despair surfaced on his face. I don't want to see you again. With that said, he twisted his head and ran wildly to his room. Ichiro Kitamura's face was on fire as his dirty side was exposed, and inside he was even more tormented. What does your excellency mean? What good does this do, your excellency? Kitamura Ichiro yelled. pointing at Tsurukawa. Tsurukawa lay on the sofa and crossed his legs, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, nothing meaningful. Just don't want to see someone's heart so dirty, but spit out pure words. I look disgusting. That's just the way I am. I can't see people pretending to be better than they are. Tsurukawa laughed softly twice. You, Kitamura Ichiro pointed at Tsurukawa you twice, and twisted his head away with an indignant grunt. Tsurukawa scared and looked to the others. It seems that you have an interesting story. Do I need to search it or do you tell it yourselves? The few remaining people looked at each other, were silent. Tsurukawa nodded. Since none of you have volunteered to explain, then all of you go back to your rooms and wait. The crowd was all back in the room in a flash. The 5 men sat around in the hall. None of them had a time of commission. So who killed this victim? Akazura asked curiously. It seems like there's something we haven't found, Tsurukawa said as he walked towards the dead man's house. The house of the deceased was also fully furnished and there was nothing strange about it. Tsurukawa casually opened the drawer to check it out. And there was nothing special inside. Only a small blue box. Opening one, inside seemed to be some pills. And Tsurukawa didn't know what they were. But they should have been the pills that the deceased took. Tsurukawa went to Reika Haru's room and knocked on the door. The door was opened. And Reika Haru was wrapped in a bathrobe, revealing large swaths of pale skin and shoulders. Tsurukawa sighed as he hastily closed his eyes in confusion. I'm sorry, Reika-sama. Reika Haru shook her head. It's okay. What did you want to see me about? Tsurukawa held up the box in his hand and asked, does Mr. Yamashita usually take his medication? Reika Haru nodded yes. Mr. Yamashita has to take his antihypertensive pills every day. Not a day less. Tsurukawa nodded. Okay, you rest. After saying this, he was just about to leave. And Reika Haru seemed to be in a hurry to pull back. But his feet slipped and jumped directly into Tsurukawa's embrace. Hiss. Tsurukawa sucked in a mouthful of cool air, panicked and looked around. But then he turned his head and saw a murderous gaze around the corner. Numb. Tsurukawa completely numb. How can this be explained? How can it be so coincidental? Good death, let Gufei evening see. A murderous gaze flashed in Gufei's eyes as she silently turned to leave. Good at Tsurukawa forehead, sweat slowly flowed down. Finished? Why, there is a sense of crisis. Since the self will not be made to die. Tsurukawa hurriedly helped Reika Haru up. Reika Haru spoke up. Yesterday Mr. Yamashita asked me to go to his room at around 11 o'clock. But when I went to his room he wasn't in there and I don't know where I went. Tsurukawa froze and couldn't help but rub his chin. 11 o'clock? Not in his own room? Yes, thank you Ms. Reika. And please wait in your room. Saying goodbye to Reika, Tsurukawa tiptoed slowly back into his room with a sense of apprehension. Inside the room, Gufei sat on the floor expressionless, seeing Hachuan come in and look at him flatly. But the more this kind of look, the more terrible Tsurukawa felt. It seemed to be the calm before the storm. I can explain. Tsurukawa was the first to open his mouth in a tentative manner. Gufei late laughed. No need to explain. After all, we are just friends. You don't need to explain to me. I'm fine, he said and smiled at Tsurukawa. It's over. Hachuan inside only one idea. Gufei late may be angry, crazy. Sleep tonight. Do not dare to close their eyes. Do not give self-knife. Gu Fengyan took the bathrobe with a stiff smile always on her face. I'm going to take a bath. Go wherever you want today. Don't care about me. I can't wait to enjoy a whole room by myself. Bang, finished and closed the door heavily and left. Tsurukawa wiped a handful of panic sweat from his forehead. What to do? What to do now? Why don't you give people a chance to explain? Tsurukawa simply did not care for the time being, and picked up his cell phone to take pictures of the pills to search the internet. I don't know how long it took, but creaking, the door was pushed open. Tsurukawa was concentrating and said faintly, "You're back." Gufei's low voice answered, "Aha." The next second Tsurukawa felt a white figure approaching beside self, and a scent surrounded above the tip of his nose. Tsurukawa subconsciously looked up, confused. In front of her, Gufeian was wearing a white bathrobe. Her small face was red, revealing a large area of white shoulder skin, and her two long legs were exposed in the air, exuding a charming flavor. The short bathrobe strangled her chest, almost on the verge of jumping out, and her wet, loose hair rested above her shoulders in an indescribable charm. Teasing, rhyming, sexy, hot. Gu Huchuan couldn't help but gulp, even forgetting to breathe as he stared blankly at Gu Feian in front of him. Gu Fei's face turned red, not knowing if it was because of the bath or because of her shyness. Gu Fei late lowered her head and did not dare to look at Huchuan. Asked softly, "Can you help me blow dry my hair?" Tsurukawa nodded dumbly. The hair dryer was in her hand and her fingers brushed through her dark hair. Gu Fei's back was turned to Huchuan, and from a distance it looked like the two were pressed together. But the two of them were also very close, almost as if Gu Fei was about to lean into Huchuan's embrace. The whole room was unusually quiet. Neither of them spoke. Both seemed to be enjoying the moment. You like this?" Gu Fei suddenly opened her mouth in a very small voice and asked. Sarukawa froze, and then immediately thought of the scene in front of Reika Haru's room earlier. Ah no, just now I was just going to ask Reika Haru something and she suddenly fell. We didn't do anything. Sarukawa immediately denied it. Gu-Fian laughed out loud when she saw how serious Hachuan was. What are you thinking? Of course I trust you. We've been together for so long. Don't we even have this much trust? Gu-Fian turned her head to look at Hachuan. Her entire body snuggled into Hachuan's arms, the two of them close together. Both of them could feel each other's body heat. Hachuan's heart thumped, and Gu-Fian's heart thumped as well, looking into each other's eyes for an instant, with only the other person left in them. But what makes Sarukawa a little embarrassed is that he is, after all, a bloodthirsty young man. Certain things are indisputably branched and froze, and in order not to let the discovery, he can only try to arch his body. Sarukawa's ears flushed and his breath caught. You are beautiful today. Sarukawa spoke up. Hearing this compliment, Gu-Fei's eyes flashed with a few moments of delight. The next second Gu-Fian couldn't help but close her eyes, seemingly waiting for something. Hachuan gulped, seeing that Gu-Fei's rosy, soft lips had a great attraction for him at the moment. The head seemed to want to go down uncontrollably. Although Sarukawa tried his best to resist this desire, the more he resisted, the more he craved. But for some reason, a sense of vertigo came on extremely fast and his eyes blurred. But the whole thing went straight to the bed. Gu-Fei instantly opened her eyes in shock. Hichuana, lie down. The lower half of the small tent is also exposed. To Gu-Fei, evening startled, thought that hidden concealed weapons that, but also instantly reacted by covering his face in some shame. What's wrong with you? Alright. Sarukawa trembling hand struggled to raise the box in his hand. I just tried the drug with my own body. This is fucking ecstasy. Pfft. The hand drops down. Sarukawa's entire body passed out. Gu Fengyan was somewhat speechless as she looked at the already sleeping Hichuan breathlessly bringing the medicine over. Ouch. I'm so convinced. Are you stupid? At some point the next day, Sarukawa ghostly opened his eyes, found self lying in a soft and gentle place. When he opened his eyes, he was actually lying on Gu Fian's lap. Other than some pain in the head, the rest was comfortable. Gu Fian didn't know that Hachuan had woken up, and was still holding Hachuan's head and trying to steal pictures. Sarukawa suddenly opened his eyes, startling her. Awake, you. Didn't say so earlier. Sarukawa propped himself up and sat up. Fine. You stole my ugly picture, right? Delete it. Cut it out. Give it to me. Hachuan directly jumped up and grabbed Gu Fian's hands to hold her down. Delete or not? Gu Fie stubbornly shook her head in. Oh. Sarukawa, wake up. Bang. The door was pushed open. Miyamura Chihaya stood outside the door and froze at the sight. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Sorry, you guys carry on. Bang. Miyamura Shifuyu closed the door. Continue, you hammer. Sarukawa hastily stood up and rushed out. Gu Fengyan blushed for a moment. Outside the lobby. As soon as Sarukawa placed the box of medicine on the table, this medicine, I found it in my room under the mountain. It was originally a blood pressure medicine, but I ate it yesterday, and the medicine was switched for ecstasy. It'll take about 20 minutes to take effect, so all those people's alibis are invalid. They all had the opportunity to commit the crime. As soon as Yamashita goes back to his room, takes the medicine, and then goes to the hot springs, he'll pass out in the hot springs, and he'll drown in them without anyone even needing to do anything. So, the person who changed the medicine is the murderer. Sarukawa voiced self-speculation. But, how can the murderer ensure that Yamashita must take the medicine? Sydney queried. Miyamura Shifuyu snapped her fingers. I see. Yesterday's confession, Yamashita only drank one beer. It stands to reason that level shouldn't be dizzying. But before the front desk clerk made a comment that Yamashita stumbled a bit when he left and looked dizzy. So could he have thought that Self had high blood pressure and went to take his medication? Sarukawa nodded. That's a possibility. So there's something in the wine too? Sarukawa called everyone over and asked, what did you all drink yesterday? Did you feel anything unusual? Reika-chan frowned. I remembered when I said that. Yesterday's wine seemed to be particularly strong. A bit more powerful than normal wine. Who brought the drinks? Sarukawa asked. It's just those regular drinks at the store. The same as everyone else. Sekisen Renjin said. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya fell back into contemplation, as if everything was normal. But according to this confession, there must be something wrong with yesterday's wine. Who had access to it? Sarukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu exchanged a glance, and probably had an idea in their hearts. What were you all doing around 11 o'clock that night? Shifuyu Miyamura asked. At 11 o'clock, Mr. Yamashita came to my room and we talked about some things, Sekiyama Lianjuan said. Sarukawa nodded. This was probably what Reika Haru had said about going to the room down the hill and not seeing him. At that time he was in Sekisen Renjin's room. Something's wrong. The murderer should have made another trip to the hot springs after Yamashita Janael's death and filled Yamashita Janael's body with alcohol. Did any of you leave between 1 and 2 last night for drinks? Sarukawa asked. A few people looked at me and I looked at you. I think they all went to the restroom or something, because everyone was a little drunk by that time. So a lot of details were forgotten. Sarukawa nodded, pulling Chihaya Miyamura aside. I can see why they get dizzy from drinking. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. I think we've both come up with the same thing. Blood pressure pills. Sarukawa nodded. The murderer put all the replaced antihypertensive pills into the liquor. Overdosing on antihypertensive pills will cause the blood pressure to drop to a very low level, insufficient blood supply to the brain. So naturally you will get dizzy. Miyamura. Chihaya nodded. But Yamashita Janael prepared a lot of antihypertensive drugs. It is impossible to all at once into the wine. So the murderer must not have used up. The time of the crime is very fast. He did not have time to throw the rest of the antihypertensive pills. It must still be somewhere. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. Tell the three of them to go look in the room while we keep an eye on them. Hachuan nodded his head to go remind Gufian of the three of them. Inside the lobby, Shifuyu looked at the three coldly. Do any of you know that Yamashita suffers from severe high blood pressure? A few people nodded. We all know this because he takes his medication every day and we see it more or less all the time. Oops, the case seems to be bottlenecked again. What about this one? What about that one? Chihaya Miyamura kept looking at the notes in her hand, trying to find some other information in them, but there didn't seem to be any. These confessions are awesome and almost bug-free. If two people committed the crime that, Miyamura. Chihaya muttered. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and Miyamura. Chihaya realized. Yes, if two people committed a crime that, if it was one person, then this murderer would need to avoid the crowd in a very short period of time to complete, change the drug, and administer the drug, as well as pouring the wine. In such a hurry, it's very easy to make a mistake. But in the case of two people committing the crime, one person changed the drug, the other drug, drinking in the crowd are dizzy. One person to take advantage of the inattention to go out to fill the wine, the other person to watch the crowd present to cover. Seems a lot more reasonable. Since that's the case, then this person who changed the medicine must have been someone close to John A.L. Yamashita and knew where he kept his medicine, and also knew when he wasn't in the room. Shifuyu turned her attention to the two. Amamiya Xin. Reika-chun. These two, a wife and a secretary, were the only ones who had access to and familiarity with John A.L. Yamashita's room. In other words, it was one of the two of them who changed the medicine. Shifuyu hurriedly told Sarukawa about his own suspicions. Sarukawa listened and thought for a long time and nodded. That's right. One person is too much of a rush for time. Two is likely. The medicine. It should have been changed when Yamashita Janael went to Sekiyama Lienchun's room. Who could have possibly gone to the room at that point in time? Sarukawa asked. Miyamura. Chihaya raised an eyebrow. You mean that? Sarukawa nodded. Amamiya Xin, as her wife, should have been in the room. But Reikaharu said that Amamiya Xin wasn't there when she went. Then there's a good chance Reikaharu will go in and change her medicine. Sarukawa said. There's another possibility. Is that by that time, Amamiya Xin had already changed the medicine? She went out and gave the medicine to that companion. The two nodded in agreement. So there must be a murderer between the two. So it's still no one who's ruled out. Sarukawa frowned. Miyamura. Chihaya was a little embarrassed. At least we've narrowed it down. So we can look further. It's evening again. Shifuyu. Miyamura chatters with Sarukawa in the hallway. You go. Sarukawa spoke up. Miyamura. Chihaya shook her head. I'm not going. I have no experience at all. I can't figure it out. Tisk. Sarukawa was a bit hateful. I don't have any experience either. Just go. Miyamura. Chihaya quickly shook her head. Why don't you go? I'm not going. It's too embarrassing. We'll be treated as a pervert. Hachuan. Some headache. How to explain is not listening to that. How? I go. Gufei party will be angry. I just coaxed. Good. You cannot stand by and watch me again to provoke her angry. It. I don't care. You can go or not. Anyway, I'm not going. John A.L. Yamashita's body is stinking. So if you're not going, forget it. Just do it. Miyamura. Chihaya waved his hand in a big way like he didn't care about anything. Sarukawa gave Miyamura a hard stare and turned away towards one of the rooms. Miyamura. Shifuyu immediately covered her mouth to stifle her laughter and followed behind as if she was eating melon. Knock. Knock. Sarukawa took a deep breath and knocked on Reikaharu's room. Reikaharu opened the room and saw Sarukawa with a start. Mr. Sarukawa, what can I do for you? Hachuan cautiously looked around without spotting Gufian's figure and sighed slightly in relief. Ms. Reika, I have some questions I want to ask you. I wonder if it's convenient. Reikaharu nodded and gestured for Sarukawa to come in and speak. Hachuan cautiously looked around and realized that there was no Gufian silhouette. Sighed in relief. And for some reason, his heart was weak. It always felt like Gufian would rush out from there in the next second. Coming into the room, Reikaharu poured Sarukawa a glass of water. Mr. Sarukawa, if you have any questions just ask and I'll be sure to cooperate. Sarukawa nodded and took a deep breath. The whole thing putting on a straight face. Miss Reika, I'd like to discuss with you about having sex. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Reika-chan's hand froze in midair. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Sarukawa didn't dare to look at Reika Haru's face, just staring at the tabletop with dead eyes. Reika Haru put down the teacup in her hand and leaned against the counter for a moment of silence. Mr. Sarukawa, do you have eyes for me? Reika Haru spoke out of turn. Sarukawa spewed right out no. No. Reika Haru frowned. Oh, so Mr. Sarukawa doesn't like me? Am I ugly? Sarukawa froze in his tracks. So he said he couldn't come. Every sentence was wrong. It's so hard to deal with. No. I'm asking you this because it's helpful in solving the case. It doesn't mean anything else, Sarukawa hurriedly explained. Manhwa-chan hummed and laughed, the corners of her mouth hooked up in a color of displeasure. Ask. Sarukawa coughed to ease the embarrassment. Is that Reika-san still a virgin? When this question was asked, Sarukawa couldn't wait to immediately find a crack in the ground. It was too shameful. Sure enough, Reika-chan's face instantly exploded red when she heard this question, and her entire body rose up in anger. Bang! The next second Sarukawa was pushed straight out. Put! Ha ha ha! Shifuyu Miyamura, who was hiding in the doorway, burst out laughing. Goodness gracious! Gu-Fian heard the sound and came over. What's wrong? What happened? Sarukawa immediately froze. Only one thought in his mind: it's over. Sure enough, Manhwa-chan was furious and shouted at Gu-Fian. Miss Gu, please control your boyfriend. Don't let him ask for privacy on the pretext of solving a case. Gu-Fei evening froze. What did he ask? Reika Haru gave Sarukawa a hard stare. He wants to discuss something about sex with me. Bang! Reika Haru closed the door of her room with a bang after saying those words. The air froze again, and Gu-Fei looked at Hachuan in horror. Sarukawa waved his hand in a daze. I can explain. Sarukawa, get your ass back here, Gu-Fei yelled. It scared Hachuan. Aha! Poof! Ha 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 ha. Miyamura Shifuyu was suffocating internal injuries on the sidelines. Sarukawa heart bitter. Can not say. Passing by the side of Miyamura Chihaya, Sarukawa took a hold of. Damn, I'm done with this one. Amamiya Xan side, you must go, or I will kill you myself. Miyamura Chihaya froze. There's no discussion. I'm going back to get a lecture. If you don't go, who will? Hurry up. Sarukawa kicked away Miyamura Chihaya and returned to his room honestly on his own. In the room, Sarukawa sat on the floor holding his legs honestly. Gu-Fei at her side, her face red with anger, kept walking around. Are you a pervert? Going to someone's girl's room in the middle of the night and asking that question? Speak, Gu-Fei scolded. Sarukawa, some aggrieved that people are also to solve the case. Well, then you can't come and ask me. You're not afraid that people will call the police to arrest you? Gu-Fian was all pissed off and blurted out. Sarukawa grinned. So do you know what it's like to have sex? Gu-Fei suddenly speechless. Live. I. Sarukawa waved his hand. Look. Gu-Fei suddenly burst into red. Then why did you go and ask someone else? This question was never right in the first place. Sarukawa waved his hand. It's really for the case. Nothing else. I'm not inexperienced. I know very little about it, so I can only learn about it from experienced women. And I'm also trying to test her. Gu-Fei laid a burst of speech. You inexperienced can look at movie and television and so on. Well, speaking of which, Gu-Fei laid also some shame up. Gas blinded all. Do not know what I am talking about. This kind of thing, even if you ask, it should be us girls to ask. You are a big man running to someone's room in the middle of the night to ask this question. It's good that they don't beat you to death. Shit, it must have been Miyamura Chihaya's bad idea. I'm going to beat him to death. Gu-Fian exploded in a rare outburst. Sarukawa stifled his laughter and spread his hands. Asked. Then how to do it. And, also, did not ask a what. Gu-Fian let out a long sigh and sat down next to Hachuan. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Why don't we experiment? Sarukawa said with a snort of laughter. Gu-Fei was also amused. Out. Screw you. I'm not a random person. Alright, quickly tell me what the hell you guys have gotten yourselves into, Gu-Fei said. Sarukawa sighed. The first time I went to John A.L. Yamashita's room with Chihaya Miyamura, we found that kind of stuff in his room. Gu-Fei Nian froze. What is it? Set of used. Sarukawa spoke up. So we hypothesized that Yamashita John A.L. must have had sex with a certain female when he went to Sekiyama Lianjuan's room. And when Yamashita left, that female most likely switched the drugs. Gu-Fei was a bit puzzled. Isn't that her wife? Can there be anyone else? Sarukawa nodded. That said, but that, according to Yamashita's own information, he seems to have some relationship with Reika Haru, so we still need to ask. Can't blindly jump to conclusions. After listening to Hachuan's explanation, Gu-Fian also regained her senses and couldn't help but think. Then who do you suspect the most? Gu-Fei asked. Reika Haru. First of all, she said she went to look for Yamashita John A.L., but she only realized that Yamashita John A.L. wasn't in the room when she went in the room. And Yamashita John A.L.'s room has a lot of things belonging to women. Oh, But that, Amamiya Xan didn't live in the same room as Yamashita Janael. Those things Amamiya Xan has all by herself. They obviously don't belong to her. So I'm suspicious of Reika Haru. I also went into her room just to see if there was anything in her room that matched what was inside Janael Yamashita's room. Sarukawa explained. Gufei nodded. So did you find anything? Sarukawa helplessly waved his hand. Didn't find anything that, and was blown out. Anyway, the story of several of them is extremely dogmatic, extremely difficult, extremely confusing. Anyway, trust me now. Gufei nodded. Are we still overlooking someone? Before Gufei had finished speaking, a scream came from outside. The two froze. It seems like Shifuyu's voice. After a while, Miyamara Shifuyu came over with an aggrieved face covering her face. I just asked her if she had sex recently and she came up and slapped me. The two said in unison. Miyamara Chihaya instantly became even more aggravated. Sarukawa waved his hand. I think we can think about who would join forces with this drugged person to kill Yamashita Janael. That's a problem. Nonsense. It must be an ex-girlfriend, Miyamara Shifuyu said. Sarukawa does not think so. If it is a former boyfriend and girlfriend, how can two people at the same time are trapped? And then how to save one? Actually, I do think that Guan Shan Lianjun's motive for murder is more urgent, because this hot spring hotel of his will soon be demolished, Gu Feiyan said. But he has a point. If he kills someone at a hot spring inn, even if he doesn't end up tearing it down, how is he going to stay in business from now on? Sarukawa said. Perhaps there's someone else we've overlooked. Ono Yamana. We haven't even put our suspicions on her for the past 2 days. Crane's eyes were sharp and unusual. It was time to check up on her. Sarukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu carefully combed through the clues so far. The manner of the killing was known, as was the connection of certain of them. The only thing I don't know is who the hell it is. Who was that guy who had sex with Janael Yamashita? All this time we've been so preoccupied that we always thought it was his wife or secretary. But is there a possibility that it's Ono Yamana? Sarukawa asked, voicing the suspicion in his mind. There was a moment of silence. The two of them were ostensibly just friends. Check. Sarukawa grunted coldly. It's time to end this. It's been dragging on for a long time. The two men gathered the crowd into the hall, while the other three went to the room and searched it. Oh no, Sanya. I hacked into your and Yamashita Junichi's cell phones, and on the surface you have no contact, but I found a hidden folder in it. It's full of your ambiguous messages. Sarukawa threw his cell phone on the table. Without looking into it, Sarukawa realized that the two were inextricably linked. Sarukawa sank his face. Since everyone is here, let me make it clear that the person who had sex with Mr. Yamashita Janael in his room around 11 o'clock that day, which one of the three was it? The three girls froze. Reika Haru immediately denied it. It wasn't me. I don't have that kind of relationship with Yamashita Janael. Amamiya Xin also shook his head a little embarrassed. It wasn't me either. I was in Kitamura Ichiro's room during that time. Sarukawa turned his attention to Ano-sanai. Ano-sanai clenched his fist. Sweat slid unconsciously down his forehead. I admit it. It's me. In fact, I'm not just friends with him. We're lovers. Sarukawa nodded, sort of confirming his suspicions. However, he wouldn't tell Ano-sanai that Self didn't have the equipment to investigate anything right now. If Ono-sanai didn't admit it, Self couldn't do anything about it. So she couldn't get her mind right and was still swindled out. So you're the one who changed the medicine? Sarukawa asked. Ano-sanai instantly became a bit flustered. It's not me. I don't know. I went back to my room after that day was over. After that I drank until the evening. I didn't know about the medication change. Sarukawa pinched the corners of his eyes with a headache. It was getting to the point where no one was still admitting it. It's also true that admitting to switching drugs is tantamount to admitting that Self is a murderer. Sarukawa laughed softly. Now that it's come to this, I won't hide it from you. There are two murderers among you. And these two murderers cooperated with each other to kill Yamashita Janael together. The five felt a sudden panic as they listened. Sarukawa was satisfied to see the expressions of the people, since there is no way to find evidence in this way. So I am going to share the case report with all of you. What do you think? Just as Sarukawa was talking, Miyamura Shifuyu ran over with an excited look on her face and murmured a few words into Sarukawa's ear. Sarukawa immediately brightened up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Let's start by giving the modus operandi. Around 11 o'clock, one of the murderers came to Yamashita Janael's room to change the drug that was supposed to lower blood pressure into ecstasy, a drug that I personally experimented with, and which took effect in about 20 minutes. Then put the replacement BP pills into the drinks you are drinking, because an overdose of BP pills can lead to dizziness and a lack of blood supply. That's why you're feeling dizzy. But because the paralysis from the alcohol makes you think it's the extra strong drink of the day. But one person is different. That's Mr. Yamashita. Sarukawa laughed. Janael Yamashita suffers from high blood pressure. He's been taking medication every day. And just as he finished his drink, he also felt a little dizzy. But, Sarukawa drew a blank. Mr. Yamashita only drank 1 glass that day. The anti-hypertensive medicine contained in it wasn't enough to make him dizzy. And the reason he was dizzy was because, with his high blood pressure, he was really offended. So he went back into the house and took the ecstasy that was supposed to be a depressant. But since the drink also contained a depressant, he wasn't dizzy for a while. He thought it was the anti-hypertensive medication he had been taking for himself that was working. So in his healthy state, he was going to go to the hot springs and get comfortable. But unexpectedly, in the hot spring pool, he felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. So he fell asleep in the hot spring. And the murderer, after seeing that Mr. Yamashita Janael had only 1 drink, was not enough to disguise the situation as a sudden illness and death from a drunken bath. So in the middle of the party, when the crowd was drunk and giddy, she had her companion cover for her, and carried herself to the hot springs with a bottle of wine. But what he didn't expect was that by this time, Mr. Yamashita had drowned in the hot spring. The murderer had no choice but to go down to the water and scoop up Mr. Yamashita Janael, and once again dunk him with alcohol, disguising his death as a sudden illness after being drunk. All of this was accomplished with only 1 bathroom break before returning to the party to continue drinking with you. That's the whole killing process. Sarukawa couldn't help but applaud, I have to say. Very well thought out. And very well coordinated with your companion. It's a pity that 100 things were not done correctly, and clues were still left behind that. Sarukawa laughed. Because you didn't expect the body to be found so early. The banquet wasn't even over before the body was discovered. You didn't have time to discard all the tools of the trade and evidence. And now it has been found by us. Hachuan clapped his hands. Gu-Fian and Shiosakura walked over with the 3 of them carrying things. Sarukawa smiled. Mr. Sekiyama Lianjuan, and Miss Anayama Nai. Your cooperation is very meticulous. It's a pity that we still found evidence. The 2 men's faces instantly changed drastically. Don't you talk nonsense. What proof do you have? Guanshan Lianjun instantly became anxious and roared. Sarukawa held out a pair of jean pants from the bag. The spring water of the hot springs is rich in many minerals, so staining the top of wool and such things will absorb something subtle, which I don't think even Mr. Sekiyama Lianjuan himself has noticed. Sarukawa threw the pants on the table with one hand. This was recovered from inside the suitcase in your room. There are obvious traces of erosion from the hot spring minerals at the pant legs. I assume you got them when you went down to fish for Mr. Yamashita Janael. Besides, you're the owner of the hot spring inn. So it seems like you're the only one with access to the backstage liquor without being suspected, Shifuyu said. Guanshan Lianjun's expression was instantly stunned, frozen in place. Amamiya Xin covered her mouth in surprise. I remember, that day Sekiyama Lianjuan seemed to be wearing these pants at the very beginning, but when he went to the toilet and came back, he changed his pants. Guanshan Lianjun's face changed. But how could I possibly kill someone in my own hot spring hotel? It wouldn't do me any good. Pop Miyamura Chihaya slammed that information directly onto the table. Demolishing the hot spring inn is a government project. Yamashita Janael has no say in it. That means that no matter what, the hot spring inn will be demolished. You killed him because the hot springs hotel had been mortgaged to him. And when it was demolished, you wouldn't get a penny. And you're penniless. And you owe him a fortune. Miyamura Shifuyu coldly snorted. Now do you have anything to explain? Guanshan Lianjun's face changed and fell silent, not expecting a pair of pants to reveal his murderous ways. Sarukawa laughed. The truth is like that. Often the slightest insignificant thing can drag you into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Sarukawa looked to Ano-sanai. Ms. Ano-sanai, tell us your story next. Ano-sanai somehow managed to get a look of relief on her face. How did you find my evidence? Sarukawa took out a jacket and placed it on the table. We didn't find the medication that was switched out by you, but we knew it was you when we found the remnants of the medication coming off in your coat pockets, along with a very strong smell of medication. Ano-sanai smiled and nodded. The 2 of you are really great. If only there had been 2 of you in the past. Sarukawa nodded. Ms. Ano-sanai, can you tell us why you want to kill someone? Ano-sanai let out a bitter laugh. Because I am taking revenge. I graduated from the same school as him, and when I was in school, he asked me to be his girlfriend because I was pretty, and I refused. Then he started rumors that I was a support girl and joined up with other students to bully and verbally abuse me, all of which I was able to put up with. Until one day, said Ano-sanai, her eyes flushing red, I couldn't stand it and reported it to the teacher. The teacher called his parents over and scolded them. He got angry. In one night, even together with some classmates, burned down my house with Molotov cocktails. My mother is paralyzed in bed. I wasn't able to come back because I went out to work part-time. And when I finally came back, my mother was already. Anayama now covered her face and cried out in pain. Amamiya Xin. Several people froze. No, not right. Obviously you're one of the people involved. Ano-sanai instantly laughed maniacally. Doesn't this face look familiar to you guys? Anayama now struggled to get up and looked at the few people after I dropped out of school. I spent all my savings to get this face fixed. The real Anayama Nana died a long time ago, and my real name, it's called Hanami Suin. I'm the one who was bullied by you guys in school. The one who has been bullied and bullied by you guys. The remaining four were greatly shocked. They looked at Ano-sanai in horror. Ano-sanai smiled with satisfaction at seeing the crowd's reaction. I hid my true identity and became Ano-sanai, approaching you all and bringing you together. It's all about revenge. I was by Yamashita Janael's side, luring him to find a way to screw over Kitamura Ichiro's company, luring him to forcibly take possession of you and marry you, luring him to screw over your hot spring inn, and finally meeting you all here to kill you one by one. Ha ha ha. Ano-sanai was a bit maniacal. That's right, I killed the man. But I also took advantage of Sekiyama Lianjuan's greed. I didn't expect you to fall for my mere tricks. And the moment I killed Yamashita Janael I realized what the hell I've been living for all these years. Put. As Ono Yamana said this, he suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. It's no use. The hour is up. Let's go to hell together. I put poison in all the breakfast I gave you today. Ha ha. Of course. The two detectives don't worry. I don't hurt innocent people. When Anayama now finished speaking, the people present instantly felt a sharp pain in their stomachs. Everyone is in a panic. Goofy and Sho Sakura and Sydney were stunned. Where had they ever seen such a scene? In an instant, everyone began to wow and spit out blood, and their breath instantly all shriveled up. Ano-sanai looked at Tsurukawa with a smile, sorry for the trouble. Tsurukawa sank his face and sighed a long sigh. If you had met me earlier, all these don't need you to do it. The next life is a good life. The corners of Ano-sanai's mouth curled up in a relieved smile as they planted themselves on the ground one by one. Call an ambulance. Autumn Sakura yelled. No need. All dead. Hopeless. Better call the police to collect the bodies. Tsurukawa said coldly. The scene is too shocking. Just a moment. Originally alive and well, a few people suddenly all die violently. But this is not called a surprise for Tsurukawa, a person who has been scheming for so many years, betting her entire self to participate in this game. How could she lose then? Tsurukawa had nothing but admiration for this kind of person. The shrill sound of sirens surrounds the spa hotel, a place of relaxation that has turned into a scene of tragedy. The sinful distortions of human nature contribute to this, and where there is an evil cause, there will be evil fruit. There are evil fruits, and there are those who eat them. And as Hanami Suin said, if there had been a detective who dispensed justice back then, is it possible that none of this would be happening now? The answer is no. A detective, even if he is in justice, still cannot fight against the difference in status, position, power. The moment the scales of law are tipped, this is the time when lynching, which represents the final punishment, makes sense. There are too many sinful people in the world, and that has always been the driving force behind Tsurukawa's behavior with K. 3 days later, inside the Takashita group, Tsurukawa looked at Takashita leaning in front of him with a speechless face. Come on. I'm going back to my country. Why did you ask me to come here? Takashita leaned in, propping up her chin, and looked carefully at Tsurukawa for a long time before she spoke. You resemble someone, like my fiancé. Only, you look different from him, so I want to hire you to help me catch him. Tsurukawa gulped. No answer. I'm going back to my country. Takashita tilt's eyes flashed a smile. Don't you want to know who my fiancé is? Tsurukawa scratched his head and chuckled. Must be pretty cool, but it has nothing to do with me. Takashita leaned, coldly grunted. He is a liar. Cheated me a whole $200 million. His name is called Furukawa Chingling. Have you seen it? Gu. Tsurukawa swallowed saliva, forehead fine, sweat slowly out. No. I have not even heard of. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. My wife is still waiting for me there. I'm leaving. Bye. Tsurukawa stood up and waved his hand to hurry away. Takashita leaned, looked at the information in his hand, and then looked at Tsurukawa's back. The corner of his mouth smiled. Only just arrived in China 3 months ago. Tsurukawa, could it be that you really are? At the airport entrance, Autumn Sakura and Sydney hugged Goofy and wouldn't let go. The three of them hugged into a ball and didn't want to leave. Autumn, Cherry, Sydney, you guys can go to High City in China to play with me when you have time, Goofy said. The two girls nodded. Well, we'll definitely be there. Miyamura Chihaya smiled and looked at Tsurukawa. Farewell. When we meet next time, we have to decide the winner. Tsurukawa smiled and patted Miyamura Chihaya's shoulder. Dawn, this organization must be careful. If necessary, go to the South Street Road No. 30, Kasuga Megatron. Where? Miyamura Shifuyu nodded. Don't worry. A little Dawn. This detective fights him to the end. Huchuan picked up Goofy and waved towards the three of them. Bye-bye. See you again. April 1st. The two of them, who had been traveling for half a month, finally returned to Haichang, and the two of them temporarily went home for a day's rest. The next morning, He came to the police station with a large bag of gifts he had bought from Japan. Strangely enough, it was a bit cloudy today, and there was not a single person in front of the police station, not even at the duty post. The two were wondering that kind of thing when they walked to the police station. They were surprised to see yellow runes plastered all over the place inside. What's going on here? The police station has changed the dojo? Gu said as she looked around in horror. All the way inside, there were also talismans plastered everywhere. Inside the office, Song Zae and the others stood honestly on the sidelines. In the center position placed a table of offerings. Pale old man wearing a yellow Taoist robe, holding a mahogany sword in his hand, mouth chanting and gesticulating something. What are you guys up to? Gu Fei said. Several people immediately turned their heads at the sound of the voice, and when they saw Hachuan and Gu Feiyan, it was as if they had seen their savior, and they all surged over in an instant. Oh woo, non-evening sister, Surukawa, you guys are finally back, Xiao Zhao cried and wailed. Gu Feiyan was a bit puzzled. What are you guys up to? How did the police station become like this? Hachuan came to Pei Lao's side of a hand to grasp Pei old man. You tricked and cheated to the police station? Not afraid to arrest you? Pei Lao instantly old face drooped down. Fuck you. Brat, I'm the one you invited. Say I'm cheating again. I'll kill you. Gu Feiyan looked at the scene with a headache. What the hell is going on? Song then quickly said is this way. You just left soon. We received a report. Longshan River in Longshan County. Next to a female body was found. So that we went to the past will be the body brought over to investigate the case. But, there was something wrong with the police department when they brought the body here. First, several of us had nightmares in which a girl in a red dress with no visible face was screaming at us, said she died a horrible death. Later on, there were even brothers on duty who saw figures in the morgue. But then they went in and saw nothing, and then later, someone even sent a courier to the police station with our home. The delivery came from who knows where, but it was either some watercress or some wet, dirty clothes. Our police station, it's haunted. Song then finished in one breath. Surukawa snorted and laughed. So metaphysical? It's really fake. Pei Donglai slapped Huchuan's head. Kid, I'm telling you, it's just so mysterious. Ghosts, this kind of thing, it exists. I open my eyes to see. Your police department. I'm afraid you really let haunted. Surukawa felt particularly funny. Wise eyes? I didn't see anything other than your old, bleary eyes. Gu Feiyan helplessly held her forehead. Bureau Zhong, it's fine for them to fool around. Why did you follow suit? A look of embarrassment surfaced on Zhong Yan's face. Nonetheless late. It's true that there was. I also had nightmares. It's especially scary. The breathlessness of the two men was written on their faces. Why had the police department recruited a bunch of cowards? Come on. We just got back and we have to go to work. We found a body to investigate. The body is crying out for justice. And we're still here with all this nonsense. Surukawa waved his hand and joined Gu Feiyan in distributing the items in his hand to a few people brought from Japan. For you. Several people immediately cheered up. This is not waiting for Lord Surukawa when you come. I believe that with your strength you will definitely be able to redress this girl's grievances, Song Zae said playfully. That's right, you're a contemporary Bo Cheng Tian. Surukawa-sama. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Xiao Zhao immediately took over the conversation. Surukawa, who was in the middle of dividing the stuff, froze. Was self being held up? Surukawa was a little helpless. Gu Feiyan was also a bit helpless. Well, in any case, don't engage in this. If the public sees the police station like this, who will still believe us? Quickly, clean it all up. A few people looked at me. I looked at you. And none of them moved. Surukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. A real ghost? Several people nodded immediately. Surukawa waved his hand. That can't be helped. In order to prove that there are ghosts in the world, I'm not leaving today. Can I live in the police station? If I'm good the next day, all of these things you clean up. A few people looked at each other. Really? It's dangerous. Surukawa nodded. Gu Feiyan was also helpless. Hao Huchuan also followed and started fooling around. Forget it, I'll stay here with Surukawa today. If we're okay, tomorrow, all of you will give me a big cleanup. Do you hear me? Gu Feiyan roared. Several people nodded immediately. Pei Lao heatedly smiled and came over. Kid, let me tell you, a young man like you who is full of young energy, female ghosts love it the most. Surukawa laughed and said yes. Not only female ghosts like, girls also like. Okay old man, I am not scared. Do not bluff me. Pei Donglai coldly snorted and flung out a talisman paper from his hand. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's really dangerous. Take this talisman. If you use it, remember to come to my place to kowtow a few times to me, and call me a grandpa. A smug look emerged on Pei Donglai's face. Oh, I can call now. Grandfather, why don't you return to the West? Save the pitfalls to scourge others. Huchuan faintly opened his mouth and said, you, bastard, piss me off. Pei Lao's face was red with dislike. Too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, when you guys can't solve it, look for me again. Ha ha ha. Pei Lao laughed and walked out of the police station. Sarukawa cut a sound some disdain. He has seen a lot of things, but he really has not seen a ghost. Even if there is, it can make her have no return, and become a crotch. Yuck, hands down defeated. Cut the crap, take me to the corpse. Sarukawa waved his hand. Songzae immediately doggedly stuck up Lord Crane. This way please. Inside the grimy morgue, a water-soaked and festering corpse lay on top. The body was highly decomposed and had been blistered and swollen, presenting a giant view. The face had no features to go with the cheeks, and seemed to have been flattened. The whitened body surfaced with a foul odor. The hands and feet were bound at the hands and feet with wire, but the wire was set into the flesh because of the blistering and swelling. There were no other traumatic injuries, and there were traces of rope strangulation at the neck. It was tragic, as if the deceased had been abused in some way during his life. Has the identity of the deceased been investigated? Sarukawa asked. Songzae shook his head no. The dead man's face was completely disfigured. The fingerprints of his fingers and toes had been deliberately erased. They had been highly damaged and could not be extracted. Sarukawa nodded somewhat silently, observing the corpse keep an eye out for missing persons in the recent time period. Have Xiaoxiao and the others quickly find out information about the deceased and prepare for the autopsy. Sarukawa clapped his hands together and just came back into work again. Near night. Outside the sky is also gradually dark. Sarukawa in the office floor laid 2 layers of bedding, but also to get comfortable. Sarukawa, do we really have to stay here? I feel a little uneasy. Hey. Gufei looked around at the yellow talisman paper and panicked a little. You're scared? Sarukawa laughed. I'm not scared. I just feel a little bad. Gufei swallowed and looked around. For some reason, she also felt eerie at the police station. Sarukawa lay on the cushion and smiled, patting the spot beside him. It's okay. If you're scared at night, your brother's arms are always open for you. Goofy cut a sound. Come on. Just this one night, ha. Tomorrow hurry up and let them take off these charms for me. I wasn't afraid of it, but I've been worried about it in my heart. Goofy said as she lay down, and Huchuan turned the lights off, the office instantly plunging into darkness. For some reason, although she didn't believe in ghosts, Gu Feiyan's heart was still involuntarily beating a drum. Instinctively, there was some fear. It seemed to have sensed Gu Fei's nervousness. Huchuan gently leaned his hand toward Gu Fei. Gu Feiyan seems to have grabbed the straw that saved her life and immediately held onto Huchuan's hand, and only then did her nervousness relax a little. I don't know how long it took, but Gu Feiyan was struck by a wave of drowsiness and reached a state of drowsiness. Vaguely it seemed to see the appearance of a figure standing beside self. Could not see the face clearly, but the figure was huge in size. It seemed to be dripping with something. Gu Fei wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids were heavy and she couldn't wake up. In the disorientation it seemed that the figure gradually dissipated and was replaced by a woman in red. The woman in red seemed to have her back to her, unable to see her face, only her back. Gu Feiyan wanted to walk over and take a shot, but it was so close and so far away that she couldn't reach it. No name. No name, a shouting voice. Gu Fei woke up instantly, breathing heavily, looking around in horror. Self was already dripping with sweat. His body was sweltering and his chest was stuffy. Huchuan looked at Gu Feiyan worriedly and took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. What's wrong with you? Why did you start shouting as soon as you fell asleep? Gu Feiyan was a bit confused and tried to rub herself's cheeks. What did I say? The corners of Tsurukawa's mouth pulled. A serious color emerged on his face. You said, save me and help me take revenge. I died a horrible death or something like that. Gu Feiyan's face instantly turned white upon hearing this. How was this exactly like what Songzae and the others had described during the day? Tsurukawa, as much as I hate to admit it, I had a nightmare just now, and really dreamed about the woman in red. Gu Feiyan looked around a bit nervously. I feel like something is really wrong. Tsurukawa rubbed his chin and thought, are you being mentally implied? They said that during the day and you thought that. Gu Fei shook her head. She didn't understand this psychology thing either. But, so strange. Tsurukawa smiled helplessly. It's okay, go back to sleep. Don't think so much. Tsurukawa smiled and laid down with his arms open. If you're scared, I can hold you in my arms and sleep. The corners of Gu Fei's mouth pursed. The tension was also dispersed by Huchuan. I want to go to the restroom. You accompany me. Gu Fei pulled Huchuan up. Hurry up. Tsurukawa was a bit helpless. And you said you weren't scared. The two of them slowly made their way towards the restroom. It was also very dark inside. Gu Fei late shouted. I do not know what happened. Originally a good voice activated lights, but did not light up. Tsurukawa stood in the doorway. Go ahead. Gu Fei swallowed awkwardly and smiled. It's so dark. It's a bit scary. You're not asking me to go in there, Tsurukawa said in horror. Gu Feiyan pouted and tried to put on a pitiful look, pulling at the corner of Huchuan's coat. There's no one there anyway. Just go in and stand at the door. Tsurukawa. Went into the women's restroom. What a joke. I don't want to be called a pervert. Inside the restroom, Sarukawa stood lifelessly in the doorway. Are you done? Sarukawa shouted in an irritated tone. Will you stop yelling? Gu Fei's voice came from the innermost compartment. AI. What kind of sins have I created? Sarukawa said breathlessly. Time passes by. Gu Fei evening. However, suddenly trembled her voice and shouted in a small voice. Huchuan, are you still there? Sarukawa responded well. Ah, Gu Fei cried out instantly rushing out to hide behind Huchuan. Sarukawa was startled. What are you doing? What are you doing? You've gone to the restroom and you're crazy. Gu Fei pointed inside the toilet cubicle in fear and said, There is someone inside. There is movement inside. I also saw a barefoot person. Sarukawa instantly got goosebumps. Don't talk nonsense. We're the only two in the entire police station. There's no one there. Gu Feiyan was on the verge of tears, pointing at one of the toilet doors with a trembling hand. I'm not lying. I really saw a pair of miserably white and naked feet. Sarukawa gulped and slowly moved his feet towards the toilet cubicle. Hello, who are you? I advise you to come out quickly, or else I'll really do it. There was no movement coming from inside, and no one chimed in. Huchuan glanced back at Gu Fei, who nodded firmly. I'll fuck you up, Sarukawa shouted, kicking the entire cubicle door right in. There was a thud, and the entire cubicle door was kicked straight inside. Sarukawa brought the door up as soon as he could, but he couldn't see anyone in the cubicle. There's no sign of anyone at all. Gu Fei hurriedly came over to look at the scene in horror. No, it can't be. I really saw it. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. You should be right about that because Sarukawa's eyes were on the ground, and on the ground, next to the pit, there was a puddle of water. Huchuan swallowed and looked at Gu Fei. I've just been outside, and I'm sure no one has come out. Which means, there really are ghosts. Ah! The two shouted and fled to the office in a panic to unlock the door. The two tightly hidden in the table on the floor with a quilt wrapped around the body. The two hugged together shivering. Ooh, I told you not to sleep here, Gu Fei said with a sob. I'm not going to die at the hands of a ghost. Huchuan shivered and took the talisman paper given by Pei Lao in his hand. Anataba, hallelujah, empty you a few. Wow. Marza, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Jesus, bless us both. The two stayed like that, and I don't know how long they also passed out, until the day dawned. Songzae. Several people came to the office but found that there were no two people in the whole office. Where did it go? These two? Something's not going to happen. Is it? Little Call said. Songzae laughed, probably too scared. The two went back. Just as Xiaoxiao was sitting at her desk, she suddenly felt someone pushing on her leg. Ah! Little Call screamed in terror and ran away in a hurry. It was only then that Gu Fei and Huchuan got out from under the table. Holy shit! You guys are so fancy. What the hell that? Songzae looked at the two in horror. Both of them had dark eyes and were obviously depressed from a night's sleep. Ha! What time is it? Why are you all here? Gu Fei said breathlessly. Songzae looked at his watch. It's 8:30. You won't be hiding because you're afraid. Songzae was a little skeptical. Nope, we weren't scared at all. We hid to scare you guys a little. Sarukawa remained stiff-lipped. How could we possibly be afraid of that? Look, are we not in the least bit fine? Where are the ghosts? Gu Fei said with a fake smile. Songzae nodded. All right then. In that case, all of these talismans will be torn off. Wait, don't. The two men rushed to stop it up. Ha! I knew you two were scared. Still not admitting it. Songzae looked like he had seen through it. Huchuan and Gu Fei blushed. A few people immediately surrounded the look of interrogation. Quickly say, what exactly did you two find out yesterday? The two looked at each other, filled with a sense of fear. We really have seen a ghost. His Xiaoxiao sucked in a breath of cool air. I told you, go to the park and invite Elder Pei. Wait, Sarukawa pulled at Shuzu. I'm not kowtowing to him. A few people looked at Sarukawa. So what are you going to do? Sarukawa clenched his fists and said hatefully, in this life, no one has ever been able to scare me. Catch a ghost. What? Catching ghosts? Zhongming was a bit scared. You're not kidding. I'm not kidding. Today, no one leaves. All of you stay. Catch the ghosts. Sarukawa said, looking at the crowd. A few people's eyes were filled with fear. It's settled. I just don't believe it. Even a ghost can yell at the police station now. How dare you? Go back and get ready. 11 o'clock tonight. It's called Operation Ghost Destroyer. 11:30 at night. The five men stood in front of the police station with righteous indignation. Faith looked at the police department. Andrina? Sarukawa asked. And Lai said he has something at home. Not coming, Song said. Shit, why is this guy running away from the battle? And, Xiaoxiao, why are you wearing garlic around your neck? It's a ghost, not a vampire. What the hell? Sarukawa looked at the circle of garlic hanging around Xiaoxiao's neck and somewhat doubted her intelligence. Xiaoxiao embarrassedly hemmed and hawed. In case it works that. Sarukawa coughed. Today, Our mission is to catch the ghost, or to catch whoever did the ghosting. Sarukawa waved his hand towards the police station. The ghost extermination operation has officially begun. Taking advantage of the night's obstruction, the ghost extermination squad began their operation. Cautiously, he crept into the middle of the police station while it was still dark. The police station was dark at this time and no one could be seen. Team 1, go to the first office building. Team 2, go to the second office building. Meet downstairs at the end. We're going to the morgue together. Go. Instantly a few people began to split up. Zhong Ming, along with Xiao Zhao and Song, formed one team and headed to the first building, while Yichuan and Gu Fei went to the second building as the second team. After the order was given, the first team moved quickly, the three of them agile and fast. All are extremely good police role models. The trio's silhouettes instantly disappeared into the building. Woof woof, woof woof woof, a violent barking sound came. He saw Xiao Zhao and Zhong Ming quickly scurrying back with Song Zhe fleeing in disarray. Report Captain, the first team's mission has failed. Song Zhe has been bitten by a dog. Song then cried out. A teeth mark on his leg after being bitten sitting there. God damn it, the second team's rhubarb. I'll give it a stew sooner or later. Song Zhe cursed angrily. Sarukawa breathlessly covered his face with a look of despair. How did these goods become police officers? Take him to the hospital before he bites anyone else. Yes, Xiao Zhao immediately assisted Song Zhe as he limped away. In an instant, a squad of 5. 1 killed in action, 1 in logistics, and 3 left to carry out the mission. Change of plan, go straight to the second building. Go. The 3 of them immediately crept into the second building in the dark. Gu Feiyan took out a small peachwood sword from her bosom and held it in her hand as she cautiously looked around. Sarukawa was startled. Where did you get that? Gu Feiyan heatedly laughed. I asked Pei Lao for it during the day. Just like you. It's tiny and cute too. I doubt you're cursing me. I'm not little, Sarukawa retorted. Well, cut the crap. According to what our colleague said, there are a total of 3 rooms that are haunted. Room 1, the archive room, second room, conference room, third room, the morgue. Let's go to the file room first. Go. The 3 men came inside the archive room in the dark. The door to the room opened and creaked with an eerie sound. The 3 men were so nervous that they gulped. Inside the archive room, there were densely packed shelves stored with all kinds of information, all of which were old unsolved cases that had been dusty for many years, and cases that had not been solved. Go on, go find it, Sarukawa said, walking in first on his own. The 3 of them went in together to look for it. Lights, turn on the light first. Gu Feiyan was puzzled, turning her head towards the door to look for the light switch, but when I got to the door I didn't touch it for a long time. When he looked back, both Sarukawa and Zhong Ming's figures had disappeared. Oi, Sarukawa, where did you go? Gu Fei asked in some panic. Strangely enough, just such a large room didn't transmit Sarukawa's figure. Gu Feiyan was on the verge of tears, since Self had only turned around. Why had both of them disappeared? Gu Feiyan hurriedly bundled her mahogany sword in front of her chest, discreetly looking ahead with a sobbing voice. Sister female ghost, complain if you have a grudge. Take revenge if you have a grudge. I have no grudges against you. Don't come looking for me. Okay. Plop, there was a loud sound as if something had fallen, but this gave Gu Feiyan a shiver of fear, and she hastily crouched down by leaning on the wall, her legs a little soft. Oh, you go to Zhong Ming, his psychologist. He can enlighten you. Go to him. It's okay to take him away. Gu Fei looked around in horror. Suddenly there seemed to be a huge silhouette slowly approaching in front of them. Gu Fei instantly went limp on the ground as the figure got closer and closer, probably as big as 2 people. The lower half of his body was human, but the upper half of his body couldn't be seen in human shape. Gu Fei instantly stood up in sweat. The entire person was so terrified that she couldn't make a sound. Ah-ha-ha. A screaming sound came from the police station in the darkness of the night. Don't yell, it's me. The black shadow made a sound, and it turned out to be Sarukawa's voice. Sarukawa walked slowly, carrying Zhongmyung on his shoulder. Gu Feiyan instantly froze. What are you guys doing? Scared me to death. Sarukawa was somewhat speechless while Zhongming threw down. I do not know what thing to make a sound to give him a fright. He directly hit the shelf to the Self knocked out. Gu Feiyan covered her head with a headache. She hadn't realized until today how unbearable this team of Self was. Obviously there is no one to hurt them. Just the Self are to Self whole half dead. So there are no more ghosts? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. I followed the sound over and guess what I found? Gu Fei shook her head. Sarukawa handed over a dusty case with a sullen face. This is what I found on the ground. And if there is a ghost, it must be something she wants us to discover. And this is the clue. Gu Fei evening will file bag unwrapped. Above the shocking few words Longshan River woman drowning case. This. Gu Fei looked at the case with surprise. Sarukawa nodded. The case from 7 years ago. Also a woman was found drowned in the Longshan River, in the same state as this body. All seem to have been tortured before they were born. Sarukawa's eyes have sharpened a few points. Around Longshan River, there is definitely something wrong. I suggest that the cases be investigated together. Reopen the case from back then. Gu Fei nodded and agreed with the decision. Day 2. The office was simply gruesome. With Song Zhe's thighs bound with gauze and Zhong Ming's head wrapped around it, the ghost extermination squad operation was a complete failure. Gu Fei was also helpless. Gu Feiyan stood up and pasted some information on the wall, introduced the basic information of Longshanha. Longshan River. A big river that reaches more than 700 kilometers, most of which are surrounded by some villages, and the villages alone reach more than 300 villages. The body was found at the middle reaches of the Longshan River back at Longwan. Sarukawa nodded. Even though the body was found in Huilongwan, it wasn't the first crime scene. The location is definitely not right. Xiaojiao frowned. That Longshan place is so big. How can we find the first crime scene? That's too difficult. Gu Feiyan nodded. 7 years ago the case was defined as an unsolved case just because the area spanned too much and there were no clues. Sarukawa didn't say anything, just walked up and silently looked at Longshanha's map. There, Sarukawa clapped his hands. Listen to me everyone. I performed an autopsy yesterday and the body was dead for about 4 days. The weather hasn't changed in those 4 days, and the current speed averaged roughly 4 kilometers an hour. The body floats at a speed that removes the backwater speed. The downstream speed is roughly the speed at which the body is floating, plus the average speed of the current, minus the backwater speed, which is subtracted because the body is downstream. The body won't move minus the body's floating speed, plus wind resistance. So the end result is roughly 5 kilometers per hour or so, and in 4 days' time, 480 kilometers. Pa! Sarukawa picked up a pen and circled a location on the map. This is where? Sarukawa asked. A few people by that Sarukawa a meal of calculations counted blindfolded. This is to find the location? This is the Huilong Mountain. Huilong Mountain is very big and it's filled with thick woods. There's no village here and it's not where people normally go, Xiao Jiao explained. Sarukawa nodded. That's where the first sight of the body was. Song Zhe couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No. You can figure this out? Crane smiled. It's basic, elementary school knowledge. Excessive modesty is so annoying. Depart. Gu Fei gave the order. Song Zhe limped, and Zhanmyung covered his head and headed for the door. Forget it, little call, let's go, Gu Fei said, shaking her head. Huchuan Xiaoxiao. Gu Fei lay 3 people onto the car, all the way line driving back to the direction of the Dragon Mountain. I don't know if it was a psychological trick, but Gu Feiyan always felt as if someone was guiding her. Everything is so deliberate. Maybe ghosts do exist. 2. Been walking for hours. The sun was high in the sky, the day was hot, and the road was soon blocked as we kept walking along the river. Sarukawa, up ahead is Huilong Mountain. There's no road anymore. The car can't drive in. Sarukawa poked his head out of the window and looked around. The jungle was dense and impenetrable. A good place to dump a body. Get off, Sarukawa said as he got out of the car with his backpack. The 3 of them had prepared the material things they needed to enter the mountain long before they came. They were ready to go into the mountains. Sarukawa patted the compass in his hand, but realized that the needle kept spinning around. Holy shit, what the hell is this place? Even the compass doesn't work well anymore, Sarukawa said as he put the compass out and instructed the 2. First, our purpose of entering the mountains this time is to find the village. Second, if we find the village, we must not say that we are police officers. Thirdly, we must pay attention to safety and always keep an eye out for everything, Sarukawa instructed as he packed his things. The 2 girls nodded. The 3 of them left the car where it was heading towards the mountain road. The sun was high outside, but the woods were chilly, and it was so dense that the sun couldn't even come in, making it look airy and a little scary. I don't know how long I've been walking, but it's getting a little dark outside, and the already dark woods are getting even darker. The 3 of them slowly fumbled to get out their flashlights and continue walking forward, until it was already dark outside. Sarukawa pulled out his cell phone. Evening, 8:11. Ah, I can't, Callie panted as she sat on her butt on the floor. Take a break. I'm too tired. The 3 of them sat down in place, and Sarukawa took out his fire engine and began to skillfully raise the fire. Simply bring the food in the bag to the 2 men. We've been walking for hours. Why haven't we even seen the shadow of a village? Gu Feiye was puzzled. Not that I doubt you, but is there really a village in a place like this? A ghost would want to live here. Call sighed a little and held out his hand to wipe away the sweat, but suddenly something seemed to be seen in sight. It seemed to be a figure. Ah, ghost, Xiao Zhao cried out in horror, pointing to a spot. Sarukawa froze and followed the line of sight to a leaf and nothing else. Don't yell. What the hell? Sarukawa was a bit speechless. Xiao Zhao cried and fumbled with his hands. There really is. Just now. Right there. Such a big shadow, shoo, and it's gone. It's really there. A little suspicious. Sarukawa stood up with his dagger gripped tightly in his hand and slowly walked over towards where Xiao Zhao was pointing. Xiao Zhao was scared and hid behind Gu Fei. Not long after, Sarukawa walked to that location. And suddenly, his eyes stared. Sarukawa was horrified to find a brand new shoe sitting intact under a tree. Sarukawa looked around with some suspicion. It was pitch black and there was no sign of anyone at all. Sarukawa carried the shoes over. Why is there a brand new pair of shoes here? The two girls were also confused by the situation and didn't understand what was going on. Sarukawa couldn't help but gulp as he carefully recalled the direction in which the shoes were placed. I have a guess now. Could the female ghost from the police station have followed us here? The two girls shivered and looked at Sarukawa in horror. You just kidding, right? Sarukawa was also a little unsure about what else was going on with the shoe. Perhaps it's not certain that she's showing us the way, Sarukawa said with a sullen face. Go, let's go ahead and take a look. The three of them immediately gathered their things, put out the fire, and headed in the direction where the shoes had been placed. The woods were dark, and even with the trio shining their flashlights it was a little hard to see the path. It's gray up ahead. Sarukawa walked at the front of the line to scout the way. Crap! Suddenly Sarukawa let out a cry of surprise. The entire person instantly disappeared. The two girls were dumbfounded where they were, staring blankly at the place where Sarukawa had disappeared. This. Instantaneous movement? Xiao Zhao shouted as he pointed ahead in horror. Instantaneous, my ass. There's a pit. Sarukawa's voice came from the front. The two men went over to see that there was a small slope in the ground, and below the slope was a deep pit. Sarukawa fell back on his side in the pit, a trap still appearing deadlocked around his ankle, both already oozing blood. The two men saw this and hurriedly took out ropes from their bags and threw them down Sarukawa. How are you doing? I'm fine, Sarukawa said as he forcefully broke the trap. Luckily, it didn't have that kind of barb on it, or Sarukawa would have been in for a treat. The two men pulled Sarukawa up paralyzed with force. Gu Feiyan's eyes were sharp for a split second before she saw the blood on Hechuan's ankle. What happened to your foot? Did you twist it? Gu Fei immediately came up and asked worriedly. Sarukawa shook his head. There are traps underneath. It looks like there should be villages around here. Gu Feiyan was instantly distressed, and hurriedly took out some gauze as well as medicine from her bag and sprayed it on Hechuan. Wrapping the wound carefully, Gu Feiyan helped Hechuan up. Come on. Come up. I'll carry you. Sarukawa shook his head. The ground is uneven. It's not good to walk. Just walk slowly. Gu Feiyan sank his face and pulled Hechuan onto his back. You're still trying to be strong. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Feiyan domineeringly carried Hechuan up on his back towards the direction of the target and walked slowly. The three of them stopped and rested along the way and probably traveled for about 2 hours. A clearing surprisingly appeared in the woods ahead, peeling back the bushes, and instantly a village surfaced in front of the trio's eyes. Gu Feiyan was instantly a bit surprised. Hechuan, look! We found it! Most of the village ahead was made up of wooden houses. Not massive, but boarded up. Some bonfires could be vaguely seen at the entrance to the village. There seemed to be a few more silhouettes. Hi, old-timer, can you help? Xiao Zhao instantly beckoned and called out. Those figures froze a bit when they heard Xiao Zhao's voice, probably not expecting that there were people inside the bushes at this hour. After a moment's hesitation, he saw several men running from the distance. I didn't see it until I got close. The few men who came were some dark-skinned robust men, dressed as if they were the ancient kind of hunters. These men had a glint of essence in their eyes, a constant smile on their faces. It was relatively normal, but in the eyes of the three, for some reason, it just felt like a strange feeling. Where are you from? Where are you from? One of the men asked, speaking with an accent. Xiao Zhao immediately smiled sweetly. Old folks. We are hikers. We accidentally got lost in the mountains. This friend of mine's ankle was injured by an animal trap. Can you help us? Little Call asked. A few of the men looked at each other. Wait. I'll ask the patriarch. With that, several people turned their heads and ran towards the village. In a short while, several strong men arrived carrying an old man sitting on a sedan chair. The old man had a strange walking stick in his hand and was sitting on a sedan chair being carried by several men. The old man was very kind looking and smiled in a benevolent way, giving people a very good feeling of getting along with each other. Where are a few of you from? The old man asked as he came over. Ah, we're students from Heizhou University, here to climb the mountain for fun, Sarukawa said. The old man stroked his white beard as he seemed satisfied after hearing this. Our village is small, so if you don't mind, a few of you can stay for the night temporarily. The old man laughed as he ordered a few strong men. Bring them to my house. Yes. After being guided by a few people, he entered the village and realized that it was much larger than he had seen from the outside. Even some of the houses are very well built. It wasn't until they got to the center of the room that a relatively large 2-story courtyard surfaced. Please come in, several of you. This is the home of our patriarch. Sarukawa nodded and slowly walked in. The man at the door gave a strange smile for some reason and retreated immediately afterward. The three of them looked at each other. Everything was in the air. This village was weird. Oh, it should be the village they were looking for. All the way inside the house. The house was furnished with ordinary furnishings. Nothing special. And a kerosene lamp sat alone on the table. Have you guys noticed that this village doesn't seem to have any women? Oh? Sarukawa couldn't help but voice out a reminder. The two girls instantly reacted to the fact that from just now until now, it seemed that all they had encountered were men, and they hadn't seen a single woman's figure. At this time of day, the women and children are asleep, and those men are the caretakers. The three were still chatting. Suddenly a voice came from the inner room. Immediately after that the old man came out of the inner room in a wooden wheelchair and explained with a smile. Sarukawa nodded. So it is. The old man laughed. The rooms are ready for the three of you. It's getting late. Rest early. Old sir, we only need one room. We don't need to prepare that much. Sarukawa smiled and spoke. The old man shook his head in a slight blink. In our village, unmarried men and women are not allowed to live together. They are punished by the mountain gods. Please also abide by our rules. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing a hint of something wrong. I'll be fine living alone. The two of them are married, Xiaoxiao said with a smile as she nudged Sarukawa. Gu Fiyan frowned. No, it was too dangerous for Xiaoxiao to sleep alone. Fei Nian, you and Xiaoxiao share a room. That's always fine, Huchuan said. The old man nodded, pushing his wheelchair slowly into the house. Good night everyone. After the old man left, Huchuan discreetly pulled out a dagger with a pitch-black blade and handle and handed it to Gu Fei. This is my knife. It's been with me for years. It's called White. Take it for defense. Gu Fei looked at the pitch-black xiaobai with tears and laughter. Good. Sarukawa waved his hand and limped over to the room. Good night, Gu Fei said softly as she looked at Huchuan's back. Good night. Night. 2:20. Sarukawa lay alone on his bed as the moonlight outside shone in slyly. Sarukawa couldn't sleep, a little worried about the two girls. Sighing, he got up and out of bed and limped towards the two girls' room. I don't know if it was Sarukawa's illusion, but he seemed to hear what seemed to be movement on the two girls' side. When Sarukawa was a little closer, he was surprised to find that outside the door of the two girls, there seemed to be a few people squatting inside at the bushes. Sarukawa was so far away that he could only vaguely hear the voices of several men who seemed to be whispering. But after a while, the men took a lingering look at the two girls' rooms and walked away. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. There was definitely something wrong with this village. Looks like we'll have to find a way to stay. After all, there's still stuff that hasn't been investigated. Sarukawa cautiously looked around. No one else was around, and walked up and knocked on the door of the two girls' room. Creak. Gu Fei opened the door and saw it was Huchuan, slightly stunned. What's wrong? Sarukawa shook his head. The people of this village seem to have their eyes on you too. I'm afraid their minds aren't that innocent. Gu Fei's face suddenly looked a little worried. What then? There are so many of them. Huchuan waved his hand to signal Gu Fei to rest assured. You don't have to be afraid of that one. I've got that. Sarukawa smiled. You come less. You are injured. I suggest, tomorrow we leave first, then mobilize the police force to come together to investigate. Anyway, we already know the direction of this village, Gu Fiyan said. Sarukawa rubbed his chin and thought, I'm afraid they won't let us just leave. In this case, tomorrow I will find a chance to stall. You and Xiaoxiao go back first. I can't run fast with my injured leg. I will slow you down, Huchuan said. Gu Fiyan's face suddenly turned serious. Are you kidding? Do you think I would let you alone in such a dangerous place? Don't even think about it. This program is vetoed. Gu Fei lay tilted her face and looked firmly at Huchuan, eyes full of non-negotiable. Huchuan suddenly felt a bit amused and reached out to pinch Gu Fei's cheeks. You're worried about me? Gu Fiyan blushed, realizing that self seemed to have come on a bit strong, and immediately buried her head down in some embarrassment. Huchuan felt funny when he looked at Gu Fiyan's appearance. Just now he was so powerful, but in a flash he was shy again. Huchuan reached out and picked Gu Fei's chin to force a stare. You care about me? You're not talking nonsense. Gu Fiyan was a bit annoyed that shameless Huchuan had started teasing self again. Gu Fiyan leaned her head on Huchuan's chest. The two of them were briefly silent for a while, just snuggling in. The sly moonlight shone on the two men, enveloping them in a special glow. Huchuan gently reached out and wrapped his hand around Gu Fei. What's on your mind? Gu Fiyan skimmed her mouth and looked at Huchuan's face with some heart. I used to think that I was still young and should work well, but since I met you, my mindset suddenly changed that. The corner of Gu Fiyan's mouth hooked up a playful smile. Suddenly, I feel that I should retire. It's more important to live well. Oh. Sarukawa's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of incredulity. Really? Looks like I'm still good enough to make a career woman think about getting married? Gu Fiyan's face was suddenly a little hot, not daring to look at Huchuan. I didn't say I'd marry you. You think beautiful. I just have this kind of idea. Age to the natural. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Fiyan still had a stiff upper lip. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Comrade Gu, please, while your mouth is tough, can your body keep up? Gu Feiyan suddenly realized that she did not know when she was holding onto Huchuan's waist, and her head was pressed against Huchuan's chest. She was dead in his arms. The posture of the two was extremely ambiguous, just like a pair of young lovers who were inseparable in the midst of a passionate love affair. I'm looking at your injury and I'm afraid you'll fall. Holding up a little bit. You don't misunderstand, huh? Gu Feiyan said as her eyesight evaded. The blush on her face still betrayed her. Sarukawa couldn't help but smack his lips. It's not a love brain. How did you change? Dead arrogant. Gu Feiyan was so shy that her head was almost smoking, and she was completely defeated since her mouth was not a match for Huchuan. I say you too. Can the love talk end quickly? I'm getting sleepy. Xiao Zhao's voice shouted out from inside. Gu Fei, late even more shy, hastily pushed away Huchuan, afraid to be discovered. Look, you quickly go back. Sleep. It's very late. Self-care a little. Sarukawa spread his hands. Okay, then you guys also pay attention. Don't sleep too much at night. Oh. Gu Fei nodded. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth hangs a gentle smile and extends his hands. Not hugging? Otherwise you won't be able to sleep at night. Hey. Gu Feiyan suddenly lowered her head and her fingers were so nervous that they were shaking, and there was a panicked look around at the pitch blackness. Immediately, he rushed up and jumped into Sarukawa's arms, then quickly backed away again. Good night. Slammed the door behind him. Sarukawa couldn't help but laugh and shook his head helplessly as he walked back. His little cop. He's still weirdly cute to come. Back in bed, Sarukawa kept a smile on his lips. As long as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with Gu Fei's appearance. The love that welled up in his heart continued to eat away at Sarukawa. The king of the slayers was writhing like a maggot on the bed. Although walking in the Jianghu so many years, Sarukawa played too many roles, but for the first time really exposed to the knowledge of this aspect of love. He seemed to be caught up in it and couldn't get out of it even by relying on his strong willpower. At the moment, he felt like he was in the middle of a passionate love affair with Gu Feiyan like a normal couple. This feeling, it's so good. Gu Fei's side was the same. Closing her eyes was Sarukawa's cheeks with a gentle smile. Yikes! Gu Fei covered her face as she tossed and turned on the bed, letting out a pleasurable shriek. Xiao Zhao was tortured to the point where his eyes were black. Sister, please, I'm so sleepy. Gu Fei nodded with a smile. Fine. Go to sleep. Plop. Little Call fell headlong onto the bed. There was a silence. Gu Feiyan kept making giggling noises, already fantasizing about what the child's name would be in the future. Xiao Zhao, do you think it's better to get married in a Chinese wedding dress or a Western wedding dress? Wear half Chinese and half Western. Wear skirts, short sleeves, long sleeves, pants, whatever you want. I'm getting sleepy. Why hasn't the earth exploded yet? It wasn't until it was hazy and bright outside that the sound of raindrops hitting the roof woke Sarukawa up. Raising his hand, he glanced at his watch. 6:23. It was raining outside, and the sky wasn't all that bright. The wound on his ankle was vaguely painful, but this small injury was nothing to Sarukawa. Taking advantage of the hazy weather, Huchuan quietly came to the door of Gu Feiyan's room with Xiao Zhao and knocked on it. Gu Fei opened the door with a creak and pulled Huchuan in. Little Call also woke up, only with dark eyes and a lack of energy. Zhao, the gun, food, and a few tools are in the bag for you. I'll investigate the village with Non-Night. You go out and find them. Remember, I marked all the way here. It's obvious. Follow the marks and you'll get out. Sarukawa instructed as he gathered his things. Go on. Be safe. Gu Fei said. Call nodded and yawned. You guys too. Bye. Xiao Zhao put on his backpack and broke into the middle of the rainy deep forest, out of sight of the two men. As the day dawned, Gu Fei rushed in crying. Not good. It's not good. Xiao Zhao is missing. Gu Feiyan cried and knocked on the door of Huchuan's room. Sarukawa opened the door and asked anxiously. What's wrong? What's wrong with Xiao Zhao? Gu Feiyan sobbed and wiped her tears. Last night Xiao Zhao said he went to the toilet, but he went and never came back. The patriarch also heard the shouts and came out of the house. What happened? The patriarch inquired. Sarukawa's eyes were sharp and dead on the patriarch. A friend of mine is missing. The patriarch froze slightly, followed by a few moments of anger surfacing on his face. But then hid it. Don't be in a hurry. You may have gotten lost in the woods. It's raining dangerously outside right now. Don't go out. I'll have someone go and look for you. Sarukawa nodded gently. Okay. Thanks. The patriarch finished and walked out. Huchuan and Gu Fei looked at each other. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Something's not right. I suspect that this village most likely has some unseen secrets. Gu Fei nodded. We must start investigating. No time can be wasted. The two just walked out the door. It was seen that there were really many more women within the village. Only that each of these women was silent and they all had a man standing beside them. The women didn't say a word, just kept their eyes on Sarukawa's side. Sarukawa's eyes kept scanning the people, keenly catching something out of place. Huchuan leaned close to Gu Fei's ear. Look at their ankles. Gu-fei looked along with Sarukawa's reminder. And surprisingly, she realized that all of these women had some blood on their ankles, probably from wear and tear. Gu-fei covered her mouth in horror sight to Huchuan. Huchuan quietly nodded, which was what Gu-fei was thinking. These women, although they were dirty and dressed in rags, each revealed a hint of fear in their eyes, as well as the temperament of each, who should be educated people. And there was some great incongruity with the men in these villages. Wife, since they do such things, the target that made us stay is you, Sarukawa said softly. Gu-fei's expression instantly tightened, forcing down the color of fear in her heart. Huchuan gently held Gu-fei's hand in his. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you. Gu-fei felt her hand being held, and when she met Huchuan's confident eyes, she felt a sense of peace in her heart, and her nervousness and fear were eased. Wife, this way, these women are imprisoned. They must be more fearful of men. I'll go and look for the place where they imprison people. You go and find a woman to ask, Sarukawa said while observing the whole village. Gu-fei nodded. Then be careful. The two moved separately. Gu-fei put a smile on her face and went to interact with these women. Hello, girl, can I learn how to make this stuff from you? Gu-fei smiled as she found a woman fiddling with a crop on the ground. The woman panicked a little and instinctively glanced at the man beside her. The man narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Gu-fei could feel the fear of the woman in front of her. Gu-fei held the woman's hand and looked at the man and smiled. We girls are chatting, so don't listen. Go busy yourself, little brother. The man froze slightly and looked at Gu-fei with a bit of greed in his eyes, unconsciously swallowing his saliva, then smiled and patted the woman in front of her on the shoulder. I'll go over there then. Don't talk nonsense. Immediately afterward the woman shuddered. After the man left, the woman almost had tears in her eyes. Gu-fei gently held the woman's hand and sat down next to her. What's your name? How old are you? Gu-fei late asked. The woman said softly, I am called Li Fish, and I am 20 years old. Gu-fei late narrowed her eyes. This age should still be the age of school. Hello, my name is Gu-fei. Nice to meet you. Li Fish nodded gently, taking advantage of the effort of lowering his waist to pick up something to suddenly spit out run. Gu-fei instantly froze, but her face remained unchanged with a smile, because she knew that there were a lot of people watching them right now, and if the slightest change in her expression was detected to be wrong, the woman in front of her might face the danger of killing her. Gu-fei smiled and continued to chat with Li Fish in one way or another, talking about the usual stuff. Li Yu didn't dare to answer or speak at first, but slowly she seemed to adapt, or maybe she was infected by Gu-fei, and she also chatted along with Gu-fei. It was a pity that Gu-fei intended to inquire about the situation in the village, but Li Yu really didn't know anything about it. This made Gu-fei even more convinced that these women were being held captive. Otherwise it's impossible to live in this village and not know what's going on in the village. On Sarukawa's side, he kept wandering around the village, but had already figured out the layout of the village along with roughly where it was. It's just some little tail trailing behind it. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth curled up into a light smile. The person who could keep up with him hadn't been born that yet. In just a flash, the man following behind him realized with horror that Sarukawa's figure had disappeared. Disappeared right under their noses. Immediately they started looking around the village in a bit of a panic. On Gu-fei's side, Li Yu seemed to have opened up to her. There's talking and laughing. The two looked like they were having a good conversation. Li Fish, you are not from this village, right? Gu-fei suddenly changed her words and asked tentatively. Li Yu's face changed, becoming pale and scared once again. Gu-fei narrowed her eyes and said softly, explain it to me. There's a chance I can get you out. Trust me, okay? Li Yu held back the tears in her eyes, not daring to look at Gu-fei's line of sight. Gu-fei held Li Yu's hand tightly. Li Yu, I can save you. You should still have family and friends outside. Be brave for once. Give yourself a chance. Li Yu immediately broke away from Gu-fei's hand and picked up the crops on the ground. The shrine at the back of the village. Li Fish spoke in a very small voice, immediately carrying his things back to the house. Gu-fei froze slightly, and then a smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth. It worked. The two of them gathered in the room. Gu-fei immediately said excitedly, I did it. That Li Yu said that the ancestral hall behind the village. There must be some secret there. Sarukawa nodded. I think probably that's where these women are imprisoned because I looked all over the village and didn't find the so-called dungeon or anything. So I guess the secret is inside. Oh, wait for the night. Let's go check it out at night. Sarukawa said. The two men sat in the house until noon, when the matriarch came to the house with food. I'm sorry you two. We didn't find your friends, the patriarch said in a cold voice. Sarukawa nodded. It's okay. She probably went back first on her own. The matriarch smiled slightly and placed the food on the table. Enjoy. The food gave off a mesmerizing aroma. A plate of roasted meat of some kind that looked like wild boar, color and flavor. The two men gave all the food in their bags to Call. Goofy and looked at Hachwan and couldn't help but swallow his saliva, picking up the meat and getting ready to eat it. Hey! Hachwan grabbed Goofy's hand. Honey, the meat smells good, but don't eat too much. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Goofy was slightly stunned and didn't understand what it meant. I'm so hungry. Just eat a little. Goofy pouted, really hungry. Sarukawa somewhat helplessly reached out and pointed at the old man. Respect the old and love the young, understand. Let the old man eat first. Goofy immediately nodded her head honestly and looked at the old man with a burning gaze. The old man laughed and walked up and picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious. Use it slowly. Seeing the old man eating himself is fine. Goofy lay to rest assured. Smiling, tearing off pieces of meat handed to Hachwan mouth. Have a piece. Sarukawa smiled and waved his hand. Amatba. I'm a vegetarian. Goofy froze. Couldn't figure out what Hachwan meant. Why he suddenly ate veggies. And simply ate himself. The meat was tender and just right. It was indeed delicious. Ahem. Honey, eat less. Or you'll be screaming about losing weight again when you get back. Goofy's heart thumped. She hadn't shouted about losing weight. Suddenly remembering Hachwan's perversity. Could there be something wrong with this meat? But in the next second, Goofy suddenly felt the sky spinning and her head couldn't help but feel dizzy. The next second both eyes went black and fainted directly. Hey! Sarukawa covered his head with a headache. Silly wife. Won't listen no matter what you say. The patriarch clapped his hands. And in the next second, several men instantly flooded into the room. One of the men held a chain. And with a strong yank, the beaten and half-dead Fish was dragged in and thrown to the ground. Fish's body was drenched in blood from the beating. One of his eyes had fallen out, revealing a bloody hole, and his face was covered in wounds. The skin on his body was shocked by the whip. Ripped, and she lay on the ground, her eyes having long since lost the light of hope. I'm sorry, I don't want to die, Fish said with a weak breath. Sarukawa nodded, understood. It didn't take much thought to realize that it should be Fish who couldn't take the beating anymore and blurted out what happened during the day, and it couldn't be blamed on her. The matriarch stood up from her wheelchair and slowly walked over to Goofy. His eyes stared straight at Goofy with a greedy smile on his lips. Excellent. Ha ha. Hey, 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 hey. So not treating me like a human being. I'm still here. This is my wife, Sarukawa said as he pulled out his ears. The patriarch snorted coldly. Kid, name a price. I'll buy this woman. Sarukawa was instantly interested. These people actually didn't want to kill him? Oh, what's the most you can offer? Sarukawa asked with interest. 30,000. How's that? The patriarch said smilingly. The corner of Tsurukawa's mouth pulled. How poor are these people? A talent worth $30,000? Hachwan shook his head. $30,000? My wife is so beautiful for $30,000? You're kidding. $1 million, Tsurukawa said coldly. These people were taken aback to hear that number. Only Fish cursed breathlessly. You men are all the same. Tsurukawa was a bit curious at that. So, you were also sold by your companion? A flash of shame surfaced in Liu's eyes. The matriarch laughed. Her boyfriend. Just $20,000 to sell her. Kid, I'm asking a lot. 1 million. You're kidding. Tsurukawa scratched his head with a headache. So, you guys have bought quite a few? The patriarch nodded with an expressionless face. There are those who buy and those who capture. If you don't agree to sell, the male is killed and the female is captured. The patriarch said this with enough of a threatening tone to mean that if you don't agree, you'll be killed. Slap. Tsurukawa couldn't help but applaud. Then in that case, the female body in the river is also related to you guys, right? The patriarch frowned. Who are you? Why do you know? Tsurukawa laughed and knocked on the table, pointing at Goofy. In this one. A police officer. Oh, what do you think we're here for? The patriarch's brow suddenly tightened. Miso stood up. AI. Don't get excited. Just kidding. In fact, we're just college students in the neighborhood who are fans of detecting crimes. Because recently, the corpses outside of Hui Long have been making a lot of noise. We came to have some fun. And then we got lost accidentally. And we didn't expect it to be you guys. Tsurukawa's eyes shone brightly as he put on an innocent look. It really does look like brainless college kids. The matriarch was relieved to hear this. Do you like it here? It's a paradise and you can stay here too. The matriarch waved her hand. And the men outside got in a few more women bound with ropes. All of them are very young and pretty looking. Tsurukawa looked at the men and nodded. I assume you are not ordinary villagers. Tsurukawa stroked his chin and pondered. Although you look like villagers, you don't have the appearance of villagers except for your costumes. In the mountains is nothing but hunting, but you have no wear and tear on your fingers at all to draw a bow. You should be a women trafficking gang, Tsurukawa said with a smile. The patriarch immediately clenched his fists. His eyes sharpened as he looked at Tsurukawa. Kid, don't make any wild guesses. You'll lose your life. Tsurukawa sighed and held out his hands. All right, since you caught me I can't run away. Arrest me and give me a few days to think about it. But you can't touch my wife while I'm thinking about it. You've seen my brain. Your village has too many loopholes. It's easy to find. Maybe I can help you change all that. Oh. The patriarch's eyes flashed with a glint of essence. Because of the incident in Huilongwan, someone did have their eyes on their place. Fine. I promise you. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Tie him up and throw him into the shrine together. The matriarch gave an order, and in an instant, several men rushed over to tie up Huchuan with a rope, and together with Gu Fian and those women, they brought them directly to the inside of the ancestral hall and locked them up. Inside the shrine, Sarukawa was dumbfounded as he was wheeled in. Inside the small shrine, there were 24 women lying around covered in filth. The women were chained together, and there was no gleam in each of their eyes, revealing despair. No one even looked at Sarukawa at all. Bang! The doors to the shrine slammed shut, plunging the inside into darkness. Sarukawa was in a somewhat heavy mood. He could see that the young girls were all very young, in their 20s at most, but every single one of them was tortured and bruised. I'll get you guys out. Sarukawa didn't hold back from speaking up, but no one took him up on it. Huchuan lifted the unconscious Gu Fei to let her lean on Self, gently wiped away the dust on Gu Fei's face. Fortunately, Self was by Gu Fei's side. Otherwise, he couldn't believe it. Gu Fian felt Huchuan's touch gradually waking up. Huchuan, where are we? Gu Fei asked with hazel eyes. Shrine. We've been discovered and locked up. Gu Fian instantly sat up upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. She thought about people being imprisoned, but not so much. With a hiss, Gu Fian cut the rope and stood up. Holy shit, how did you stand up? Sarukawa wondered. Gu Feiyan raised her hand and lit up the pitch-black dagger in her hand. I have Xiaobai. I hid it inside my clothes. Huchuan froze his eyes, couldn't help but look at Gu Fian's chest. Damn. It even felt it before me. Huchuan murmured in a low voice, slightly regretting giving Xiaobai to Gu Fei late. Gu Fei ignored him and turned to check on the condition of these women. Are you guys okay? I'm coming to save you. Don't be afraid, Gu Fei said. But no one paid any attention to her either. These girls were so physically and mentally devastated that they had lost all hope. Save your strength and come over here, Sarukawa said. Gu Fei also felt that there was no need to say anything, so she could only come and sit next to Huchuan. Then what do we do now? Gu Fei was puzzled. Waiting for someone. I delayed for a few days. Wait for Xiao Zhao and the others to come, Sarukawa explained, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Gu Fian had no choice but to wait quietly. I don't know how long it had been, but it was already getting dark outside, but the village seemed to be extraordinarily lively today, with the constant sound of someone shouting. Sarukawa, someone's coming, quickly tie me up, Gu Fei said. Huchuan retied Gu Fian. The door was suddenly opened and outside the fire was brightly lit and it seemed like there was a party going on. There were constant sounds of people laughing and joking. A few men who were drunk to the point of inebriation stood in the doorway position. The men's eyes kept scanning among the crowd, then came up and grabbed a girl by the hair and dragged her out. That girl instantly showed a pained expression. The inside and outside of the shrine presented a stark contrast, but it didn't seem all that different. It's hell inside the shrine, and it's hell outside the shrine. Only, on one side there is a hell for prisoners and on the other side there is a feast for evil spirits. Hey, let go of her. Stop it. Gu Fei immediately spoke out to stop it. Ha! The man flinched at the heckling. Gu Fei's eyes were incomparably angry as she stared at the man dead in the face. Let her go. Gu Feiyan struggled to her feet trying to stop this from happening. Unexpectedly, the man laughed and slowly walked over to Gu Fian. Your clan leader promised me not to move her, Sarukawa said coldly. The man instantly bawled out, I'm going to sell it sooner or later anyway. How about letting me inspect the goods first? Ha 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 ha. The man let out a devilish laugh, followed by pulling Gu Fei's legs to drag her out. Gu Fei kicked the man away. Bastard, don't be moving them, Gu Fei scolded angrily. A couple of the men burst out laughing instead of being angry. Fine, then we'll move you, ha ha ha, said a few men, and they wanted to rush up and hold Gu Fian down. Gu Feiyan quietly untied the rope and held Xiaobai in her hand. She was ready for a fight to the death. Sarukawa, I'm sorry, I can't see them getting hurt anymore, Gu Fei said, slowly standing up and looking at the men warily. Disgusting laughter continued to emanate from the mouths of several men, their eyes staring straight at Gu Fian as if they were looking at prey. But suddenly Gu Fian suddenly felt a killing intent coming from behind. But the murderous intent seemed to be directed not at self but at the group of men in front of him. Gu Fei looked back somewhat strangely. Instead, she saw the look in Sarukawa's eyes, and suddenly she was frozen in shock. What a look! As if being gazed at by a devil. A morose chill came out of the ethereal pupils. Intense killing intent continued to blossom out in his eyes, as if they were all condensing into shape. Gu Feiyan's forehead was in a cold sweat. It was the first time she had ever seen this kind of look in Huchuan's eyes. Inaccurately, she couldn't believe how Sarukawa had that look in his eyes. It was so scary. It was as if the people who had died at his hands were in a state of 1,000 if not 10,000. Surukawa, calm down a bit, okay? Gu didn't know why, but subconsciously urged Hachuan to calm down. Such of Surukawa made her feel horrible. I'm really angry, Surukawa said, word for word. Slowly, he stood up. A few men didn't see the look in Surukawa's eyes and only found it funny. Ha, you're a skinny monkey and you're really angry. What are you? Ha ha, we're about to play your wife in front of you. Ha ha, Surukawa sneered, and the rope binding his body suddenly fell off. Gu took a closer look, and the rope was actually torn directly at the rope. Gu stood still as Hachuan expressionlessly crossed over to Gu and took Xiaobai from her to the men. A disdainful look appeared on the face of one of the men who was drunk. Come, my neck is right here, kill me if you can. The man stuck his head up. Surukawa smiled slightly good, followed by placing his hand on the man's neck. Ka-chow. Breath seemed to freeze in the air. There was a sudden silence all around. Immediately after the rumble, the man's body should fall to the bottom. His eyes widened angrily, but he had long since stopped breathing. What the fuck? A man shouted as he pointed at Surukawa. Gu covered her mouth and looked at the scene in surprise. What had happened? Was this Hachuan? Pust. Blood splattered everywhere in just a minute. Gu pupils trembled. Couldn't believe what self saw. Within the mapping of her pupils, blood continued to splatter in all directions, and with each slash, a figure fell with a crash. After the last sound, several bodies lay on the ground. Surukawa turned his head, his arms and cheeks stained with blood. Hachuan revealed a gentle smile to look at Gu and I said that I will not let you receive harm. Wait for me for an hour. Just 1 hour. After saying that, Surukawa walked out and closed the shrine door heavily behind him. Gu reacted and frantically ran to the door, but the door was locked from the outside by Hachuan. Through the gap, Gu Fian's face instantly paled, and she couldn't believe the scene she saw in front of her. Every time Surukawa walked by, someone fell past him. Gu Fian's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Her face instantly paled and she fainted in the next second. I don't know how much time has passed. There seemed to be the sound of countless people exclaiming from outside. Again, there seemed to be the sound of someone slamming the door. Immediately after, Gu Feiyan felt that someone was calling out to her, and opened her eyes surrounded by a group of people. Xiao Zhao, Zhang Ming, Song Zhe, Anan Lai. There were also officers who were constantly calming the girls behind them. Surukawa that? Gu Fei asked in confusion. A few of the men were pale and somewhat evasive. Gu Feiyan struggled to get up and ran outside. The entire village was covered in corpses and bloodstains. The killings are dry, almost always a single stab to the throat. Gu Feiyan's eyes were red, and she was surrounded by police. Gu Fei ran to the location right in the center of the village, surrounded by SWAT officers with guns in their hands, right in the middle of nowhere. Zhongyan's face was cold as he stared angrily ahead. Gu Feiyan pushed away the SWAT team, and Surukawa was sitting on his knees in the center position, carrying that patriarch's head in his hand. His body was covered in blood and he was gasping for air. Surukawa, gird your loins, you're breaking the law, Zhongyan chided. Surukawa waved his hand and threw the patriarch's head away, sticking Kahaku on the ground. Yeah, maybe, Hachuan said indifferently, but his eyes caught sight of Gu Fei among the police. Gu Fei was stared at by Hachuan and instinctively felt some fear because she had seen all of Hachuan's behavior before. Surukawa was slightly stunned, but the corner of his mouth pulled out a bitter smile nonetheless. I'm sorry. Zhongyan clenched his fists tightly. The sight around him made him disbelieve. An entire village, more than 80 people, all dead. Wait, Gu Fei suddenly rushed out excitedly to block the police's gun. These people are a criminal syndicate. They trafficked women, rape, kill people. Surukawa was acting in self-defense. He's not guilty. Gu Feiyan's face was resolute as she looked toward Zhongyan. Zhongyan was instantly infuriated and her face turned red. Gu Fei, you're a police officer. 80 people. How is this defined as self-defense? This police uniform you're wearing. You are not allowed to speak for criminals. Zhongyan reprimanded. Arrest me. Zhongyan waved his hand. Immediately, a SWAT officer stepped forward and tried to cuff Surukawa. Surukawa coldly grunted a reverse and held the SWAT officer down, chambering over the gun against his head. Swish in an instant, countless gun muzzles were aimed at Surukawa. Hachuan, don't. Gu Feiyan immediately waved her hand to signal Hachuan to calm down. Trust me. Don't do it. You calm down some. Gu Fei's voice had a sobbing tone in it, as if she was praying. Hachuan looked at Gu Feiyan with infinite tenderness in his eyes. Feiyan, you misunderstood. I just don't want them to catch me. As soon as Surukawa threw the gun out, his hands reached out to Gu Feiyan. Officer Gu, please catch me with your own hands. Surukawa smiled slightly. Gu Feiyan trembled as tears continued to slide down her face. I don't want. Gu Fei choked on her voice. Gu Fei, don't forget, you're a cop. Zhong Yan gave an angry rebuke. Gu Feiyan wiped her tears, took the handcuffs, and slowly walked over to Huchuan and squatted down. Sarukawa tried to reach out and wipe the tears from her face, but with a handful of blood on his own, he still didn't touch it. Gu Fei laid sobbing body efforts to open the mouth to say Huchuan, I take the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau, announced that you are arrested. After saying that, he cuffed Sarukawa with trembling hands. Sarukawa laughed at the situation instead. Officer Gu, congratulations on catching me. I lost. You're great. Oh, take away. Zhong Yan gave an order, and the SWAT officers came up and directly escorted Sarukawa away, leaving Gu Fei frozen in place. The sky was chilly with a steady drizzle. May 3rd, 3 days after Sarukawa's arrest. Haicheng broadcast, shocked the world. Huilongshan big trafficking in women case to be solved, but up to 80 people of the criminal group, but by the City Public Security Bureau of Criminal Investigation consultant. Sarukawa has the power of all killed, which is in the end how many is true. Sarukawa in the end is the murder of the devil or to fight evil with evil. The case is being heard. You stay tuned. In the police station, there was an atmosphere of silence. The panel crowd froze in their positions. No one speaking. Gu Fei late these days seems to be demented. Do not eat, do not drink. Just focus on any news of Huchuan. No news. Quietly look out the window today's. They have been ordered to stay out of this case, saying they are trying to avoid suspicion. Sarukawa's case has also been transferred to the Supreme Court. If this goes on, it's not a solution. Think about what to do. Xiao Zhao looked at Gu Fei's back and said. The crowd sighed for a while. They couldn't even believe how it was possible for Sarukawa to kill an entire village by himself. It's simply unbelievable. When they went over, they saw the entire village littered with corpses, and Sarukawa collapsed in the center of the village carrying a head in his hands, tired and panting. If this continues, something will happen to Sister Feiyan. Xiao Zhao looked at Gu Fei's back. Knock, 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 just in time to freeze. There was a sudden knock on the door. Hiyun walked in slowly. A few people wanted to shout but were stopped by Hiyun, who slowly walked over to Gu Feiyan and patted Gu Feiyan's shoulder and smiled. Nonetheless late. Is it okay? Hiyun asked. Gu Feiyan bowed her head in silence and didn't say a word. Hiyun didn't say anything. She just held Gu Feiyan's hand in her hand. Feiyan, I think you can stop thinking so much. The most important thing now is to prove Huchuan's innocence, right? Hiyun saw Gu Feiyan's mind at a glance. Gu Fei evening eyes dimmed a little. The corner of the mouth a little bitter. Hiyun's sister. I thought he is not simple, but I did not expect him now to be really mysterious and dangerous. I suspect that he is deliberately close to me. Hiyun sighed. Does it matter? Gu Fei was silent. Hiyun gently patted Gu Feiyan. Feiyan, in fact, I've known Huchuan for a long time. His identity is not that simple. If you doubt it, why don't you ask him that yourself? You like Sarukawa, and Sarukawa likes you, and Sarukawa really likes you without any purpose. That's the best bond between you two. Trust him. Think about what happened in the village. What did he really kill for that? Now, you're the only one who can help him, so don't make yourself regret it, okay? Hiyun smiled and patted Gu Feiyan's shoulder and turned to leave. Gu Fei's eyes brightened. The village matter. Sarukawa, it's for me. He loves me. Gu Fei suddenly figured everything out. Sarukawa had been hiding for so long, and could have stayed hidden if not for her. At this point, Gu Feiyan was enlightened and no longer dwelled on this matter. She immediately and impatiently dialed a phone number. Beep beep beep. The phone rings. Hello. It was a man's voice over there. Gu Fei took a deep breath. Dad, what you said before, I promise, but I want you to hire a lawyer for me, the best lawyer in the world. Inside the director's office, Gu Feiyan was arguing with Zhong Yan. The whole police station could hear the two of them arguing. Why can't I get a lawyer for Huchuan? Gu Fei said with a slap on the table. You are a police officer first and foremost. You should know, in this kind of situation, you have to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, it will have an impact on your future prospects. Zhong Yan said bitterly. Huchuan only knows us. If we don't help him find a lawyer, who will? Gu Fei's face turned red from the argument. Her tone was firm. She had already made up her mind. We'll find a defense lawyer for him. Don't worry about that. Zhong Yan said helplessly. The public opinion of this case is spreading everywhere now. Where else would a lawyer dare to take this nail-biting case? Sarukawa can clearly be defined as self-defense. The dirty things those people did, enough to be shot 100 times. Sarukawa is nothing but enough. Zhong Yan burst into a rage and stood up with a slap on the table. Gu Fei, you know what you're talking about. Even if those people are guilty, they should be handed over to the law, instead of resorting to lynching. I'll say one more thing. You are a police officer. Don't forget your identity. Gu Fei sank her face and directly ripped the police license off her neck and threw it on the table. Gu Feiyan, Resign from my position as the head of the Haicheng City Criminal Investigation Team from now on. I also resign from my status as a member of the International Agent Team. I quit. I am now questioning this case as a family member of Tsurukawa, and I will hire the best lawyer to plead not guilty for him. Director Zhong, keep your pedantic notions in this position for the rest of your life. Bang! Gu Fei slammed the door. The people outside the room were all a little stunned. When he saw Gu Feiyan come out, he hurriedly came over. Sister Fei, don't be impulsive. Really quit? Xiao Zhao immediately asked. Gu Feiyan shook her head. I'm not impulsive. With the identity of a police officer I can't hire a lawyer for Huchuan. But without that identity I can help him find a lawyer as his girlfriend. I've made up my mind. Bye-bye everyone. Gu Feiyan waved her hand towards the crowd, turned around and packed up her things and left directly inside the police station. The crowd was dumbfounded in place, looking at Gu Feiyan's departing figure in silence. I suddenly feel, Kei-do seems to be right. Kei and Tsurukawa do things very same. The identity of a police officer is too much of a constraint. Perhaps, the difference between Kei and a police officer is more freedom. Call whispered. Several people didn't respond, but silence was the best form of approval. Gu Feiyan didn't go home and came directly to a cafe, following the seats to find them. Just saw a well-mannered man sitting above a window seat. The man was wearing a pair of golden glasses, a dry suit, and was sitting upright, his handsome and dapper appearance revealing a few moments of cheerfulness. Gu Feiyan hurriedly walked over. May I ask if it's lawyer Fu Jingran? Fu Jingran stood up and shook Gu Fei's hand. The two sat down together. Ms. Gu, may I ask what the case is? Fu Jingran inquired. Gu Feiyan was a little nervous. She was afraid that after she said it, Fu Jingran was not right in agreeing to take this lawsuit. It's the recent Huilongshan mass murder case, Gu Fei said nervously. Fu Jingran nodded his head and thought carefully. I've learned about this case. It seems to be the nail in the coffin. No one dares to take it. Gu Feiyan nodded. I know. But Huchuan, his intention was to save someone. I think it constitutes self-defense. Fu Jingran let out a light laugh. Ms. Gu, I understand that you are anxious, but this case is very complicated. Fu Jingran sighed. Money is not a problem, as long as you make an offer. You're the best lawyer, and if you don't help, Tsurukawa really won't be able to go. Fu Jingran suddenly laughed out loud. Just kidding. Ms. Gu, I like challenging cases. The harder it is, the more I like it. Fu Jingran stood up and straightened his clothes. I'll go back to see Mr. Tsurukawa. I'll take this case. Right. Don't forget the deposit to the card. Fu Jingran smiled and turned to leave. Gu Feiyan was then relieved, so that the probability of Huchuan being rescued went up a bit more. The most important thing now is to gather evidence. There were no witnesses in the village, and the only ones who could testify were the girls who had been imprisoned earlier. Gu Feiyan tried to find a way to call over the phone one by one, but surprisingly none of them connected. Gu Feiyan re-entered inside the police station and found the special operations team leader who had participated in the operation at the time. Team U, did you guys see Huchuan kill anyone at that time? Gu Feiyan asked with some anxiety. The man addressed as Team U shook his head. When we went, Tsurukawa was already there, and we really did not see him kill with our own eyes. After getting the answer she wanted, Gu Feiyan couldn't wait to share it with Fu Jingran. Fu Jingran was a bit speechless. Miss Gu, I went to see Mr. Tsurukawa. You don't need to investigate the evidence on your own. Please believe in my professionalism, okay? Gu Feiyan was slightly stunned. It was hard to believe that Fu Jingran had a way. So how's he doing? Has he lost weight? Is it okay? Gu Fei inquired over the phone. Fu Jingran is a little helpless. You are now a family member. You have the right to visit him. He asked me to bring a message to let you sleep well, eat well, don't worry about him, or, he said that he came out to clean you up. Beep beep beep. Phone hangs up. Gu Feiyan's tears, however, fell. Bastard. You still have the heart to joke after all this. Gu Feiyan simply relaxed. Full power to Fu Jingran. Since the hanging nerves of the past few days also relaxed, a good meal and a good night's sleep. May 7th, Gu Feiyan cleaned up her own board this day, and tried to put on a good-looking smile in the mirror. She's going to meet Tsurukawa cheerfully and give him confidence. Make Tsurukawa happy too. It was with nervousness that I arrived inside the guardhouse. Across one side of the glass, Gu Feiyan sat nervously in front of the window sighting in one direction. As the guards approached, Tsurukawa's figure at the doorway slowly walked over. Gu Feiyan had thought that she was very strong, but she couldn't help her eyes from reddening the moment she saw Huchuan. With a gentle smile always on his face, Huchuan sat down from in front of Gu Fei. Thin did you not eat properly these days? Tsurukawa asked with a slight reprimand. Gu Feiyan instantly couldn't hold herself together, and tears flowed down her face. Tsurukawa instantly panicked. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm fine. I have food and drink, and I don't have to work. Gu Feiyan wiped her tears vigorously and said with concern, Are they bullying you? Do you need anything? I'll bring it to you. Sarukawa shook his head. No one bullies me and there's no shortage. I'm fine. Gufian nodded to herself. Hachuan, I'll get you out soon. Don't worry. Sarukawa smiled. I'm not worried. Hachuan was silent for a while. His eyes never dared to look at Gufian. Hachuan, don't say this to me. Gufei immediately snatched the words. What you want to say to me? We'll go home and talk it over when you get out. For now, you wait well and don't ever admit your guilt. I found the best lawyer. His name is Fu Jingran. He will definitely clear your name. Sarukawa lowered his head and smiled. Innocence? The word was still a bit ironic when put on him. Visiting hours are over. The guard said. Gufian glanced at Hachuan with some fondness. Hachuan, wait for me. I'll be able to take you out soon. Gufian watched as Hachuan was taken back by the guards, wiped her tears vigorously, and left the guardhouse. When he returned home, Fu Jingran called and asked to meet with Gufei. Gufian agreed and the two met at a cafe. Fu Jingran didn't drag his feet and went straight to the point, placing a recorder next to him. Ms. Gu, from now on I want you to tell me all about what you saw all over again, but it has to be the truth. There can't be a single lie. Gufei nodded. Okay, I state. Gufian sank her eyes. Hachuan did it inside that shrine, when about 5 drunken men came in. They came in and picked out the women and wanted to drag them out. I didn't like it so I stopped them, but I didn't realize that the men were targeting me. They came to drag me, and Sarukawa lost control of his emotions. And then Gufei said truthfully. Fu Jingran nodded. Okay, then may I ask if they have any weapons in their hands? Gufian frowned. She didn't want to lie. But Sarukawa, it seemed to have seen Gufei's concerns. Ms. Gu, lying is harming him. Please answer truthfully. No, they don't have weapons, Gufei said. Fu Jingran nodded. 5 unarmed men tried to drag you away to rape you. Hachuan could only resist in order to save you. It completely constitutes self-defense. Did those 5 men rise to kill? Fu Jingran asked. Gufeian nodded heavily. They are criminals themselves. They must have gotten up to kill. Fu Jing smiled. Okay, so what did you see next? Sarukawa locked us up in the shrine and walked out on his own. And I saw that, as he walked out into the village, a lot of men rushed at him, and then, Sarukawa did it. Fu Jingran nodded. You mean when Hachuan walked out of the door? Many men were armed and wanted to rush up and kill Hachuan, and Hachuan accidentally killed all of them out of self-defense, right? Fu Jingran raised an eyebrow. Gufeian was visibly stunned. Right in her mouth, she said firmly. Fu Jingran smiled. Okay, then how many men did you probably see Hachuan kill? I saw about a dozen of them, Gufei said with her head lowered. Okay, so that means the dozen or so constitute complete self-defense. No problem. Ding dong. Fu Jingran turned the recorder off. Gufei stared blankly. What about the others? Hachuan has killed more than 80 of them. Fu Jingran spread his hands helplessly. Did you see that? Gufei shook her head. Did the police see it? Fu Jingran continued to ask. Gufei shook her head. No one saw it. Fu Jingran laughed lightly. This is right. Hachuan just out of self-defense to kill a few people only. Those who died with Hachuan, what is the relationship between that? Maybe they have internal problems and kill each other. No one saw the thing. Why to push to Tsurukawa body? Fu Jingran laughed and stood up. Ms. Gu, next. I hope you can persuade those imprisoned women to testify in court. Their confessions are crucial. Fu Jingran organized his things and got up to leave. The Tsurukawa case goes to trial in 3 days. Make sure it's before then. Fu Jingran turned around and left after saying this. Without the slightest hesitation, Gufian directly called Xiaozhao. Hey, Shuzu, do me a favor and send me the contact information of all the girls imprisoned in this incident, okay? Gufei inquired. Non-evening sister. This is out of order. These are internal information, Xiaozhao said on the other side of the phone. Gufei evening eyes flashed a touch of bitterness. Well, I know. Thanks. Beep beep beep. After the phone hangs up, Gufei sat on the stool and froze for a long time. The faith she had always held in the police seemed to have wavered in the past 2 days, and she was becoming a little too tolerant of the rules. She hadn't experienced it before, but this time it happened to self and she realized how painful the rules were. Gufei gave a bitter laugh and stumbled to her feet to return home. But despite this, Gufei will never give up. Keep searching on your computer to see if you can find it. Until the evening, Gufei did not find the slightest bit of information. Just when it was getting annoying, there was a knock on the door. Gufian opened the door. Xiaozhao stood discreetly in the doorway with a mask, and immediately handed Gufian a bag when he saw that no one was there. Sister Fei, you must bring out Hachuan. Don't tell anyone that I gave it to you. Xiaozhao gave a word and fled in a hurry. Gufian opened the bag in her hand and realized that it was the contact information of those women, as well as their home addresses. Gufei couldn't help but laugh, but tears kept slipping into her eyes. At least, It's not self-alone helping Tsurukawa anymore. Gu Fian spent the night and took great pains to ask all of these people out. In a hotel ballroom, countless girls had gathered here, and they had changed their bodies into nice clothes, and they had also transformed into a polished look, as if nothing had happened before. Gu Fei took a deep breath, opened the door and walked in, instantly catching the eye of these girls. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Fei. I don't know if you remember me? Gu Fei inquired. The people present all fell silent and no one spoke. Gu Fian bowed towards the crowd first of all. Congratulations to everyone for returning to normal life, and I asked everyone here today in order to beg you for one thing. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably sincere, but there was some impatience among the crowd. I don't want to get involved in your business. I just want to live my life right now. A girl spoke up. Gu Fian's expression froze and she became a bit anxious, but Huchuan saved you. I beg you to help him. Sister, we appreciate you, but I don't want to deal with the past or mention it anymore. The scene was awkward. Gu Fian's eyes reddened and she stood in place not knowing what to do. Why? It's obvious that Tsurukawa saved them, but they won't even testify in court. Tsurukawa is very serious this time. If he is convicted, there is a high probability that he will die. You guys, you can't do this. Gu Fian looked at the crowd pleadingly with a sobbing tone in her voice. All of them bowed their heads in silence. This kind of thing, related to their innocence, how could they admit that? Gu Fei let 2 lines of tears slip down, a clenched teeth flopped down to the ground. Please, Tsurukawa is very important to me. He saved you all. I can only beg you to help him. There's nothing else I can do. And I understand you all. But, Tsurukawa, he saved you all. Gu Fian knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. A girl stepped forward to help Gu Fian up. Gu Fian's eyes lit up and immediately grabbed the girl's hand. You're Li Fish, aren't you? The girl nodded in silence, looking to the crowd behind her. Everyone, if Huchuan saved us, do we still have the face to live in the world if we don't help? Innocence is gone. But, conscience can't be gone too. Liu smiled towards Gu Fian. I'm willing to testify in court. The court date is fast approaching. Even if Gu Fian begged as much as she could, only 13 of the 20 or so people were willing to testify. But that's good enough. Inside the first court of Haicheng, Tsurukawa sat in the lounge with his eyes closed. With a click, the door was unscrewed, and Fu Jingran walked in. Aya, your fate is in my hands now. I didn't expect that you would be pinned down by me one day. Fu Jingran laughed. Huchuan opened his eyes and gave Fu Jingran a look without a good mood. How much money did you take from my wife? Fu Jingran's smile stiffened on his face, and he was instantly a bit weak. 10,000. 100,000. Of, well, 1 million. Deposit. Fu Jingran said with some panic. Tsurukawa laughed coldly. Have you not been beaten for too long? Itchy skin? Fu Jingran hurriedly dodged aside. I'm telling you. I'm your lawyer. You'd better not make a move. Tsurukawa snorted coldly. Hurry up and return the money to my wife or I'll skin you. Oh, you don't bully people like that. This case of yours is so difficult. You can't even give a little bit of hard-earned money. Besides, it's not your money. Fu Jingran said in disbelief. Tsurukawa clenched his fists threateningly with obvious intent. Gee, I know, you're just going to threaten people. Okay, I'm here to tell you that you only need to admit that you killed a dozen or so. Don't admit the ones behind you. You hear me? Tsurukawa nodded. Outside the courthouse, a myriad of journalists' newscasts gathered. Not only that, but there were countless people with homemade signs in their hands, and these people kept protesting in front of the courthouse with slogans on their lips. Tsurukawa is not guilty. Tsurukawa is not guilty. Surprisingly, all of these people are Tsurukawa supporters. Gu Fian and Fu Jingran came down from the car, and immediately a group of reporters flocked up to interview the two. Ms. Gu, I heard that you and Tsurukawa are friends, so is it that he's so cold-blooded in normal times, or has he always had some murderer's genes? Ms. Gu, may I ask that after Tsurukawa killed someone, you as a police officer even paid to help him hire a lawyer? Does all this do mean that the police are also taking sides with this murderer? That? Gu Fei's anger rose when she heard these reporters' words. Calm down a bit. They are just provoking you so they can make news. Fu Jingran reminded. Gu Fei took a deep breath, a smile on her face. First of all, Tsurukawa is not a murderer. He is a criminal investigation consultant for the city's Public Security Bureau and has solved many major cases during his tenure. This time he was only acting in self-defense, and saved more than 20 innocent girls. He cannot be defined as a criminal. Also, I didn't hire a lawyer for Tsurukawa in my capacity as a police officer. I've resigned and am not a police officer now. And I don't represent anyone but myself in what I do. I hired a lawyer in my capacity as a member of Tsurukawa's family. In conclusion, in this case of Tsurukawa, I believe that the truth will be on our side, and that the law will not wrong any good person. That's all. Thanks. Gu Fei nodded with a light smile and pushed through the reporters with Fu Jingran toward the inside of the court. Inside the stately courthouse, Gu Fian once again met Hachwan, who was in a prison uniform with shackles. Holding back tears, he gave Sarukawa a big smile. The two smiled at each other, and a war without smoke began to be fought. Sarukawa looked to the audience seats and also saw that many familiar friends were among them. Bang, quiet. The presiding judge in his seat spoke up. Haicheng City, Huilong Mountain mass murder case. Court is now in session. Bailiff, bring the defendant to court. Sarukawa was brought to his seat. This case, which is being followed extremely closely by the whole country, and even other countries, is being broadcast live for the first time. Defendant, you have the right to choose to cover your face, the presiding judge said. Doesn't matter. Sarukawa spoke coldly. I declare that the first trial of the Haicheng City, Huilongshan mass murder case will now begin. Snap, the legal hammer falls and the trial begins. Defendant Sarukawa, born in 2003, on April 29, 2024, received a mission to enter Huilong Mountain, and on March 30, killed an entire village of 80 men up and down the village. Defendant, this court will characterize this as a crime of intentional homicide. Do you admit to it? The presiding judge asked. Hachwan didn't say anything and looked at Fu Jingran. Fu Jingran stood up. Presiding judge, our side admits to killing, but not to killing everyone. Fu Jingran held up the watch in his hand. According to the information gathered, Sarukawa was only about an hour and a half from the point in time when he killed the first person to the point in time when the police finally sought Sarukawa. May I ask, is it true that a normal human being can murder a whole 80 young men in an hour and a half? A few of the trial staff were silent for a bit. Yeah, killed over 80 in an hour and a half. Indeed, for normal people it is simply not possible. And what is this about the defendant admitting to killing people? The presiding judge asked. Fu Jingran nodded. It is now up to our defense to state the facts. Fu Jingran looked at Hachwan and signaled for him to speak. Sarukawa cleared his throat. I killed them. The ones that died inside the shrine and the ones that died outside the shrine at the very beginning were killed by me. The crowd didn't expect Sarukawa to simply admit it for a moment. Sarukawa shook his head. In the beginning, I didn't want to kill anyone. I didn't want to do it at all. They drugged us and they've been in the trafficking business. I had members of our team the day before, and when Zhao had gone out to mobilize the police force while Gu Fei and I stayed in the village to investigate the evidence. I'd been stalling for 3 days after Gu Fian was drugged, and they wouldn't move us in those 3 days, but they changed their minds in just one afternoon. At night, they came in a few drunken men and tried to move the imprisoned girls. Gu Fian couldn't watch and stepped in to stop them, but it caught their attention, because as you can see, Gu Fian is very pretty. So that caused them to misbehave. Hachwan sat here smiling and looked at Gu Fei. Evening seems to be very proud of self. Girlfriend looks so good looking. Look. Gu Fian's face reddened slightly when she heard this. This was a live broadcast. What's the point of talking about this? There's no need. They came up and tried to make a move on Gu Feiyan. So I didn't control my emotions and wrestled with them, and accidentally got them killed. Sarukawa said lightly. By accident? It was as if the presiding judge couldn't believe what he was hearing. Have you practiced martial arts? Or perhaps you have served in the military? The presiding judge asked suspiciously. Sarukawa shook his head. No, but as you know, Inquisitor, human potential is infinite. Should I watch as the most important person to me is about to be harmed? I merely went a little overboard. Sarukawa, a rhetorical question to the presiding judge, asked. This is who in the end is judging who? Gu Fian didn't hear what was said, but just remained on Hachwan's sentence about important people. Is self-important person? Is this, Sarukawa, a confession? Gu Fian blushed red and couldn't help but bury her head. But she was caught in the live broadcast. And the number of viewers of this live broadcast has come to more than 50 million. Sort of completely famous. The presiding judge was a bit embarrassed. That being said, no one has proven that you didn't kill the others either. I can prove it. Fu Jingran suddenly stood up. Presiding judge, here is a statement shared by 13 of the women who were imprisoned. They only saw Sarukawa kill a dozen or so people. And as for the others, they didn't see them. I request to bring our key witness, Fu Jingran said. The presiding judge nodded. Let the witness come in. The door opened and Li Fish walked in with his head down, but it was coded on the live stream upon request. My name is Li. I am one of the imprisoned women, and I have come on their behalf to testify on behalf of Sarukawa, that Sarukawa did indeed kill only a dozen or so people, and did not murder anyone else. Li Fish said word for word. The presiding judge frowned and kept looking at the case report. Times L. Fu Jingran smiled. It was time for the case to end. Call our other witness, Fu Jingran said as the door opened and Zhang Yan walked in from outside. My name is Zhang Yan. I'm the police chief of Haicheng City and the leader of this eradication mission. This group of criminal organizations that trafficked women were indeed eradicated by our bureau's special police. Gu Fei instantly froze, looking at Zhang Yan with some shock. When she looked back behind her at Xiao Zhao and the others, she realized that they were smiling itself. Zhong Yan took a deep breath. His forehead was covered in sweat. These bandits all have marks of bullet strikes on their bodies. All of them were done by our SWAT team. It has nothing to do with Tsurukawa, Zhong Yan said through clenched teeth. The presiding judge and the trial judge look at me and I look at you, both confused. The above is all the evidence and confessions from our side. In summary, Tsurukawa's actions at that time constituted self-defense and emergency evacuation. Although he doesn't have the power to enforce the law, he is also a public official. He has the same power. We're done here. Thank you. Fu Jingran bowed and sat down waiting for the word to be given. The presiding judge scratched his head and hit the hammer. 15 minutes recess. The presiding judge was just about to walk out when the call came in. After seeing the message on his cell phone, the presiding judge sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately went out to answer it. Gu Fian was tense inside. It was about the future of Huchuan, and at the same time in the presence of so many people from all over the world, it was still clear what exactly would happen. Gu Fei was nervous, as if it was self who was sitting there being sentenced. At this moment, the two seemed to have a heart-to-heart and looked at each other. Tsurukawa always had a smile on his face and didn't seem to be worried about convicting self, but Gu Feiyan was worried, but she didn't dare to show it, and could only give a big smile to Hichuan to give him confidence. Fu Jingran sat on the side looking at the two. Especially Tsurukawa's look felt a wave of goosebumps. Holding court that? What for? Can you put away your worthless look? Fu Jingran was a bit disgusted. Oh, you're just jealous of me, Tsurukawa retorted. Fu Jingran shook his head, some speechless. Hey, really? Hey, did not think it is actually your first to find a girlfriend. This is too unfair. It. We are an orphanage out. Why you first find, also found us so beautiful. Suddenly Fu Jingran realized something was wrong. Crap. Stunned baby. I suddenly remembered that Gu Fian is a cop. Haha. What are you up to? You're not afraid that when you wake up the next day, you'll be handcuffed? Fu Jingran was a little shocked. Tsurukawa scat his mouth a bit irritated. You think Gu Fei would treat me like this? Fu Jingran looked at Gu Feiyan and realized that she was still there smiling at Hichuan with a silly look. That's true too. But did you drug this girl? How else would she be dead to you? She's done a lot for you this time. Tsurukawa proudly shook his head with a beat-up look on gentle, handsome, considerate and kind. Why can't she die for me? Vomit vomit. I'm going to throw up. Silence, the bailiff said. The presiding judge, who had finished his phone call, walked back with a serious face. The case against the defendant, Hechen Hui Longshan mass murder, is now being sentenced, the presiding judge said. Fu Jingran froze. What the hell? How come the sentence was pronounced so soon? The crowd was taken aback by the situation. How could it be so quick? Was the execution immediate? All rise. At the command, the crowd stood up. Gu Fian's breath was short and her palms were sweaty, and she was even so nervous that she was trembling. She was afraid to listen to it. After the panel's discussion and sentencing, the defendant Tsurukawa, who killed 80 people in Huilongshan, of which he admitted to killing 11, is defined as justifiable defense, harming another person and under aggravating circumstances, defined as manslaughter, sentenced to 1 year in prison. But Tsurukawa, as a police recruit, bravely fought the criminals and successfully rescued more than 20 hostages. It fully demonstrates the bravery of our police. They are not afraid to sacrifice their lives to protect the citizens. The Supreme People's Court honors and commends them. Final verdict. Defendant Tsurukawa, 1 year in prison, suspended for 1 year and 4 months, may not serve as a criminal investigation counselor. The verdict is as follows. Does the defendant agree to file an appeal? Tsurukawa nodded. Agreed. Bang, the legal hammer falls and the case is completed. Gu Fei was a bit confused, her ears roaring. It was impossible to hear any sound. But then he saw the crowd behind him applauding and jumping, all with smiles on their faces. The next second, Xiao Zhao and the others rushed over to hold her in their arms. Sister Fei, it's okay, Tsurukawa is fine, ha 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 ha. Only then did Gu Fei late vaguely hear it clearly. The excitement inside had made her unable to say a word, and she could only smile and moisten her eyes. Gu Fian sobbed and wiped her tears. All these days of trepidation, the countless fears and dreads of the late night, vanished in this moment. The strength that had been forcibly disguised completely collapsed at this moment. Gu Feiyan couldn't help but cry out in pain. But the tears were tinged with happiness. Unspeakable happiness. Unspeakable happiness. Gu Fian wiped her tears and broke into a smile and looked at Huchuan. Huchuan's eyes were equally moist and hot. And he knew that Gu Fian had done a lot for him these days. At this moment, Tsurukawa's heart is also completely filled with this girl. Without the slightest gap. The crisis. See true love. The experience of these days is undoubtedly the best confession. There is no need to state that two hearts know each other. Gu Fian wiped her tears to stop crying, and a bright smile blossomed on her beautiful face as she extended her hand to Huchuan. Tsurukawa, let's go home. In the detention center, Gu Fei and Hechuan met face to face and smiled without saying a word. Gu Feiyan took out the key and removed the handcuffs from Tsurukawa's hands. Congratulations, Mr. Tsurukawa. You've been cleared of all suspicion. Hechuan smiled and nodded. Thanks for everything Miss Gu Feiyan has done for me. There's nothing to give you. Why don't I just give my body to you? Gu Feiyan didn't say anything, just gently took Hechuan's hand, and the two of them walked outside together. Outside the detention center, Hiyun waits quietly with Xiao Zhao and the others holding flowers. Seeing the two come out, immediately greeted them. Tsurukawa, it's too good, it's okay. Several people surged forward to stuff Tsurukawa with flowers. Tsurukawa bowed towards the crowd. Thank you all. And Bureau Bell. Gu Feiyan turned her attention to Bureau Zhong and bowed as well. I'm sorry Bureau Zhong. Zhong Yan snorted coldly. Me, not pedantic. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It caused an instant burst of laughter. Okay, celebrate that Tsurukawa is okay. Tonight, shabu shabu, let's go everyone. Gu Feiyan laughed. There was a cheer from the crowd. Just as Tsurukawa wanted to get in his car and leave, a familiar figure was seen at the corner. Hechuan froze, patted Gu Feiyan and walked over. Fu Jingran laughed lightly as he watched Hechuan take a step forward. What, not going to stay? Tsurukawa asked. Fu Jingran shook his head. No. Seeing you so happy and joyful now, I'm relieved. It's a good girl. Cherish it. Hechuan patted Fu Jingran's shoulder. Of course. With you, barrister. Where to next? Fu Jingran cut out. This lawyer is very busy. Next, the United States. Big queso. Tsurukawa nodded. I'll see you later. Fu Jingran face serious. Down Hechuan. Cherish the days now. Don't go back. Must hide the identity. Otherwise, it will bring danger to the people around you. Fu Jingran finished this sentence, put on a hat and raised an eyebrow. I'll see you later. A car flashed by and Fu Jingran disappeared into thin air. Hechuan sighed and turned his head to look at Gu Feiyan, who was waving at him. Of course. The life now. No one can take it away. Evening hours. There was a clamor. The crowd sang and danced and frolicked. The gloom was swept away and there was only harmony and joy. Say something. Tsurukawa, say something. Little Call coaxed. Yeah, say something. The crowd was in an uproar. Hechuan was helpless. It seemed that they were all high on wine. Hechuan stood up with his wineglass and looked at Gu Fei. Non-evening. Thank you. Ha, after holding back for half a day, this is all you can come up with? Xiao Zhao was a bit upset. It's too perfunctory. Tsurukawa spread his hands. So what's it going to be? Xiao Zhao heatedly smiled. Talk is better than action. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Little Call led the charge. And instantly the crowd looked at the two with excited faces. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Gu Fei's face swished red and she squirmed, not daring to look at Hechuan. Tsurukawa froze slightly, his brow furrowed in a bit of a struggle. Forget it. Tsurukawa muttered. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and Gu Fei also froze, the emotions in her heart instantly dripping down. Right. You guys don't talk nonsense. It's not like Tsurukawa and I are a couple. Don't make a fuss. Gu Feiyan forced a smile. The crowd brought the topic over with an awkward chuckle. The next is still the same atmosphere. Only, Gu Feiyan seems to have disappeared. Hechuan searched for half a day before he saw Gu Fei on the balcony. Hechuan quietly walked over, only to find Gu Feiyan secretly wiping her tears. You're crying? Tsurukawa asked. Gu Fei was startled. I didn't. The wind is too strong. Hechuan smiled and didn't say anything, just stood side by side with Gu Feiyan admiring the sky full of stars. Both of them fell silent. I had a reason. Tsurukawa said suddenly. Gu Feiyan pursed her lips in silence. Tsurukawa scratched his head a little flustered. Do you want to hear my story? Tsurukawa asked suddenly. Gu Fei's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded. I want to know. I want to know about your past. Tsurukawa nodded, and the memories came back. I don't have parents. My parents left me at the door of an orphanage when I was born. It was the old dean who picked me up and raised me until I was 4 years old, and I was taken back by my foster parents. A hint of hatred flashed in Tsurukawa's eyes as he spoke. When they took me back, I was so happy I thought I had a mom and dad too. But they took me back so I could ship drugs. Tsurukawa said softly, as if stating a small, insignificant matter. Gu Fei, however, was shocked. Tsurukawa nodded. They are drug dealers. They adopt children to transport drugs. They cut my stomach open and put drugs inside to transport them. Then it was cut open and taken out again, and it just kept repeating that until I was 5. Then they found new people to carry the drugs, and I was useless. So they tested me on the new drugs they were researching, and I was the first to be allowed to try them. God has eyes. I didn't die. Then they will. Tsurukawa smiled. The hatred in his eyes deepened. In the evening of one day they brought back another little girl, very small and very sweet, and the girl took my hand and said, Brother, the scar on your stomach must hurt a lot. Ha! Tsurukawa sighed. I couldn't stand to see that little girl get hurt. So one night, after they were asleep, I set them on fire. Then I took the little girl back to the orphanage, but it had been torn down a long time ago. There was no one there. It seemed as if it was still being raised, and the old director was dead. There was no place to go. So I took my little girl to sleep in a bridge hole, and in the middle of the night my addiction got the best of me, and the pain was so bad that when I looked at the water under the bridge, I even wanted to drown myself. Just as I was jumping, I ran into someone who changed my life. He was my master and picked me and the little girl back up, locked me in a dark room and say you can't quit drugs, you'll die in there, Sarukawa said studiously, but with a smile in his eyes. Gufei's heart throbbed, unable to believe what Self had heard. Then I made it. After I quit and recovered, he taught me everything. French, Japanese, English, including some professions, and firearms, martial arts, boxing, sword fighting. I learned so much that I didn't know what I didn't know, and he was very strict every day. He was so hard. He used to beat me to a pulp, but I'm so grateful to him. He gave me new life, until I was 15, and then I knew what he was making me learn all this for. Sarukawa laughed bitterly. So, he taught me all this, but he actually wanted me to be an assassin, can you believe it? What's even more ridiculous is that I investigated him later and found out that he was the real boss of my foster parents. That means it was a scam from the beginning. That little girl is his daughter? He said he did it to raise me to be a real dog, a loyal dog, a dog that only follows his orders. Sarukawa looked a little crazy. He thought to himself that this matter was so ridiculous, and so, I ran away from him at 16, and have traveled to so many places and met so many people, but most of them were people who were full of malice towards me. I wanted to start a new life for myself, but when I went to a place I was hunted down, so I just kept running away for a long time. During the time I was on the run, I also managed to find my real parents. I thought they had a hard time, but they just said that my eyes were a ghostly blue color, and they said that I was a monster, and that they didn't have a hard time, and that they just didn't want me to. So I've also seen so much malice that it's caused me to not be able to tell what's real and what's not, and I had thought I wasn't destined to have good. But I met you. Huchuan turned his eyes toward Gu Fei, and Gu Fei Nian had long since burst into tears. Fei Nian, you know what? You are very stupid. Why do you not care to help a stranger when you meet him? This led me to want to selfishly hold on to this tenderness the first time I saw you, only to unknowingly drag you into the abyss. This is the reason why I have always wanted to leave. Born in the dark dirty sludge, I really deserve you? Sarukawa lowered his head and bitterly smiled as he uttered these words. However, it pierced Gu Fei's heart fiercely. Gu Feiyan stared at the slightly youthful-faced teenager in front of her, who was clearly only the same age as her, but had seen countless ugliness in the world. How on earth did he carry through all those years of betrayal and hurt and humiliation, all imposed on him alone? This kind of experience of Huchuan will make people feel fear, but Gu Fei lay only full of heartache. Gu Fei lay gently hugged Huchuan, head buried in his chest. The two just gently embraced each other. Huchuan, do you know what I like about you? Gu Fei said softly. When you first came here, although you were wary of us, you were able to come to my rescue when I was in danger, and you were also able to put yourself in danger in order to solve the case sooner. So I understand that even though you've seen so much evil, it still hasn't affected your heart. It's still so good. Those things weren't your fault. Even though you were born in the muck, you're still the spotless lotus in my heart. Let's leave the past in the past, okay? Sarukawa, I love you. So, I very much want to join hands with you down the road in our new life. I don't care about anything. I only care about you. Are you willing to do that? Gu Fei looked at Huchuan with blinking anticipation. Sarukawa's face was flat and unruffled, but inside he had been shaken. Gu Feiyan's deep confession completely defeated him. No name, before this matter, can I ask you a question? It's that you said Kay killed your teacher. What's going on here? Gu Feiyan froze slightly, her mind sinking down at that time. My teacher and I received a commission from the Japanese side to investigate a case, but on the third day, my teacher received a death notice from Kay. That was the same night that Kay broke into my room, and after he fled, I rushed to my teacher's room, but my teacher had long been dead in the room. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. He was a little unsure if it was Self who moved when he did go in for the kill. So what does Kay's death notice look like? Sarukawa asked. Gu Feiyan carefully recalled it was a black card that said time to take a life. Sarukawa frowned tightly. In that case then Sarukawa was sure it wasn't him who killed him, because his death notice was a playing card. It says death notice on it, and he would only send gray little kings to the people he killed. This means that someone has set him up. However, Huchuan is also relieved that Self and Gu Feiyan do not have any hatred. It is a misunderstanding, and Self can finally walk into Gu Feiyan's world without any worries. Goofy didn't know why Hachwan asked this. Why do you ask? Have you seen K? Sarukawa shook his head. In the world, there are no more than 3 people who know K's true colors. Goofy nodded without questioning. She wouldn't compare Hachwan to that criminal. So, Hachwan, what is your decision? Goofy glimmered a shimmering light from the corner of her eyes, looking at Hachwan with anticipation. Hachwan smiled, reaching out to gently brush Goofy's windblown hair. There is a gentle smile in her eyes. Miss Goo, please, teach me more in the future. Goofy instantly froze slightly. Then great joy rushed into her heart. It was overwhelming. Hachwan, Goofy laughed as she threw her arms around Hachwan's neck and jumped up. She was so happy. After opening their hearts to each other, they formalized their relationship and have been together ever since. Non-evening? Well, don't get too excited, Sarukawa said halfway through his sentence. Goofy blushed and stood on her tiptoes, and the 2 lips suddenly pressed together. Goofy closed her eyes and tried hard and clumsily to deepen the kiss. Hachwan froze in place, confused by this sudden attack, and when he reacted, he hugged Goofy tightly, feeling the warmth and softness on his lips as well as the lips with a hint of sweetness. Bright starlight, gentle moonlight is like a thin veil spread on the 2. The soft sun's light wind is also pushing for the 2. At this moment in time, the feelings that have been suppressed inside for a long time are completely released. Click, click. Just as the 2 were indulging in a kiss, there was a discordant sound from the doorway. Goofy opened her eyes and immediately blushed explosively, hurriedly patting Hachwan to signal to shut up. Sarukawa froze and released his lips. A quick turn of the head reveals, however, a few people with cell phones who are clicking a few at the doorway. Woohoo! Good I said what happened just now, so the 2 of them were secretly kissing here. Little Call said excitedly. Sarukawa's old face flushed with embarrassment. Delete it. I just don't. Callie leaned back and heckled, giggling at the picture on her cell phone. Goofy's late red face wiped her lips, slightly swollen, gently took Hachwan's hand and laughed. Guys, I'm with Sarukawa. What are you talking about? Little Call was a little puzzled. Have you not been together before? Song Zae was even more puzzled, and the crowd was puzzled. They seemed to have misunderstood something. Don't shoot blindly, just delete it, Sarukawa said helplessly. Joshua heatedly smiled and shook his head. I don't want it. You know, you 2 are on fire. The 2 froze. What do you mean it's on fire? Callie tapped on her cell phone and put a picture up for the 2 to see. The images of the 2 men in the courtroom, looking at each other. See, what you 2 did in court, and the things you 2 did before have all been raked over the coals. Now, countless people are knocking you 2. You're famous. They think you're too much in love. Xiao Zhao took his cell phone and tapped into a super talk. See, both of you have a super talk, and there are already countless fans who like you. Xiao Zhao found something else. Look, these are Sarukawa's fans. They see you as an idol, even gave you a name, the Light of Hope. Shocked, Sarukawa brought over his cell phone and looked at the message on it. The 2 were completely dumbfounded. Are these people idol? Xiao Zhao heatedly smiled. I'm going to send this picture of you guys out and it's going to cause an absolute explosion. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! The 2 men spoke in unison, simultaneously rushing over to hold Call against the wall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong. I don't dare. Xiao Zhao begged for mercy in a hurry. Zhang Yan came over. Okay, stop it. Sarukawa, what are your plans for the future? Sarukawa shook his head. I don't know yet. Zhang Yan looked at Goofy again. Come back. What you said before. Pretend you never said it. Goofy's late embarrassed smile quietly hid behind Sarukawa. That, with Sarukawa's ability not to solve the case is too bad. So I plan to open a firm with Sarukawa. Firm? Sarukawa also froze. Goofy nodded. Aha, this way, with your current popularity, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to you for help. Sarukawa thought about it carefully, and it seemed as if that was the case. Zhang Yan sighed. Sarukawa, do you know why you escaped this time? Sarukawa shook his head. He was also a bit surprised. Remember that day when the judge went out to answer the phone? Zhang Yan said, someone from the top is protecting you, and personally named you for release. Sarukawa frowned at once. He didn't know any of the so-called people from above. Why should he protect self? Sarukawa couldn't figure it out and didn't want to know. Alright, that's all said and done. Whatever you guys want. But Sarukawa, I seriously advise you, no matter how good you are, remember, no illegal things for a year and 4 months. Zhang Yan left with a command. Xiao Zhao and the others also left one after another. The house was instantly quiet and the hustle and bustle passed. The 2 of them were also a little sleepy, so they hurriedly shuffled off to bed. Just as Hachwan finished his bath and lay on the bed, the door was suddenly opened from outside, and Goofy came in with a sarcastic smile, holding a pillow. Sleeping together? Hachwan hissed. Ms. Goo, may I ask how horny you are? We've only just fallen in love and you're... Oops, no. Goofy blushed a bit. I have something to discuss with you, Goofy said while closing the door. shamelessly climbed into bed and put the pillow down to lie beside Hachwan. Smiling, he tucked in a set of moves that flowed together and seemed to have been rehearsed for a long time. Surukawa sighed helplessly, propping up his head. Say, what do you want again? Goofy and hemmed and hawed. But Hachwan could hear that there was some hint of weakness in this laughter. That is, not hired that lawyer before? He is the best lawyer in the world, Goofy late said. And then that? Surukawa raised an eyebrow. I definitely couldn't hire them, so I asked my dad to do me a favor. But of course, he had the condition that he wanted me to go back to socializing. The more Goofy spoke, the smaller her voice became and the more vain she became. Surukawa sat up in miso disbelief at what Self had heard. Socializing? It's supposed to be a blind date. An angry look surfaced on Surukawa's face as he crossed his legs. Goo, you're great. You just confirmed your relationship with me today, and then you're going on a blind date in the next minute? Goofy immediately panicked and hurriedly hugged Hachwan and pampered him. It's not like this. You know, I only like you. Don't come. Hachwan pushed Goofy away. Then what do you mean? Goofy pouted with a somewhat aggrieved look. My old man has a problem with his brain, and I'm the only child in the family, so he wants to get me married quickly. But, I swear, never talk to any guy at the party. I'll just deal with it and come right back. Goofy raised her finger and swore up seriously, then immediately hugged Hachwan's arm and pampered him. Surukawa, after all, Dad did help us. We can't go back on our word. I promise. To the banquet. Only eat and go. Hachwan was so adored by Goofy that he snorted and laughed out. Okay, am I that cheap? Just go. But can I go? Surukawa wondered. Goofy's eyes lit up. Really? You want to go? That's great. Let's go see Dad together then. Surukawa smiled and shook his head. Forget it. It's still too soon. Let's talk about it later. In that case, go and come back quickly. Goofy skimmed her mouth. Fine. Surukawa snapped off the light. Go to sleep. It's getting late. Goofy heatedly smiled honestly and lay down like an octopus and hugged Hachwan tightly. The next morning Goofy woke up early and cleaned himself up. It's just that the makeup is a little different than it used to be. What are you wearing? Hachwan couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Goofy all dressed up. This is also too earthy. Goofy scared her mouth. What do you know? Dressing earthier can naturally avoid unnecessary trouble. Hachwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Goofy had gone to great lengths to keep others from looking at Self. Stop it. Banquet. Hey, at least wear a dress. You're like this. Your father will not be angry when he sees it. Surukawa couldn't help but flirt. Hey, what's wrong with you? Other people are afraid of being hit on by others when their girlfriends are dressed nicely. But you're still different. Goofy was a bit upset. Hachwan laughed and pushed Goofy back into the room. Stop it. You're so pretty. Even if you wear dirt there will still be people who will look at you. Moreover, those big gentlemen, they like ordinary girls like you. The domineering president article is not all written like this. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Surukawa learning the tone of a bully kind of thing. On second thought, Goofy seemed to be right. Well then, who made this girl so naturally beautiful? No way. Goofy proudly ran back to her room and changed into a simple but very complimentary to her temperament dress. Okay, I'm off. You play at home. Bye. Goofy shouted and left with her bag on her back. I waved Surukawa as he lay on the couch. Outside the entrance to the neighborhood, there was no one around but a Rolls-Royce with 5 ones parked there. Next to the car an upright young man stood waiting quietly. Seeing Goofy walk out from inside, she immediately greeted him. Miss, Grandmaster asked me to pick you up. Goofy nodded. It's Ubedu. Let's go. The car traveled all the way until it arrived at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Haicheng City, the Grand Court Hotel. Beidou pulled open the car door and invited Goofy down. Goofy took a deep breath and secretly set a goal for herself. Go in and eat and leave. Pushing open the door, the splendid banquet hall is filled with high-level sons and daughters of Haicheng and even the whole country, all of them in suits and handsome. And there are many good-looking girls. Goofy couldn't help but cry. Beidou, don't introduce me to anyone, do you hear me? Hokuto let out a light laugh. Everything is at Mrs. Disposal. Goofy took a deep breath and walked into the banquet hall, tried to make herself invisible and found a place to sit, not looking at anyone, not to communicate with anyone. However, Beidou stood beside Goofy and coughed, followed by a loud shout. Miss, Grandmaster Gu said, let you make good friends with all of you. The loudness of the voice instantly attracted the attention of the entire field. Hiss. Goofy sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked toward Beidou. The latter, however, gave a look that was all at the behest of the basilisk. Grandpa Gu? Who is it? Who else could there be? How many Gu families are there in Haicheng? The crowd instantly murmured. In just an instant, Goofy seemed to have become the center of attention in the arena, with countless people coming over to talk and exchange ideas with her. Gu Fian could only smile bitterly and deal with them one by one. In her heart, she had already cursed Beidou's entire family. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. The grumpy, stinky woman. Just then a nasty voice came on. On the face came a man with blonde hair and black suit. The man looked handsome but revealed an arrogant flavor. Surrounded by several women with exquisite makeup, Gu Fei frowned and couldn't help but tsk. Hua Xiao. Who is this person? He didn't even put on any makeup and came wearing such a shabby outfit. A flash of disdain flashed in the eyes of the woman known as Hua Xiao's sidekick. She? Just a person with a bad temper and ugly looks. Obviously her family has money, but she's a useless little cop. Hua Xiao laughs and teases. Gu Feiyan's face showed a touch of displeasure. Hua Guang. I don't want to talk to you today. Can you please go away? Hua Guang snorted coldly with an evil smile on his face. What? Am I wrong? Miss Gu, you've been like this since you were a child. Not a bit of the temperament of a great lady. What are you? What's it to you? Gu Fei couldn't help but say. I'll talk about you for your father. You're so stupid. Why don't you stay at home and go out all day to show your face? I'm ashamed of you. Hua Guang laughed, causing a burst of laughter sounds around him. But all around were also watching. Not a single person came up to persuade. After all, the Hua family was powerful and a character they couldn't afford to mess with. Gu Fian was a little angry, but more is better than less. Self-endure. Hua Guang scared even more when he saw that Gu Feiyan didn't speak. I heard that your father asked you to come and socialize? With your earthy appearance, who could look at you? Scram! Gu Fei snorted coldly. Beidou immediately blocked in front of Gu Fian. Young Master Hua, please behave yourself in public. Pa! Slapped hard on Beidou's face. When is it your turn to speak as an underling? Anger surfaced on Hua Guang's face. Gu Feiyan was instantly furious, pulling Beidou behind her. What are you doing? Hua Guang's eyes narrowed, his line of sight resting on Gu Fian's hand, pulling Beidou's hand. You're siding with him? Then do you believe I'll make it impossible for him to live in Haichang? Gu Fei closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She had already endured to the extreme. Stinky girl, you've accomplished nothing since you were a child. Your temper is still so bad. Hurry up and go back. Don't come out to disgrace yourself. Hawkright interjected. Yo, it's quite lively. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd. Gu Fian froze and followed the line of sight. And Huchuan, who was super handsome in a white suit, walked out with a smile. What happened? Sarukawa asked. Gu Feiyan was instantly a bit surprised. Huchuan. Huchuan waved his hand, came to Gu Fian's side and reached out to rub Gu Fian's head. No way. Still can't rest assured that you're here. Gu Fian immediately heard a burst of sweetness, immediately jumped into the arms of Huchuan. Uhu. He bullied me. Hua Guang was stunned. This is. Gu Fian stepped forward and took Huchuan's hand and said proudly. This is my boyfriend. Huchuan, sorry, I have someone else. No need for you to worry. Huchuan smiled and rubbed Gu Fian's hand. Yes, why do I hear some people say that my little friend has a bad temper? But this is not right. Obviously both gentle and beautiful. How in someone's mouth? It changed the appearance of that? Gu Feiyan immediately aggrieved and beamed with a cute look. He's bullshitting. He's making up rumors about me. Hua Guang's eyes narrowed and his palms clenched into fists. A dangerous smell. Hands off, or I'll cut you up, Hua Guang said in a cold voice. Sarukawa froze and looked at Hua Guang with some incomprehension. Then Sarukawa's eyes lit up. He knew. A provocative smile appeared on Huchuan's face, followed by turning his head and bearing a kiss on Gu Fei's lips. Gu Fian's face turned red, and she immediately squirmed a bit and hid in Huchuan's arms. Stop it. There are so many people. Hua Guang clenched his teeth and his fists were trembling. Good. Gu Fian, you're good. Sarukawa, right? I know you. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to fight? When Gu Fian heard this, she immediately tensed up and reminded in a low voice. By Hequan, you're still on probation. You can't do anything. Hua Guang seemed to be suddenly thinking of something, as if his face suddenly turned a little pale, and he hastily avoided Huchuan's eyes. How can we fight casually with our kind of status? The surrounding crowd of onlookers felt a little amused. Come on, aren't you just scared? What's the point of pretending? Another male in the crowd walked out. The boy looked younger at first glance, maybe 18 or 19, but with a hangdog look. Sarukawa dealt with 80 criminals on his own. Hua Guang, you're just afraid you won't have the life to walk out. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Yunyi, is that you, L? With an excited face, Gu Fei walked over and patted Yunyi's head. It's really you. You've grown so tall. Yunyi blushed. Sister Feiyan, I'm not a little kid anymore. Stop touching my head. Hua Guang snorted coldly. Gu Fei, if your father knew that you were with a murderer, what would he think? Take care of yourself. Hawkright just tried to walk away. Wait, Sarukawa stopped him. Hua Guang froze. What are you doing? Sarukawa ignored him, turning his head to look at Hokuto behind him. Your name is Hokuto, right? Go on. Slap him, Sarukawa said in a cold voice, but it gave the crowd a fright. The young master of the Hua family, Who dares to fight? Hokuto's face changed this. This, when you come out, you're representing the Gu family. If he slaps your face, he's slapping the Gu family's face. Thanks to you being a bodyguard. You don't even understand this. Go, give him a slap, Hachuan said in a cold voice. Hokuto's eyes suddenly became firm. That makes sense. It was a big step forward. Huaguang suddenly had some panic in his eyes. You, how dare you? Slap, a heavy slap on Huaguang's face. This one was a whirlwind. 5 fingerprints straight up. Huaguang immediately felt his face burning. You. Hachuan eyes with a hint of killing intent. You what you? You so insult my girlfriend. Give you a slap cheap you. If I do. Ha. Huaguang instantly winced but could only grit his teeth and flee go. Yuni looked at Hachuan's eyes all of a sudden took on starry eyes. Crouching. Bull. The farce came to an end down the road after Hogwarts left. Only. Tsurukawa was surrounded. Countless people gathered next to Tsurukawa, and most of them were elegantly dressed, bright and beautiful girls. One by one, surrounded Tsurukawa to ask for autographs and photos, because they both know about Tsurukawa and are fans of him. Gu stood aside and looked at the surrounded Hachuan unhappily pouting. Obviously it's me. Obviously still worried about me being accosted. But in the end, self is more popular than me. Yuni smiled and came over. Brother-in-law is really extraordinary. Bullish. So awesome. Gu grunted. Sis, please something. It's really important. Yuni spoke pleadingly. Ha, what is it? Gu was a bit puzzled. Actually, my brother-in-law is my idol. I love him so much. I adore him so much. Can you give me some of his usual pictures? And autographs too. Preferably cool ones. Consider it as giving out fan benefits. Gu Feiyan's face turned red with anger as she listened. Yin Xiaobao, get out of here. Tsurukawa struggled to get away from the frenzied fans and ran back to Feiyan's side with a roll. It's horrible. Run away quickly. Can't take it anymore. Tsurukawa panted. Gu glared at Tsurukawa for a moment, arrogantly twisting her head. What? Tsurukawa was a little confused. You're so popular. Why are you running away? These are your female fans. How sad they would be if you left. Gu said with a twisted face. Tsurukawa narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit amused. Why is there a sour smell in the air? I'm not jealous. Gu suddenly shouted with her waist crossed, a face of defiance. Hachuan laughed and pulled Gu over and held her down in his arms, still not admitting it. I haven't asked you yet. Who was that person just now? Gu Feiyan cut out. Huaguang, the only son of the Hua family, has been a bitch since he was a kid. He's been a bitch since he was a kid. And he's still a bitch. Hachuan laughed as he pulled Gu into the sofa and sat down. That man likes you. Who is it? Huaguang? Gu asked suspiciously. Tsurukawa nodded. Yeah. You didn't see him blush to the ground when I kissed you just now. It seems that it's not a day or two since he liked you. No way. If he likes me, why is his mouth so bitchy? It's annoying. Gu looked disgusted. That's what you don't understand, isn't it? Tsurukawa said with a serious face. When a person clearly expresses that he hates you, looks at you everywhere, and he is not satisfied with anything you do but often takes the initiative to approach you, it doesn't mean that he loathes you. It's just that he is extremely possessive and uses such words to strike at your self-confidence and to elevate himself, so that you can recognize the difference between you and him in an invisible way. It's called PUA. PUA is called mind control. The purpose is to dismantle your self-confidence and devalue your values in order to achieve your goals. Hachuan seriously lectured Gu up. This kind of person, usually strong, with a sense of self-superiority, and extremely affectionate towards you, tries to use this method to tie you firmly to his side. Over a long period of time, your self-confidence will be greatly diminished and you will become timid and cautious. Think about it. Did this Huaguang use to disparage you while approaching you? Tsurukawa asked. TSK. Hiss. So it seems to be. In the past when I went to school with him, he often chased after scolding me. For a long time I thought it was really a self-existing problem, making me afraid to communicate with other people. Is he sick? Gu frowned tightly, feeling a chill of evil. How could there be such a disgusting person? Tsurukawa waved his hand. That's right. It's the look. PUA will unknowingly make you feel inferior, not dare to communicate with others and lose self-confidence. So when you meet this kind of person in normal times, make sure to stay away from it. Oh. Hachuan smiled and rubbed Gu head. You are always the best, the gentlest. Don't listen to his nonsense. Gu Feiyan hemmed and hawed and jumped into Hachuan's arms. After a little more time, the two went home. It had been a few days, and the two had been busy preparing for the opening of the firm. Finally picked an address. A location across from the Haicheng City Police Station. A small 2-story building. Tsurukawa did not want to be here. Opened opposite the police station. This is not robbing business. But I didn't expect that this place was what Zhongyan was looking for. He's not afraid of stealing business at all. Crackle. Crackle. The firecrackers went off for the grand opening of Feiha and Associates. Reporters were rampant throughout the neighborhood. After all, Sarukawa was now considered a celebrity, and they were all rushing for interviews. There are also a lot of police officers around who rush to advocate for the firm. This firm is backed by the police. Needless to say, it must have been an order from that so-called top. But, as grand as it is, business as well. Sarukawa lay on the couch and a raw pile of letters on his body. Goofy walked in from outside with a big bag howling, "What? What's wrong?" Hachuana's speechless face grabbed a large handful of letters. "Business and invitations, a whole lot. I am now the light of hope in Haichung. And you, the Gu family's big lady's boyfriend. They can't wait to rush up to make lick me." Annoyed to death, Goofy laughed. "No case is good. It means there is no criminal law. Do not think so much. We opened this firm was not want to be so tired. You can concentrate on enjoying life." Goofy evening sat next to Hachuan. As for these invitations, all pushed it. Sarukawa lifelessly lying on the sofa. "Hey, I finally know why the presiding judge in the court asked me whether I hit the code." While the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. "Knock knock, Mr. Crane, are you there? I'm the chief of the Westtown police station. I'd like to ask for your help." Hachuan and Goofy looked at each other. "Hey, business, here we go." Goofy hurriedly ran to open the door, and at the door position stood a middle-aged man in a police uniform. The man's posture was lowered, and when he saw Sarukawa he even reached out to greet him. Sarukawa cautiously looked around the man and realized there was no one else. "Not to sign a photo?" Sarukawa asked. The man froze, then shook his head. "No, I'm looking for your help on a case." "Beautiful, honey, serve tea." Hachuan hurriedly invited the man in, and Goofy ran upside down to pour the tea. "This is the firm's first business, finally, a door opener." "What's your name?" Sarukawa asked. "Spare me, your honor. My last name is Huang. My name is Huang Zhenghan." Sarukawa nodded. "Officer Huang, what kind of case? Was it difficult? Is the murderer known? Has the autopsy been done?" Sarukawa asks a lot of questions in his head and confuses Huang Zhenghan. "TSK. You let Officer Huang speak first." Goofy walked over with the tea, and the two instantly looked at Huang Zhenghan with an expectant look. Huang Zhenghan coughed, a little embarrassed. He also did not expect these two to be so attached to the case. "Here's the thing. This case is a suicide case." They froze. "Suicide? Why did you come to me? The crematorium?" Sarukawa wondered. No, that's not it. I mean, on the surface, it's a suicide, but we checked the victim's home and found a letter that says, if I die, it must not be suicide. Please help me find my murderer. Huang Zhenghan sank down and sighed. It's been many days, and so far we don't have a single clue. Sarukawa frowned. You mean, you have investigated and autopsied? She did commit suicide? But that, because of this last letter, cannot be defined as suicide? Right. Huang Zhenghan nodded. Yes. A flower girl dying to leave her last words. We must investigate it. There is really no way to come to you to ask for help. Sarukawa nodded and couldn't help but ponder. Interesting. I'll take it, but suddenly remembered something. This cost. Don't worry about this. We will bear all the expenses for the two of you to go to the West City. And if you find the murderer and solve the case, we are willing to give you $100,000. Hachuan's eyes immediately lit up. Hey, Director Huang is joking. We don't care about the money. Ha ha ha. Solving cases is my favorite. Happy cooperation. In this way, the non-Suru office succeeded in taking on its first commission. Shiqing District Police Station. Banners were hung with countless police officers lined up to welcome them. Goofy laid Hachuan. Two people wearing a trench coat, eyes with sunglasses, a clear wind. The two people stride down from the car. Cool. Welcomed Sarukawa. Goofy into our bureau. A clap, a round of applause. Hey, no autographs, no pictures. Sarukawa reached out to block it. Coroner, that, the autopsy report to me, and the suspects in the case, the victim's identity. Sarukawa waved his hand. Not to be vain, after receiving money, we have to contribute. He went straight to work. An old man in a white coat smiled and came over and took a file and handed it to Sarukawa. This is the autopsy report. Sarukawa nodded. Wife, you go and find out what's going on with them. I'll go and check on the body. Okay, Goofy answered and went to find out the rest of the situation. Sarukawa didn't waste any time going straight inside the morgue. A female corpse lay peacefully, her skin a pale white color. A teeny tiny wound at the neck artery had been cut open. The woman has an upper middle class appearance, a good figure and looks young. What's your name, old man? Sarukawa asked, looking at the corpse. You can just call me Old You. I'm the forensic pathologist here and have been practicing for over 50 years. Old You said. Hachuan nodded. Elder You, tell me the details. Elder You nodded. This girl died inside the bathroom of the house. When we went there, she was lying next to the toilet, holding a fruit knife in her hand. Her neck was cut open, and there was blood all over the floor. Sarukawa nodded and climbed down to follow the body from head to toe. Was the body dressed at the time of death? Sarukawa asked. Wore it, and it's wearing a board, Yu Lao replied. Sarukawa frowned and glanced at Self's neck with his hand. This wound is indeed shaped like Self's cut. There are no other obvious traumas. Elder Yu nodded. Yeah, if it wasn't for that suicide note, it would definitely be defined as suicide. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes, his vision lingering on the corpse for a long time before reaching out and squeezing some of its flesh. Not right. Oh. Although the body has no surface trauma, but there is bruising on the subcutaneous fat. The deceased was injured in life, as well as some scars on the arms. Self-inflicted injuries. You old man froze. Also cannot help but come up to see this. This is how to see it? Sarukawa smiled. You can get your hands on it and pinch it. There's a big difference between the feel of normal uninjured flesh and injured flesh. Elder Yu suspiciously went up to his hand and squeezed it, and there was really something wrong. The wrist wound scar has been well for a long time. It is possible to be self-inflicted. This girl has no depression, ah? Sarukawa asked. Elder Yu shook his head. No. In her home, no medication for depression was found. It could be that she doesn't even know she's depressed by this behavior. Sarukawa clapped his hands and took off his gloves. Well, the body conforms to the traces of suicide, but there are still some doubts. The deceased put on makeup before death, carefully combed and cleaned, and dressed herself up. Hiss. Then is it to dress up yourself beautifully so that you can leave the world with dignity? Yu Lao said skeptically. Sarukawa smiled. If that's the case, then why pick the bathroom and the knife in the neck? In this way, the blood will soak her clothes. The death is very ugly. The deceased dress up is to want to leave beautifully, will not be in the neck knife. If it is my words, we'll choose sleeping pills. Sarukawa lowered his head and pondered. There are too many doubts to define suicide. File a case. Sarukawa clapped his hands together and came outside. At the same time, Gu Fei finished understanding the general situation. The deceased, Cui Hongye, female, 21 years old, lives in the construction district on the west side of the city. Student, no occupation. Her family is relatively wealthy. The reporting party was her parents and said that the day before the deceased called her parents and had a normal conversation. That is, relations her parents. But her parents sensed something was wrong and came the next day to check if she was okay, not expecting to see such a crime scene. Gu Feiyan raised the case in her hand. There are 3 suspects. Her boyfriend Zhang Feng, her best friend Yu Yusen, and her shared roommate. Buy orange. Aha. Sarukawa nodded. Let's go to the crime scene. The two made their way here to the construction neighborhood. Follow their directions to a building. It's a nice neighborhood here. It seems like the deceased didn't seem to lack money, Sarukawa said while speaking. The two went upstairs together. Open the door. The home is neat and tidy. Nothing out of the ordinary just on the surface. But after opening the bathroom, a pungent smell of blood greeted him. Sarukawa frowned at the amount of dried blood on the ground. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Sarukawa smacked his lips as if he couldn't see what was going on. Sarukawa walked inside the house and opened the dead man's room by hand. It was a simple setup. A bed, a table, and a closet. Nothing else. The two checked briefly for a while and found nothing. Just as Gu Feiyan was about to leave, Huchuan suddenly asked, "Wife, how much do you girls usually keep in cosmetics?" Gu Feiyan froze and thought carefully. I usually don't wear makeup, but it shouldn't be a lot. As soon as Sarukawa pulled open the drawer of that table, it was full of cosmetics. Gu Fei instantly frowned. So much? Why? Why else this girl? Not confident in her own looks, so she wants to change it externally. Sarukawa pulled open the inside of the closet again. All of them were more sexy and pretty clothes. Very fashionable. Gu Feiyan thought carefully, but why would such a delicate and relatively affluent girl suddenly not be able to think of committing suicide? It's very strange. Sarukawa nodded as well. It is strange. Maybe there is something else inside that we don't know about. Sarukawa stood up and clapped his hands. Let's go. There aren't many clues for now. Go talk to the suspects. The two left the room and went straight inside the police station. As requested, Bureau Huang had already invited all of the several suspects over, and they were currently in the interrogation room. The two men walked in expressionless. Hello everyone, my name is Sarukawa. Sarukawa didn't look at a few people and sat himself down to check the information in his hand. All three looked a little nervous, one rubbing his hands and averting his eyes. All signs of weakness. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. Have you heard of my name? Sarukawa asked. The three nodded. I've heard about it. Sarukawa smiled. Then it's simple. In that case, I hope you can answer truthfully. Don't waste time, okay? Sarukawa smiled, a harmless smile, but it made the three men's hearts tremble. First, Zhang Feng, when was the last time you met with the deceased? Sarukawa asked. Zhang Feng gulped and shook his head. Actually, Hong Yi and I have already broken up. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes. When was the split? Was it the last time you saw each other? Is there an alibi for the time of the crime? Zhang Feng shook his head. We broke up 4 days ago and then we haven't seen each other since. Zhang Feng slowly said. Sarukawa, however, was a bit suspicious as Zhang Feng deflected the question and didn't say anything about the alibi. So, did Cui Hongye have depression or anything like that? Did she go through some treatment? Sarukawa continued to ask. A flash of surprise appeared on Zhang Feng's face. This shouldn't be there. At least she was quite normal when she was with me. Sarukawa nodded. Next. I am called Uuxin. Cui Hongye died the day she passed the phone with me. Anyway, in his tone, there are some abnormalities, but I did not pay too much attention to it. Sarukawa frowned. These people spoke. There was nothing broken. It seemed as if they really had nothing to do with them. Next, Sarukawa said, my name is White Orange. I'm Cui Hongye's shared roommate and her best friend. Ever since she broke up she's been a little out of sorts, hiding in her room all day and not coming out. I never saw her. And then, the day she killed herself, I happened to be out on a date with my boyfriend and didn't come back. White Orange said with his head down. Sarukawa sked, feeling a little annoyed. Okay, I get it. Bang, Sarukawa closed the file and turned his head and walked out. Gu Fei smiled at the three and hurried out. Sarukawa, what's wrong? Gu Feiyan saw Hechuan's mood and hurriedly coaxed. Why, there is something really wrong with the case. It's very wrong, but there's no evidence at all. It's like it really is a suicide, Sarukawa said in annoyance. Gu Feiyan took Hechuan's hand and sat him down to calm him down. Okay, don't be like this. Maybe it's really suicide. That. It can't be. It can't be suicide. It doesn't make sense. I always feel as if I'm missing something, Sarukawa said while closing his eyes with a headache. This case doesn't have a clue. All the clues point to the fact that Cui Hongye is a suicide. Witnesses. Physical evidence. None of it. Just the note she left before she died. Wait a minute. A note? Sarukawa's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately ran to the file room. Bang. Sarukawa pushed the door open with one hand. Evidence. Quick, give me the note from Cui Hongye before she died. Sarukawa was a bit anxious and scared the policeman into scrambling to find the note. Sarukawa couldn't wait to open it. If I die, it must not be suicide. Please help me find my murderer. Sarukawa read the note carefully. Gu Feiyan hurriedly chased after her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the note? Sarukawa slowly raised his face with a frown. Cui Hongye is suicide, Sarukawa said firmly. Ha, but this note. Gu Fei looked at the note and asked. Sarukawa smiled and walked quickly outside. There are many ways to kill someone. If someone had killed Cui Hongye, she wouldn't have had time to write this suicide note. This suicide note is in her handwriting. It means she knew she was going to die, and left this suicide note. Then she killed herself. The reason she wrote that, it's because someone did something to her. She wanted to use her own death to tell that person off. Gu Fei frowned. But why don't you just write the name? Sarukawa smiled because she has feelings for that person. Inside she still can't bear to see that go to jail, but she does hate it. So she uses this ambiguous writing style. Sarukawa solved 3 suspects. None of them are murderers. Or all of them are. Hechuan looked at Gu Feiyan. That means that no one did anything. And Cui Hongye committed suicide. But, someone of the 3 suspects did something to her that made her love and hate her. Zhang Feng, he's the most suspicious. Investigate all his transfer records. And his chat records with Cui Hongye. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Since Cui Hongye did this, must have left some evidence. We haven't found it yet. Go find it. When Sarukawa was just about to leave, White Orange suddenly walked over quietly. Officer Crane, there's one more thing I want to say. Sarukawa was a bit surprised that there was an initiative to come and say that. I'm not a police officer. Feel free to say whatever you want. White Orange gulped and looked around cautiously. Cui Hongye is very unconfident about her own looks. I've often said she's beautiful now, but she always looks bereft of herself. Sarukawa nodded. Is she in love with her boyfriend? If they were in love, why did they break up? White Orange nodded. That's what I'm going to say next. She loves her boyfriend very much, almost to the point where it's hard to stop. But it was her boyfriend who unilaterally brought up the breakup. That's all I know. White Orange finished speaking, but his eyes stayed on Sarukawa's face. Sarukawa looked down carefully and thought. It was odd, oh so strange. Mr. Crane, can I take a picture with you? White Orange asked quietly. Ka-chow. After the photo was taken, Sarukawa revealed a sunny smile. Ms. White Orange, please don't leave Westside. I'll come to you if something happens. White Orange blushed, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Sarukawa was quite proud of himself, and his charm was really big. Turning around, he saw a back that revealed a murderous aura. Hechuan immediately shivered. Gu Feiyan is a superpower. Well, why every time this situation can be caught? She was the one who wanted to take a picture with me. I wouldn't have wanted to. You're the only one in my heart, Sarukawa said righteously. Ha, is it? I see you quite enjoy it. Goofy and sneered twice and turned to leave. It's over. It's over, it's over. Sarukawa spread his hands out. Mr. Crane, how's it going? How's the investigation going? Huang Zhenghan came over with a smile. Good my ass. It's not good to see you, Sarukawa wailed. Straight away. What? Huang Zhenghan was confused then. That I go? Sarukawa didn't leave and went straight inside the autopsy room. He wanted to make sure of one thing. Since Cui Hongye is so unconfident about her own looks. Sarukawa put on his gloves and picked up some knives. I'm sorry. This way. It's also helping you. Sarukawa finished and began to lay down his sword, constantly busy on the tool bench. Suddenly he stopped the movement of his hand, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, plastic surgery. Sarukawa packed up and went straight outside to the police station. Chat log that. Investigated. Sarukawa was a little angry. These police were too slack. They haven't investigated it after so long, so they couldn't help but raise their voices as well. Investigated. I investigated. So what? You have a problem with that? Unexpectedly. In a seat, Gu Feinian looked at Hechuan with a cold face. Sarukawa was a bit flustered and quickly put on a smile, currying favor as if to come over. Wife is awesome. I knew my wife was the best, so worthy of being my wife, Sarukawa said as he rushed over to hold Gu Fei in his arms. Gu Feiyang gave a cut and reached out to push Hechuan away. Don't come with this. If you have a problem with me, just say so. You were so loud just now. Weren't you quite angry? Gu, where do I have born with a big voice? How could I possibly be mean to you that? Wife, you've wronged me. Hechuan smiled fluorescently and kept saying nice things. Okay, don't talk so much. I checked the contents of the deceased's cell phone. Her phone was formatted. Nothing could be found out. Sarukawa laughed. Did you forget that I have this skill? Sarukawa laughed as he brought his cell phone to the professional's computer. Once it was connected, a lot of tapping was done, and the data slowly began to come back up. After some time, the content has been fully responded to. Sarukawa scrutinized each message, but was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Honey, do you remember that thing I told you about before? Gu Feinian was a bit puzzled at once. What is it? Sarukawa looked closely at the computer. Pua. Slap. Coming outside. Sarukawa clapped his hands. Everyone stop the work at hand. I have something to say. Sarukawa gathered everyone together and said solemnly, holding the photo. Bureau Huang. The truth of the matter is basically almost the same. I'm sorry to tell you that this case can't arrest anyone. Sarukawa pasted Cui Hongye's picture on the blackboard. Cui Hongye, 3 years ago, befriended his boyfriend, Zhang Feng. Within 3 years, Zhang Feng was constantly making verbal blows to Cui Hongye, especially on Cui Hongye's looks. That is to say, this behavior of Pua completely destroys Cui Hongye's heart, making her completely dependent on Zhang Feng deep down. Her emotions towards Zhang Feng have reached a point where she can't help herself, and at the same time, under Zhang Feng's verbal attacks, she's extremely afraid that Zhang Feng will leave her. So, she made changes to herself, including, but not limited to, makeup, plastic surgery, changing her look. But even so, Zhang Feng still chose to break up with her 4 days ago, which made her extremely broken inside. And under the mood of love and hate for Zhang Feng, she chose to commit suicide and left this suicide note. Sarukawa shook his head. That's the truth of the case, but unfortunately we don't have any evidence. The chat messages are pitifully scarce, and the funds were transferred with a note of voluntary gift. This Zhang Feng is a repeat offender and must have done this more than once, so he has everything well organized. The crowd was surprised by Sarukawa's reasoning in front of them. Pua, is it really that powerful? A police officer asked in disbelief. Gentlemen, please don't underestimate Pua. The power of language is beyond imagination, and at the same time it is a powerful tool for killing. In this case, language is sometimes better than a knife. Language is a great way to kill without leaving a trace. Is it rare that cyber violence causes people to commit suicide? And Pua is a higher layer of the art of talking. It's very disgusting. Don't ever underestimate it, and if there are people like that around, always stay away. Hechuan sighed. There is no crime that can convict Zhang Feng. Bureau Huang. What are you going to do? Huang Zhenghan's brows were furrowed, and he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Huang Zhenghan sighed and walked up to shake Sarukawa's hand. Thank you, Mr. Suru. The final payment will be made to your account, and this matter will be settled. Sarukawa was silent for a while. Gu Feinian clenched her fists and felt depressed in her heart. Is there no way to convict at all? Gu Feinian said doubtfully. I still don't believe it. There's nothing broken in all these years. Sarukawa's eyes lit up brightly, coughing. In fact, if you can know the day Cui Hongye died, Zhang Feng went there or not. Sarukawa laughed softly. Twice, I guess. Cui Hongye has extremely deep feelings for Zhang Feng. Why did he dress up beautifully before dying? Should be to see Zhang Feng. If we find evidence that Zhang Feng went to see Cui Hongye, if he lured or abetted suicide, Sarukawa smiled. It's up to you to take over. Director Huang. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Sarukawa's mouth, revealing a plot to succeed. In the West End, a team of police officers was quickly dispatched. The police siren sounded loudly and directly came to Zhang Feng's house and opened the door. Mr. Zhang Feng, you are now under arrest for intentional homicide. The police brought Zhang Feng to the police station without saying a word. Inside the interrogation room, Sarukawa gently raised his hand. Account for it. What did I explain? What did I do? I'm not guilty. She committed suicide. Zhang Feng was a bit emotional. Oh, even we didn't rule it a suicide. And you ruled it yourself? Sarukawa keenly caught the loophole in the words. Zhang Feng sneered as he blushed. I want to see a lawyer. You'd better take a look at the surveillance. Gu Fian turned the computer toward Zhang Feng. You were smart enough to choose to go on a route that didn't have any surveillance on it, but we still managed to find you in a very hidden surveillance. Right in Cui Hongye's house. Gu Fian threw a teddy bear in front of her. She knew you were coming and had security cameras ready, and all your behavior was recorded. Sarukawa let out a light laugh. It was you who told her to die. She died, fully consistent with abetting a suicide. The evidence is overwhelming. What's there not to admit? Zhang Feng's face changed suddenly. It instantly paled. Me what me? You're so not a person. She loves you so much. You even pua him. You know full well that she's in such a state that if you just let her die, she'll definitely die, and you still dare to say that. Are you an animal? Gu Fian burst into a rage and slammed the table and cursed. Calm down. No name. This is a police station. Sarukawa hastily reminded. I'm not a cop now. What's wrong with scolding him twice? I'm still a cop. I'll kill him with one shot. Gu Fian gasped for air as her chest fluttered in anger. For some reason, he suddenly glared sideways at Sarukawa. Sarukawa immediately waved his hand and said, I will never. Zhang Feng finally couldn't emotionally strain himself to cover his head and cry in pain. I really didn't want her to die. In the beginning because I didn't want her to go out and throw her weight around. I took classes online, and I didn't realize that it worked surprisingly well. And then I just kept. Zhang Feng's eyes flickered up 4 days ago. I broke up with her, but it was just a small conflict. I scared her, but I didn't expect her to start calling me and asking me to meet her. After I went to see her, we both had a fight, and I just blurted out, go to hell. So no, still living in this world, but I really did not expect things to turn out like this. Zhang Feng covered his head and collapsed a bit. Sarukawa sighed. Pua. It's the complete destruction of a person's self-confidence, making her dependent on you, but unlike depression, she wouldn't have wanted to kill herself if you hadn't said that. It was your words that destroyed her, and anyone's heart dies when she hears those words coming from the mouth of the one she loves most. Sarukawa sighed. Oh yeah, I haven't told you yet. I installed the surveillance on top of this bear. She didn't try to pull you down. Sarukawa smiled softly. Zhang Feng's face instantly became furious. You lied to me. This is out of order. I'll sue your police department. Sarukawa slightly tilted his head, a disdainful look on his face. I have cheated a lot of people. You still cannot rank. And I am not a police officer. Huchuan and Gu Fian smiled at each other and turned to leave amidst Zhang Feng's roar. Everybody applaud. A clap, a round of applause came. Countless police officers at the door resounded with fierce applause. Huang Zhenghan excitedly walked up to shake Sarukawa's hand. Mr. Saru, thank you so much this time. Thank you so much. Huchuan waved his hand. It's okay. Since we took your money, we have to get things done. Since it's okay here, then Director Huang, we'll be leaving. Next time there's business. Welcome to continue to visit O. Huang Zhenghan was all smiles. Of course, having seen Mr. Crane's skills, I will definitely do so in the future. After Huchuan Gu Fei evening said goodbye to the crowd, the two went straight back to the house. Ouch, exhausting. Sarukawa headed for the couch and collapsed there again. Effortless case, although the first contact with this kind of case, but in the future this kind of case or do not come, cannot always rely on deception to solve the case. Evening. Huchuan lay in bed and waited left and right, but Gu Fian still didn't come to patronize. This made Sarukawa suspicious. What's going on today? Sarukawa strangely hugged his self-pillow while doing so. I'll take the initiative if the enemy doesn't come. Huchuan hemmed and hawed as he opened the door to Gu Fei's room. Shoo! Gu Fei suddenly tensed and stopped Huchuan to keep him quiet. Gu Fei tapped the phone. Hey, Dad! Gu Fei won! A yelling voice immediately came from the other side of the phone. Good for you! It's only been so long. You've gotten me into so much trouble. The so-called dad over there roared. Gu Fian's nose is sore. What's wrong with me? You told me to find a boyfriend earlier. So I did. What's wrong with that? But you can't find a murderer. The caller gritted his teeth. Gu Jinting. Gu Fei suddenly burst into a rage. I'm telling you, Huchuan, he's not a murderer. If it wasn't for him, I would have died long ago inside the deep forest, if you keep talking about him like that. Gu Feinian was just about to say something. Sarukawa immediately came up. Hey. A hand to snatch the phone down. Beep hang up. Gu Feinian froze. Why did you grab my cell phone? Huchuan threw his cell phone aside and smiled as he lay down on the bed and wrapped Gu Fei in his arms. Don't ever say something you regret when you're angry again. Oh, don't let your emotions take over. Huchuan's gag also sobered Gu Feian up a bit. Self did want to say something heavy just now. Sarukawa smiled. Don't be angry. Just be happy. Huchuan pinched Gu Fei's face, instantly amusing Gu Fei. I'm still mad at you. You said during the day that you fooled a lot of people. Then, have you cheated me too? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa fell silent. Tia true that girls nowadays have such a good memory, so good at catching the key. This. Ding dong. It was at this moment that Sarukawa's cell phone suddenly rang. Whoa, savior. Sarukawa was so happy that he quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Who is it? Zzz. La. There was a murmur of voices on the other side of the phone, followed by a voice. Crane. Zip. Chuan, save me, I'm in ZZ. England, London. Beep. The phone hangs right up. Sarukawa froze, a little confused. Gu Fei was a bit curious. Who is it? Chihaya Miyamara. What did he say? He's in England, London, and he wants me to rescue him? Sarukawa frowned. The two instantly reacted. Not good. Something's wrong. In the living room, Sarukawa kept rummaging through boxes, looking for something. The house was rummaged through. What are you looking for? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa scratched his head in confusion. It's those invitations. There was a gold-colored invitation in the previous one. Have you seen it? I remember it. Gu Fei blinked her eyes. Oh, I remembered. I put it up for you. Gu Feian immediately turned around and walked into Huchuan's room to retrieve the hot gold invitation. This invitation is covered in gold. I thought it must be very expensive, so I didn't put it together with these. Sarukawa couldn't wait to open it. This invitation was sent from London, England. It must have something to do with Miyamara Chihaya. Sarukawa opened the invitation, and there were only a few words on it. Mr. Sarukawa is cordially invited to attend the London Detective Chant at the Old Castle of Elberland. Sarukawa frowned. The Old Castle of Elberland? I've heard of it. Hey, that place? It's a very big old castle in London. How do you know? Gu Fei asked. Oh, I stole. Earlier? Sarukawa ended abruptly. Gu Fei narrowed her eyes. I secretly investigated this ancient castle. After all, this ancient castle is very powerful. I'm curious. Haha. Sarukawa laughed heartily. Gu Feinian grunted. You'd better give up those things before. You promised me to abandon the past. Gu Fei late immediately nodded. Abandoned long ago. What about it? Are we going? Gu Fei asked as she looked at the invitation in her hand. Sarukawa looked carefully at the date on it. 2 days ago. Miyamara Shifuyu should have gotten into something. Go on. I hope it's not over. This invitation is still useful. Sarukawa made up his mind at once. Gu Fei evening side originally thought that I could live a peaceful day, but I did not expect day in the end ordinary not down. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Pack up and pack up. Go you. The sun is high in the sky. The breeze is fresh. Valiant. 2 geniuses. Iconic sunglasses with a trench coat. The airplane made a graceful arc across the sky. England, London, here we come. Phew. May 21st the plane landed at London Airport at exactly 10:20. The two came out handsome. Look around. How do I get there? Gu Fei asked. Sarukawa shook his head. Other than knowing an address, I know absolutely nothing else. Gu Feinian scratched her head with a headache. I'm not very good at English, but I can still have a good conversation. Can we communicate well? Sarukawa smiled. I know a little. A little. Just as the two were talking, the sun in front of them was directly blocked. The two looked up as 2 dark objects blocked the front of the two. The 2 black men who had to be at least 2 meters tall. A man in a suit wearing sunglasses looked at the two. Coo. The two gulped a little nervously. I heard that there are a lot of homosexuals in foreign countries. Huchuan won't look at you. Gu Feian shivered and opened her mouth. No, it can't be. I think it might be looking at you. Sarukawa also shivered. Big black. Yuck. May I ask, gentlemen, what can I do for you? Sarukawa asked cautiously. The 2 black men looked at each other. Smiles on their lips. Came to Sarukawa to set up one hand. Directly lifted Sarukawa up. Hey, I know a little bit about punching and kicking. Put me down or I'll kill you. Sarukawa threatened. The 2 Negroes didn't bother with him, and set him up to go. Gu Feian chased after him with a bitter face. It's over. Huchuan's ass is not protected. The 2 black men directly threw Huchuan into the car and invited Gu Feian into the car again. Gu Feian was dumbfounded, and she had to look at herself? This was too humiliating. But what I didn't expect was that the 2 old blacks didn't do anything. but just got into the car and sat next to Tsurukawa, one on the left and one on the right, similar to the left and right guardians, sandwiched Tsurukawa in the center. There was a moment of silence in the car, and a moment of awkwardness. What the hell was going on? Hey man, so what the hell is going on here? Tsurukawa asked in English. My master said Lou, let me take you to the manor. Suddenly an old black man said in a dialect with a thick accent. The two were outright confused. Tsurukawa couldn't help but give a thumbs up Oxford. Dare I ask brother, where did you learn it? I didn't learn, I was born in China. Old black laughed, revealing a mouthful of fury white teeth. Who is your master? How did he know we were here? Gu Fei asked curiously. My master can be powerful. Tender off the plane. My master knows, so let me come to pick up Tender. The old black opened his mouth and said. Tsurukawa swallowed, his hanging heart sort of falling. This owner, should be the ancient castle owner? Looks like very rich, think of a way to get him a sum. Tsurukawa said quietly. Gu Fei glared at Tsurukawa. We're here to find Miyamura Chihaya. Don't mess around. Looking for Miyamura Chihaya and get him a sum of money. Do not conflict. You see how I fool? Oops, his ancient castle is full of. Tsurukawa almost said bald mouth, and quickly shut his mouth. But Gu Fei had already guessed what had happened, and stretched out her finger to point at Huchuan. Shut up, dare to touch those sneaky things again, I'll beat you to death. Tsurukawa quickly nodded no, I didn't touch. Me before that was, robbing the rich to help the poor. Robbing the rich to help the poor who? Still talking tough. Gu Fei was a bit angry. Self. I'm quite poor. Tsurukawa blinked his eyes a little hardily. Just as the two were bickering, the car had stopped. Old Black opened the car door and instantly a huge set of gates came into view. As soon as the two got out of the car, the doors burst open. Rows of servants stood on either side of the road while this huge manor house as well as an ancient castle surfaced. The old castle looked old, although some of it appeared to be a bit shabby, but it revealed a mysterious color, which made it even more mysterious. The estate covered a huge area, and there were servants everywhere. The outer walls of the ancient castle were all covered with exquisite murals. A hot spring stood in the center of the manor. And right in the center of the fountain, a solid gold statue that stood over 2 meters tall was placed there. Trench. The entire estate reveals 2 words, rich. Rao Gu Fei evening was shocked. How much money is this? Like it? If you like it, call your husband and I'll give you one, Tsurukawa said, patting his chest. Gu Fei evening cut a sound blow at you just. This is no longer how to be. Billions of dollars it. Tsurukawa saw himself being belittled a bit defiant. You underestimate me too much. Do you think I have been working for nothing all these years? Just like this manor. I also have, although it is not as big as this one, but it's still very beautiful. Oh, you're still living in my house. Even the pants you're wearing were bought for you by me. And you're saying all this? Gu Fei's eyes revealed a flash of displeasure. Tsurukawa he smiled shamelessly. Come up, we are a family. Well, why divide so clearly? As long as you marry me. What manor law? The car. All yours. Gu Fei was amused by Huchuan's cheeky look. Ha, you come less. Come on. We can't be impolite. Go and greet the master first. The 2 men who followed the 2 black men crossed the long road, surrounded on both sides by some vegetation as well as buildings. It was a long walk to the main entrance of the old fort. The stately, ancient door burst open. A moment of blinding light shone in. Inside the hall of unparalleled splendor, several security guards stood off to the side with guns and bullets. Inside the spacious hall, there were several people sitting on top of the sofa. The doors opened instantly. These men turned back to the 2 men, one with an interrogative flavor. Tsurukawa frowned. He disliked the stares. It was as if these people were trying to see through him. There were about 6 people sitting on the floor, from every country, and every one of them seemed to be very good at what they did. Huchuan walked in with Gu Fei and stood in the lobby to scrutinize it, and the scene was somehow strong with a smell of smoke. Let me introduce you. Suddenly there was the sound of a radio in the lobby, a slightly older voice that was deliberately hidden. Tsurukawa, the recently notorious crime-solving genius of China, who has solved several major cases one after another since joining the Haicheng City Public Security Bureau, and even his own battle prowess is not bad. Gu Fei, former member of the International Secret Service, relied on his own strength to enter, has extremely strong counter-surveillance abilities, and knowledge of firearms utilization. The pale voice introduced. Yo, honey, you're so good at this? Then why don't I usually know about it? Tsurukawa said with some curiosity. Gu Fei raised her head proudly. That's for sure. Interpol selection is so strict. Do you think I'm just a jobber? Tsurukawa felt a little amused. I thought you went through the back door then. Ha. Gu Fei glared at Huchuan, who immediately closed his mouth and didn't dare to be laughing. Hey, what do you mean you're checking us out? Tsurukawa shouted at the top, but no one paid him any attention. Just as the two froze, The sofa instantly rushed over to a gorgeous, extremely beautiful girl, rushed to Tsurukawa's side and grabbed Tsurukawa's hand. Hey, why? I'll beat you up. Hachuan hurriedly shook off the beauty girl's hand and looked at Gu Feiyan with a straight face. I don't know her. She rushed over. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Fei rolled her eyes a bit speechless. The little girl quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. You're Tsurukawa-kun, right? I heard Shifuya say that. The little girl said anxiously. Tsurukawa only dropped his heart when he heard that and looked up and down. Oh, you're Miyamara or something? Where is he? Why did he disappear when he called me over? The little girl sniffed and lowered her head, eyes slightly teary. Tsurukawa panicked. Don't cry. What's going on? Have you lost Miyamara, or is he dead? TSK. Screw you. Gu Feiyan hurriedly pushed Tsurukawa away. The little girl finished her sob and shook her head. My name is Ayakoji Momoko. I grew up with Chihaya Miyamara. He's missing. Ayakoji Momoko looked at Tsurukawa expectantly with tears in her eyes. He told me before he disappeared. You can trust someone named Tsurukawa, so please help me. Hichuan and Gu Fei looked at each other. So what was the situation now? Wait. Don't rush. Slow down and tell me. Tsurukawa told Ayako Momoko to slow down and talk slowly. Ayako Momoko also took a deep breath to calm herself down at this point. That is, a few days ago, Chihaya received a gold invitation, an invitation to come to London. I was afraid of danger and wouldn't let him come, but I couldn't persuade him, so I had to come with him. During which he was looking forward to it because he heard you were coming too. He was looking forward to competing with you here, but we didn't find you after we arrived. And then, after just one night's stay, Shifuya disappeared. Couldn't find you anywhere. Ayakoji Momoko's voice was tinted with a sobbing tone. Gu Feiyan rushed forward to comfort up. Tsurukawa thought carefully. Seems not right. Before the Miyamara Chihaya that phone call in the end. What is going on? Hello, Earl Jair Roberts. Where's my friend? Tsurukawa shouted toward the top. The crowd in the room fell silent. Oh, you recognize me? The voice came from the corner of the second floor. A servant pushed a wheelchair, and on top of that wheelchair sat a man with gray hair. Tsurukawa's eyes flashed sternly. If you can check on me, why can't I check on you? Tell me, where's my friend? The servant pushed JL down. JL waved a hand, signaling Tsurukawa to be quiet. You are all the best case investigators, the best detectives in the world, and I have asked you all to come here to investigate a case. Tsurukawa was a bit angry. Don't you dare. My friend there, Al. Tsurukawa's voice intensified a few points. Of course he's helping me investigate the case. Don't worry. He's smart and I like him a lot. JL laughed. If you want to find him, you can only continue to help me investigate the case. Don't worry. There will be absolutely no loss to you. With a wave of JL's hand, a line of servants instantly approached and opened the chest in their hands. Boxes of neatly arranged American knives. Here's $10 million for whoever can help me find the truth. This money is whoever's. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. One by one, they stared at the money with glowing eyes. Tsurukawa smiled slightly, with a few threatening colors in his eyes. This money, it is not worth mentioning to you, right? Tell me where my friend is, or the flower on the other side. Tsurukawa sneered. JL's face suddenly changed drastically. Trembling, he reached out his hand. It's you, L. Tsurukawa spread his hands. JL blushed furiously, reddened neck from anger, but he took a few deep breaths and calmed down again. Sure enough, I was right. You really are a capable person. As long as you help me find the truth of that year, it's just a painting of the flower on the other side. It's yours. Not only that, you can have the second piece of the flower on the other side as well. JL took a big swing. The crowd was so confused by the whole conversation between the two that they didn't understand what it meant. Gu Fei also came up strangely. What the heck is the flower on the other side? What are you guys talking about? Tsurukawa smiled and said quietly, the flower on the other side is a painting, but it's the most expensive painting in the world, divided into two, and the two paintings add up to no price because no one can afford it. Gu Feiyan covered her mouth in horror. You won't. Tsurukawa nodded quietly. Gu Feiyan's small hand quietly touched Hachuan's waist and twisted it with force, gritting her teeth and saying, okay, Hichuan, I now realize that I seem to have thought of you in a simpler way. There's something I don't know about you. Hachuan ate the pain and quickly stopped Gu Feiyan. Wrong, wife, go home and I'll give an honest explanation. I'll be absolutely honest. Gu Feiyan snorted coldly. I'll clean you up when I get home. Tsurukawa looked to JL and said, what case? JL saw Tsurukawa agreeing to it and smiled slightly. I want you guys, help me investigate clearly the end of the 19th century, the truth of the Jack the Ripper incident in Whitechapel, London. The crowd froze along with their breath the moment they heard about the case. Tsurukawa frowned even more. Are you kidding me? A Victorian case for us to investigate? How are we going to investigate this well-known unsolved case that has been going on for over 130 years now? Tsurukawa questioned. JL smiled and looked at Tsurukawa, then at the 6 detectives behind him, his face revealing a touch of excitement. Jack the Ripper, hey, don't you wonder who he really is? The most wonderful unsolved case in the whole world, unsolved for over 100 years. JL pointed at the crowd with a face full of mania and anticipation. I really want to see the world's greatest detective. Who's going to win against the best murderer in the world? Tsurukawa couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh as he looked at JL, who seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. Isn't there proof that Jack the Ripper is the same? Aaron Kosmiski, who was a suspect back then? Then what's the point of investigating? Do you really believe that one is the truth? JL said in a deep voice. I don't believe that what a businessman author says can be believed a few times. I believe there is much more to it than that. JL laughed. Everyone. Today you rest first. Tomorrow night, I will lead you to open the veil of the Victorian period. Please enjoy this detective feast. Ha ha ha. JL let out a maniacal laugh before turning and being pushed away. Fuck. I'm outta here. A rough-looking man got up and stood up cursing, then immediately tried to leave. When he reached the door, the 2 black men who had led Tsurukawa earlier stopped at once. Bang! Slammed the man directly in the face. Old Black rubbed his fist. Drag it down. To the dog. After saying this, Old Black looked at Tsurukawa, several people, and smiled. Everyone, feel free. Despite this statement, the intent of the threat was already clear. Tsurukawa took a deep breath. He knew that these people were not good, but with 2 girls behind him, he couldn't do anything. I just need a room, Hachuan said as Old Black nodded, and immediately someone took Hachuan and Goofy into the room. After the episode just now, it was sort of dark outside. The 2 of them looked at each other in the room, somewhat at a loss for words. Miyamura Shifuyu was nowhere to be found, and the 2 are stuck here again. A 19th century case, Jack the Ripper? That's too complicated. How can he make us solve the case? Is it hard to recover over an identical scene? Tsurukawa was a bit surprised. Also, where did Chihaya Miyamura go? Tsurukawa's thoughts were confused for a moment. Gufei Evening also frowned. Tsurukawa, you seem to know this place very well. Yeah. Tsurukawa answered directly without thinking, but the next reaction felt a little off. Gufie narrowed her eyes with some scrutiny. What's going on with the flower on the other side? What exactly did you do? Tsurukawa awkwardly smiled. Wife, I am not an orphanage. Origin. Well, at that time, to avoid the pursuit, accidentally broke into Jier's treasure room. I accidentally saw the other side and it accidentally fell into my bag. Tsurukawa said sheepishly, but I didn't spend it. All the money I sold it for went to children's charities. Goofy raised an eyebrow. A touch of anger surfaced on her face. Do you believe I can find out with a single phone call? Hachuan was oppressed by Goofy's aura, but he didn't wimp out. Yes, the name I used at the time was Sun. Feel free to check. I really didn't lie. Goofy held a skeptical attitude and took out her cell phone to make a call. Hey, help me check if there's a donation called Sun. After a while the other side spoke up and said indeed they have, and very much so. Goofy nodded and hung up. Tsurukawa hemmed and hawed. Am I right? Goofy pointed at Hachuan with some hatred. You're just relying on the fact that I'm not a cop now. Otherwise I would have arrested you back. Hachuan he smiled, even shamelessly hugged Goofy and rubbed on her neck. No need to catch. People's careful heart has been captured by you. That. Goofy was instantly amused. That's meaty. Why have you become oily now? While the 2 were fooling around, there was a knock on the door of the room. The 2 froze as Goofy opened the door. Momoko Ayokoji stood in the doorway, pinching the corners of her coat somewhat formally. Yeah, it's you? What's wrong? Goofy asked. Ayokoji Momoko looked at Tsurukawa with some embarrassment. I want to ask Tsurukawa-kun if I can borrow Miss Goofy. Tsurukawa rolled his eyes as he lay on the bed crumpled. How come every time he wanted to deepen his relationship with his wife, someone came to disturb him? Goofy couldn't help but feel a softness in her heart as she looked at the little girl's adorable appearance. Are you scared? Ayako Momoko nodded. I'm scared. Goofy sighed. Well then, sister can accompany you. Tsurukawa, you rest early. Oh. Bang. The door of the room shut mercilessly. Tsurukawa's eyes were lost in thought as he looked at the ceiling, all speechless inside. I'm scared too. I'm scared to death. Tsurukawa wailed, flopping around on the bed. In the middle of the night, Tsurukawa drifted off to sleep. There was still a message from Goofy on his cell phone, telling of his grievances. Creak, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack. A figure walked in slowly, not clearly visible, only a blur. Tsurukawa seemed to hear movement and looked up to see that the room was dark and nothing was there. Tsurukawa thought he had misheard himself and continued to close his eyes. My master is looking for Tender. A magnetic baritone voice came from the side. Ah, crap. It scared Tsurukawa so much that he almost fell off the bed. Looking up, a row of gleaming teeth stood beside the bed. Crap, big brother, you're going to scare people to death. Tsurukawa's heart thumped. Sorry, I thought Tender could see me. That old black man rubbed his head in embarrassment. Sarukawa hastily took a deep breath to calm down. Except for your big shiny white teeth, I can't see anything else. Big brother, don't you knock when you come in? The old black is a bit aggrieved, my master said. Into the tender room, knock or not knock the same. Because tender will definitely find me. My master said tender especially powerful. Huchwan quickly stopped the old black from rambling. Alright, I don't want to listen to you anymore. Take me quickly. I've been waiting for you guys for half a day. I'm getting sleepy. Old black nodded at once, leading Sarukawa straight down the stairs all the way up. It got darker and darker the higher you went until you came to a dimly lit room. JL lay in his wheelchair quietly looking at a box. And inside that box, a shiny, beautifully carved snake head ring sat inside. Recognize? JL said. Sarukawa looked around. A very dim little room. He didn't know what JL meant by calling self here. But that ring he recognized. Not recognizable. Sarukawa said. JL smiled. The zodiac ring, one of the most powerful treasures in all the land, possesses incomparable powers. JL took the ring out and put it on his hand. The eyes stayed on it. They all went. Your choice then? JL said. Sarukawa frowned. What do you mean? I kind of missed it. I mean, do you choose to go on your own? Or take those two girls with you? JL suddenly droned. Where to? Sarukawa became even more puzzled. Just as the two were discussing it, poof, the door was pushed open. Ouch. There was a shriek as two girls planted themselves through the doorway and came in sprawling on the floor. What are you two doing? Sarukawa wondered. Goofy smiled awkwardly. That Peach has to go to the bathroom. We didn't find the way. In the room, isn't there a toilet? Sarukawa was even more puzzled. Well, I'm the one who asked them to come. And I thought you'd take it more seriously with them. Go on. Then, ha ha ha. JL laughed and aimed the ring at Sarukawa. Sarukawa subconsciously reached behind his back to touch Kahaku. He was a bit confused as to what the foreigner in front of him wanted. If he dared to make another move, Sarukawa wouldn't mind killing him. But suddenly the ring in front of him unexpectedly erupted with a blinding bright light. Huchwan felt something was wrong and subconsciously tried to turn around to protect Gu Fei. But a lunge forward seemed to enter a bottomless abyss, and the entire body fell freely without control. Consciousness also gradually collapsed into darkness. I don't know how long it took, but Sarukawa gradually felt the sensation of rain hitting his own face. Misty opened her eyes. There was a dim sky all around. There was also the smell of tobacco and earth coming from the hazy air. And Sarukawa slapped his head, trying to clear his head. There were a lot of carriages moving around and a lot of people dressed in vintage clothing. The buildings around the area had also become retro and looked a little run down. And for some reason, the sky always felt gray. Sarukawa had a sharp pain in his head. It took 2 hard whacks to gradually come to his senses. Taking a closer look at the street that reeked of decay, Self was completely confused. Where is this? This? Sarukawa looked doubtfully at the crowd of people walking chaotically on the street. Wasn't Self in the old castle? Sarukawa crumbled and his head exploded at the sight before him. Calm down. Sarukawa, calm down. Sarukawa sat in place and closed his eyes, carefully stringing everything together. England, London, Jack the Ripper, case, investigation, the truth of the matter. Instantly, Sarukawa opened his eyes and looked around in shock. This is 19th century London. Sarukawa struggled to recognize the facts of the present. That's right, Self is precisely in 19th century London. That ring. Sarukawa suddenly thought of that ring's ability. The 12 zodiac rings all have different abilities. The one just now should be a snake ring. Could it have the ability to cross over? Sarukawa slapped his butt and stood up from the ground, taking a closer look around. It's fair to say that 19th century London is a bit different from the 21st century. It's pretty hard to judge London these days. There was a strange odor everywhere. A stench. Sarukawa fought back the nausea and got up to leave. He didn't know what he was going to do now, or what time it was. Just as Sarukawa was wandering down the road without a goal in mind, a sound, a man's laugh, came from the dark alley, and the sound of a woman calling for help. Sarukawa scratched his head, not intending to care. Such things seem to be common in this situation. But I just took 2 steps and fought back. If I don't care about myself, Gu Fei should be very angry. After hesitating for a moment, Sarukawa walked in. In the narrow alley, several drunken men kept saying something in English. Sarukawa moved closer to peel away a man and look inside. Beneath the high fence, 2 girls hid, one of them holding a stick, the other hiding behind her, both of them shivering up out of fear. I'm going. Sarukawa cursed and rushed over. Why are you 2 here too? These 2 were none other than Gu Fei and Ayokoji Momoko. Gu Fei saw Huchwan come and was instantly happy. Hastily threw down the stick and jumped into Huchwan's arms. Huchwan, scared me to death. We didn't know. We came after we woke up. Huchwan will Gu Fei in his arms. Suddenly a burst of fear. If just now Self did not come, then the consequences are unimaginable. Hey, kid, grab your ass and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll have a good time. A foreigner came up and patted Sarukawa's shoulder. Ka-chow. Ah. Suddenly the geezer's arm changed shape in a weird position. The whole arm drooped down and was ruined. The geezer screamed at once. Sarukawa's face was as cold as an ice cave. Kill you all. Gufei Evening hastily pulled the hand of Huchuan. Don't kill. We are not familiar with the place. It is better not to look for trouble. Just play half dead. Sarukawa nodded half dead then. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth hooked into a cold smile. And in an instant, the sound of miserable screams came from within the entire alley. When Sarukawa walked out with the two girls, the group of drunkards behind them were all lying on the ground. Their arms and legs have been deformed, and I'm afraid they'll be confined to bed for the rest of their lives. Sarukawa, where are we? Why does it feel so strange? Gufei asked. 19th century. London. We've traveled. Sarukawa explained. The two girls looked at each other in disbelief. So Shifuyu is here too? Ayako Momoko asked with a wink. I think so. It should be here if I'm not mistaken. I just don't know where he is. Let's find a place to stay. London at this time of the year. It's dangerous. Sarukawa yawned, suddenly seeming to think of something clearly. If we know the time, won't we be able to find Jack the Ripper before he does? Sarukawa suddenly tried to understand. Gufei Evening nodded. It should be this reason. But, what if the time now is Jack the Ripper has already finished committing the case? Sarukawa propped his head up and pondered. Probably not. Since JL sent us here, it would be at a moment when the case hadn't happened yet. So, we're going to ask around. What day is it now exactly? Sarukawa thought carefully. The first case happened around August 31st, 1888. The place of the crime was probably in an alley near Whitechapel. Gufei Late frowned. So many alleys. Is that the one? I don't know. Sarukawa rubbed his head. His head was big. In that case, today seems to be August 31st. Ayako Momoko suddenly spoke up. Sarukawa froze. How did you know? Peach pointed to the alley just now. I think they just said something about today being like August 31st. Suffered. Sarukawa let out a dark cry. Immediately, he ran toward the Whitechapel neighborhood. Whitechapel is large, a crisscrossed housing estate, the equivalent of a village, and the landmark of that village is the church. Sarukawa came here almost as fast as he could. A layer of gloom hangs under the dark sky, and the boundless drizzle seems to be about to land soon. Times L. Sarukawa had just crossed an alleyway and collided head-on with a man at once. Ouch! The man yelled, and was directly knocked down by Sarukawa. Sarukawa was just about to leave when he froze. Why was this voice so familiar? Miyamura Chihaya, Sarukawa shouted as he looked at the man on the ground. Miyamura Chihaya touched his head for a moment of pain, and when he heard Sarukawa's shout and looked up he was overjoyed. Sarukawa, you came! He said that he was going to get up and hug Sarukawa. I'll fuck you. Sarukawa kicked Miyamura Shifuyu out of the way. You're calling me a chicken. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have to come and be stuck in this shithole. Miyamura Shifuyu suddenly became angry. We haven't even decided whether we've won or lost yet. And again, Jack the Ripper, a serial killer. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know? Roll on. I'm not a detective. Sarukawa was a little annoyed. In the end, Sarukawa and this Jack the Ripper guy really have some. It's all your fault. I'll beat you to death. Me. Sarukawa raised his hand, giving Miyamura Shifuyu a fright. You two stop arguing. Hurry up and find someone, or else something will happen. Only when the two girls ran over and said so did the two of them react, rushing towards the inside of Whitechapel. Any idea where it is? Sarukawa asked. No idea. Not sure. Chihaya Miyamura shook her head. No. What have you been doing these days? How dare you call yourself a detective? You don't know anything. Sarukawa scolded. Miyamura Chihaya blushed a little. I swished over. I thought it was unreal that. I didn't think it was the real world. I've been busy looking for idols that for the past 2 days. The corner of Sarukawa's mouth twitched. Don't you tell me. You went looking for Sherlock Holmes? Holmes is very powerful. Miyamura Shifuyu said somewhat sheepishly. Why don't you fucking? You just go to Conan Doyle. Just go find a fictional character these days? Sarukawa gritted his teeth and looked at Miyamura Chihaya full of speechlessness. Miyamura Chihaya fell silent. Self as a detective actually made such a mistake. Ashamed. The two men searched for I don't know how long without finding any of the dead with the killer at all. There was not a soul in the entire vicinity of Whitechapel. Suddenly a screaming voice came from behind the two. The two froze. The voice was Momoko, Miyamura Shifuyu exclaimed, and the two of them flew over, just in time to see ahead. Gu Feinian sat paralyzed on the ground with Peach, her eyes staring dead ahead at a dimly lit alleyway. The two of them glanced at each other and had a bad feeling. At the same time, a smell of blood filled the air. The two men slowly walked over to help the two girls to their feet and followed the line of sight. In the center of the dimly lit alley, blood continued to flow, and a female body, lying there cold, had long since died. Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya exchanged a glance. Still too late. The two men slowly walked over to it, and instantly the gruesome state of the bodies came into view. The body of the deceased was covered with cuts all over the abdomen. A large piece of flesh had been cut from his abdomen. His intestines had been torn out, and there were various degrees of blows to his face. His neck was stabbed twice. Blood flowed all over the place. The scene was dismal. Even Sarukawa, who had long been used to corpses, couldn't help but frown. Go! Sarukawa spoke coldly. The two immediately took Gu Fei and Peach away. There was no way around it. It had happened. They couldn't stay where they were or they would be arrested as, well, murderers. The four of them went to an inn and asked for a room with what little money they had left. Inside the room, all four of them fell silent, obviously still digesting what had just happened. Why are you following in? It's dangerous, Miyamura Shifuyu said as she looked at Ayokoji Momoko. Peach instantly felt a bit aggravated. I am worried about you. Shifuyu sighed. What now? What should we do? Sarukawa frowned. There's nothing we can do. If the ring really brought us here, then we'll have to solve the case. Sarukawa took a deep breath. Tell me about your reasoning. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. The case occurred as documented. The victim was a prostitute. She was stabbed 39 times. The wounds, the identity information, it all matches. It's really Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa frowned. There have been a dozen murders around Whitechapel. Do you know how many were done by Jack the Ripper? Miyamura Chihaya nodded. Actually, I've been studying this case for as long as I can on my own. In the fall of 1888, a series of vicious and bizarre murders took place in the East End of London, England, known as the Whitechapel murders. Within the scope of the police investigation, 11 separate murders were counted from April 3, 1888 to February 13, 1891, 5 of which were considered the typical 5 murders. Chihaya Miyamura's eyes lit up. These 5 cases are recognized as the work of Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa nodded. I do think that in addition to the 5 cases, there are a few others that seem to be somewhat related. Chihaya Miyamura nodded. The last time Jack the Ripper committed a crime was on November 9, 1888. From the aftermath of this case, he disappeared completely. Sarukawa nodded. You remember, Jack the Ripper sent provocative letters to the British police, along with body entrails. What the hell was he doing that for? Miyamura Chihaya shook her head. Unfortunately, we don't know the content of the letter. If we did, we could still analyze the wave. The two were a little annoyed that this was all they could think of at the moment. There were absolutely no other clues, and there were no forensic techniques at all during this period. There is also no such thing as DNA verification. Wait a minute, Sarukawa's head suddenly lit up more. As I said before, someone used DNA technology to verify Jack the Ripper's real information. It's one of the suspects, Aaron Kosmiski. Miyamura Chihaya's eyes lit up. What you mean is, follow him. We'll know if he's Jack the Ripper or not? Sarukawa nodded. That's right. That's what it means. It's just, we don't know him. I don't know what it looks like. Then what can we do now? Gu Fei asked. Miyamura Chihaya and Sarukawa both had a look of embarrassment on their faces. Wait, we can only wait for Jack the Ripper to commit another crime. Che, this is the level of the two geniuses. Gu Fei couldn't help but mock up. Hey, Sarukawa pinched Gu Fei's mouth, forcing her to beak up. You've got a poisonous little mouth. Oh, a kiss, don't you? Sarukawa squeezed hard. Gu Fei's face flushed red and she raised her face in defiance, with a haughty look on her face. You guys are? Chihaya Miyamura looked at the behavior of the two. Oh, we're together. Don't you know? Sarukawa said. But, you didn't give it to me. How am I going to know? Miyamura Shifuyu was a bit surprised. Okay, you're moving pretty fast. How long has it been? Knowing each other for almost half a year. It's not normal. Sarukawa waved his hand unconcernedly. Okay, let's not talk about this. Hurry up and think of a way. The room fell silent again. What good could it do? There should be a file at the police station, Momoko said suddenly. There is, but then, how are we going to get in? The British police of this period are more terrifying than killers. It's better not to mess with them, Miyamura Shifuyu said, frowning. Sarukawa's eyes lit up. Hey, I remembered. We don't know where the killer is. We can go find the dead. Miyamura Chihaya scuffed up and sat up from the bed. Good idea. As long as we find the deceased, we'll know where the murderer is. Sarukawa nodded. That's it. Let's go find the next victim first. Sarukawa said. The scene was instantly awkward. The two boys looked at each other. Ha ha ha. I think it's fine for the two of us to go. Two girls rest. Miyamura Chihaya laughed dryly and pulled Sarukawa outside. Why? I'm not sleepy. Gu Feiyan was puzzled. The two of them looked at each other sheepishly. Nothing. Just let you rest early. Save your strength. Well, let's go find someone. Gu Feiyan was even more puzzled. Looking for the dead? Why can't we go together? Because her occupation is a bit special. She's in charge of hardware softening engineering, Sarukawa said. But, Aha! Miyamura hastily covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Couldn't believe what Tigers and Wolves self had heard. Goofy was stunned. This kind of touched her IQ blind spot hardware softening? What kind of work? Can't figure it out. Ayako Momoko grunted, just prostitutes. I'm guessing that you two are going to hookers. How do you know? Chihaya Miyamura blurted out. Tsurukawa's body instantly trembled and slapped Miyamura Shifuryu on the head. F***ck. Why did you admit it? Suru, Chuan, Goofy clenched her fists. A murderous intent invisibly released. Wait a minute, wife, listen to me explain. Huchuan swooshed over and hugged Goofy in death. Keep her from moving. The whole person like an octopus dead. Hold Goofy and calm down. Listen to my sophistry. Bah, listen to my explanation. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, Miyamura Shifuryu also rushed to Momoko's side. Both of them were a bit sweaty at the moment. How did you know we were going to a whore? Chihaya Miyamura asked curiously. Ayako Momoko tilted her face. Come on. It's not like I didn't know those books in your room. You're still trying to trick me. Chihaya Miyamura sighed as a drop of sweat ran down her face. Since you've seen it, then you know full well that Jack the Ripper targets prostitutes with no hands. There's nothing we can do about it. Goofy froze and looked at Huchuan. Really? Tsurukawa immediately nodded. Really, I've got you. How could I possibly go looking for those? Tsurukawa coaxed in a hurry. Goofy lowered his head, still maintained some skepticism. After all, who dares to rest assured that their boyfriends go to that kind of place? Okay, I believe you now. Let go of me, Goofy said. Tsurukawa hemmed and hawed and spread his hands. You guys shouldn't go to that kind of place since it's full of fish and dragons? Goofy nodded. Alright, then you guys go and come back quickly. Miyamura, Chihaya and Tsurukawa sighed in relief and waved their hands in a hurry. Turning to leave, Goofy looked at the two men's backs and wrinkled her nose. Her head couldn't help but get a little messed up. Peach, do you think I should get closer to Huchuan? Goofy asked tentatively. Ayako Momoko covered her mouth in confusion. Huh? How far have you guys gotten so far? Just hold hands, kiss or something. Goofy blushed a little. These topics always made her somewhat shy. Ayako Momoko sked and wagged her finger. That's not good. Boys have strong desires. If you don't satisfy him, he'll turn bad. He'll be taken by someone else. Ayako Momoko's tone was serious. Speaking in a serious manner. Goofy instantly tensed up. Really? Momoko nodded vigorously. That's what it says in the anime. In the manga, it's really serious. You've got to be careful. Maybe a bad woman will show up one day and abduct her for Tsurukawa. Goofy instantly cried out. Oh, no. Meet you. Nothing good will come out of it. You're going to ruin me and Nani Night sooner or later. Tsurukawa cursed as he looked at Miyamura Shifuryu beside him. Miyamura Shifuryu waved her hand. It's got nothing to do with me. You're obviously the one who brought up finding the dead. Make it your own. Okay, cut the crap. Where to look? Tsurukawa asked. Let's see. The second victim, name of Annie Chapman, was found dead in a cheap rental apartment at 29 Hanbury Street. Shifuryu Miyamura said. Tsurukawa frowned. That's not a whore either? Why are you talking nonsense? Miyamura Chihaya spread her hands. Not that I'm rambling. In this poor man's hell, rich man's paradise, no one cares if they're prostitutes or not. Everyone only cares about who the murderer really is. That's why they think that the nameless dead are all prostitutes. But actually, to this day, there are still 3 dead people who can't be identified as prostitutes. Tsurukawa couldn't help but roll his eyes. All evil society, dirty hearts. In that case, can't we just go straight to her? Tsurukawa said. What method do we use to make her believe us? That's a problem. Chihaya Miyamura rubbed her chin. Forget it. Whatever she is, let's go find the person first. Miyamura Shifuryu waved her hand. The two headed in the direction of their goal. The dimly lit streets exuded an eerie mood. Tsurukawa narrowed his eyes and unconsciously put his hand behind his back to Kahaku as he sensed what seemed to follow a small tail behind him. Only this little tail merely follows them and doesn't come up. Tsurukawa simply didn't bother to reveal it. As long as that little tail behind him didn't make a move. The two men followed the signposts and gradually came to the location of Hanbury Street. On the side of the road, up and down the alley stood countless heavily made-up windswept women. Times L. In a society where there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor, tens of thousands of women have no choice but to follow this path in order to survive. Tsurukawa and Chihaya Miyamura did their best to keep a low profile down, but these people still saw it, rushed up to pester the two men in order to earn some living supplies. Seeing this, Tsurukawa pulled a handful of money out of his pocket and sprinkled it in the air as he flew away. The two had been running for who knows how long, and stood panting on the side of the road to catch their breath. I thought there was no money left. Where did you get it? Chihaya Miyamura asked. Pick up. Pick up. Tsurukawa was a bit vain. Chihaya Miyamura narrowed her eyes. Picked it up? Guess I believe that? Picking it up from someone else's pocket. Won't work. I'm warning you, this is for us. You want to tell non-late. You're dead, Sarukawa threatened. Miyamura Shifuyu immediately nodded her head giving a I have a particularly tight mouth look. Cut the crap, we're almost there, Sarukawa asked. Miyamura Shifuyu pointed to one of the more dilapidated apartments up ahead. That's the one up ahead. Let's go check it out. The two walked slowly to the front of the apartment. It's old. One of those old apartments that average no more than 50 square feet a house, and it looks dim and shabby. In the doorway sat an old woman with gray hair, looking at the two with a grim expression. The two were a little embarrassed by the stares, so they spoke up and asked, "Hello, may I ask if Chapman lives here?" Sarukawa asked. "Who are you to her?" the old woman asked in a shrill voice. "We are her friends," Shifuyu Miyamura said with a smile. "Well, in that case, pay the rent. She's already 2 months behind on my rent. That fucking bitch, been behind on rent since July." Sarukawa and Miyamura Chihaya looked at each other with some embarrassment. How did this come up to ask for money? Wait, Sarukawa suddenly froze. You said you're owed 2 months? It's been in arrears since July. So what time is today? Sarukawa suddenly reacted. The old woman glanced at Sarukawa somewhat impatiently. Today is September 8th. With a bang, the two men's heads instantly exploded. September 8th. If memory serves, then today is the day of Jack the Ripper's second offense. The two of them looked at each other, and directly rushed outside in a frenzy. The two searched for a long time. Finally, a barking sound came from an alley, followed by the strong smell of blood. The two rushed over to the sound, and there, next to the trash can in the alley, lay the body of a female, long since out of breath. The scene was bloody again. The female corpse's throat was slit in its entirety, and the lower abdomen was dripping with blood and flesh. Autopsy, Sarukawa spoke in a cold voice. The two men immediately began to observe the extent of the body's injuries. After a moment of silence, the two men looked at each other with sullen faces. The uterus was cut away. That's right, this time the murderer cut the uterus of the victim in an extremely professional way. The wounds were bloody as hell, but they were neatly cut and sharp. It must be the work of a professional human soil. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't it August 31st before we came out? How did it become September 8th? Miyamura Shifuyu was completely confused. What the hell was going on? Sarukawa is also a bit confused. Nothing is clear now. There was no way to know if this was Jack the Ripper's doing or not. Something's not right. The first victim who died had a messy wound, and the killer was laced with anger. But this one is calm. Sarukawa speculated. You mean, these two cases, they're not one and the same? Sarukawa nodded. I'm more inclined to think that this case was committed by Jack the Ripper. As a highly intelligent murderer, he definitely possesses extreme calmness, and in the first case, I'm afraid that it was just a murder of passion. Sarukawa looked around. Gotta go or we'll get arrested. The two nodded and left in a hurry. But just as the two were about to leave, a pitch-black, horizontal sword flew towards Sarukawa's head. A burst of sparks. Sarukawa pulled out Kahaku to parry, knocking the horizontal sword out of the way, and then kicked Miyamura Chihaya out of the way. The horizontal sword flies into the air, and a figure jumps out to catch it, slashing directly at Sarukawa. Sarukawa reacted quickly, spinning his finger Kahaku around and throwing it directly at the figure as a flying dagger. That figure's eyes stared, and he hurriedly leaned back to parry and dodge the blow, just as he wanted to stand up. Sarukawa, however, had come to her long ago. Without waiting for her to react, Sarukawa grabbed her by the neck and snapped her straight against the wall. The horizontal sword was snatched by Sarukawa and pressed against the figure's neck. Who are you? What do you want from us? The man in black hummed. My name is Knife Chop. Sarukawa froze. The black-clothed man in front of him even opened his mouth to be his sister's voice. It was then that Sarukawa realized that underneath all the black clothes was an extremely good figure. This is a woman? Sarukawa froze and reached out to pull off the mask of Sword Chopper. And what came into his eyes was a pretty girl with a stubborn expression and a face full of defiance. Sarukawa frowned and clicked his horizontal sword against the Sword Chopper's neck. By the look on your face, you're not convinced? Knife Chopper was instantly startled and hastily collected his stubborn expression. Served. Served. Sarukawa grunted and let go of his hand. Knife Chop immediately coughed. I've seen you before. In JL's old castle. Where are you from? Sarukawa asked. Huaxia, Taipei? I've seen you too. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Blade Chopper said. Sarukawa sliced and threw the crossword to Knife Chopper. Why are you following us? Did you come in with the others? Sarukawa was a little surprised. Blade Chopper's eyes stared, and an incomparably grave color appeared on his face. They are all dead. Sarukawa froze. Dead? What happened? Knife Chopper shook his head. They were too flashy and were killed. Some by the police, some by hooligans, and some by Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa narrowed his eyes at once. What was going on? Is this event still really a previous event? Knife Chop walked over to the wall and pulled Kahaku out and handed it to Sarukawa. Awesome. Sarukawa smiled and took it. The girl had no expression and sometimes her tone matched her looks a bit naturally dull. Doesn't look like a very smart girl either. Cooperate. I'm going to follow you guys, Blade Chopper said. Sarukawa frowned. We don't know what you are and you just tried to kill us. Just now it was just a test. My name is Knife Chop. I don't have any identity. Knife Chop said dully. Sarukawa sighed somewhat helplessly, suddenly remembered. Miyamura Chihaya that? Shifuyu, where did you run off to? Sarukawa shouted. A hand reached out of the trash can next to me. I'm here. UF*** King definitely did it on purpose. Sarukawa laughed and pulled Miyamura Shifuyu out of the trash can. It's not for your protection. Come on. Let's go. The two were just about to leave. Knife Chop swoops in and clinches Sarukawa's thighs directly. A stubborn expression filled his face. Hey, what are you doing? Spread out. Sarukawa was a bit angry. What's with all this manhandling? Blade Chopper shook his head. You're good. Teach me. I'll be your disciple. When Sarukawa heard this he quickly scattered and struggled up. I'm not taking on any more disciples. Quickly scatter me. Knife Chop shook his head vigorously with a few tears in his eyes. I don't. You teach me, then I can beat you. Crap. Listen to what you're saying is human? Sarukawa kind of couldn't believe what self was hearing. Blade Chopper burst into tears. I want to learn martial arts. Sarukawa shook his head. Knife Chopper suddenly got a little angry. His small face wrinkled into a ball full of anger, staring at Sarukawa. Teach or not teach? Sarukawa shook his head. No teaching. Ka-chow. Blade Chopper gritted his teeth, and his sinful little hand drew the crossblade directly against the tiny Sarukawa. A force in his hand instantly placed the crossword on the key part with a single push. Sarukawa was about to become a sister. His Miyamura Chihaya couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air when she saw the scene, subconsciously covering herself, empathizing with the situation. Crap! Sarukawa was instantly struck by lightning, with cold sweat instantly flowing from his forehead. You fucking tiger, get out of the way, Sarukawa cursed. Knife Chop shook his head vigorously. No take. You teach or not? No teaching. Click, the knife advanced a few more points. Ah, I teach. I'll teach, Sarukawa said in a hurry. The only soft spot was held in the hands of Knife Chop, which was not only Sarukawa's weakness, but also the weakness of men all over the world. Knife Chop was instantly elated at the sound of it, and hastily backed up and kowtowed 3 times with a bang. Master is above. Please accept 3 obeisances from my disciple. Sarukawa covered his crotch and fell to his knees, a look of despair spreading over his entire face. Lifeless. Where in the world did this extreme talent come from? When did the king of assassins suffer this kind of humiliation? An hour later, Sarukawa returned to his room cautiously guarding key locations. Gufei laid some panic up and rushed over to help. Huchuan thought injured that. What? Injured? Sarukawa waved his hand. It's fine. Another dead one. No sign of the killer at all. Only after Sarukawa finished speaking did Gufei and Momoko see Knife Chopper standing in the doorway. Knife Chop stood coyly in the doorway, blinking with an innocent look on his face. Hey, hello. Momoko was just about to step forward when Shifuyu Miyamura pulled back. AI. This is a talented person. Let's stay away from her. Miyamura Shifuyu hurriedly pulled Momoko away. Knife Chop pouted a bit in aggravation, but when he saw Gufei, he immediately changed into a smile and rushed over to kneel on the ground with a plop. Senior mother. Ha! Gufei instantly became a bit flustered. Senior mother? Blade Chopper immediately nodded. Yeah, Sarukawa is my master. So aren't you my senior mother? Gufei looked at the girl in front of her with a delicate appearance and quite a good figure and frowned. What had happened in the end? Why did you go out and collect a disciple? Gufei looked at Huchuan as if he were interrogating. Sarukawa hastily waved his hand. Bitterness emerged on his face. Don't look at me. I wouldn't accept her if it wasn't for your happiness in the rest of your life. Gufei was even more confused. What did this have to do with the happiness of the rest of Self's life? Okay, out. You guys get 2 more rooms. We're going to rest. Sleepy as all get out. Peach somewhat anxiously blinked at Gufei and Fian. Remember, the bad guys. Sarukawa pushed the 3 out with a wave of his head and plopped down on the bed. So tired. Gufei gave a light laugh and turned the lights off to climb into bed as well. The two snuggled under the covers, instantly soothing the tightness. Sarukawa couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it's still comfortable to sleep with your wife in your arms. Gufei's mouth smiled with incomparable happiness, and her hands gently encircled Huchuan's neck. Raining kisses fell on Sarukawa's cheeks, lips, and neck. Huchuan suddenly froze, and quickly held Gufei's face. What's wrong with this? Do what that? Why are you so enthusiastic today? Gufei instantly slapped away Huchuan's hand. Aya, do you hate it? Huchuan immediately looked at Gufei with some meaning. Jealous? No. Gufei grunted and turned around to sleep, ignoring Huchuan. Huchuan laughed as he pulled Gufei over and held her in his arms. Really jealous? Huchuan pinched Gufei's cheeks. Alright, there's no need to be jealous. Just think of it as having a pet. Just teach her anything to get rid of her when the time comes. Gu Fian turned a bit serious. No way, as a teacher, since you agreed to be someone's master, you have to teach them properly, you can't be perfunctory. Seeing Gu Fian getting serious, Huchuan quickly agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. Absolutely teach properly. Only then did Gu Fei nod. The two of them were silent for a while, as if they had sensed that Gu Feiyan had something she wanted to say. Huchuan squeezed Gu Fei's arm. Gu Fian blushed, pulling the quilt over to cover her somewhat heated cheeks. Huchuan, we've known each other for so long. Some things can do. Gu Feiyan buried her head in the quilt after saying this, her cheeks burning with shame. Huchuan froze, then looked at Gu Fian with some surprise. What kind of stimulation was this? Gu Fian, who was usually shy about even a kiss, could actually say such things? Anyway, Gu Fei evening pretended to be calm and said you watch yourself. The tone in which Gu Fian said this was resolute and pendulum-like. With a big I'll do whatever you want. The meaning of this is, ha ha ha. Sarukawa couldn't help but laugh. He pretended to be a rogue and licked his lips. I'm coming then. Wait. Gu Fian reached out with a red face to stop Sarukawa. Sarukawa turned around in a circle and pressed down on Gu Fei. The distance between the two men closed instantly, their eyes forcing themselves to meet each other's. Gu Fian was instantly a little anxious. Her eyes flashed a hint of tears. It's too sudden. Right. I am not ready. Weren't you the one who said I'd watch? Sarukawa queried. Gu Fian instantly brought on some crying but, oh, I'm still a little scared. Put. Ha 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 ha. Huchuan laughed out loud and hurriedly got off of Gu Feiyan. I won't tease you. Gu Fei late pursed lips. Some panic thought Huchuan pretended to be cheerful, and quickly said Huchuan, I am ready. After saying that directly closed his eyes and lay down. A look of letting you pick Jijia. Put. Ha 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 ha. Huchuan still couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Gu Fian like this. Stop it. Even if I want to move you, it's also out. Now it's still in an unknown place. That. Wait until we get home. Huchuan held Gu Fian in his arms and closed his eyes. Now, get some sleep. Gu Fian blinked her eyes. The corners of her mouth hooked into a smile, raised her head and wrapped a hard bite on Huchuan's mouth. Aha, good night. The next day several people woke up early and gathered. The crowd kept thinking about the information in the case. Suddenly Miyamura Shifuya looked at Sarukawa as if something was wrong. What's wrong with your eyes? Sarukawa rubbed and shook his head. I don't know why. It hurts a little. It's fine. Let's talk about the case. You'll give all the information about these dead people, as well as the autopsy report. Miyamura Chihaya nodded. You've watched these too. I'll focus on the last three cases. Next case, September 30th, 1 a.m. Deceased, Elizabeth Stead. Though the difference is that the body, though its throat was slit, was not disemboweled, not unlike the two previous M.O.S. Next, also September 30th, the deceased, Catherine Eddowes, was found dead in Bishop's Square, again with her throat slit, her intestines flung out, and her uterus and kidneys removed. Last game, October 9th, Mary Jane Kelly, found dead in her room, strangulation marks on the neck, chest and abdomen thrown open, heart missing, ears and chest cut off and taken away. And since then Jack the Ripper has disappeared. And Jack the Ripper had anti-Semitic awareness written on the walls. That could very well be the key. Chihaya Miyamura said. Sarukawa's brow furrowed. No. Why is the modus operandi different? This kind of murderer wouldn't just change his modus operandi. Miyamura Chihaya's eyes lit up. Two explanations. The first, copycat crimes. 5 cases. Not just by Jack the Ripper. At least we now know that one murderer was brutal and the other had some humanity. There is another explanation. It's that there was more than one Jack the Ripper. Agreed. Sarukawa nodded. The 2 cases occurred at the same time on September 30th, during a very close period of time, but the modus operandi is not the same. 2 murderers did it at the same time. One was brutal. The murderer has to remove the uterus afterward. One doesn't so much. He'll just do it cleanly and just slit the throat. Jack the Ripper. It's 2. Hiss. The people in the room were all a little headstrong. Sarukawa and Miyamura Shifuyu were both a little excited. Tell me about your profiles, Sarukawa asked. Miyamura Shifuyu adjusted his breathing and got serious. One with specialized medical knowledge, knows the structure of the human body, has a twisted personality, most likely caused by injuries sustained as a child, and has a great hatred for prostitutes. Not accurately said that there is a great hatred for women. Sarukawa nodded. The other one has a gentle personality, usually should belong to Mr. Nice Guy. Extremely familiar with the terrain around the surrounding London Whitechapel neighborhood, equally psychologically twisted, with a great hatred of women, has an anti-Semitic consciousness. Sarukawa frowned. I have another thought. Don't forget that Jack the Ripper did send provocative letters to the police department, indicating that he didn't trust the British police. But why did he disappear after killing the 5th man then? This Miyamura Shifuyu shook his head. This wondered why he suddenly disappeared. Sarukawa scared and squeezed his eyes shut. Wrapping the quilt around his own head, the clues kept stringing together in his mind. Serial killers, psychological distortions, dead people, killers' methods, social situations. Instantly these clues were like a big net across Sarukawa's mind, gradually connecting these clues together. Hiss, my eyes hurt. Sarukawa suddenly covered his eyes and shouted. This can give the crowd a shock. Goofy and hastily peeled Hachuan's eyes open. In addition to a little blood there is nothing else. Sarukawa tried hard to open his eyes, but he always felt a pain in his eyes, and vaguely, he seemed to see something, not existing in reality. It seemed to appear in his mind. Time seemed to freeze up, and inside Sarukawa's pupils, which were like ice caves, were the agonizing struggles of countless babies. Startled, Sarukawa fell off the bed, followed by a stream of consciousness flowing back. Goofy and hurriedly assisted Hachuan. What's wrong? Hachuan, don't scare me. Sarukawa rubbed his eyes slightly disoriented. What just happened? Why did such a hellish scene appear in his eyes? But Sarukawa had implicated this chain of information immediately afterward. Sarukawa sat straight up. I know. Sarukawa was a bit excited and pulled Miyamura Shifuyu in hand and instructed, go. You go to all the baby farms around London. Get the list back. Remember, especially the Jewish farms. Chihaya Miyamura was stunned. A baby farm? Sarukawa nodded gravely. Right. Victorian babies faced hellish difficulty at birth. The Victorian era was a time of sexual liberation. Everyone believes in romanticism and free love, and everyone is after a pleasurable spiritual and physical belonging, which leads to most women getting pregnant out of wedlock. And most of them have to be born due to sectarian tenets that do not allow abortion, but being born doesn't mean they breed. In this context, the baby farm was born. Such institutions give babies a home for the payment of £10 a year, but nonetheless, these people stopped wanting to pay after they put their babies on the farm. Therefore, baby farms will kill babies outright whenever they encounter overdue customers. If they have a buyout relationship, they will not hesitate to kill them. Sarukawa became more and more agitated. Why do you think the murderer removed the uterus? Why take revenge on a woman with slutty behavior? Chihaya Miyamura covered her mouth. It's because, the reason the murderer hates this kind of woman is because he's from a baby farm too. Sarukawa nodded. The removal of the womb was to warn humans that they only have babies. The provocative letter was because the British police were confronted with baby farms but did nothing. And based on our previous profiling, how could the killer not have a twisted heart after experiencing a baby farm? Sarukawa nodded. So, I hypothesized that Jack the Ripper came from a baby farm, and presumably a baby farm founded by a Jew. Growing up, he learns the truth of it, sees the evil dealings of baby farms, and hates the British police for their inaction. Under these circumstances, Jack the Ripper was born, to give the world a wake-up call, and at the same time to take revenge. Sarukawa closed his eyes and couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little moist. Why? Jack the Ripper's experience is so similar to his. Sarukawa is being eroded a little bit deep inside, and this case, he doesn't want to solve it. Knowing the truth didn't make Sarukawa feel elated, but rather felt a sense of understanding. In this moment, figuring out the whole truth gave birth to an understanding of Jack the Ripper. So, I'm in the same category as Jack the Ripper, Sarukawa said in a self-audible only voice murmured. Miyamura Chihaya clapped her hands. In that case, split up, I'll investigate the baby farm. Miyamura Chihaya stood up and looked at Sarukawa. You go find the murderer. Sarukawa nodded with a sullen face. Blade Chopper, you protect him. Aye, master, Blade Chopper immediately answered. And the three of them left, leaving only two people in the room. Goofy and came up and hugged Hachuan's head and softly soothed up Hachuan. You are not the same as them. Sarukawa smiled mockingly. Honey, I'm not that fragile. Don't worry about me. Although the words were said so, but how could Gu Fengyan not be worried? She was not a fool. The moment she heard the reasoning of the two men, she could then sense that Jack the Ripper's experience was almost identical to Sarukawa's, abandoned as a baby and struggling to survive. Even, Sarukawa's experience was a little more harrowing. Instead of Jack the Ripper, Sarukawa is facing his former self. Gu Fei Late did not say anything, just quietly holding Hachuan. A long time later slowly opened his mouth and asked, so, we still solved the case? Break. The only way to get back is to solve the case. Sarukawa slapped his cheek in an effort to clear his head. We're going to make a trip to the Central News Agency. That's where Jack the Ripper sent his first letter. Let's check it out, Sarukawa said. The two of them packed up their things and headed out the door straight to the Central News Service location. Strangely enough, the streets seemed to be sparsely populated, presumably because the two cases had spread and humans were afraid to be stepping outside at night. I don't know if it's Sarukawa's illusion, but the sky here is always gray. And even during the day it's as dim as it is in the afternoon. The two came to the front of the newsroom just in time, as a man stepped out of it. The man was long and civilized, with a pair of spectacles and a gentry manner. The man was holding something in his hand, not looking at the road, and accidentally bumped into Tsurukawa. "Oh, sorry," the man apologized with a quick wave. Tsurukawa shook his head. "It's okay," but suddenly thought of something like a pull on the man. "What's your name?" Tsurukawa asked. The man stared in confusion but answered honestly, "Hello, my name is Bordeaux-Ely." Tsurukawa frowned a bit. "Sorry, wrong person." Bordeaux-Ely laughed softly. "That's alright, have a nice life." After he left, Gufian asked with some confusion, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Tsurukawa nodded. "This man smells heavily of hospital disinfectant. I can tell despite masking it with perfume." "See?" Gufian stared carefully into Hachuan's eyes. "Really?" Tsurukawa nodded and couldn't help but rub his eyes. "Well, it seems like there's something wrong with my eyes. I always feel like I can tell something strange, but based on our previous reasoning, it seems that has a big problem." Tsurukawa waved his hand. It should be that Self thought wrong. How can there be such a coincidence that he could meet the murderer as soon as he went out? The two didn't have time to worry about that. They turned and walked in. The entire news agency, only to talk about a few people inside, and are busy with the work in hand. No one to pay attention to Tsurukawa. Two people. Tsurukawa looked around, which was just what he wanted. There were many letters and newspapers lying around, most of which consisted of idle trivia and nothing special. Can't see a damn thing either. Suddenly, Tsurukawa merely glanced to the side and saw a black envelope. The envelope was pitch black and had a knife logo etched on it that looked as if it was out of the ordinary. The two men looked at each other. Gu Feiyan ran to the side. "Ah!" A sudden scream startled all eyes to Gu Fei. Tsurukawa's silence plopped the sealed letter into his arms. Gu Feiyan smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I misread it. I thought there were rats there." The two of them immediately skipped off with an awkward smile. Just outside, Tsurukawa couldn't wait to open the letters. Yell. "Hey dear boss. I guess you guys are having a hard time with the Whitechapel murder case." "Oh, it's really funny then. It's really funny to watch you guys work your asses off every day and never find the murderer. I have to admit, I'm the one who killed them. It's a pity that you police are very incompetent. I look forward to the day you catch me. But before that I'll be murdering a lot more women. Jack the Ripper." The entire letter was written in red ink and stamped with fingerprints. Tsurukawa nodded with this provocative attitude. And this tone. It would be Jack the Ripper alright. Gu Feiyan immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. "Too arrogant. Then where are we going to find him?" Tsurukawa's eyes brightened. "The hospital. That doctor from earlier came here and the letter appeared here. I don't believe it if he's not suspected. Go to the hospital and find him. Follow him around. If the case happens again then it will prove his innocence." Gu Feiyan nodded but asked tentatively, "We're not going to stop the case?" Tsurukawa shook his head. "It can't be stopped. It's history. It's something that can't be changed. Why are we one step too late every time? It is because it is an event in history. It can't be stopped. Their deaths are inevitable. It can't be changed." Tsurukawa waved his matter. "The only thing we can do is to find the true identity of Jack the Ripper. And it's an identity that we can't tell anyone in the world. Only we can know." Tsurukawa took a deep breath. "Now, let's put the letter back and go to the hospital to meet this Jack the Ripper." The two men put the letter back in its place and began to inquire again around the hospitals throughout the city about the name of the doctor they had just encountered. But it took a long time to find it. "It shouldn't be. Maybe we're looking for the wrong one." Tsurukawa stroked his chin in contemplation. "Arrange the layout of all the crime sites in these cases. Whitechapel, Hanbury Street, Minster House, Bishop Square, Dorset Street. 5 locations, 5 homicides." A map instantly appeared in Tsurukawa's mind, followed by what he seemed to see. It was as if a layout consisting of 5 locations floated before his eyes. "Hachuan!" Suddenly Gu Fei's shout woke him up. "What's wrong with you? Are you too tired?" Gu Feiyan was a little worried about Hachuan, and just now she suddenly froze where she stood without knowing what was going on. Tsurukawa rubbed his eyes, feeling more and more that something was really wrong. "I found it. The hospital closest to the 5 crime sites, Holyrood Hospital." Gu Feiyan looked at Hachuan, constantly rubbing his eyes. A sudden burst of heartache hastily pulled Hachuan's hand. "Don't rub it. The more you rub it, the more it hurts." Tsurukawa shook his head and smiled. "It's fine." Just in time for the hospital. Following the hazy sky, the two came inside this hospital. The dimly lit hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and there were all sorts of sick and suffering people sitting in the corners around them. "Hachuan, you wait first, huh? I'll go over there to register," Gu Fei said as she walked towards the registration desk. Tsurukawa's sight kept looking around. There was hardly a nursemaid in sight except for a few patients. And in this rotten social situation, there are fewer and fewer highly educated people. Tsurukawa's eyes suddenly lit up as a familiar voice came from a room on the first floor ahead. Tsurukawa slowly walked over to take a peek. And sure enough, the person he was familiar with from the news agency was sitting inside in a white lab coat. treating and seeing someone. Knock knock knock. Sarukawa knocked on the door of the room, instantly caught the eyes of the two people inside. Sarukawa waved his hand. Hello there Dr. Bordeaux, I'm here in admiration. Bordeaux really froze slightly, then realized with a start, oh, it's you. Sir, may I ask how you are? Sarukawa smiled and walked in. There's some pain in my eyes. Could you please take a look at them? Bordeaux really flinched slightly, but that's not the part I'm responsible for. Sarukawa didn't say anything, just invited that patient in the room straight out, then closed the door and lay on top of the hospital bed. It's okay, I trust the doctor. Come on. Sarukawa laughed softly twice. Dr. Bordeaux couldn't help but frown helplessly and could only come up to check on Sarukawa's condition. The blinding light hit Sarukawa's eyes, and he felt a sudden pain. Oh, sir, your pupils are a peculiar color, Dr. Bordeaux said. Sarukawa nodded. Maybe, but I suffered just as much abuse because of it. Bordeaux grinned, his otherwise tense demeanor relaxing. That's the way the world is. Everyone plays a different role but ultimately fulfills the same thing, and the herd mentality pervades everyone. Once a special being appears in the crowd, then the first thing that comes out of the people is questioning, and if that special being doesn't willingly submit to them, then they will be abused, insulted. Am I right, sir? Sarukawa couldn't help but nod. I suppose the doctor is talking about the recent Jack the Ripper case. You also think Jack is a maverick being? Dr. Bordeaux's examining hand suddenly stopped and his body froze. I can't understand what you're saying, doctor. You don't need to hear it, but the act of thinking that self is special in a crowd is silly, isn't it? It's usually taken as a joke. Sarukawa, lying in the hospital bed, faced a slight smile. Mr. Jack's behavior. Stupid? Dr. Bordeaux's hand suddenly trembled for a moment, and then he reacted with a harumph and a laugh. Sir, I think you've got the wrong man. I'm not Jack the Ripper. Sarukawa didn't say anything, just listened quietly as Bordeaux explained. Are you with the police department, sir, or a detective enthusiast? Bordeaux asked. Sarukawa shook his head and said with a smile, I'm in the same category as Jack. Even, I have to call him senior now. Oh, sir, that joke scared me. Dr. Bordeaux laughed softly in return. Sarukawa sighed a bit helplessly. Can I ask what you were doing at the newsroom this afternoon? Bordeaux smiled. To send a letter. Of course, to my mother who is far away. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow. Is your family okay? Of course, they're all healthy, and I have a very happy family who loves me very much, and my dad and my mom are very proud of me. Bordeaux was all smiles as he spoke. Sarukawa frowned. This game, he surprisingly did not see the slightest loophole, not even a trace of micro-expression. Either the doctor in front of us is not Jack the Ripper, or this doctor's mind is too strong. It simply won't reveal itself. Suddenly, Dr. Bordeaux's fingers reached to the side and picked up a very sharp pair of tweezers from a side iron box. Sir, Jack the Ripper is said to be dangerous. My advice is that it's best not to touch what shouldn't be touched. Bordeaux's voice suddenly went cold, and the sharp tweezers crossed above Sarukawa's eyes. Sarukawa laughed softly, still lying there motionless, smiled and opened his mouth to say, this person like to challenge all kinds of things that should not be touched. So, only exciting. You say yes? Ha ha ha. Sarukawa suddenly laughed. At that moment, Bordeaux narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but bring a bit of caution into his eyes as he looked at Sarukawa. Bang! Sarukawa took Bordeaux's hand that was holding the tweezers and kept moving it closer and closer towards his own eyes. Doc, don't be afraid. Come on. I'm looking forward to it. Sarukawa's voice also went cold. Bordeaux's face was flushed red as he tried his best to resist, but he could no longer resist Sarukawa's strength. The hand could only move uncontrollably closer towards Sarukawa's eyes. The sharp tweezers were only about a centimeter away from Sarukawa's eyes. Let go, Bordeaux whispered. Poof, isn't this what you want to do? Bang! The door was opened, and a doctor outside looked at the two people in the room suspiciously. The two men at that moment were standing face to face, holding each other's hands, were exchanging friendly words. Dr. Bordeaux, it's time for us to go to the meeting, this doctor said. Bordeaux really paused and nodded evenly. Mr. Sarukawa, please allow me to leave for a little while. Sarukawa always had a warm smile on his lips. You keep busy, Dr. Bordeaux, and I'll be waiting for you to get off work and get a drink together. A smile flashed in Bordeaux's eyes, pointing slightly at Sarukawa. No problem. Until Sarukawa came out, but the whole face sank. At the registration desk, Gu Fei was sitting on a chair, and next to her there had been a patient in a hospital gown rambling on about Gu Fei, and Gu Feiyan kept looking around and didn't pay any attention to the patient. Sarukawa didn't have to think about it to realize that he was definitely being pestered. Sarukawa changed to a smiling face, walked up and patted the patient on the shoulder. Dude, pretty? Gu Feiyan just wanted to get up when she saw Huchuan coming, but was stopped by Huchuan waving his hand. The patient immediately nodded. What a beautiful oriental girl. Sarukawa nodded in agreement. I'll teach you ha. You can't chase a girl like that, it'll just bore the girl. Sarukawa patted his own chest. Watch me, said walked to Goofy in front of him. Pulled Goofy up, cupped his cheeks to his lips and kissed him. Bo made a crunching sound. Goofy immediately blushed and buried her head into Hachwan's arms. What are you doing? So many people are watching. Sarukawa raised an eyebrow at the patient. See, be direct. With that, he carried Goofy in his arms and left in front of that patient's shocked gaze. 12 o'clock in the morning at night. Hachwan sat outside the hospital with Goofy and made small talk. Bordeaux Ely slowly walked out from inside the hospital. I'm sorry, Mr. Sarukawa. You know, hospitals are always busy. Hachwan waved his hand and pulled Goofy over to introduce him. This is my girlfriend. Her name is Goofy. Goofy nodded back. Nice to meet you, Dr. Bordeaux smiled. Oh, very nice. Bordeaux looked at Sarukawa and waved. Come on, Mr. Sarukawa. I can't wait for a drink. The three of them talked and laughed all the way towards the bar. A number of drunken crowds lay sprawled in front of the dimly lit street bar. The interior of the bar was even more fishy and filled with a choking smell of tobacco. Mr. Sarukawa, what would you like to drink? It's on me, Dr. Bordeaux said. 2 apple juices, please. Sarukawa waved his hand. Bordeaux's face instantly flashed with helplessness. Come on, you called me here for apple juice? Goofy immediately stopped with a smile. Sorry, Hachwan, he can't drink, alcohol allergy. Dr. Bordeaux smiled and reached over to the bar. Okay, 1 shot of tequila and 2 shots of apple juice. Sarukawa kept looking at the time on the watch in his hand as the minutes ticked by. Silence fell between the three as well. Hachwan, what do these people keep looking at me for? Goofy was a little scared and moved closer to Hachwan. These foreigners had been looking at Goofy with extremely offensive eyes, making her very uncomfortable. It's okay, don't be afraid. Hachwan gently gathered Goofy in his arms. Oh, don't worry, that's how it is in this corrupt society. But this group of people just have the heart of a thief but not the guts, so there's no need to worry. Dr. Bordeaux laughed. Knock knock knock. The clock struck midnight. Sarukawa immediately raised his hand and looked at his watch. The time was 1 o'clock in the morning. Sarukawa lifted his face from his position. Yes, Dr. Bordeaux, please come with me somewhere, Sarukawa said. Bordeaux laughed and drained his glass. Click. Thunderstorm outside the house. A heavy rain drifted down. In the darkness of the night, the trio advanced with umbrellas, flickering lightning illuminating the trio's features. Only Sarukawa and Dr. Bordeaux's faces were hidden under the shadow of the umbrellas, and their expressions could not be seen. Time 1:10. Unknown location in the center of a residential alley. The three of them slowed to a stop, and a female corpse lay there quietly being washed by the rain. Blood mixed with rainwater constantly flowing in all directions. The body's throat was cut and a great deal of blood flowed out, but it was not disemboweled. This body is more intact in terms of gore than the previous case. Sarukawa instantly clenched his fists and looked at Bordeaux. Bordeaux frowned as he looked at the body. Looks like Jack the Ripper has struck again. That. Sarukawa frowned. Had self guessed wrong? Bordeaux looked at his watch. Well, Mr. Sarukawa, I don't have enough time. I'll leave first. Please call the police first. Bye. Bordeaux turned to leave, but in the moment of departure, Sarukawa clearly saw a provocative and open-armed smile curling up along the corners of Bordeaux's mouth. Sarukawa clenched his fists and suddenly remembered something. Immediately afterward, he dropped his umbrella and ran towards the distance. Hey, Sarukawa, what are you doing? Goofy instantly became anxious. With such heavy rain, she would catch a cold. Sarukawa ran wildly, almost non-stop, to the location of the Bishop's Square. There wasn't a single person in the huge square. Sarukawa ran over panting. The rain had soaked the clothes he was wearing. Cold and harsh in this weather. Without time to rest, Sarukawa rushed inside the Bishop's Square. Time, 1 minute and 55. Another woman's body was lying across the center position of the Bishop's Square. Sarukawa coldly walked over to the body. The body was horrible to look at. This body, like the previous one, had its neck cut open, its intestines flung aside, a huge cavity in the abdominal position, and the uterus, as well as the kidneys, cut away. Not enough. Sarukawa looked at the time on his watch. Not enough. How can it be? Sarukawa looked at the sky in disbelief. At his speed, it would take him 45 minutes to get to Bishop's Square from the street he had just traveled. If it was really Bordeaux, he would need to be in Bishop's Square within those 45 minutes and would have to meet the dead, and then get down to it, harvest the organs. No matter which way you look at it, there's not enough time. It's not right at all. Sarukawa sat down on the floor in exhaustion. Is it really not him? But this shouldn't be? Sarukawa was a little skeptical at the moment. Everything was right on the money. The profile also matches Bordeaux. But he's not the killer? 2 cases happened at the same time. 2 very different killings. and Bordeaux was with Tsurukawa at the same time the cases happened. The reason Tsurukawa is called Bordeaux is to prove it. But why? Gu-fei ran over panting from a distance, her forehead not knowing whether it was rain or sweat, because she ran too fast. The umbrella was no longer useful, and the clothes on her body were already soaked. Coming over, he saw that Tsurukawa was sitting next to the body with his head down, holding his legs. Gu-fei rushed over to put the umbrella over Hachuan's head and couldn't help but reprimand him. "You'll catch a cold if it rains like this. Why are you working so hard?" Hachuan froze slightly, frozen by Gu-fei's words. "Yes, why am I working so hard? Isn't it just a case?" A touch of bitterness passed through the corner of Tsurukawa's mouth. Why? Self has never been interested in any case, but why is Self so curious about this one? Hachuan raised his head to look at Gu-fei's slightly anxious face. Tsurukawa's voice choked a little and his eyes reddened. "I want to know why Jack the Ripper did what he did. I also want to prove that I am not the same kind of person as Jack the Ripper." Hachuan fell into Gu-fei's arms and bawled his eyes out. Tears mingled with the rain and flowed down together. Gu-fei immediately felt a pain in her heart. She suddenly felt Hachuan's aggravation, and felt that Hachuan had endured something he could not bear. The mouth is not so fragile to care, but that's just a strong expression. Jack the Ripper and Tsurukawa are supposed to be the same kind of person, except that the same kind of person chooses two different paths. A psychological distortion radiates the anger it has historically received into the hands of innocent, unarmed people, and the other radiates anger to the source that made Self what he is. But in the end, it's all just revenge and radiating anger. There is no difference. Too much blood on the hands and the humanity is pretty much lost. "I'm sorry, Fei Nian. I wanted to prove that I'm not the same kind of person as him, but the more this goes on, the more I realize that I'm no different from him." Both murderers with blood on their hands. Tsurukawa trembled and looked at his own hands. The emotional excitement was already on the verge of breaking down immediately. Gu-fei looked at such Hachuan. Tears continued to flow, but could only hold Hachuan tightly. The heavy rain was still falling, but Tsurukawa's consciousness gradually blurred. I don't know whether it was because of the collapse of the mind or because of the heavy rain erosion. Tsurukawa's whole person became a little disoriented. The entire person fell unconscious in Gu-fei's arms. Gu-fei was in a hurry and hurriedly carried Hachuan up and ran towards the hotel. It was tough, but it was good to get to the room without any problems. The clothes on his body were soaked. Tsurukawa also closed his eyes tightly with a pained expression on his face. Gu-fei can only fill up hot water from the bathroom and take off the soaked clothes on Hachuan's body one by one and slowly scrub his body for him. It wasn't until this was done that Tsurukawa was placed on the bed and covered so that he could sleep peacefully, cleaned himself up again and changed into a nightgown. Gu-fei couldn't help but sneeze as well, and hurriedly poured out some hot water, fed it to Hachuan, and drank a little more for herself before she burrowed under the covers and drifted off into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Gu-fei felt so hot, as if she was holding herself against a furnace. A fine sweat flowed from his forehead, and he suddenly woke up only to realize that Tsurukawa's body had become hot. The whole face and body rolled with the heat. Gu-fei placed her hand on Hachuan's forehead and felt it. It must be a fever. "Tsurukawa, how are you feeling?" "Hachuan?" Gu-fei hurriedly shook Hachuan. But at this point Tsurukawa's consciousness was blurred and his throat was hoarse water. Gu-fei hurriedly climbed up and poured a cup of water for Hachuan, and moistened a towel and placed it on Hachuan's forehead. Gu-fei frowned and couldn't help but sigh. "This can't go on." Gu-fei hurriedly put on his clothes to cover the quilt for Hachuan. "Hachuan, you stay well in your room. I will go to find a doctor for you. I will be back soon." Saying that, he hurriedly closed the door and ran out towards the outside. Gu-fei didn't hesitate and ran directly towards the Holyrood Hospital. She only knew Dr. Bordeaux now, and he should be the only one willing to make house calls for Tsurukawa, and they both have confirmed Dr. Bordeaux's innocence, so nothing should go wrong. Gu-fei arrived in the middle of the Holyrood Hospital as fast as she could, and quickly found Dr. Bordeaux. "Dr. Bordeaux." Gu-fei rushed over as soon as she pushed the door open. "Doctor, save Hachuan." Gu-fei was a bit anxious. Startling Bordeaux. "Ms. Gu, what's wrong? Don't be in a hurry. Wasn't Tsurukawa fine a few hours ago?" "Gu-fei evening cannot come up for air. Chuan has a fever. It is very serious." "Dr. Bordeaux, can you go with me to take a look?" Bordeaux immediately picked up his medicine case after hearing this and followed Gu-fei to the room. Gu-fei was worried beyond belief at the moment. Hachuan's state just now was a bit scary. Bordeaux didn't feel worried and even had time to chat with Gu-fei and Miss Gu. "It looks like you and Mr. Tsurukawa want to be in love." Gu-fei nodded, not understanding why Bordeaux was asking this, but still answered honestly, "Well, he's my favorite person, and he loves me a lot." A smile flashed in Bordeaux's eyes, but the corner of his mouth drew out a chill then. "If you die, Mr. Tsurukawa should be very sad." Gu Fei instantly thumped in her heart and was just about to turn her head. The next second a syringe was inserted into Gu Fei's neck, and as the medicine was injected, Gu Fei instantly felt dizzy before he could finish poofing onto the floor. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Bordeaux's eyes did not have the warm look before, replaced by the color of cruelty. Empty streets, no other passers-by under the dark sky. Bordeaux slowly pulled a pitch-black mask out of the medicine chest and put it on his face, and a scalpel with a cold, glittering light was held out in his hand. When the scalpel landed on Gu Fei's neck, the sharp tip of the knife cut right through the skin, and beads of bright red blood dripped down. Just as Bordeaux tried to exert himself, a pitch-black horizontal blade flew over. Bordeaux reacts quickly, immediately dodged. Immediately afterward, a dark silhouette with sharp hands landed directly beside Gu Fei to help her up. Sherfu, are you alright? The person who came was none other than Knife Chop. Blade Chopper's eyes were filled with rage and he looked at Bordeaux angrily. The latter waved the scalpel in his hand with a slight smile. Unfortunately, if you had come a minute later, I'll kill you. Blade Chopper snorted coldly. Blade Chopper, stop. You can't beat him. Sarukawa came from behind the two at some point. At this moment, Sarukawa's face was pale, and his forehead was constantly covered in false sweat, obviously still in the 6th stage. Bordeaux was a little taken aback. I'm no longer under suspicion with you. Why do you still know? Sarukawa coughed twice, pulling on his hoarse voice. Handwriting. I saw your handwriting in your office. It's exactly the same as Jack the Ripper's handwriting at the news agency. And you said you sent letters to your family saying that your family loved you very much, but there was nothing broken in your expression. Bordeaux frowned. What's wrong with that? No crack is the biggest crack. A normal person would instinctively show a smile, elation as well as happiness when they mention loving their family. You just want to hide your emotions so that I can't see the cracks, but you've forgotten the feeling of happiness. It's only right that you can't make that kind of face. Huchuan's strong body to come to Gu Fei late side to hold her in her arms. Silly girl. How can I because of this small disease accident? Well, Bordeaux upended the scalpel in his hand. A horrific oppression flowed from beneath his dark mask. All. What do you want now? Sarukawa waved his hand. You touched my wife. You would have been dead. But I'm having a hard time right now, so I'll let you off the hook for once. Get lost. Ha ha ha. You're really confident, aren't you? Sarukawa, you are too arrogant, right? Bordeaux couldn't help but taunt up the scalpel in his hand, constantly flowing around his fingertips, radiating a cold, eerie light. Huchuan picked Gu Fei up. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I told you, I'm a kind of person like you, but what's different between me and you is that I have a soft spot now. Bordeaux's eyes twitched at the words, and the flowing scalpel in his hand stopped. The whole thing froze in place. Sarukawa turned his head coldly. You know what I mean by that. Blade Chopper. Let's go. Sarukawa turned away with those words. Bordeaux's eyes unconsciously looked toward Sarukawa's back, and could not help but show a hint of a smile. Interesting. Killer with a soft spot. Well, that is indeed very scary. Bordeaux sneered twice and his figure instantly disappeared in place. It was as if it hadn't been there. Meanwhile, at another location, another cold-blooded killer with a mask on his face was standing atop a towering watchtower, admiring the prey he was about to hunt.